Chapter 1. Lin Yu. Get up this instant. The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and you dare to sleep in class. A piece of chalk flew precisely toward a boy seated in the back of the classroom. Lin Yu groggily lifted his head, gazing at the furious teacher at the podium, his mind a chaotic blur. Where am I? Wasn't I just hit by a car? Shaking off the fog in his mind, Lin Yu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his thoughts spiraling into confusion. Lin Yu was an orphan, unaware of the identities of his biological parents, having grown up in an orphanage, relying on the kindness of others. Although he lacked luxuries, he never faced hunger or abuse. Besides the absence of parental companionship, his childhood had been relatively pleasant. The director of the orphanage was a kind-hearted man, often espousing the belief that humans are inherently good and urging others not to dismiss even the smallest acts of kindness. Over time, under the director's influence, a grand ideal gradually took root in Lin Yu's heart. The young Lin Yu vowed to perform one good deed each day, aspiring to be a person who contributes positively to society. After graduating from university, although Lin Yu was not part of the elite earning millions annually, he still made a decent income of around $10,000 a month. Each month, Lin Yu donated half of his salary to the director, hoping to support the younger children at the orphanage. He cherished his childhood aspirations and remained committed to them. He had envisioned finding a like-minded partner and living a fulfilling life. However, one day, after helping an elderly person who had fallen, Lin Yu's life took an unexpected turn. In an ironic twist, the elderly person's family sued him, absurdly claiming that Lin Yu had knocked the old man down. Just like that, Lin Yu, once a do-gooder, found himself transformed into a suspect, the rapidity of his identity shift leaving him utterly blindsided. On the day of the court hearing, the old director accompanied him, believing in the integrity of the child he had raised. The judge seemed to sense that the situation aligned with Lin Yu's account. Unfortunately, the incident occurred in a blind spot devoid of surveillance, leaving Lin Yu without evidence to prove his innocence, while the elderly family persisted in their claims. The judge had no option but to rule against Lin Yu, ordering him to pay for the elderly man's medical expenses and more. In the courtroom, Lin Yu's once bright eyes dimmed. He was bewildered by the world's cruelty despite his good intentions. He found himself entangled in legal troubles, losing years of savings in the process. In a daze, Lin Yu exited the courthouse alongside the old director. "Director, did I do something wrong?" Lin Yu asked, looking at the director with a troubled expression. "Xiao Yu, you did nothing wrong. It's merely that your kindness was misplaced. The director is powerless to shield you from this injustice." Cough. The aged director, gazing at Lin Yu's youthful face, felt a pang of sorrow. The once spirited Lin Yu had become silent, his eyes devoid of light. "Come, child, let us return home." The director, who had dedicated his life to kindness, was at a loss for words to comfort him. His heart was filled with anguish and guilt, fully aware of Lin Yu's noble aspirations. It was his influence that had instilled such ideals in Lin Yu, who had always been a source of pride for him. Yet Lin Yu's altruism had been exploited by some with ulterior motives, leading to his own suffering. "Director, please return first. I need some time alone," Lin Yu said, his voice lacking vitality, filled with desolation. "Xiao Yu, please don't do anything foolish. You still have me, and the younger siblings at the orphanage are waiting for you. He'll prepare your favorite braised pork when you get back." The old director expressed his concern. "Rest assured, Director, I'm merely going for a walk to clear my mind. You should head back and stay safe on your way. Then I shall return. You must come back in time for dinner. Your siblings are all waiting for you." With a worried expression, the director watched Lin Yu's departing figure, letting out a deep sigh. Lin Yu wandered like a lost soul to the intersection, the sun glaring down mercilessly. Yet his heart felt like ice had he truly erred in adhering to his ideals for over a decade. Confusion enveloped him, as if his life had suddenly lost direction. As the green light illuminated, Lin Yu stepped forward, only to be startled by a deafening roar. Suddenly, he felt the world spinning around him. "Wait, what? Am I being hit by a car?" As Lin Yu soared through the air, he caught a glimpse of a red Ferrari parked on the sidewalk, occupied by a heavily made-up young woman who stared at the scene in shock. With a heavy thud, Lin Yu landed in the middle of the street, tumbling several times. What the hell? Is this divine retribution? Sorry, director. It seems I won't be enjoying that braised pork. Damn it. If there's a next life, I swear I won't be a good person again. As he teetered on the brink of consciousness, the final thought raced through Lin Yu's mind before he plunged into an abyss of darkness. Returning to the present, Lin Yu shook his throbbing head and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a classroom filled with approximately 40 youthful students in uniforms, while a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly balding, glared at him from the podium. As he beheld this simultaneously familiar yet alien scene, Lin Yu's initially dazed eyes widened, his throbbing mind gradually clearing. Is this some sort of joke? Did that female driver's acceleration send me back in time? Disbelieving, Lin Yu pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. The scene before him was undeniably real. By heavens, I truly have traveled through time. Lin Yu murmured softly. Lin Yu, don't think that just because you excel in academic subjects, you can neglect your studies. In just 2 days, the awakening ceremony will take place. If you fail to awaken, no matter how high your grades, you won't be admitted to Wu University. Classmates, pay attention. This awakening is your only opportunity to rise above the rest. You must seize it. If anything goes awry during the awakening, you will regret it. Lin Yizhong, glaring at Lin Yu in the back row, admonished him furiously. I know about the college entrance examination, but what on earth is this awakening? And what is Wu University? What kind of bizarre world am I in? Lin Yu was utterly bewildered by the teacher's words. The college entrance examination was something he had already experienced in his past life, merely another hurdle to overcome. However, the subsequent mention of an awakening in Wu University completely disoriented him. Surely, this couldn't be a conventional world, could it? While still grappling with confusion, a sudden sharp pain surged through Lin Yu's head, and a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. In the Blue Star, a world strikingly similar to Earth, people of various skin tones and cultures coexisted. Like Earth, it was a technologically advanced realm where nations, despite occasional minor frictions, maintained a semblance of peace. However, 3 centuries ago, an unprecedented event unfolded, marking the beginning of a radically different trajectory for Blue Star. On a seemingly tranquil day, a blood-red rift unexpectedly tore through the sky, resembling a crimson sword that divided the once azure heavens. Under the rift's ominous glow, the sky transformed into a sea of red. Simultaneously, the satellites and space stations orbiting Blue Star erupted under an unknown force, disintegrating into cosmic dust. The orderly world of Blue Star was plunged into chaos. The once peaceful realm now teetered on the brink of panic. Nations scrambled to respond, issuing statements to restore order while desperately seeking to understand the nature of the blood-red rift. Yet, regardless of the methods employed, any attempt to enter the rift resulted in a loss of contact, leaving no trace behind. Even missiles launched into the rift elicited no response, as it remained an insurmountable divide across the sky. Moreover, the entirety of Blue Star seemed enveloped by an unseen force. Anything that breached the atmosphere exploded into dust. Faced with this dire situation, humanity found itself helpless. After discussions among world leaders, they resolved to resort to Blue Star's last and most formidable measure, nuclear weapons. With a command from the leaders, countries unleashed powerful nuclear warheads toward the rift. This time, the rift reacted with each explosion. Distorted whirlpools emerged, fracturing the rift into segments. As the leaders prepared to unleash a final barrage to obliterate all rifts, an unexpected brilliant red light emanated from the rift, accompanied by a shockwave that swept across Blue Star. In that instant, all nuclear weapons rendered useless, transforming into mere scrap metal. Simultaneously, a multitude of grotesque and fearsome monsters erupted from the fissures, descending upon the blue planet like a torrential rain, inundating cities, mountains, forests, and oceans alike. Countless creatures wielded their merciless blades against the bewildered inhabitants of the blue planet, plunging it into a tempest of blood and chaos where wails of anguish, cries of despair, and fearful curses intertwined, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The inhabitants of the blue planet, once stunned, rallied in a desperate resistance. However, despair quickly enveloped them. The monsters before them possessed not only immense strength and resilience, but also rendered human firearms far less lethal than anticipated. Moreover, each creature exhibited a plethora of bizarre abilities, breathing fire, freezing, and emitting toxic gases. Under the terrifying onslaught of these monsters, humanity faced relentless defeat. In a mere 2 years, 90% of the human population was utterly annihilated, leaving fewer than 10% to languish in the shadows of the blue planet, witnessing the impending extinction of their kind. Just as hope seemed lost, a turning point emerged. The once solely crimson fissures from which the monsters had emerged suddenly radiated a brilliant yellow light, akin to the sun's resplendence, imbued with hope. A wave of golden luminescence swept across the scarred landscape of the blue planet, and the dwindling survivors felt the warmth of the light coursing through their weary bodies, as if rejuvenating their very essence. The numbed remnants of humanity were oblivious to the unfolding miracle. They could only grip their weapons tighter, bracing for the forthcoming upheaval. Yet, contrary to their expectations of further deterioration, as the yellow light passed, colossal whirlpools began to manifest across the land. Simultaneously, all monsters were drawn into these vortices. In an instant, the cacophony of monstrous roars that had filled the blue planet faded into silence. The land, once chaotic, now lay eerily still, as though the preceding turmoil had been but a fleeting dream. The surviving humans emerged from their shelters, gazing at the ravaged terrain and the vanished monsters. They cast aside their weapons, succumbing to tears of sorrow. On this day, the remnants of humanity forsook their superficial prejudices and nationalistic sentiments, uniting in their efforts to restore their shared home. They recognized that the past could never be reclaimed, the current peace was merely ephemeral, and danger had not been averted. The myriad chasms in the sky and the countless whirlpools on the ground served as constant reminders to the remaining denizens of the blue planet that peril could strike anew. In that very year, the survivors established the Free Federation, marking the inaugural year of its existence, dubbed the Year of Freedom I, symbolizing the commencement of the blue planet's long quest for liberty. Approximately a year after the monster's disappearance, the blue planet, still in a state of disrepair, gradually began to regain some vitality. Nevertheless, the specter of the monsters lingered heavily in the hearts of its inhabitants. The prior ineffectiveness of firearms against the monsters was still fresh in their memories, and countless blue planet denizens realized that relying solely on conventional weaponry to conquer these foes was a futile endeavor. If a new avenue was not sought, the re-emergence of the monsters could herald the complete obliteration of the blue planet. Thus, the populace commenced their search for innovative weaponry capable of countering the monstrous threat. One fateful day, humans exploring the whirlpools stumbled upon a black stone tablet buried deep within the earth. Researchers brought the tablet back for study, yet regardless of the instruments employed, they discovered it to be an ordinary stone slab. It was incredibly hard and indestructible, but otherwise devoid of value. Just as humanity prepared to abandon their efforts, an unforeseen event transpired when a researcher inadvertently touched the tablet, with a bleeding fingertip miracles unfolded. The researcher awakened a peculiar ability, one that should belong to monsters, the power to control fire. He discovered that he could generate flames and manipulate them just like a creature of the night. This revelation sparked immense excitement among the researchers, who eagerly began their experiments. Indeed, one after another, more individuals manifested supernatural abilities. When the Free Federation announced this news, the blue planet erupted with fervor. A beacon of hope had emerged. As time passed, an increasing number of stone tablets were unearthed, and more individuals awakened their powers through these tablets. The stones were officially designated as awakening stones, and the process of gaining abilities through them was termed the awakening ritual. 5 years into the era of universal awakening, it was no surprise that the monsters, previously sucked into the vortex, began to emerge once more, reigniting the war between humanity and these beasts. However, humanity was no longer the helpless prey it once was. Armed with newfound powers, they pushed the monsters back into the vortex. In the ensuing years, The monsters continued to emerge from the vortex to engage in battle with humans. This life-and-death struggle persisted for decades, leading humanity to realize that passively responding to the threat would result in an unending cycle of conflict. As humanity grew stronger, the clamor for a counteroffensive echoed within the Federation, prompting the higher-ups to decisively launch an assault into the vortex to confront the monsters. After 3 centuries of relentless fighting and the sacrifice of countless ancestors, a delicate balance was established between humans and monsters, with neither side able to dominate the other. Over the past 300 years, the inhabitants of the blue planet gradually adapted to the presence of monsters, and as time unfolded, various types of monsters were meticulously catalogued. These creatures earned a new moniker, beasts, based on their abilities and strengths. The beasts were classified into 10 distinct levels, with level 1 being the weakest and level 10 the strongest. The vortex where the monsters resided was referred to as the Secret Realm, which was similarly graded according to the strength of the monsters within. Different levels of secret realms were guarded by individuals of corresponding ranks, known as guardians. The guardians were categorized into 10 tiers, each with 100 levels. Levels 1 to 6 were referred to by their tier, such as a 6th-tier guardian, while those from 7th tier onwards were designated as advanced guardians, including candidate guardians, king guardians, emperor guardians, and the mightiest, the imperial guardians. The terms beasts, guardians, awakening, overwhelmed Lin Yu, who could hardly fathom such absurdity were it not for the resilient heart he had cultivated through years of online exploration in his previous life. Rubbing his throbbing head, he wore a look of exasperation. This world does seem perilously dangerous. From his recollections, Lin Yu realized that the current year was 301 in the era of freedom, and after 3 centuries of recuperation, humanity had finally regained its vitality and was back on track to effectively counter the beasts emerging from the secret realms. The Free Federation resolved to reconstruct human habitats around these realms, dispatching guardians for protection. Consequently, cities rose around the secret realms. Lin Yu now found himself in Rome City, surrounded by 5 or 6 secret realms of varying sizes. His new identity was that of a senior student on the brink of awakening and preparing for the college entrance examination at Rome City No. 1 High School. After centuries of exploration, awakening had lost its air of mystery. People had discovered that the likelihood of a successful awakening was significantly influenced by age and physical condition, with the highest probability occurring between the ages of 17 and 18. Moreover, individuals with stronger physiques had better chances of success. Thus, educational institutions emerged, with basic academies integrating primary, middle, and high schools, not only teaching academic subjects but also nurturing students' physiques to lay the groundwork for future awakenings. Advanced academies, known as martial universities, were exclusively for those who had awakened. Only individuals with awakened abilities could attend. Rome City No. 1 High School was one such basic academy. Thank goodness I wasn't transported back 300 years. I wouldn't have even known how I died. Lin Yu massaged his aching temples, and after integrating the memories in his mind, he reluctantly accepted this reality, however incredulous it seemed. Classmates, we have covered most of the material. In the next 2 days, focus on recuperating to be in the best condition for the awakening ritual in 2 days. Let me reiterate, this is not a trivial matter. Prioritize your awakening above all else. Understood, Lin Yu, the homeroom teacher, earnestly addressed his students. Understood, teacher. The unified response echoed back. I wonder how many will fail to awaken this time. Lin Yu thought to himself as he observed the youthful faces of his students, each displaying varying emotions, some excited, some anxious, and some elated. All right, class dismissed for today. Take the next 2 days to rest well, and remember the awakening in 2 days. Lin Yu, please come to my office afterward. The rest of you, class is over. Goodbye, students. Goodbye, teacher. Rang out in unison from the class. Why you go? You really dared to sleep during Lin Lama's class. I respect you for that. Brother, came a cheeky voice from beside Lin Yu. Turning to see a round face grinning at him, Lin Yu recognized Zhu Fuguei, his childhood friend. Zhu Fuguei came from a wealthy business family. As he often said, even if he failed to awaken, he could comfortably live off his father's riches as a second-generation affluent individual. Due to certain circumstances, their families shared a bond akin to that of relatives. When Lin Yu was young, Zhu Fuguei's father purchased a house directly opposite Lin Yu's family, opting to live next door instead of in his own grand villa. Thus, Zhu Fuguei had followed Lin Yu around since childhood, calling him Yugo, and they had grown up together in a carefree manner. According to Zhu Fuguwei, the two had shared many life experiences, including mischief and camaraderie, making them closer than many siblings. Old Zhu, you really lack consideration. You didn't even call out to me. Lin Yu playfully punched Zhu Fuguwei's arm. You go. You've wronged me this time. I called for you at least 5 times, but when you didn't respond, I thought you might have been up to something naughty last night. Come on, you go, confess. Were you sneaking off to research the special products of the Cherry Blossom Zone? Zhu Fuguwei teased, winking at Lin Yu. What research? I'm leaving. I'm not going to waste time with you. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at the chubby friend and strode toward the exit. Why you go? I'll wait for you at the school gate. Come over for dinner at my place tonight. Got it. Following the memories in his mind, Lin Yu walked toward the office building, observing the clusters of students with backpacks and feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him, in his previous life. He had met a tragic end, all for a laughable ideal, and he couldn't help but wonder how heartbroken the old director would be. Lin Yu had been an orphan, utterly alone, with only the elderly director and his younger siblings at the welfare home on his mind. Given the chance to relive a life, even in such a perilous world, he resolved to prioritize his own well-being and that of his family and friends. Whatever happened to the rest was of no concern to him. He looked up at the blood-red rift in the sky, his gaze now resolute. Lost in thought, Lin Yu reached the office and approached the door to the office he recalled from memory. Knock, knock. Come in. The voice of his homeroom teacher, Lin Yizhong, resonated from within. Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered, smiling at the teacher seated behind the desk. Uncle Lin, what do you need from me? Don't be cheeky. How many times have I told you not to call me Uncle Lin at school? It's teacher, Lin Yizhong replied, rolling his eyes at Lin Yu. But calling you Uncle Lin feels more affectionate. Especially since there's no one else here. Lin Yizhong and Lin Yu's father had been comrades in the same squad. Though the squad had long since disbanded, their bond remained strong, and Lin Yu had received much care from Lin Yizhong during his school years. Enough of the banter. Let's get to the point. There's something wrong with your health. Lin Yizhong looked at Lin Yu with concern and asked, Is everything all right? I'm fine. Uncle Lin.my health is good. I simply researched some awakening materials last night and got a bit too excited, which led to a late night, Lin Yu replied, crafting a plausible excuse to ease Lin Yizhong's worries. After all, he understood the genuine care behind the inquiry and was not one to overlook kindness. That's good to hear that I can relate to your feelings. I felt the same before my own awakening. Make sure to rest well at home for the next couple of days so that you can greet the awakening ceremony in the best possible condition. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yizhong felt relieved and opened a drawer to retrieve a small box. Xiao Yu, this is a gift from your sister Ran. Make sure to take it after you get home. Sister Ran is back? What is this? Lin Yu asked, puzzled as he accepted the box. Your sister Ran hasn't returned from Wuda, but this is a Qiling Dan, which can enhance the chances of awakening. She specifically arranged this for you. Lin Yizhong explained. Uncle, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Yu insisted, attempting to return the box to Lin Yizhong. Just take it. Your sister means well, and besides, this is only effective for those who have yet to awaken. You are my only daughter. Do you expect me to sell it instead? I would never hear the end of it when your sister returns. Hurry and keep it, then go home and rest well. Lin Yizhong urged, waving Lin Yu off. Thank you, uncle. I'll head off now, and I'll personally thank Sister Ran later. Seeing that Lin Yizhong had no intention of reclaiming the box, Lin Yu reluctantly accepted it. Vowing to repay this kindness in the future, strolling out of the office building, Lin Yu leisurely made his way towards the school gate. Upon reaching the gate, he casually scanned the area and quickly spotted the imposing figure of Zhu Fuguwei, surrounded by several individuals. However, Lin Yu could tell from Zhu Fuguwei's expression that the situation was far from simple, and his heart raced as he hurried towards him. Before he could close the distance, he overheard a voice mocking, Fatty, with your appearance, you still think you can awaken? One must have self-awareness. Instead of wasting resources, you might as well go home and sell sanitary pads. Laughter erupted from those around him. Luo Feng, what nonsense are you spewing? Do you think the awakening stone belongs to your family? Whether I awaken or not is none of your business. Am I eating your rice or sleeping with your mother for you to meddle so much? Zhu Fuguwei retorted disdainfully, glaring at Luo Feng. You? What about me? And what's wrong with my family selling sanitary pads? If you're so high and mighty, tell your family to stop using them and spare me your nonsense. Zhu Fuguwei's temper flared. Damn it, Zhu Fatty. Are you looking for trouble? Get him! Luo Feng shouted angrily, and his followers surged forward, ready to engage. Zhu Fugui's expression shifted as he thought, where is Brother Yu? If he doesn't arrive soon, this 200-pound figure might just be in trouble. Luo Zhizi, go ahead and try to make a move. Today, if you don't get your ass kicked, I'll consider it a clean escape. Zhu Fugui's spirits lifted upon hearing Lin Yu's voice. Brother Yu, you're finally here. This brat Luo Feng dared to bully me with his numbers. Today, let us show him the power of our brotherhood. Luo Feng turned to confront Lin Yu, his face darkening. Lin Yu, don't think I'm afraid of you. You'd best stay out of my business with Zhu Fatty. Don't just talk. Why don't you make a move? Old Zhu's matters are my matters. If you're dissatisfied, come and take a swing at me, Lin Yu said, looking down with disdain at Luo Feng. You, Luo Feng's fists clenched in fury as his followers quickly restrained him. Brother Feng, let's not escalate things. The awakening ceremony is just around the corner. It's not worth risking injury now. Luo Feng's anger simmered as he glared at Lin Yu, wishing to dismantle him piece by piece. However, he was acutely aware of Lin Yu's capabilities. In terms of both academic and physical prowess, Lin Yu surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Engaging in a fight would only result in a futile beating and jeopardize his awakening. After a moment of internal struggle, Luo Feng turned to Zhu Fugui and said, Today, I concede. Apologies. Without waiting for a response, he lowered his head and left with his entourage, defeated not as expected of my brother Yu. That was pure dominance. Zhu Fugui gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Enough with the flattery. Let us hurry home. I'm starving. Lin Yu replied, slightly annoyed. All right then, let us walk home. The two strolled side by side, bantering cheerfully as they made their way home, treating the earlier incident as nothing more than the antics of a clown. Lin Yu and Zhu Fugui's homes were located about a kilometer from the school, and they reached home in just over 10 minutes. Old Zhu, I'll head in first. Call me when it's dinner time. All right, Brother Yud by the way, let Uncle and Annie know as well, though I suspect my parents have already informed yours. Got it. Take care. After finishing his words with Zhu Fugui, Lin Yu opened the door and stepped inside. Although this was Lin Yu's first return to his family home in this life, the memories felt strikingly familiar. Dad, Mom, I'm back. The words came naturally to him, recalling 18 years of memories. Our son is back. His mother, Qin Shumin, called from the living room. Closing the door, Lin Yu walked towards the living room where his father, Lin Igua, and mother, Qin Shumin, were watching television together. Seeing his parents, Lin Yu's eyes blurred with emotion. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he had never known the warmth of parental love. Though he had the old dean for company, he often fantasized about who his parents might be, longing for the complete love that others enjoyed. Little did he know that this life would fulfill the regrets of his past. Son, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Qin Shumin asked, noticing her son's teary eyes, her tone filled with concern. That I'm fine, Mom, that I just got some dust in my eyes downstairs. It's nothing. Lin Yu reassured her. That's good to hear. By the way, your Aunt Wang has invited us over for dinner. Please tidy up a bit, and we'll head over shortly. I know, Mom. Old Zhu has already told me. Lin Yu replied, teasingly addressing his father. Dad, you're so engrossed in the show that you didn't even greet your son. What's there to say? It hasn't been long since we last met. Do you expect me to get up and welcome you? Now scram, and don't interrupt my show. Lin Igua replied dismissively that you're all grown up, still watching soap operas, that I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head to my room to tidy up, Lin Yu said, rolling his eyes in exasperation before retreating to his room. Once inside, he closed the door and flung himself onto the bed. Having just faced his parents, he had been holding back his emotions, but now that he was alone, the tears began to flow. Those who have not experienced such feelings cannot fathom Lin Yu's emotions at this moment. After yearning for familial love for over 20 years in his past life, it was now within his grasp, and the excitement was overwhelming. After some time, Lin Yu managed to compose himself and went to wash his face. Looking in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction at his reflection. Not bad at all, sharp brows and bright eyes, a well-proportioned physique. Definitely an 85. What a great deal. Lin Yu indulged in a moment of self-admiration before stepping out of the bathroom and taking a seat at his desk. He retrieved the box given to him by Lin Yizhong and gazed at it for a while, before solemnly opening it. Inside, he discovered a pill the size of a longan, radiating a golden hue and exuding a faint, refreshing aroma. After opening his computer to research the awakening pill, Lin Yu realized that it was no ordinary item. Humans had explored the secret realms and discovered that these realms harbored not only monsters, but also a plethora of rare treasures. These treasures proved to be immensely beneficial, not only for the monsters but also for humans. To utilize these resources more efficiently, alchemists emerged, and the pills were their creations. The Awakening Pill, classified as a Tier 3 elixir, was specifically designed for those who had yet to undergo the awakening ceremony, with prices soaring to over $1 million for a single pill, and even wealth alone could not guarantee its purchase. It was indeed a rarity. Lin Yu sighed, realizing he was now in significant debt of gratitude. However, he quickly composed himself. Having accepted the gift, there was no need for further reluctance. He would have the opportunity to repay this favor in the future, and it was enough to keep it in his heart for now. Lin Yu closed the box, intending to revisit the matter after dinner, and he also needed to inform his father about this, as Lin Yizhong had once been his father's comrade. Knock, knock, came the voice of his mother from outside. Son, are you ready? Aunt Wang is calling for us. Coming, Mom. Lin Yu replied, placing the box back in the drawer and leaving the room to join his parents at Zhu Fugui's home. Upon arriving next door, Zhu Fugui's mother, Wang Yin, greeted them at the door. Minjie, Lao Lin, shall you hurry in? The dishes are all ready, just waiting for you. Yinzi, what delicious food have you prepared today? Lao Lin has grown so accustomed to your cooking that he is starting to find fault with my dishes. Lin Yu's mother joked, don't flatter me. I've eaten your cooking before, and with your skills, how could Lao Lin ever complain? I don't believe it. Wang Yin countered, laughing. Old Zhu, stop watching TV and call your son to dinner. Coming. Juan-san, Fugui's father, emerged from the living room with a smile. Lao Lin, tonight we must have a few drinks together. Don't get ahead of yourself. With your drinking capacity, you'll be the one getting carried out if you overindulge. Lin Igua retorted. Heh, that won't be a problem. Just a couple of casual drinks. Juan-san dismissed casually. Fugui, hurry up and come out for dinner. Your Uncle Lin is here. After saying this, he ushered Lin Yu's family to the dining table. The next period was filled with laughter and cheerful conversations as the two families enjoyed their meal together. After dining, Juan-san pulled Lin Igua into the living room and instructed Zhu Fugui. Fugui, go to my study and bring me that box from the desk. Okay, you go. Wait for me. Let us duo-queue in the canyon later. Zhu Fugui exclaimed, eagerly darting off to his father's study. Before long, Zhu Fugui returned with a delicate little box in hand, causing Lin Yu to pause as he recognized it. Could it be? Juan-san took the box from Fugui and handed it to Lin Igua. Old Zhu, in a couple of days, both Xiao Yu and Fugui will undergo their awakenings. That I don't expect much from my son in terms of abilities, but Xiao Yu is different. That I've watched him grow. He has always been exceptionally intelligent, excelling in both academics and physical fitness. That I firmly believe his awakening will be remarkable. This is an awakening pill. Let Xiao Yu take it for better assurance. Lin Igua initially intended to inspect the item, but, upon hearing this, immediately pushed it away. Old Zhu, what are you thinking? Such a rare item shouldn't be wasted on Xiao Yu. Let Fugui have it instead. Xiao Yu has a good chance of awakening without this. Indeed, Uncle Lin, please accept it. To be honest, with someone like me, even if I take this, it probably won't be effective. It would be better for you good to support me after his awakening while I take over my father's business selling sanitary products. Being the man behind you go, Zhu Fugui cheerfully insisted, seemingly oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression on his father's face. Smack. Juan-san slapped Zhu Fugui on the head. How did I end up with such a useless brat? I sell women's products, not just sanitary pads. You'll see what I do to you today. Am I wrong? Our family prospered by selling this in the beginning. Zhu Fugui bravely retorted, ah, you little brat. Dare to argue with your father. Today it's either you die or I do. With that, he lunged at Zhu Fugui with a slipper, leading to a comical chase around the room, as everyone else tried to intervene, resulting in a chaotic scene. Eventually, after both were panting and exhausted, they paused. Let us call a truce for today. We'll continue next time. At this moment, seeing that they had finally settled down, Lin Yu stepped forward and said, Uncle Zhu, you should give the awakening pill to Fugui. I already have one. He then recounted how Lin Yizhong had given him the awakening pill. Hearing this, Lin Igua chuckled. Well, no need for further back and forth. This should indeed go to Fugui. Besides, who says Fugui can't awaken? Perhaps he is a genius too. Then it looks like this little brat is getting lucky. Hurry, take it. Whatever ability you awaken, just don't be a burden to your Yugo. Juan-san said with a hint of annoyance directed at his son, who accepted the pill nonchalantly. The two families chatted for a while longer before Lin Yu and his family took their leave. Upon returning home, Rinnegan began to issue a series of reminders to Lin Yu, who patiently listened. Afterward, he retreated to his room, took out the awakening pill, and toyed with it for a moment before placing it in his mouth. As the pill dissolved almost instantly upon entering his mouth, Lin Yu savored the flavor, which had a hint reminiscent of chicken. Ding! Unknown energy detected. System can absorb. Absorption complete. Loading the strongest robbery system. Current progress, 1. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Then elation surged within him. I knew it. In such a perilous world, how could a system be absent? The essential benefit for a traveler has arrived. He thought, exhilarated. Yet why does the name of this system sound a bit dubious? Watching the progress bar in his mind, which seemed to load at a rate of approximately 1 per minute, he couldn't help but complain, why is it so slow? Even XP wouldn't be this sluggish. Lin Yu was itching to rush into his mind to assist, but alas, he could only stew in impatience, filled with anxiety as he waited. After nearly 2 hours of the system loading, he had been staring at the progress bar for the entire duration. Finally reaching 99. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he muttered excitedly, come on, come on. Ding, system loading complete. Dear host, hello, 9527 is here to serve you. A voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind, which he perceived as the most melodious sound he had ever heard in his 2 lifetimes. Wonderful, come on, 527, quickly tell me about your functions. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Having envied protagonists in web novels who obtained systems, he had often fantasized about having one himself to dominate the world. And now that it was a reality, his exhilaration was palpable. All right, host daddy, please wait a moment. With that, Lin Yu heard a rustling sound in his mind. Hey, 9527, you're not flipping through the manual, are you? Lin Yu asked suspiciously. Impossible. 9527 is the most professional. Don't make baseless accusations, host daddy. Hearing the slight panic in 9527's voice, Lin Yu couldn't help but smirked. He was certain that 9527 was indeed flipping through the manual, leaving him to feel that perhaps his system was a bit unreliable. Ahem. Host daddy, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the auxiliary spirit 9527 of the strongest robbery system that I look forward to your guidance. The most formidable looting system possesses the remarkable ability to plunder everything across the myriad realms. As long as the host possesses sufficient looting orders, all things in the world are ripe for the taking. The tone of 9527 exuded an inexplicable sense of pride. Looting? Quite intriguing. Just as I declared my disinterest in being a good person, this opportunity presents itself. Truly, one cannot defy fate. Heh. By the way, 9527, what exactly is a looting order? And how might I acquire one? Lin Yu listened in silence as a cacophony of pages turning echoed in his mind. Why not simply hand me the instruction manual directly to spare you the endless flipping? That would be improper. It is the duty of a system sprite to serve the host, and I am quite the professional. No, no. There is no such manual. Do not speak nonsense. Listening to 9527's righteous yet evasive arguments, Lin Yu felt a wave of irritation wash over him. When have you ever spoken of professionalism without consulting the manual? Do not tarnish the value of that word. Fine, fine. If you say there isn't one, then so be it. Have you found anything? Lin Yu inquired, exasperation evident in his tone. What else could he do? After all, this was his own system, and he had to endure its quirks. That I found it immediately. Please be patient, esteemed host. Goodness, you're not even pretending anymore. Lin Yu envisioned a little child engrossed in fervently flipping through a manual. Found it. Thank you for your patience, esteemed host. The system requires a specific type of energy to execute looting actions, and the looting order is the manifestation of that energy. There are 4 grades of looting orders: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and legendary. The quality of items obtained through looting varies with the grade of the order. The higher the grade, the greater the likelihood of acquiring superior items. That a beginner looting order can seize items of grades FE, intermediate corresponds to DB, advanced pertains to ASS, and a legendary order guarantees the acquisition of SSS grade items. There are 3 methods to obtain a looting order. The first is through daily sign-ins, where the host has a chance each day to receive a random looting order. The second is by completing tasks. The system will randomly trigger certain tasks, and successful completion will reward the host with looting orders, though the conditions for task activation are determined by the system. The final method involves absorbing natural energy, which can be done in two ways. One is by consuming substances rich in natural energy, such as various rare materials, like the elixir you just ingested, esteemed host, though the energy from lesser elixirs does not qualify as natural energy, resulting in low absorption efficiency. The other method is collecting the biological energy released upon the death of organisms, although this requires the host to personally slay the creatures for it to be effective. Once the energy value reaches a certain threshold, the host can choose to synthesize a looting order. The system has adjusted according to the world in which the host resides. Killing first-tier creatures yields energy values ranging from 1 to 10, while second-tier creatures provide between 10 to 100, and so forth. Moreover, defeating creatures of a higher tier will proportionally increase the energy yield by 50 for each tier surpassed. Conversely, the energy gain will decrease if lower-tier creatures are slain. Should the host kill creatures 2 tiers below their own, no energy will be awarded. A beginner looting order requires 1,000 energy points to synthesize, intermediate requires 1 million, advanced demands 100 million, and legendary necessitates 10 billion. The sources of looting orders are quite varied. However, I suspect that daily sign-ins will yield meager rewards, and task completion carries a degree of uncertainty. It ultimately depends on the system's whims. It seems the primary method will hinge upon the third option. After listening to 9527, Lin Yu pondered thoughtfully. Rare materials may not be easily obtained, so it appears I must engage in a bit more hunting of magical beasts. Furthermore, the rewards for defeating higher-tier creatures far surpass those of fishing. It seems the system encourages me to engage in more challenging battles. Of course, as the esteemed host of me, 9527, if one cannot face greater challenges, what distinguishes them from a mere fish out of water? 9527 replied with a conceited tone, By the way, esteemed host, the system has materialized your character data. You may silently recite your attributes to summon the display. Following 9527's guidance, Lin Yu mentally recited his attributes, and a list of characteristics unfurled within his mind. Host, Lin Yu age, 17 level, 0 talent, none cultivation method, none skills, none items, none tasks, none energy value, 0 looting orders, 0 that string of zeros, and none made Lin Yu acutely aware that he was nothing more than a complete novice. He surmised there could scarcely be a more dismal attribute profile for a transmigrator. 9527, from where did you pilfer this interface? Moreover, even if you did, the design is abysmally simplistic. There's not even a basic 3D representation. Lacking any semblance of sophistication, Lin Yu scrutinized the rudimentary character interface, finding it increasingly unsatisfactory, with its pronounced counterfeit aesthetics warranting his disdain. Is there nothing? Perhaps it was overlooked. Please hold on, esteemed host. I shall scan once more. As soon as 9527's words fell, a lifelike mini version of Lin Yu appeared beside the attribute panel. Now that's more like it. Lin Yu admired his 3D avatar and nodded in satisfaction. Wait, have I forgotten something? Lin Yu gazed at the attribute panel, furrowing his brow as he earnestly contemplated whether he had overlooked any essential details. He sensed something was amiss until his eyes landed on a small gift box on the table, and realization struck him. Right, 9527. Could it be that the system lacks a beginner's welfare package? Ah, esteemed host, do not fret. There is indeed one. I shall promptly issue your beginner's gift pack. After a moment of silence, 9527 hastily addressed Lin Yu. Goodness, did you truly forget this matter? From 9527's earlier demeanor, Lin Yu had already discerned the sprite's somewhat scatterbrained nature. However, he never anticipated that 9527 would overlook such a crucial detail, igniting an impulse within him to uninstall and reinstall the system. Esteemed host, you are destined to stand above the myriad realms. Do not concern yourself with trifles. The beginner's gift pack has been dispatched, and you may open it at your leisure. Upon completing this statement, 9527 fell silent, seemingly embarrassed. Lin Yu, with a sense of resignation, gazed at the gift pack in his inventory and silently commanded it to open. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received a looting order blind box 10. Upon opening, you may randomly acquire different grades of looting orders. A cold, mechanical voice resonated, and Lin Yu immediately recognized it was not that of 9527. Well, this little contraption possesses a sense of modesty. It can hardly utter a word. Given your perceptive nature, I shall refrain from uninstalling you. 9527. Stop hiding. Come forth and assist me in opening these blind boxes. Of course, esteemed host. No sooner had Lin Yu spoken than 9527's voice responded. Open all 10 blind boxes for me. With Lin Yu's command, the 10 blind boxes in his inventory glimmered with various colors, one of which shone particularly bright in gold. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have obtained 5 beginner looting orders, 3 intermediate looting orders, 1 advanced looting order, and 1 legendary looting order. What the heck? Did you perform some sort of ritual before opening these? 9527's voice became utterly distorted by the end. Calm. 9527. We are destined to stand above the myriad realms. It is merely a legendary looting order. Why the fuss? Look at your reaction, Lin Yu replied with a hint of disdain. Had it not been for the trembling of 9527's voice, which resembled that of someone with Parkinson's disease, he might have believed it. Esteemed host, you may not realize, but the probability of obtaining an advanced item from a beginner blind box is 1 in 10,000, while a legendary item is 1 in 10 million. 9527's voice brimmed with disbelief. When he first encountered the legendary probability within the blind box settings, he scoffed, deeming it a mere gimmick, never expecting the slap of reality to come so swiftly. Basic operations, all part of the standard. With me, you shall witness such occurrences frequently. Despite Lin Yu's attempts to maintain an air of calm, he could not suppress the widening grin that threatened to split his face upon hearing 9527's explanation. All right, 9527. Now quickly explain how to utilize the looting orders. Before utilizing a looting order, the host must first designate the world they wish to loot. The system refreshes 3 worlds every 7 days, from which the host may choose one to lock in. Once locked, the world cannot be changed for 7 days, until the next refresh occurs, at which point the host is free to select anew. Is it time for the host to refresh the world? Lin Yu asked nervously, while fervently praying within. "O heavenly spirits, grant me a more advanced world." Very well. Random world generation in progress. Ding. World randomization complete. The selected worlds are the Smiling Proud Wanderer, Pleasant Goat, and Big Wolf, and Naruto. Please choose the world to lock in. Lock in the Naruto world. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu chose Naruto. Among the 3 worlds, the Smiling Proud Wanderer was a low martial arts realm. Apart from the intriguing Duga 9 swords and the star-absorbing technique, there didn't seem to be much else of interest. As for Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, Lin Yu could only think of the advanced technology of Big Wolf and Slow Goat, which seemed rather trivial in this high-flying blue star. Compared to the Naruto world, those 2 worlds paled in significance to in his past life. Lin Yu was an avid anime fan and was well aware of the immense power within the Naruto universe. Just the thought of various bloodline limits, tailed beasts, and the earth-shattering jutsu in that world made his mouth water, and his excited hands could hardly remain still. World locked successfully. Host, can we begin the heist now? Lin Yu felt as if 9527 was even more excited than he was at that moment. Yes, start with 5 beginner heists. Lin Yu commanded, at your service. 9527 is here to assist. Congratulations, host. You have successfully heist 2 kunai of supporting role, F. 1 shadow clone technique of supporting role, F. 1 headband of Sakura Haruno, F. And 1 bag of secret military ration pills of Choji Akimichi, E. Lin Yu had not held high hopes for the beginner-level heists. The main event was yet to come. Thus, he momentarily disregarded these items and instructed 9527, continue with the intermediate heist. Congratulations, host. You have successfully heist 1 fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique, C. From young Uchiha Sasuke. 1 fire release. Great Fireball Technique, C. And 1 fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique, B. Wow, 9527 really seized all 3 intermediate techniques from the red-eyed youth. Lin Yu silently mourned for the unfortunate boy for a second. However, he quickly brushed it aside. The main course had yet to arrive, and these appetizers were inconsequential. Continue. 9527. Use the advanced heist, Lin Yu exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together, for the advanced level could seize ASS grade abilities and items. If he were to obtain an SS grade ability, it would be a sure path to soaring success. Congratulations, host. You have successfully heist the Flying Thunder God technique, SS, from Minato Namikaze. Fantastic. Lin Yu clapped his hands in excitement. As a fan of Naruto, the powerful and stylish flying thunder god technique deeply captivated him. It was known that Minato was called the Yellow Flash for a reason. His mastery of the flying thunder god technique allowed him to traverse the battlefield as if it were a deserted land. Even in the later stages of the Naruto universe, this technique shone brightly. Calm down, calm down. This is just the beginning. The real trump card has yet to be revealed. Lin Yu forced himself to self-soothe, gradually calming his racing heart. 9527. Let's go for the legendary heist. Understood. As soon as 9527's voice fell, Lin Yu's inventory lit up with a dazzling golden light. The legendary heist order within transformed into a golden dragon, and a powerful roar echoed in Lin Yu's mind. The majestic dragon burst forth, shattering space and vanishing from sight. Congratulations, host. You have successfully heisted the Rinnegan SSS from Uchiha Madara. Wow. The system is incredible. 9527. You are amazing. At that moment, words failed Lin Yu to express his emotions. The Rinnegan was renowned in Naruto as the eye that controlled life and death, truly standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Hurry, let me see what the Rinnegan looks like, Lin Yu said, his voice trembling with anticipation. Host, all the items you heist have been placed in your inventory. You may check them now. Lin Yu eagerly opened his inventory, swiftly bypassing the earlier items, and directed his focus to the last item radiating golden light. Within the golden glow lay a pair of purple eyes, adorned with ripples, exuding an air of mystery. This is the Rinnegan. It looks extraordinary. 9527. Quickly equip it. Lin Yu urged impatiently. Certainly. As 9527's voice faded, the Rinnegan transformed into a beam of light and fused into Lin Yu's body. That a surge of warmth coursed through him, and he felt as if his eyes were ablaze, tears of blood streaming uncontrollably from his tightly shut eyelids. After a while, the pain in his eyes began to subside, and he gradually adapted before cautiously opening them. A pair of purple, ripple-patterned Rinnegan replaced his original eyes, their mesmerizing waves seeming to captivate all attention, radiating an aura of power and mystery. Lin Yu walked into the bathroom and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Noting the stark contrast in his eyes, the purple Rinnegan, combined with the bloodstains still lingering at the corners, exuded an otherworldly charm. Truly magnificent, Lin Yu marveled, caressing his eye sockets before washing his face to cleanse the bloodstains. 9527. Are there any limitations to my Rinnegan? Will it be like Nagato's, possessing only the 6 paths abilities without the unique ocular techniques? Rest assured, host, the Rinnegan obtained through the system is complete, allowing you to utilize all its powers without any side effects. However, your current strength is still relatively weak, so some abilities may not be fully realized. By the way, host, according to this world's ranking, you are now at level 19 to what? I jumped straight from a level 0 novice to level 19. Isn't that top tier? Lin Yu exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Why do I feel no different? My body hasn't strengthened at all. Host, the system brought back a fragment of Uchiha Madara's energy during the heist, which was absorbed by your body during the eye transformation. Since you hadn't practiced before, your body is not yet accustomed to such a sudden enhancement. Therefore, the system has temporarily sealed your level, gradually unsealing it to allow for an adjustment period. By tomorrow morning, you will fully possess the strength of level 19. But upon hearing 9527's explanation, Lin Yu enlightenedly nodded, then remarked, Old Madara is quite the generous soul. Not only did he gift me eyes, but also energy. I almost feel embarrassed. By the way, 9527, what about the other skills I just heist? Do I have to start learning them from scratch? Lin Yu finally emerged from the excitement of obtaining the Rinnegan and recalled the other skills he had heist, which seemed to have all turned into scrolls. Although he was not afraid of relearning, techniques like the Flying Thunder God required spatial talent, which he lacked. Host, there is no need for concern. Scrolls are merely a form of skill storage. You can learn them by simply clicking on them. Following 9527's instructions, Lin Yu clicked to learn all 5 scrolls in his inventory, instantly mastering the release methods of those 5 ninjutsu. However, his body was still temporarily devoid of energy. Otherwise, he could have experimented with the shadow clone technique. 9527. Open my attributes so I can admire them, Lin Yu eagerly instructed in his mind. Understood. Retrieving the attribute table for the host now. In the next moment, A brand new attribute table appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Host. Lin Yu age, 17 level, 19 sealed, talent, Rinnegan, items, Kanai, F, 2, headband 1, secret military ration pills 1 bag. Task, energy value, 0 looting order. 0 Lin Yu gazed at the attribute list that had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before, nodding in satisfaction. This is how it should be. It befits my identity as a traveler. At last, I have not brought shame upon my predecessors. 9527. How do I retrieve items from the inventory? Can I also store things from this world inside it? As long as the host father thinks of what he wants, he can take it out. However, items from this world cannot be stored. The inventory can only hold things acquired through looting. 9527. I must say, you're not making much sense here. Why is there even a distinction between this world and another? Are the things in this world not considered real? Lin Yu silently scoffed. Host father, you cannot blame me. I am merely a system sprite, and this is beyond my control. 9527 replied, sounding quite aggrieved that I was just joking. Why so sensitive? You really need to work on your attitude. 9527. Maintaining such a poor mindset is not acceptable. Lin Yu shook his head and, following 9527's instructions, retrieved a Bingliang pill. He had just examined the information about the pill. It could restore physical and spiritual energy and temporarily enhance spiritual power, making it a versatile item. However, it was only effective for those below the 4th rank, and consuming too much would be quite harsh on the stomach. Not only is it hard to digest, but overconsumption in a short period can also lead to drug resistance, diminishing the restorative effects of the Bingliang pill. Nevertheless, compared to its advantages, these drawbacks were minor issues. Lin Yu shook the bag in his hand and, upon opening it, estimated there were around 100 Bingliang pills inside. He took one out, ready to pop it into his mouth. If the host father eats it now, he might not sleep well tonight. 9527's voice suddenly interjected, causing Lin Yu to pause. Are there any other side effects? Not really. Since the host currently has no spiritual energy, consuming this is akin to taking a stamina-boosting stimulant, so there is no danger. Well, that doesn't matter. After everything that has happened today, why would you think I could possibly sleep? I might as well taste it and pull an all-nighter gaming. With that, he tossed the Bingliang pill into his mouth, chewing a few times while grimacing. I must say, it tastes slightly better than medicine. Ding. Level unsealing complete. 9527's voice rang out abruptly from within, causing Lin Yu to jolt. And the stone golem he had been preparing to engage in battle suddenly wasted its ultimate attack. His teammates were left in a frenzy of question marks. That moment, Lin Yu had no time to consider his teammates' feelings. He felt a surge of energy rapidly accumulating within him. Clenching his fists, sweat poured down his forehead. After a brief moment, the energy within him finally ceased its growth, and Lin Yu let out a long sigh, quietly assessing his physical condition. That a powerful energy flowed through his body. And at that moment, he felt invincible. Host father, you're overthinking. You're merely experiencing the illusion of power from suddenly gaining strength. 9527 sensed Lin Yu's thoughts and quickly interjected. How can a mere second-rank individual aspire to such heights and claim invincibility? What a delusion! Lin Yu realized at this moment that second-rank power was indeed insufficient in this world. Where the pinnacle reached the 10th rank, I was using exaggerated rhetoric. Do you understand? Lacking education. Lin Yu remarked while undressing. Having broken out in a sweat and feeling sticky from the night, he hurried to the bathroom for a shower. By the way, 9527, you want to peek at me while I'm bathing. Will you? Of course not. As long as you do not consent, I cannot perceive the external world, 9527 assured confidently. That's more like it. Remember not to peek when I'm showering or playing cards in the future, or I'll have to uninstall you. Understood. Host father. After showering, Lin Yu emerged feeling refreshed. Despite not having slept all night, he felt invigorated. No wonder everyone desires to awaken. This overwhelming sensation is truly captivating. Lin Yu lay on his bed, reflecting. Right? I can try out ninjutsu now. He jumped off the bed, realizing that using the Rinnegan and other fire techniques wouldn't be feasible in the room. However, he could experiment with the shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. Without further ado, Lin Yu formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Boom! A cloud of white smoke appeared before him, revealing a lifelike clone. Lin Yu stared in astonishment at his clone, reaching out to touch it, only to find it was intangible. The clone produced by the technique was merely an illusion, meant to deceive enemies without any real combat capability. This is a bit underwhelming. If only I could use the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone jutsu in Naruto is a bug in itself. Throughout the entire series, aside from being able to make excellent dumplings, the Prince of Konoha relied solely on the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Of course, there were even more overpowered techniques, such as the wood clone. Not to mention, Hashirama's wood clone and Uchiha Madara's incredible use of it left Lin Yu in awe. I wonder if I can loot that ridiculous technique from Hashirama next time, along with his perfect sage body. Lost in thought, Lin Yu waved dismissively, causing the clone created by the shadow clone technique to vanish. 9527. Let us aim to loot Hashirama next time. Next, let us test the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Yu murmured to himself. The Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu in Naruto, was developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. This technique allows for instant teleportation and surpassing the speed of light. The user leaves behind a Flying Thunder God seal wherever they can touch, marking an enemy for death, in most cases. The seal never disappears. Only the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, can use it independently. Konoha Ninja, Narashikamaru, and others can also utilize it in combination. Lin Yu glanced around and casually inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on his pillow. He then walked to the bathroom and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, feeling a flash before his eyes as he teleported directly from the bathroom to his bed. Looking at the pillow beside him, he nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the Flying Thunder God technique is remarkable. Although I possess the Rinnegan to enhance my vision, my reflexes still lag behind a bit. Achieving seamless movement like Minato is still quite a stretch. It seems the analysis from online experts is correct. Without extraordinary reflexes, one cannot fully unleash the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, the consumption of the technique isn't as great as I imagined. Low cost, high utility, truly a divine skill that is probably classified as a forbidden technique due to the high innate talent required and stringent learning conditions. After testing the ninjutsu, Lin Yu checked the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. He leaped out of bed with a fish-like motion. Time for breakfast. After working all night, I'm famished. Lin Yu hummed a tune while getting dressed. Just as he was about to open the door, "Host father, today you can sign in. Don't forget?" "Oh right, I almost forgot about the sign-in. 9527. Please sign me in." "Congratulations, host father. You have successfully signed in and received a primary looting order 1. Current total sign-in count. 1 time. Not bad. I've scored 5 for free. Although I won't be able to loot anything extraordinary with a primary looting order, it's better than nothing. I'll save it for later. Maybe I'll accumulate enough for a multi-draw." Having received a plethora of good items, Lin Yu's expectations had risen. Just a few primary looting orders no longer piqued his interest. Now, he was keen on advanced and legendary looting orders. After all, there are so many treasures in the Naruto world awaiting his attention. How could he not aim for more advanced orders? By the way, 9527. From now on, call me Dad. Alright, referring to me as host father feels awkward. Understood, Dad. Upon hearing 9527's change in address, Lin Yu felt pleased and stepped out of his room as he entered the living room. He saw his father, Lin Yu, sprawled on the sofa in a lazy pose, watching television, and called out. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Lin Yu tilted his head. However, his eyes remained glued to the television as he lazily remarked, "Why don't you sleep a bit longer? Isn't today a holiday?" Woken by hunger, he decided to rise for breakfast. "Just wait a moment. Your mother has gone downstairs to buy some buns and should be back soon." At that moment, an advertisement started playing on the television, prompting Lin Yu to finally divert his gaze from the screen and glance at Lin Yu. This glance, however, was alarming enough to send Lin Yu tumbling off the sofa. Before Lin Yu could react, Lin Yu scrambled to sit upright on the floor, rubbing his eyes vigorously before looking back at Lin Yu. "What the heck? Second tier peak?" Lin Yu's expression was one of utter disbelief as he stared intently at Lin Yu. As a 5th-tier guardian, Lin Yu was 1000% certain that until yesterday, his son was merely an ordinary person yet to awaken. But how could it be that after just one night, he had ascended to the 2nd tier? Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. To be precise, "I am at level 19. Father, I have awakened," Lin Yu said, observing his father's dumbfounded expression and pointing to his own eyes with a beaming smile. "Awakened?" Without undergoing the awakening ceremony, You just fell asleep and awakened. Lin Yu was still reeling from shock, caught in a stupor at the bizarre occurrence of his son awakening without a ceremony. Son, why don't you give me a punch? I need to see if I'm dreaming. Lin Yu suddenly said earnestly to Lin Yu. Dad, what are you thinking? It's broad daylight. What dream could you possibly have? Last night, after consuming the awakening pill, I suddenly awakened, but I'm not exactly sure why. Lin Yu was uncertain how to explain this to Lin Yu, so he opted for a vague response to avoid making excuses. All right, but how did you reach level 19? Even if one awakens, I have never heard of anyone jumping straight to the second tier. Even the Imperial Guardians in our Longhua Special District rarely exceed level 5 upon awakening. Lin Yu racked his brain, unable to comprehend how Lin Yu could awaken without the ceremony. Could it be that his son possessed extraordinary talent? Ultimately, unable to fathom the reasoning, Lin Yu abandoned his thoughts and inquired about Lin Yu's level. Imperial Guardians? Do they possess SSS-level abilities? Lin Yu curiously asked Lin Yu. Awakening talents are categorized by potential from greatest to least. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. The higher the potential, the stronger the talent grows. Of course, this isn't absolute. Some individuals with lower potential capabilities have ascended to higher guardians. The most notable example is the Blade Emperor Huang Fulong of the Free Federation Longhua Special District, who wielded a B-level blood drink blade and forcefully became an Imperial Guardian, instilling fear in magical beasts. Thus, while awakening a high-level ability certainly provides an advantage, there remains a chance for those with lower-level abilities to reach the pinnacle. But still, our strongest Sword Emperor, Lord Lu Mubai, only possesses the SS level 9 Swords of the Sky. I have yet to hear of anyone with SSS level capabilities. Wait, son, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu suddenly realized, his eyes widening in astonishment. Nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. Son, is what I'm thinking correct? Lin Yu stammered, looking at Lin Yu, who nodded in affirmation, suggesting that if all went as expected, it was indeed as Lin Yu thought. SSS level. You awakened to SSS level? Absolutely. Lin Yu fell silent, though the bulging eyes were a testament to the immense shock he felt within that my son possesses the potential of an emperor. This singular thought dominated Lin Yu's mind. After a long pause, Lin Yu gradually regained his composure, casting a complex gaze at the innocently bewildered Lin Yu. Son, are you certain you are my biological child? Just then, a furious voice erupted from the doorway. You better repeat that, you rascal. Oh no. Lin Yu's complexion changed dramatically as he swiftly leapt to his feet, moving with a speed that would make even an imperial powerhouse envious. It's not like that. Dear, let me explain. Come here and explain yourself properly. If you don't clarify today, you can forget about sharing my bed from now on. With breakfast in hand, Lin Yu's mother closed the door, brandishing a broom as she advanced toward Lin Yu step by step. Lin Yu, terror-stricken by his wife's fierce demeanor, hurriedly exclaimed, Your son has awakened. SSS level. The moment Lin Yu's mother heard this, her steps froze, and she mechanically turned to face Lin Yu. Son, what is your father saying? Am I hearing things? Or has your father lost his mind? Lin Yu, noticing his mother's bewildered expression, chuckled. No, Mom, you heard correctly. I asked for whether Dad has lost his mind. I believe you know better than I do. His mother exclaimed, excitement coursing through her, dropping everything she held and rushing toward Lin Yu. Wait, my breakfast. Chen Shumin suddenly realized, glancing down at the fallen items. Oh no, she gasped as she saw the bag of breakfast about to meet the floor. Universal attraction. Suddenly, the breakfast bag, which was about to drop, veered mid-air, flying toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu, standing nearby, observed clearly as Lin Yu simply extended his hand, causing the bag to be drawn towards him as if by an unseen force, landing securely in his grasp. Son, is this your SSS level ability? Lin Yu's mother gazed at the breakfast in awe, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, this is called the reincarnation eye. What I just used is one of its abilities, universal attraction, which allows me to generate an attracting force on any specified target, enabling me to move the attracted object at my will. Lin Yu explained patiently to his parents, pointing to his eyes. Lin Yu approached and took the breakfast from Lin Yu's hands. Son, this ability is remarkable. Controlling gravity, this alone must exceed a level, right? Yes. According to the information passed down by the reincarnation eye, universal attraction should be SSS level. Look at that. Dear, Both of us only possess C-level abilities, while this little brat awakens without a ceremony. And now any ability he has is SSS level. Who do we talk to about this? Lin Yu said indignantly to his wife. Chen Shumin stared at Lin Yu as if he were a creature from another world. Then suddenly reached out both hands to pinch Lin Yu's cheeks, exclaiming, "Honey, I'm certain this is our son. The feeling is unmistakable. Of course, if I'm not your son, whose son would I be?" Lin Yu retorted, rolling his eyes at his mother. "Honey, my son possesses SSS level talent," Chen Shumin exclaimed, gripped by disbelief, shaking Lin Yu's shoulders vigorously. "Calm down, dear. Just stop shaking me. I might faint." Lin Yu, disoriented from the shaking, dared not push his wife away and could only plead weakly. "Mom, relax. It's just SSS level. It's not a big deal. Let us eat breakfast first. I'm starving." Lin Yu observed his father's helpless expression and felt compelled to intervene, fearing that if they continued shaking, his father might truly suffer a concussion. Yes, eat first. Son, this is steamed buns and soy milk. Eat up, don't go hungry. If it's not enough, I'll buy more." "Lin, eat a bit less." "Why so much? Forget it, don't eat." "Lin, come with me to the market. We're celebrating tonight," Chen Shumin declared, immediately dragging Lin Yu toward the door. "Wife, can you at least let me finish this bun?" "Eat what? I haven't eaten either. Consider it a diet. Get up quickly. Why are you eating so much?" Lin Yu, resigned, took a bun in his mouth and followed Chen Shumin out the door. "Son, you take it easy today. If you go out to play, remember to come back early." Lin Yu watched as his mother hurriedly pulled his father out the door, smiling helplessly yet feeling a warmth in his heart, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life. However, Lin Yu was not averse to it. In fact, he welcomed it with open arms. Ding ding. Lin Yu picked up his phone and opened WeChat. It was a message from Zhu, the chubby friend. "Brother Yu. Are you up yet? Have you awakened? What is up? What the hell? What do you mean what's up? We agreed to go to the arena together during the holiday. I managed to get 2 tickets from my dad after much persuasion." "Don't tell me you forgot?" Upon reflection, Lin Yu recalled that Zhu had mentioned this a couple of days ago, and he was surprised to find that Zhu had indeed procured the tickets. "Wait, you actually managed to get the tickets, but minors aren't allowed in there. How did Uncle Zhu agree to let us go? He wouldn't have agreed if it were just me. But once I mentioned you'd be going too, he immediately consented. Damn it, who does he think is his son?" Zhu Fu-Gue retorted indignantly. "Stop with the nonsense. I'm having a meal. Let us head out together afterward." "Open the door. I haven't eaten yet." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yu, with a thought, used his ability to open the door effortlessly. Zhu walked in, casually pulled out a chair, and sat down, grabbing a bun to devour while saying, "Brother Yu, when did you install a remote-controlled door? That's a brilliant idea. I'll have my dad put one in too. Also, why are you wearing colored contact lenses? You look quite formidable. Where did you get them? I want some." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Remote-controlled door? What nonsense is this? When did my family install such a thing? We haven't installed anything." "How did the door open then?" "Brother Yu, you can't be fooling me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu realized that it was his earlier ability that had opened the door. "That's not a remote-controlled door. It's my power." He pointed to his eyes. "These aren't colored lenses. They're the manifestation of my awakened talent. I opened the door using my ability just now." Zhu Fu-Gue looked at Lin Yu with an odd expression. "Brother Yu, stop joking. I'm 17. Do you think I'm senile? We haven't even participated in the awakening ceremony yet. What awakening are you talking about? You're not having a fever, are you?" He reached out to touch Lin Yu's forehead. Lin Yu swatted Zhu Fu-Gue's hand away, and seeing Zhu's disbelief, he wasted no time and used his power to send the soy milk from the table directly into Zhu Fu-Gue's hands. Smack! The bun in Zhu's mouth fell onto the table as he stared blankly at the soy milk in his hands. "You? What the hell? Brother Yu, what is going on? You really awakened?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes. "Great. After explaining to my parents, I'll have to tell Zhu, and then likely repeat it again to Zhu Wan-san, Lin Yizhong, and others later tonight." Lin Yu briefly recounted his situation to Zhu, who became increasingly excited as he listened, his eyes practically shining. "Holy crap, Brother Yu, you've struck it rich. You're the first SSS level ability holder among us. Ha ha ha. Does that mean I can swagger around now?" Observing Zhu's exuberance, Lin Yu suddenly felt a desire to tease him. "Zhu, don't get too ahead of yourself. You said I'm the first SSS level ability holder. What do you think will happen if the beasts find out? Naturally, they kill you to eliminate any future threats. But what are you afraid of? As long as you reveal you're the SSS ability holder, the Imperial level guards would probably protect you. Despite his seemingly dim exterior, Zhu was quite astute and quickly grasped the implications. Don't be misled by appearances. Although humans can contest with beasts outwardly, we are still far from completely defeating them. Lin Yu is the one who could potentially lead humanity. Hence, if Lin Yu exposed his talent, humanity would undoubtedly do everything in their power to protect and cultivate him. While this reasoning held true, Lin Yu pondered whether, if the beasts couldn't eliminate him directly, they would shift their focus to those around him. For instance, would they capture you, the one who now swaggered around? Would they use you to coerce me? As Lin Yu spoke, Zhu's expression grew increasingly grim, feeling a sense of impending doom that he merely wished to flaunt his brotherly connection, but now it seemed that doing so might cost him dearly. Damn, is that really a possibility? Forget it, forget it. Brother you go ahead and swagger. I'll just stay behind and serve as your support. Zhu quickly shifted from his previous bravado to a more cautious demeanor. Seeing Zhu no longer flaunting himself, Lin Yu decided not to tease him further. It would be counterproductive if he ended up traumatized. As long as Zhu remained grounded, that was sufficient. Brother you, do you think you can awaken again? After all, you didn't awaken through the awakening stone naturally. That if you could awaken again through the ceremony, wouldn't you be the first person to possess dual abilities? Zhu's comment momentarily stunned Lin Yu. Others might not understand, but he was fully aware that this wasn't a traditional awakening. It was an ability he had acquired through the system. Therefore, Zhu's idea had a genuine possibility. 9527. Can I awaken again? Lin Yu curiously inquired. Yes, but I wouldn't recommend it. Awakening directly means the ability you receive is random. You might awaken an SSS level ability or a useless F level 1, since it's possible to awaken. Why not seize the free ability? What if I awaken a higher level ability? Lin Yu remarked dismissively. Father, have you forgotten about the system? You can let the system absorb the energy of the awakening stone and then synthesize a robbery order. Is that even possible? I thought energy points could only be obtained through monster kills. Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Don't doubt it. According to my research, the awakening stone is essentially a high-intensity energy aggregate, forcibly molded into a stone by some powerful rule. Normally, under the constraints of the rule, the awakening stone won't release its energy, which is why the system can't absorb it. But once specific conditions are met, the awakening stone will release its energy. The reason everyone only has one awakening opportunity is due to these rules. Only when blood first touches the awakening stone will it temporarily open the energy channel, releasing energy, which is the key to awakening. Once the awakening stone opens the energy channel, the system can absorb its energy. Therefore, you must participate in the awakening ceremony. We must seize the awakening stone. The energy within the awakening stone is immense. The allure in 9527's voice was undeniable. Lin Yu had to admit he was tempted. Son, we're going for it. It's just an awakening. Do I need to worry about missing one? Ding. Task successfully triggered. Path to rise. Please ensure the host successfully touches the awakening stone to absorb awakening energy during the awakening ceremony and gain admission to Longhua's First Martial University as the top scorer. Rewards: Legendary Robbery Order 1. Advanced Robbery Orders 10. Good son, come here so I can cherish you. This task is perfect for me. Lin Yu excitedly thought to himself, almost wanting to hug and kiss 9527. To Lin Yu, this task felt like a gift. The current college entrance examination was vastly different from before major events. Now, there was the awakening and martial examination, significantly lowering the emphasis on cultural subjects. The focus of the current examination was primarily on awakening and martial assessments. As the sole SSS level ability holder among humanity, Lin Yu was destined to excel in the awakening assessment, and as for the martial assessment, that was even less of a concern. With level 19 strength competing against a bunch of newly awakened students, wasn't it akin to a father beating his son? Those who took the entrance exam with Lin Yu would be lucky if their spirits weren't utterly crushed. Thus, being the top scorer felt as easy as reaching into his own pocket. It was practically a sure thing. Brother you, what are you thinking about? Smiling so lewdly, Zhu's voice snapped Lin Yu back to reality. Rolling his eyes, Lin Yu replied, get lost with your lewdness. This is called an open smile. Brother, I've decided. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam will be me. Lin Yu, how impressive. Brother you, you're the one, Zhu Fu Gue exclaimed, giving Lin Yu a thumbs up. Enough with the nonsense, Zhu. Let us finish eating and head out. I promised my mom I'd be back early tonight. The two individuals hastily finished their breakfast before setting off in the direction of the Colosseum. Along the way, Lin Yu's strikingly unusual eyes captured the attention of passers-by, resulting in an overwhelming number of glances directed their way. Occasionally, curious onlookers approached to inquire further, prompting the duo to ultimately purchase a pair of sunglasses from an optical store. Once Lin Yu donned the shades, they were finally able to escape the scrutiny of the crowd and proceed smoothly towards the arena in Rinnegan. The arena is a unique institution established by the Free Federation, functioning under the auspices of the official organization and present in every city across the Federation. With the advent of the Awakening era, firearms gradually receded into the annals of history, supplanted by individual combat prowess, which has become the pinnacle of power in this new age. For instance, in the Longhua Special District, there is the celebrated Sword Emperor Lu Mubai, renowned as the pillar of the nation. Were Lu Mubai to unleash his full strength without restraint, he could effortlessly obliterate an entire city in a matter of moments, akin to the devastating power of nuclear weapons prior to significant events. In the early days of the Free Federation, as personal power grew increasingly formidable, society leaned towards resolving disputes through physical means. It became all too common for trivial disagreements to escalate into violent confrontations, resulting in a climate of fear and unease in a world that had only just begun to stabilize. To address this precarious situation, the Federation convened a coalition of the most powerful individuals of the time to establish the arena, simultaneously instituting regulations mandating that conflicts be resolved within its confines, while prohibiting the misuse of abilities within the city. Those who violated these rules would be suppressed by the enforcers, under the stringent policies of the Free Federation. The nascent signs of chaos were effectively quelled, and the arena subsequently became an indispensable part of the Federation's culture. Furthermore, to provide ordinary citizens with a clearer and more direct understanding of magical beasts, the arena gradually incorporated beast fighting events. Enforcers would capture magical creatures from the secret realms and deliver them to the arena, where they would be pitted against each other in combat, offering the only opportunity for the general populace to observe these monsters up close. The Rinnegan Arena, situated in the heart of the city, spans approximately 100,000 square meters, constructed from a unique material sourced from the secret realms, capable of withstanding attacks of level 3 and below. Each dual platform and beast fighting stage is enveloped in its own protective barrier, while the entire arena is fortified with an overarching barrier capable of resisting assaults from level 7 entities, rendering it nearly impregnable. Thus, the arena also serves as a refuge during times of war. When Lin Yu and his companion arrived at the arena, it was around 10 o'clock, being a day off. A long queue had formed outside the venue. Had I known, I would have arrived earlier. There are simply too many people, Zhu Fuguei complained to Lin Yu, surveying the line. Well, since we have no pressing matters today, let us just wait in line, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. All right then, I suppose today will serve as a means of weight loss for me. They joined the end of the line. Darling, I heard there's a showdown today between a level 3 flame wolf and a level 3 ironhide rhino. I can't wait to see it. A couple ahead of Lin Yu conversed, the woman's slightly protruding belly suggesting she was pregnant. Indeed, we're quite fortunate. I heard that typically, the battles feature magical beasts of only level 1 or 2. Alas, it's a pity neither of us has successfully awakened. Otherwise, I would love to test my strength against those level 3 beasts. Yes, if you had awakened, you would undoubtedly be the strongest. Absolutely. Do you think our child will awaken in the future? Certainly, he carries the hopes of both of us. This couple represents but 2 among billions of ordinary people, yet their sentiments resonate with the unawakened populace, who collectively pin their aspirations on the next generation. In this era, lacking an awakening is perceived as a disadvantage. This is not mere discrimination, but a consequence of the current state of Blue Star, for the monstrous threats that roam beyond. Mercy is not afforded to those who are ordinary. In a world fraught with danger, the status of an awakened individual becomes all the more revered. The line quickly progressed until it was Lin Yu and Zhu Fuguei's turn. After presenting their tickets, they entered the grand arena. They inquired about the beast fighting events of the day and, following the directions provided, made their way to Venue 3, where the aforementioned level 3 beasts were set to clash. As they flowed with the crowd into Venue 3, they were met with a spectacle reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum. In the center, the beast fighting platform was surrounded by a protective barrier. With tiered seating encircling it, the audience was already densely packed, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Lin Yu and Zhu Fuguwei struggled through the throng, ultimately managing to find a spot. Goodness, there are far too many people. Why would anyone choose to leave the comfort of their home on their day off? Zhu Fuguwei grumbled, perspiring profusely as he settled into his seat. Given his size, it took considerable effort for him to navigate through the crowd. You refused to heed my advice on losing weight, and now you're nearing 200 pounds, aren't you? Lin Yu retorted, exasperated. Losing weight is an impossibility. I shall never shed a pound. Even if I were to perish from my weight, I would refuse to diet, Zhu Fuguwei declared proudly, leaving Lin Yu nearly speechless, rolling his eyes in response. May you meet your fate then. A resounding drumroll echoed through the arena, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. A referee made his way to the judges' stand beside the beast fighting stage. Today's contenders are the level 3 Flame Wolf from the Lava Secret Realm and the level 3 Ironhide Rhino from the Thick Earth Secret Realm. Information about the magical beasts can be viewed on the central screen. The referee succinctly announced, clearly aware that the audience was here for the thrill of the beast battles, and thus refrained from unnecessary elaboration. As he spoke, details about the two magical beasts appeared on the large display overhead. Flame Wolf, a fire-type magical beast, adept in utilizing fire abilities, maximum level 3 to Ironhide Rhino, an earth-type magical beast. Possessing immense physical strength, renowned for its unparalleled defense among beasts of the same level, maximum level 3. Lin Yu scrutinized the information on the screen, lost in thought. Having traversed to Blue Star, he had yet to witness a magical beast firsthand. This was his opportunity to observe them that he wondered if, with his current strength, he could contend against either of these creatures. After a brief moment, the referee blew his whistle and raised a small flag in his right hand. The beast fighting platform gradually split open, and two cages began to rise from below. Release the cages. With the referee's command, the cages slowly opened, and the arena erupted in excitement. A massive, blood-red wolf leapt forth from one of the cages. Standing proudly in the center of the platform, the flame wolf surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings and the eager spectators, letting out a formidable roar, a whoa. Almost instantaneously, several fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards the audience. Boom, boom. The scattered fireballs struck the barrier, causing ripples to cascade across its surface before dissipating into nothingness. Seeing its attack yield no effect, the flame wolf began to prepare for its next offensive when a heavy thudding sound drew its attention. The wolf crouched down to investigate the source of the perceived threat, emitting a low growl. From the opposite cage emerged a colossal rhino, its cumbersome form and thick, armor-like skin intimidating to behold. With fearsome horns protruding from its snout, the flame wolf glared at the advancing Ironhide Rhino, issuing a defiant growl, but the rhino appeared unfazed, continuing its leisurely stride after exiting the cage, provoked by the rhino's indifference. The flame wolf launched another fireball, which detonated against the Ironhide Rhino, enveloping it in a thick cloud of dust. The audience gasped at the spectacle, murmuring among themselves, "This Ironhide Rhino is remarkably passive." Simply enduring the flame wolf's fiery assault, I expected a fierce clash between two level 3s, yet this is a letdown. Indeed, I came here on my day off to witness the so-called level 3 beasts. And this is what I get. What a waste of a ticket. The audience expressed their dissatisfaction with the ongoing battle, questioning if this was all there was after such a long wait. They yearned to witness a contest of equals, rather than the current one-sided slaughter. Brother Yu, is the ironclad rhino finished like this? I waited so long to get these tickets, only to see this. The portly man's indignant voice rang in Lin Yu's ears, but Lin Yu paid him no mind, focusing intently on the dual platform. Here it comes, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, with the advantage of his reincarnation eye. He did not share the same belief as the others that the ironclad rhino was done for. He clearly saw that just as the fireball was about to strike, a layer of tawny armor suddenly enveloped the ironclad rhino's body. The seemingly colossal fireball failed to breach even its armor. What do you mean? Here it comes, the portly man asked, bewildered. Before Lin Yu could respond, a heavy sound of running emerged from the thick smoke. And then a rhinoceros clad in tawny armor burst forth from the haze like an out-of-control war chariot, charging fiercely towards the flame wolf. The atmosphere in the arena surged with excitement as the ironclad rhino dashed out. Cheers erupting from the crowd. Although the ironclad rhino appeared cumbersome, its speed during the charge was nothing to scoff at, reaching the flame wolf in an instant, with its massive frame and impressive velocity. Should it collide, the flame wolf would surely suffer immensely. Unfortunately for the ironclad rhino, it was up against a wolf. Despite its remarkable speed, it was still slightly slower than the flame wolf in the moment before impact. The flame wolf nimbly leaped aside, evading the ironclad rhino's charge while delivering a fierce swipe at its armor with its claws. Sparks flew, yet aside from a few scratches on its armor, the ironclad rhino remained unscathed. Having missed its target, the ironclad rhino gradually came to a halt, lowering its massive head. Its sharp horns still aimed menacingly at the flame wolf, while its right front foot scraped the ground in anticipation. Perhaps emboldened by its earlier evasion, the flame wolf regarded the ironclad rhino's continued aggressive stance with a hint of disdain that a fireball was hurled provocatively towards the ironclad rhino, followed by the flame wolf darting frantically around it. Occasionally swiping at the rhino, sparks erupted upon contact, creating a visually stunning spectacle that elicited gasps from the audience. The ironclad rhino, visibly struggling to cope with the situation, could only turn and adjust its stance. But its bulk made it impossible to catch sight of the elusive flame wolf, leaving it to endure the relentless assault, despite the flame wolf not inflicting any significant damage thus far. It was important to note that the ironclad rhino was continuously expending energy. Once its energy was depleted and its armor vanished, it would indeed face its doom. The standoff persisted, with one side relentlessly attacking and the other forced into a defensive posture, leaving the outcome dependent on which would falter first. Just as the audience anticipated an endless continuation of this standoff, the flame wolf suddenly stumbled. Though it quickly regained its footing, the ironclad rhino seized this golden opportunity. A surge of earthy light rapidly spread from the flame wolf's leg upwards, visibly diminishing its speed. The ironclad rhino took this chance, lowering its head and charging once more towards the flame wolf, its massive body exuding an overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this colossal entity hurtling towards it, the flame wolf's pupils constricted, ensnared by the ironclad rhino's ability. Evading was no longer a feasible option. A tremendous inferno erupted from the flame wolf, breaking free from its yellow shackles, and as it faced the oncoming ironclad rhino, its eyes gleamed with ferocity, generating a fireball larger than any before. However, the ironclad rhino disregarded the fireball entirely, maintaining its speed and crashing directly into it. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, engulfing the arena in smoke, obscuring the figures of the two beasts. The audience rose to their feet, anxiously awaiting the final outcome. As the smoke billowed, the ironclad rhino emerged, having pierced through the flame wolf's abdomen, blood streaming down its horn and splattering the ground in its wake. Ironclad rhino, strike down that wolf cub. The sight of blood and carnage was something the ordinary spectators had only ever witnessed on television. Now, they were experiencing it up close. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers, the atmosphere reaching an unprecedented intensity. The ironclad rhino gradually slowed, shaking its massive head vigorously, sending the flame wolf's body flying from its horn to crash heavily onto the ground. The severely injured flame wolf struggled to rise, its blood dripping down its fur. In contrast, despite having endured a powerful attack from the flame wolf, the ironclad rhino, shielded by its armor, was in a far superior state. As the flame wolf staggered back to its feet, the ironclad rhino lowered its head, preparing for another assault. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the edge of the arena, drawing the audience's attention away from the two beasts. The barrier surrounding the arena flickered ominously, its protective essence dissipating. The excited crowd was doused in cold water, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Screams erupted, igniting panic among the spectators as they rushed towards the exits. Chaos ensued. The portly man beside Lin Yu panicked. "Don't move recklessly." Lin Yu noticed Zhu Fuguei attempting to rise and quickly restrained him. Given the current situation, fleeing was nearly impossible. A stampede could easily lead to injury or worse. "Good grief, are we just going to stand here and wait to become monster lunch?" Zhu Fuguei exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. "Just a tier 3 beast. We'll be fine, and I suspect the arena will respond shortly." Lin Yu reassured him. Though he had never fought a tier 3 beast, with his reincarnation and numerous S and SS abilities, he felt confident against the two monsters. The judge, having noticed the unusual situation beside the arena, immediately sounded the alarm and charged towards the two beasts with a fierce expression. A tier 4 sentinel, Albeit newly initiated, he was still significantly stronger than the two beasts. His concern lay not in subduing the injured Tier 3 beast, but in preventing the two from turning their aggression towards the audience. For ordinary people, the wrath of these Tier 3 monsters would spell disaster. Thus, he aimed to neutralize the threat promptly to avert further calamity. Damn it. Faster. Move faster, the judge, closing in on the beasts, noticed their attention had shifted from one another. Without the barrier to hinder them, they had fully sensed the presence of the surrounding humans, their murderous intent now directed at the panicked crowd. The ironclad rhino lowered its head towards the throng, its right front foot scraping the ground as it charged forward with a thunderous roar. Earthshaker. The arriving judge summoned his innate ability, a colossal hammer materializing in his grasp as he leaped towards the charging rhinoceros, aiming a powerful blow at its midsection. With a resounding crash, the ironclad rhino's armor shattered, its massive body sent hurtling away by the judge's strike, collapsing on the ground, its limbs thrashing helplessly. Thank goodness. That was close. The judge wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved yet shaken. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed from behind, a wave of heat washing over him. The judge's expression shifted alarmingly as he swiftly turned around. Witnessing the injured flame wolf raising its head defiantly, 5 massive fireballs hurtling towards the terrified audience. Good grief, the judge cursed under his breath, though he was unafraid of the flame wolf attacking him. The sheer unpredictability of the situation left him dumbfounded that it was going to be a disaster. His mind was consumed with that singular thought. Damn it, die. The furious referee delivered a decisive blow to the head of the flame wolf. With a resounding thud, the creature's skull shattered like a watermelon crushed underfoot. This was the end of it. Why had I not dealt with this beast sooner? The referee, filled with regret for having vanquished the flame wolf with a single strike, watched the fireballs soaring in all directions, his eyes reddened with despair. The security personnel present, mostly second-tier guardians, struggled to manage the surging crowd, let alone defend against the onslaught of third-tier beasts that moment. The referee's heart was engulfed in utter hopelessness, wishing he could summon 5 more bodies to shield against the fireballs. Just as he felt all was lost, a series of swift arrows whistled through the air, and the fireballs burst into flames. Old song, you truly are a timely savior. Love you to bits. The referee shouted towards a figure in the distance wielding a bow. Enough with the chatter. There's still one more fireball. Hurry and intercept it, Old Song said anxiously. Just as he readied his final arrow, he saw the fireball plummeting towards the audience, realizing that even if he shot it down, the explosion's residual force would obliterate everyone in the vicinity. The referee cried out in horror, having thought the threat was neutralized, only to discover another fireball had slipped through. How on earth am I supposed to stop that? It's 100,000 miles away. Should I throw my head at it? The referee cursed frantically in his mind, summoning every ounce of strength to dash towards the approaching fireball, but it was far too distant for him to reach in time. Lin Yu watched in disbelief as the fireball drew nearer, wondering if it had a mind of its own, choosing to target him amidst all the chaos. Brother Yu, what do we do? Zhu Fatty's face turned pale as he gazed at the massive fireball, realizing he was just an unawakened student, grateful he hadn't lost control of his bowels. Seal technique. Absorption. Lin Yu leapt into action, extending his hand towards the imminent fireball, utilizing the powers of the hungry ghost path. A barrier materialized before him, absorbing the energy of the fireball upon contact, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. He was astonished at how effortlessly he absorbed a third-tier attack. Truly, the reincarnation was remarkable. He pondered what the maximum absorption limit was for his second-tier abilities. Regrettably, the energy absorbed by the seal technique could only be sealed away and not directly consumed. He resolved to try the spirit power absorption next time, as it should allow for direct intake according to the reincarnation specifications. Once Lin Yu neutralized the fireball, the referee, still shaken, rushed over, expressing gratitude with a nod towards the young man donning sunglasses before him. Young brother, what is your name? I am grateful for your timely assistance. Allow me to provide my contact information. Once this matter is resolved, please reach out to me, and I shall report to my superiors to reward you. The referee handed over his business card, acknowledging that without Lin Yu's intervention, the incident would have surely ended in disaster, resulting in him bearing some responsibility regardless of fault. I am Lin Yu. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Had the fireball not fallen in this direction, I would have had no means to intervene, Lin Yu casually replied as he accepted the card, internally grumbling about the situation. Damn it. Had that cursed fireball not been so intent on crashing down here, I would have minded my own business. Young brother, you should also evacuate. There may be further dangers lurking that I must go maintain order. Remember to contact me once you're out, the referee declared before hastily making his way back toward the podium to calm the audience. Having averted the crisis, he needed to reassure the spectators. Otherwise, another chaotic stampede could ensue, and he had already endured enough stress for one day. Another shock might just require him to take a heart medication. Upon returning to the podium, he spoke through a loudspeaker to soothe the audience's nerves. Hearing that the crisis had passed, the crowd gradually regained their composure, leaving the venue under the direction of security personnel. Lin Yu and Zhu Fugue quickly followed the throng out of the arena. And once outside, Zhu Fugue patted his chest, still shaken. That scared the life out of me. That fireball was nearly in my face. I thought my 200-pound self was done for. By the way, brother Yu, what was that? You just reached out, and poof, the terrifying fireball was gone. Impressive. The plump fellow excitedly mimicked Lin Yu's gesture, eager to learn more. That was a power of my eyes that no more talk about it. Let's head home, and keep today's events to yourself. We don't want to worry anyone, Lin Yu said, pulling Zhu Fugue along. Given the chaos that unfolded in the arena, Lin Yu suspected that this incident was far from simple. It was best to vacate the scene of such turmoil, right? Let's get out of here. I'm never coming back to this cursed place. I can't handle another scare like that. Zhu Fugue hurriedly followed Lin Yu's lead. Meanwhile, the exhausted referee, after calming the audience, rushed to report to his superiors. Bang! Standing before the office, the referee Wang Defa inhaled deeply, his expression resolute as he knocked on the door with determination. Come in. A sharp, crisp female voice called from within. Wang Defa hesitated, cautiously opening the door. Boss. A piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, fixated on Wang Defa as he entered. Behind a desk sat a striking woman in a leather jacket. Legs crossed, her bright, clear eyes and elegantly arched brows accentuated by long, fluttering eyelashes. Her fair skin glowed with a faint blush, and her delicate lips resembled dewy rose petals. What is the situation in the venue? Were there any injuries? Boss, there were no casualties in the venue. I personally eliminated both beasts, Wang Defa reported carefully, fully aware of the ferocity of his superior. Despite her enchanting appearance, he knew well that her temper could be explosive. She was known to wield a 3-meter-long spear with deadly precision. Indeed, this woman was Ji Xuejuan, the authoritative figure of the Rongqing arena, a prodigy from the Ji family in the capital, a wielder of the SS-class weapon. The Qinglong Breaking Sky Spear dated under 25 years of age, she had already attained the rank of Marquis-level Guardian, having single-handedly pierced through a 7th-tier secret realm, celebrated as a genius among geniuses, and hailed as the most likely candidate among the younger generation to ascend to power, truly a daughter of destiny. The reason for her presence in the small town of Rongqing remained a mystery. Have you identified the culprits? Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? I will crush whoever is responsible. Although Wang Defa found her coarse language somewhat jarring, he had grown accustomed to it. Old Song has already begun the investigation. Results should be forthcoming. Just as Wang Defa finished speaking, a knock echoed from behind him. Boss. Turning around, he saw the head of security, Song Jishu, who had just neutralized the fireball in the third arena. Holding some documents. Boss, we've discovered the perpetrators. It's that group of rats from the Eternal Night Church. They intended to destroy all the protective barriers in the arena, aside from the outermost Marquis-level barrier and the first arena's barrier. All others have been breached, and dozens of innocent people perished in the fourth arena. Upon hearing Song Jishu's report, Ji Xuejuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her crossed legs fell uncrossed as veins throbbed on her forehead. Her fair hand slamming onto the desk in anger. These filthy rats are courting death. What were you all doing, allowing so many cultists to infiltrate? Boss, they managed to smuggle beast crystals into their bodies using unsuspecting civilians to evade security checks. Then detonated the crystals to breach the barriers. We never anticipated these fanatics would be so reckless. Song Jishu's face was a mask of grievance. He too felt the weight of the situation. Knowing that as the head of security, he would bear the brunt of the blame, he wished he could drag those wicked cultists out and punish them for their audacity. I don't care. You better find them. Scour every corner of Rongqing until you unearth these rats hiding in the sewers. I want to personally crush them to pieces. If you fail to find them, I will crush you instead. Do you understand? Listening to Ji Xuejuan's furious voice, Song Jishu shuddered violently, subsequently directing all his anger towards the Eternal Night Church. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Yes, boss, if I don't find this damned pack of rats, I'll dig my own grave." With that, Song Jishu stormed out, exuding an aura of menace. "And you? What are you doing just standing there? Do you think you're exempt from this? Hurry up and join me in the search. If you can't find them, I'll bury you too." Ji Shuejuan glared at Wang Defa, who was still foolishly lingering, her fury reaching new heights. "Boss, there's something I need to tell you." Just now, a young man named Lin Yu at Venue 3 also lent a hand. If it weren't for his intervention, we would have faced serious consequences. I left him my contact information and promised a reward afterward. Ji Shuejuan, this is the surveillance footage from Venue 3. You should take a look first. "I'm off to assist old Song," Wang Defa hurriedly relayed, placing a USB drive on Ji Shuejuan's desk before dashing out of the office like a bat out of hell, with a puzzled expression. Ji Shuejuan inserted the USB into her computer and began reviewing the surveillance footage. The video was brief, and she finished watching it in no time. This Lin Yu appeared to be a student, though she couldn't discern which martial arts university he belonged to. His ability to absorb attacks was rather intriguing. Ji Shuejuan mused, her curiosity piqued by the man's extraordinary skill. If harnessed properly, this ability could be a game changer. However, she wondered about his innate talent level. If it were low, it would indeed be a pity. Regardless, she decided to wait until he contacted Wang Defa to determine what kind of reward to offer him. For now, her priority was to capture that group of hiding rats. The mere thought of those cultists darkened Ji Shuejuan's expression. "Don't let me catch you. Eternal Night Church," she ground out through clenched teeth. Lin Yu and his companion hurried home, and upon opening the door, Lin Yu was taken aback by the lively atmosphere inside. He saw the Zhu Wanson couple and the Lin Yizhong couple all gathered at his home. "Xiao Yu, hurry up and let me see." As soon as Lin Yizhong spotted Lin Yu at the door, he rushed over eagerly, grabbing Lin Yu to inspect his eyes. "Old Lin, why are you so excited?" "Let Xiao Yu come in first," interjected Wu shouting, Lin Yizhong's wife and a teacher at Rongqing No. 1 High School. Yes, come in quickly." Lin Yizhong ushered Lin Yu and his companion inside, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Reluctantly, Lin Yu was pulled into the living room by his homeroom teacher, who insisted on admiring him without his sunglasses. The two families shared a close bond, treating Lin Yu like their own child. As the elders bombarded him with questions, Lin Yu provided a general overview of his recent experiences, even demonstrating the reincarnation eye's myriad celestial pulls to satisfy their curiosity. After a considerable amount of time, the elders gradually calmed down. "Xiao Yu, what do you think? Should I communicate with the school right now?" Awakening without a stone of awakening, becoming the first SSS class ability user in human history, you will undoubtedly be pre-admitted by the Martial Arts University. You wouldn't even have to take the college entrance exam, Lin Yizhong stated confidently, regarding Lin Yu. "Absolutely not. If I skip the college entrance exam, how will I execute my robbery plan? What about my mission?" Lin Yu had no interest in the so-called guaranteed admission. He wondered if the legendary robbery order was not enticing enough. He promptly dismissed his homeroom teacher's suggestion. "Uncle Lin, there's no need to inform the school. I still want to see if I can awaken again through the awakening ceremony. Besides, I want to take the college entrance exam. Otherwise, all my years of preparation would be in vain. I want to earn my place at the Martial Arts University through my own efforts." Lin Yu declared with righteous determination. "Very well. That sounds good. Given your abilities, the college entrance exam should be a piece of cake for you." Lin Yizhong considered this, fully aware of Lin Yu's academic prowess. With his newly awakened SSS-level talent and second-tier strength, the martial arts examination would be a walk in the park for him. From noon until night, Lin Yu's home was filled with lively chatter. The men enjoying drinks and conversation while the women caught up on family matters, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Such genuine warmth was rare in the world, and Lin Yu, who had never experienced this in his previous life, vowed to cherish this precious familial bond that he silently resolved to protect this newfound connection as he observed the scene before him. After bidding farewell to Lin Yizhong and his wife, Lin Yu watched as the inebriated Lin Yizhong rambled on, making it a challenge to get his homeroom teacher into the car. Lin Yu wiped sweat from his brow in relief. He anticipated that the usually stern Uncle Lin would become such a chatterbox when intoxicated. Shaking his head, Lin Yu remembered that there was still another heavyweight who had passed out. Thankfully, the Zhu Wanson family lived right across the street. Otherwise, it would have been quite the ordeal to get him home. After a considerable amount of effort, Lin Yu finally managed to see everyone safely home. Lin Yu was utterly intoxicated, lying unconscious on the bed. "Son, make sure to rest early. I know. Mom, you should get some rest too." The following day, Lin Yu obediently remained at home, engaging in a duo queue with Zhu Fatty in the canyon for the entire day. Although he wanted to explore the secret realm, he regrettably realized that without the title of Guardian, he wouldn't be able to go. The Guardian title typically required awakening and subsequent official certification, which Lin Yu had yet to obtain. Even though he possessed second-tier strength, he was still considered a wild card. He could only become a certified Guardian after completing the necessary steps. Finally, Monday arrived. Bright and early, Zhu Fatty came over to call for Lin Yu. Normally, it was Lin Yu who would summon him. But today, due to the awakening ceremony, Zhu Fuguei had miraculously risen early. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu donned his sunglasses and set off for school. Upon arriving at school, Lin Yu noticed a banner had been hung at the entrance, fervently welcoming leaders from all levels of Rinnegan to guide the work. The gilded characters on the banner gleamed brightly. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel exasperated. It seemed that even in this alternate world, bureaucratic tendencies persisted. However, Lin Yu understood the significance of the awakening ceremony as the most crucial event of the year. Influential figures were keenly observing, eager to see if any future powerhouses would emerge from this batch of students. It was only natural for these important individuals to establish good relations in advance. AS Rinnegan No. 1 High School was the premier junior martial arts university in the city. Various dignitaries were personally involved. With such high-profile figures in attendance, how could the school afford to ignore them? Lin Yu and Zhu Fuguei walked slowly into the school alongside other students, observing the excitement and anxiety etched on their peers' faces. Lin Yu felt an uncanny resemblance to the sensation of entering an examination hall in his previous life. "Thank goodness I have 9527. Otherwise, I would be just another student in this crowd." Lin Yu reflected, feeling grateful for the existence of 9527, which served as his strongest backing, alleviating his concerns about the awakening process. "Of course, with me around, you needn't worry, Dad. It's just a small awakening ceremony. We're going to rob the awakening stones." 9527's slightly smug voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Yes, you're the best. But are you sure the energy from the robbery won't go awry?" "Rest assured, Dad. 9527 will never let you down," 9527 declared confidently. "It better be as you say, or I'll eventually dismantle you." Lin Yu still vividly remembered 9527's unreliable performance from earlier. No other system spirit would need to consult a manual to understand its own functions. As Lin Yu made his way through the campus, he noticed that security had been ramped up significantly compared to usual. From the school gate to the teaching building, he encountered several teams of visible security personnel. And he could only wonder what covert measures the school had in place to ensure the smooth conduct of the awakening ceremony. This world was not merely beset by monstrous beasts. There were also various sinister cult organizations lurking in the shadows, such as the Eternal Night Church, which had previously orchestrated a human bomb incident in the arena. If these cultists attempted anything during such a crucial ceremony, the repercussions would be unthinkable. Upon entering the classroom with Zhu Fuguei, Lin Yu's unusual appearance, sporting sunglasses, left his classmates dumbfounded. "Lin Yu, what's with this new look? Wearing sunglasses to the awakening ceremony. You really are something else. Is there a new trend I'm unaware of?" Class monitor UCC curiously observed Lin Yu's sunglasses and playfully remarked, "Lin Yu, as an exceptional student from Rinnegan No. 1 High School, not only excels academically, but is also quite handsome and humble, making him extremely popular among his peers. Gentle jests like this are common and harmless. Over the weekend, I visited Lu Xiazi at the overpass to have my fortune told. He informed me that as long as I wear sunglasses during awakening, I will surely succeed, and even awaken a high-level ability," Lin Yu said with utmost seriousness, his earnest expression almost convincing UCC that you're just rambling. "Who would believe you?" UCC rolled her eyes at Lin Yu. "Suit yourself. Just don't blame me later." Class monitor, Lin Yu chuckled as he made his way to his seat in the last row. Given his height of 1.8 meters, it was no surprise he chose the back. At that moment, Lin Yizhong entered with a stern demeanor, scanning the classroom. Upon spotting Lin Yu, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Everyone, please quiet down." Lin Yizhong ascended the podium, gesturing for silence. "Today marks the day of awakening. For this moment, we have prepared for 9 long years that we have no room for wavering or retreat. What remains is unwavering determination and relentless pursuit that I firmly believe that everyone will succeed in their awakening. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us head to the Jumping Sky Pavilion. Success or failure hinges on this moment, Lin Yu concluded, leading a group of fervently excited students towards the pavilion. The Jumping Sky Pavilion was specifically constructed for the awakening ceremony, symbolizing the notion of a fish leaping over the dragon gate to soar into the sky. With a capacity of over 1,000 individuals, upon arriving at the venue, Lin Yu noticed other classes orderly lining up to enter. Teacher Lin, a voice called out to Lin Yu, who was directing the students. He turned to see Luo Yongjun, the head teacher of Class 2, with over 300 students in the third year at Rongqing No. 1, comprising 8 classes. Lin Yu led the first class, a key class, while Class 2 was a secondary key class. Teacher Luo, you've arrived, Lin Yu greeted, relaxing his furrowed brow. Luo Yongjun had entered Rongqing No. 1 high school at the same time as Lin Yu, both being 4th-tier guardians with similar strengths. Last year, the number of awakenings in your key class was even fewer than in our secondary key class. If it's the same this year, you might as well hand over the title of key class to Class 2, Luo Yongjun said, a hint of disdain in his tone. He believed that Lin Yuzhang's position as the head of the key class was solely due to having a talented daughter. Your words hold no weight. If you can convince the principal to transfer the title to you, then I have no objections. For now, focus on being a good teacher for Class 2. Don't think that having a talented daughter means you can relax. This year, I will apply to the school to have the title of key class transferred to Class 2, Luo Yongjun exclaimed, his frustration evident. Well, that can't be helped if my daughter is capable. It's only natural she excels. It's my fault for having such an outstanding daughter. If you think it's unfair, perhaps you should consider having an S-class daughter yourself, Lin Yu retorted. Unwilling to indulge Luo Yongjun's grievances, Luo Yongjun nearly sputtered in rage. Quit with the you. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Today is a significant day, and if anything goes wrong during the awakening, no one can take responsibility. With that, Lin Yu dismissed Luo Yongjun, returning to maintain order in the class. Luo Yongjun's expression shifted. If any issues arose in this situation, he wouldn't just lose the title of head of the key class. He'd face severe repercussions from the principal. Realizing this, he shivered, shot Lin Yu a glare, and hurried off to uphold order. Lin Yu and his classmates followed the line into the venue, immediately spotting a large stone tablet standing on the stage. The tablet was entirely black, adorned with mysterious patterns that exuded an aura of antiquity, glowing faintly under the protection of a barrier. Dad, hurry. I sense enormous energy emanating from that tablet. It's definitely enough for a legendary-level heist. 9527's excited voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Don't rush. The ceremony hasn't even begun. The awakening stone will be ours today. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled behind his sunglasses at the prospect of a legendary heist. However, glancing at the influential figures seated ahead, he quickly quelled his reckless thoughts. Now was not the time to act. Rushing in might lead to dire consequences. Classmates, please take your seats and refrain from loud chatter. Our class will be the first to go up, so let us take a moment to collect ourselves. After ensuring everyone was seated, Lin Yu briefly explained and then quietly stood by, awaiting the commencement of the awakening ceremony. Lin Yu sat calmly, resting his chin on his hand, gazing absently at the stone tablet. Approximately 10 minutes later, the teacher at the entrance observed that everyone had arrived and slowly closed the doors of the Jumping Sky Pavilion. An elderly man with graying hair approached the stage. He had a gentle demeanor and a warm, benevolent smile. This was Murong Hongchen, the principal of Rongqing No. 1 High School, who had once been a genius in his youth. Unfortunately, he had suffered injuries in a secret realm, hindering his progress, forcing him to retreat to a teaching role. Students, today is the most important day of your lives that I know you are all excited and anxious. Allow me to share a thought. In battle, courage is essential. Momentum can wane, but you must persevere. When your strength is spent, I shall prevail. Students, show your best selves, and good luck. May your martial fortunes flourish. With that, the principal declared the awakening ceremony officially underway amidst a chorus of applause. Yucc, Wang Yuan, Kai Yuning, Zhang Yi, you four prepare yourselves, Lin Yu called out, marking the first 4 individuals for the awakening ceremony. The stone tablet could accommodate 4 people at once, and as the key class, they always commenced first. The 4 students, though mentally prepared, were taken aback to find themselves called first. Teacher, I'm nervous, UCC stammered. Lacking her usual confidence, do not fear. Believe in yourselves. Lin Yu encouraged gently, offering what support he could. With Lin Yu's reassuring gaze, the four anxiously approached the awakening stone. The guiding teacher, noticing their tension, smiled gently. Relax, this isn't trial. Just stretch your hands into the barrier, which will create a small cut in your palm. There will be a bit of pain, but it's bearable. Then, simply place your palm on the awakening stone. Understood? Understood, they replied in unison. The four spread out around the stone tablet. Following the instructor's instructions, UCC reached into the barrier. She felt a sharp sting in her palm, realizing she had been pricked. Quickly, she pressed her palm against the tablet, and her blood was immediately absorbed, causing the stone to emit a brilliant light. After a moment, the radiance gradually faded, revealing the stone's original, ancient appearance soon as the light dissipated. Extraordinary phenomena manifested above UCC and Zhang Yi. A luminous, azure rabbit floated above UCC, while a small green dagger appeared above Zhang Yi's head. The other two, however, exhibited no such phenomena. The moment the anomalies appeared, the students erupted into excited chatter. Look at UCC. She's glowing with azure light. A level. Who would have thought the first to awaken would be so advanced? That's incredible. B level. If I could awaken at that level, I'd be satisfied. Every successful awakening allowed the individual to reveal their innate abilities, with the manifestation occurring automatically during the process. The known innate abilities correspond to 8 colors: white, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, representing F to SS levels. AS for the legendary SSS class. No one has yet laid eyes upon it. After all, humanity has merely speculated its existence based on the musings of magical beasts. In terms of the types of awakenings, people have categorized them into 4 major classes: nature, weapon, transformation, and mystical. The abilities that manifest from these awakenings vary greatly, reflecting distinct forms. For instance, transformation typically takes the shape of various animals or plants, while the weapon class appears directly as weapons. The nature class represents elemental energy conglomerates. For example, the fire element is embodied by a blazing flame. The mystical class, however, lacks a specific representation, allowing for any conceivable form. The rabbit radiating azure light, belonging to UCC, is classified as an A-level transformation. The supervising teacher, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but brighten up. All right, you may withdraw your hands now. UCC. A-level transformation, Zhang Yi, B-level weapon. Wang Yuan and Kai Yuning, unsuccessful. Please step down, and those who have successfully awakened should remember to register their information with the homeroom teacher. UCC and Zhang Yi descended with expressions of excitement, while Wang Yuan and Kai Yuning trailed behind, their faces clouded with disappointment, casting envious glances at the jubilant duo. Lin Laosher, I did it. I succeeded, UCC exclaimed to Lin Yu, her exuberance palpable as she tugged at him, bouncing with delight. All right, calm down. Return to your seats for now, and familiarize yourselves with the talent information in your minds. As for the two of you, do not be too disheartened. Take some time to rest. Understood, teacher, the 4 responded, each harboring their own sentiments. Chengyong, you 4, it's your turn. Lin Yu called upon another group of 4. Old Morong. This year is promising. A high-level ability awakened in the first round. What a good omen. Ji Shuejuan, seated at the front, casually remarked to Murong Hongchun, who looked at Ji Shuejuan's relaxed posture with a mix of exasperation and a warm smile. Indeed, let us hope for the emergence of more exceptional talents this year. Our Rongqing has not seen an S-level talent in 2 years. The last occurrence of an S-level talent in Rongqing was 2 years prior, which had sparked fierce competition among prestigious martial arts universities. Regrettably, such a spectacle had not been witnessed since. Chengyong, successful awakening. C-level mystical LIE, failure. Lu Air, failure. Huang Shirin, successful awakening. F-level weapon. Over half of the students in Class 1 had undergone their awakenings, and Murong Hongchen let out a quiet sigh. Aside from UCC's level awakening, the subsequent awakenings yielded primarily low-level talents. With a significant number failing to awaken at all, he pondered whether another high-level talent would emerge, feeling a sense of melancholy. Based on past experience, The probability of successful awakenings in the key class of Rongqing No. 1 High School was the highest, approximately 50. After all, the key class was composed of the most promising students. And Morong Hongchun would be content if 2 to 3 high-level talents emerged from this cohort. The next group consisted of Zhu Fugue, Su Zimuo, Lu Jinling, and Guo Hua. I'm going in. Give me a high five for good luck. Go for it, Lin Yu responded, exchanging a high five with Zhu Fugue. Absolutely. Fatty is brimming with confidence now. Besides, even if I fail the awakening, I still have you go. No worries. Fatty was genuinely nonchalant. He had already made up his mind. With Lin Yu, an SSS-level brother by his side, if he were to fail, he would simply return home to inherit the family fortune. Lin Yu could focus on his cultivation while he provided financial and material support from behind. As for whether Lin Yu would turn his back on him once he became powerful, Zhu Fugue had never even considered such a notion. From childhood, Zhu Fugue had unconditionally trusted Lin Yu, and their bond had transcended that of mere brothers. Zhu Fugue strolled leisurely with his classmates to the Awakening Stone, curiously gazing at the monument and muttering to himself, "Oh, Awakening Stone, though Fatty doesn't hold much hope for a successful awakening. If you truly allow me to awaken, I'll set up a longevity tablet for you and feast you daily." The supervising teacher beside the Awakening Stone was twitching uncontrollably at Zhu Fugue's words. Taken aback at the notion of erecting a longevity tablet for a stone monument. "Begin," at the teacher's command. The four of them extended their hands into the barrier as instructed. Shortly thereafter, the stone emanated a radiance even more dazzling than that of UCC's group. "What is this?" The old principal's eyes lit up upon witnessing the brilliance of the stone. Well, old man, congratulations. You managed to achieve a noteworthy accomplishment before retirement. You can depart with peace of mind." Ji Shuejuan remarked with intrigue, observing the spectacle on stage. Given the luminosity, S-level surely seemed within reach. Morong Hongchen nearly choked on Ji Shuejuan's words, muttering to himself about being jinxed during retirement. Having served as principal for over 70 years. This was his final year in office, and he had devoted his life to Rongqing No. 1 High School. At this age, there was little left to regret. He merely hoped to witness the school make strides before his retirement. The old principal ignored Ji Shuejuan, fixated on the four individuals on stage, intent on missing no detail. Time passed, and the brilliance of the Awakening Stone gradually waned, revealing anomalous manifestations around the four students. Among them, 3 displayed low-level abilities, prompting Morong Hongchen to overlook them and focus intently on the hefty Zhu Fugue. Above Zhu Fugue's head appeared a peculiar creature glowing blue, its head grotesque, with piercing eyes that glimmered with vitality. It possessed a pronounced nose, twisted beastly horns resembling those of a ram, a gaping maw filled with serrated teeth, and its body arched, supported by tiger-like claws that had a pair of fleshy wings resembling ears. S-level, Rongqing No. 1 High School has finally birthed another S-level talent. The old principal's excitement was palpable. Despite Rongqing No. 1 High School's prominence among local junior academies, it held a somewhat insignificant position in the broader Longhua Special District. While it boasted a reputation as one of the top 100 institutions, it consistently occupied the lower tiers. Throughout his tenure, the principal had aspired to elevate the school's ranking, yet such aspirations had proven elusive. In recent years, the probability of successful awakenings among students at Rongqing No. 1 High School had surpassed 30. Meeting the standards of the top 50 institutions in Longhua Special District. However, the annual rate of high-level awakenings lagged behind that of other renowned schools, hindering the school's ascent in rankings. Morong Hongchen never anticipated that as retirement loomed, another S-level talent would awaken, significantly enhancing Rongqing No. 1 High School's chances of breaking into the top 50 by year's end, filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the students below erupted in a frenzy. Historically, it was not unusual for Rongqing No. 1 High School to see 1 to 2 A-level talents awaken. But an S-level was exceedingly rare. I can't believe this hefty fellow actually awakened an S-level talent. Goodness, I always thought he had a backdoor entry. Oh no, I think I might have insulted him earlier. Surely, I won't face retribution later. Upon closer inspection, he actually has quite a handsome face. I even added his contact information. I'll invite him out tonight. Zhu Fugue's awakening as an S-level talent brought the greatest joy to Lin Yu. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Lin Yu, having merged with the original owner's memories, genuinely regarded Zhu Fugue as a brother. Therefore, he felt immense happiness for Zhu Fugue. That sheep-like creature looks somewhat familiar. Lin Yu mused, observing the extraordinary being atop Zhu Fugui's head. Dad, that's a Taotai, one of the legendary 4 great beasts. However, it seems to have some flaws. Otherwise, it wouldn't only be S-level. The voice of 9527 suddenly chimed in, and Lin Yu realized that it was indeed a Taotai. Having read the Shanhai Jing in his previous life, he understood why it seemed familiar. This is great. Fatty is bound to soar now, and Zhu Shu and the others will definitely be thrilled. Lin Yu was well aware of Zhu Wansan's deep hopes for Zhu Fugui's awakening. Despite Zhu Wansan's considerable business success, however, others have always looked down upon him from the depths of their hearts, and it is precisely because he is an ordinary person that this has become a source of pain for Zhu Wansan. During Zhu Fugui's childhood, Zhu Wansan imposed strict expectations upon him. Yet, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The reason he chose to give his only awakening pill to Lin Yu was due to his disillusionment with Zhu Fugui, compounded by the fact that he regarded Lin Yu as his own child. Thus, he hoped that in the future, when Lin Yu became powerful, he might extend a helping hand to Zhu Fugui. Now that Zhu Fugui has awakened, and as an S rank, Lin Yu could easily imagine the expression on Zhu Wansan's face at this moment. When there are those who rejoice, naturally, there are others who feel discontent. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Luo Yongjun, appeared as though he had just consumed something foul, his countenance exceptionally grim. His displeasure was not directed at Zhu Fugui. Rather, it was at Lin Yizhong, questioning why he was always so fortunate, having a daughter of S rank and now producing a student of the same caliber. Cough. Yet, no matter how indignant Luo Yongjun felt, he could only seethe impotently. He knew he could not alter Lin Yizhong's position, having produced 2 S-rank students, unless the principal had truly lost his wits. Lin Yizhong's position as the homeroom teacher of the elite class was as secure as ever. Zhu Fugui, S-rank transformation system. The voice of the supervising teacher rose significantly, and one could only imagine the profound shock he felt at that moment. He never anticipated that this peculiar individual, who had spoken of erecting a longevity plaque for the awakening stone, would actually awaken, and as a top-tier S rank at that. For a moment, the supervising teacher found himself somewhat dazed. Should I return and do the same? The more the teacher thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Upon returning, he would have his own offspring establish a longevity plaque for the awakening stone and worship it daily. At this moment, the chubby boy had no inkling that he had led his teacher astray. His mind was a blank slate, with only the teacher's words echoing in his head. S rank? Is that referring to me? Am I hearing things? The chubby boy even began to doubt whether the teacher had made a mistake. However, the information transmitted in his mind assured him that he had indeed awakened as an S rank. And not merely an ordinary transformation system, but the rarest of all, an illusory god system. The illusory god system is a superior category within the transformation system, referring to species from mythology, far more powerful than the ordinary transformation system. Teacher, can you let me record this? I want to see if I am dreaming. Zhu Fugui gazed blankly at the supervising teacher, then suddenly blurted out such a statement. The supervising teacher was truly at a loss for words regarding this chubby boy's thought process. What do you mean? If you want to see if you are dreaming, just film yourself. What do you want to film me for? Zhu, you are not dreaming. You have awakened with S-rank talent. Congratulations. The supervising teacher hurriedly clarified for Zhu Fugui, genuinely fearful that this audacious boy might do something unexpected. Upon hearing the teacher's words again, Zhu Fugui seemed to snap back to reality, his hefty frame suddenly leaping off the stage, bang, with a resounding crash. The entire venue seemed to tremble at Zhu Fugui's landing. Once on the ground, Zhu Fugui rolled towards class 1 like a massive ball. Huh? Teacher, did you see that? It's me, Zhu Fugui, S rank. Ha ha. Zhu Fugui gleefully bounced in front of Lin Yizhong, who also felt a sense of joy for Zhu Fugui. Although his relationship with Zhu Wansan's family was not as intimate as that with Lin Yu's family, the connection with Lin Yu's family had cultivated a particularly good rapport over the years. Seeing Zhu Fugui succeed, he naturally felt a sense of satisfaction. All right, return to your seat. We are still in the process of the awakening ceremony, so do not disrupt the order. Zhu Fugui recognized that the current situation was not appropriate for his exuberance, and he restrained his excitement, returning to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly boasted to Lin Yu beside him, Brother Yu, did you see how incredible I am? S rank. Ha ha. At this moment, Zhu Fuguei was completely elated, having initially thought he was merely a supporting character, never anticipating such a delightful surprise. All right, chubby boy, it's just an S rank. Calm down a bit. Moreover, are you sure you want to show off in front of me? Lin Yu, observing Zhu Fuguei's exuberance, helplessly pointed to his own eyes behind his sunglasses. Zhu Fuguei blinked, suddenly realizing that the person before him was an unprecedented SSS rank, and boasting in front of Lin Yu felt akin to flaunting a sword before Guangong. This thought struck him, and he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly deflating. Brother Yu, can't you let me revel a bit? The chubby boy muttered as he quieted down, the once sweet taste of being an S rank suddenly feeling a tad less appealing. All right, quickly organize your inherited information. There will be plenty of time to boast later. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, no longer engaging with Zhu Fuguei, propping his chin on his arm, continuing to gaze blankly at the awakening stone on stage. Zhu Fuguei's awakening seemed to inject a surge of adrenaline into the students present, easing the previously tense atmosphere, as all the students eagerly focused on the awakening stone. However, regrettably, it seemed that fortune had been entirely consumed by Zhu Fuguei. The subsequent groups were almost all F rank, with not a single C rank or higher in sight. Lin Yizhong's voice reached Lin Yu's ears, who calmly stood up, stretched lazily, and then walked out. Lin Yizhong, seeing Lin Yu approaching, offered an encouraging glance, to which Lin Yu responded with a slight smile, for his intentions were far beyond mere encouragement. Lin Yu, feeling exhilarated, approached the stage, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the stone tablet before him, his reincarnation eyes nearly glowing red beneath his sunglasses. 9527. What should I do next? Dad, all you need to do is place your hand on it. Leave the rest to me. The voice of 9527 was also filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the influx of energy about to come. Oh, how delightful. Ji Shuejuan looked at the figure on stage wearing sunglasses, feeling a sense of familiarity, and the more she looked, the more she sensed something was amiss. Old man, don't you feel that your student is somewhat out of the ordinary? I have this nagging feeling that I have seen him somewhere. Ji Shuejuan furrowed her brows and inquired. Really? You have that feeling too? I thought I was mistaken. It feels a bit strange, yet I cannot pinpoint what is odd about it. The old principal also wore a puzzled expression. He looked perfectly normal. At most, wearing sunglasses in this setting seemed a bit inappropriate. Yet that lingering sense of incongruity clung to his mind. Old buddy, how could you allow a student from Wuda to come up here? Isn't that a bit reckless? At that moment, Fang Tianhai, the director of the Rongqing Education Bureau, suddenly spoke up. Impossible. Although I don't know why he is wearing sunglasses, how could I not recognize the top student from our academy? Old Fang, you think I'm losing my faculties? The old principal looked exasperated. Could he really mistake his own students? While he couldn't claim to know them all, he certainly had a grasp of the top students. Are you telling me that this second-tier student is one of your academy S? Which academy produces students with second-tier strength before awakening? Fang Tianhai had long since abandoned any pretense. Are you saying that I am senile? Or is it you who is senile? It's obvious he is second tier, and you claim he is from a junior academy? Second tier? The old principal initially spoke with confidence, but as he continued, he suddenly felt something was off. Second-tier students. Had he misheard? The old principal hurriedly glanced at Lin Yu on stage, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. It truly was a second tier. Stop. The old principal immediately stood up, halting the awakening ceremony. Lin Yu and the others, who were just about to begin, looked in confusion at the source of the voice, only to see Murong Hongchen below, his eyes wide as saucers, wearing a serious expression. Which student are you from Wuda? And why are you here? Don't you know that only students who have yet to awaken can come here? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Where is Lin Yu? The old principal bombarded Lin Yu with a series of questions, and the previously somewhat noisy scene fell silent as everyone turned to look at Lin Yu on stage. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself bewildered by the old principal's words. What did he mean by where is Lin Yu? Wasn't he Lin Yu? What kind of nonsense was this? Principal, I am Lin Yu. No doubt about it. Nonsense. You, a second tier, are joking with me? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with Lin Yu? Twins. Murong Hongchen now felt as if his lungs were about to explode. What do you think this is? This is awakening and cheating on exams. How foolish must one be to engage in such antics? At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the issue stemmed from his own strength. Had he known earlier, he would not have stopped Lin Yu. He should have first communicated with the principal. Wasn't this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Lin Yu lamented internally, just as he was about to speak. He noticed Lin Yu hastening towards the principal. Principal, that is indeed Lin Yu. Lin Yu had already sensed the problem while trailing behind and slapped his forehead in frustration for overlooking such an obvious issue. Then quickly jogged over. Teacher Lin, are you certain? Morong Hongchen pointed at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with doubt as he looked at Lin Yu. You think I'm senile too? Are you trying to fool me? Principal, the issue regarding Lin Yu's strength cannot be succinctly explained. However, I can assure you that he is undoubtedly Lin Yu, and he has yet to undergo the awakening ceremony. I'll provide a detailed explanation after his awakening ceremony. Lin Yu felt helpless. He wished to explain now, but the key was that even if he did, would anyone believe him? Thus, rather than waste time on explanations, they might as well proceed with the awakening ceremony and clarify later. Lin Yu firmly believed that once the old principal understood the reason, his attitude would surely change. The old principal cast a deep glance at Lin Yu and then at Lin Yu on the stage, pondering for a moment before saying, Teacher Chen, let the awakening ceremony continue. Ultimately, the old principal chose to trust his school's teachers and students. He resumed his seat, though his posture was no longer as casual as before. He seemed like a slumbering dragon awakening, emanating an imposing aura. Old man, do you truly believe what he said? Moreover, I recall that this Lin Yu appeared in the arena the day before yesterday and displayed an ability to absorb energy. He does not appear to be a villain. Had he not intervened that day, at least dozens more would have perished. Ji Shuejuan pondered for a long time before finally recognizing that familiar feeling. She had just watched a video a few days ago featuring that very boy. Wait a moment. I believe my academy's teachers do not make baseless accusations. Morong Hongchen fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. Speaking slowly, Ji Shuejuan shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. She had previously been quite intrigued by Lin Yu's abilities, and now that his teacher claimed he had not yet undergone the awakening ceremony, her curiosity surged even more. The supervising teacher, noticing the principal had spoken, nodded and turned to the individuals on stage, softly instructing them to begin. His position was now noticeably closer to Lin Yu. His full attention focused on him. Lin Yu felt quite helpless, but the thought of the legendary robbery order soon within his grasp made him cast aside his frustration, gazing at the awakening steel just within reach. He eagerly extended his hand through the barrier and pressed it against the steel. The previously calm steel erupted into a brilliance far more dazzling than before upon absorbing Lin Yu's blood. A sharp intake of breath echoed, and Morong Hongchen, Ji Shuejuan, and the leaders seated in the front row all rose in unison. Shuejuan, do you recall what you looked like during your awakening? How does this radiance compare to yours? Morong Hongchen inquired, gazing at the resplendent glow. That I can't quite remember, but I am certain it was not nearly this intense. Ji Shuejuan responded solemnly, as someone hailed as the most likely candidate for the throne among the younger generation. She possessed her own pride and would not easily acknowledge others. Nevertheless, she did not feel the need to belittle others to elevate herself. So she directly admitted that the radiance emanating from the awakening steel at that moment surpassed her own awakening. Old man, I have a premonition that this radiance from the awakening steel is caused by that Lin Yu. You have truly found a treasure. Indeed. Old friend, Rongqing Yizhong is bound to rise under your guidance. Fang Tianhai remarked, also feeling emotional at this moment. Morong Hongchen had no time to engage with them. His anxious hands clenched tightly, his excitement impossible to quell. He had forgotten what had just occurred, his eyes fixated solely on the dazzling awakening steel on stage. Mine, all mine, the excited voice of 9527 echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Take it easy. Don't absorb the energy of the other three classmates as well. Even thieves have principles. Don't seize what belongs to others. Although Lin Yu was equally exhilarated, he still adhered to a basic principle. They were classmates, without grudges or enmity. If he were to cut off their future paths, he would find it difficult to reconcile within himself. Rest assured, Dad, the amount of energy they need is truly beneath my notice. Lin Yu listened to 9527's somewhat dismissive tone, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. So, it turns out I'm the one with a narrow perspective? Who was it that was so excited just a moment ago? As time passed, the other three classmates also successfully awakened. Whether it was due to 9527's influence or not, none of their talents were subpar. In fact, two were B-grade weapon types. and one was an A-grade mysterious type. Had it been earlier, the old principal would have surely laughed with delight at these three students. However, everyone's focus was no longer on them. The radiance of the steel on stage continued, growing ever brighter instead of dimming with the successful awakenings of the three students. Observing this, the supervising teacher quickly gestured for the three already awakened students to leave the barrier. Lest they interfere with Lin Yu's awakening, the radiance from the steel persisted, ultimately resembling a small sun, its brilliance becoming blinding. The students present had no choice but to shut their eyes or quickly avert their gaze. If they continued to stare, they felt their eyes might go blind. Simultaneously, the homeroom teachers promptly reminded their students not to look directly at the steel. After all, even the teachers found it somewhat unbearable, let alone a group of novice students yet to awaken. As for the old principal, their eyes were nearly squinted to slits, yet they couldn't bear to look away, fearing they would miss this historic moment. After all, they had never heard of anyone causing the steel to emit such dazzling light during the awakening ceremony. The radiance from the steel continued to erupt, showing no signs of diminishing. Crack, crack, the sudden sound of stones splitting echoed, and Lin Yu stared at the fissures on the steel, momentarily taken aback. In a way? Is this for real? It cracked just like that? Wasn't it supposed to be indestructible? 9527. You tricked me. Damn it, it won't explode. Will it? Could you leave some energy behind? Lin Yu felt utterly speechless. What the hell? You've drained it completely. There are still hundreds of people waiting to awaken. What will happen if you ruin the awakening stone? My apologies, Dad. I got a bit carried away. Should we stop now? But we're still a smidgen short of energy to synthesize the legendary robbery order. At this point, why stop? Absorb, clean it out for me. If I don't produce a legendary robbery order today, I'll take you apart in a heartbeat, at your command. As soon as 9527's voice fell, the awakening steel seemed to burst forth with its final brilliance. The light intensifying once more, accompanied by an increasing number of cracking sounds. The onlookers below stared in disbelief at the steel within the barrier, witnessing it transform from intact to now riddled with cracks. And they were left in utter shock. What the hell? Is this a joke? Ji Shuejuan groaned, her perception shattered by the scene before her. The supposedly indestructible awakening stone had cracked due to one person's awakening. Such an absurdity unfolded right before her eyes, and Ji Shuejuan felt as if her worldview had collapsed entirely. Old man, this isn't just finding a treasure. You've struck gold. Boom, as Lin Yu had anticipated. The entire awakening steel erupted beneath him, shattering into powder. Burp. The satisfied 9527 let out a long belch. That was delightful. Dad, quickly check the energy value. It's overflowing. Upon hearing 9527's words, Lin Yu paid no mind to the shattered steel. Immediately opening his attributes to check, he was astonished to find the previously empty energy bar overflowing, and he grinned from ear to ear at the sight of the numbers. This theft of the awakening stone was a tremendous success. It was truly rewarding. Son, immediately synthesize the legendary robbery order for me. All right, ding. Legendary robbery order synthesized. Acquired legendary level robbery order 1. Remaining energy value 120 million. One single steal had provided Lin Yu with over 10 billion energy points. Apart from synthesizing a legendary item, Lin Yu was astonished to discover he also had enough resources to create a high-level robbery order. His eyes turned red with excitement. 9527. Let us plunder every steal in this world. Father, that is currently impossible due to the restrictions of the rules. Your blood can only activate the energy channel of the awakening stone the first time, but if the channel cannot be opened, the system cannot absorb the energy within. Then can I absorb the energy when others open the channel? Not at all. Father, the energy of the awakening stone does not exist in a state that can overflow. The system cannot collect it like biological energy. Only you can activate the energy channel by directly touching it. However, once the person who touches it leaves, the channel will instantly close, and the system will be unable to do anything. Very well. At that moment, Lin Yu's emotions resembled a roller coaster ride. He had thought he found a shortcut, only to be thwarted before he even began. Otherwise, with so many secret realms in the world, each containing an awakening stone, it would have been a breeze to ascend. What a pity. All right, 9527. Activate the legendary robbery order for me and blow up whatever has been awakened. If they didn't create a sensational scene, it would be rather anticlimactic. With a grand gesture, Lin Yu decisively chose to use the legendary robbery order. All right, father. World locked. Naruto world. Woohoo. Let us initiate the plunder. With a cheer from 9527, the legendary robbery order lying in the package transformed into a golden dragon, vanishing through the fabric of space. Congratulations, father, successfully plundered from Senju Hashirama, obtaining the Wood Release Grand Gift Pack. This includes the SSS Grade Talent Wood Release and all Wood Release techniques of the God of Shinobi. Would you like to use it, father? What the heck? With a clap of my hands, I summon whatever I desire. And a buy one get one free deal? At this moment, Lin Yu felt as if he had just sipped icy honey on a sweltering summer day. Bubbling with joy, obtaining the Wood Release was one thing, but they even saved him the trouble of development. Lin Yu couldn't help but mentally applaud 9527 with a fervent 666 at the thought of the Wood Clone technique, which could seize the nine tails like a chick. The imposing Wood Dragon technique and the world-destroying Buddha transformation filled Lin Yu with exhilaration. Enough chatter, quickly use it for me. As Lin Yu's voice fell, a gentle energy, unlike the violent force of the Rinnegan, flowed into his body. That it was not as tumultuous as before. Instead, he felt warm all over, as if soaking in a hot spring. He distinctly sensed his body becoming more vibrant under the cleansing energy of the Wood Release, the activity of his cells surpassing all prior levels. Simultaneously, various powerful Wood Release techniques integrated into Lin Yu's memory, making him feel as if he had studied Wood Release for decades, capable of executing any technique with ease. Of course, the actual power was another matter. To onlookers, Lin Yu appeared as a vibrant, verdant sphere floating serenely above him, with green energy resembling a surging ocean, dazzling golden lights swirling around the sphere, radiating brilliance. The vast Ution pavilion was now eerily silent, all eyes fixated on the enigmatic youth on stage, their minds seemingly devoid of thought, all breath held in suspense. Golden, golden, golden talent. A voice trembled to the point of distortion, revealing Murong Hongchen's expression twisted in disbelief as he stared blankly at Lin Yu on stage. The single utterance stirred a tempest of reactions. The atmosphere was charged with heavy breaths, as if everyone were releasing air they had been holding in. Is it my eyes playing tricks on me? What is this golden talent? I feel as if my 9 years of compulsory education were in vain. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Isn't this what the authorities have recognized? If your eyes are faulty, then everyone else's must be too. I swear I also see gold. I just want to know what level this golden talent is. This is too fantastical. If I go out claiming our classmate awakened a golden talent, people will surely think I'm bragging without a shred of evidence. This is utterly surreal. As the students gradually regained their composure, their discussions surged like waves, the sound rising as if it might lift the roof of the Ution pavilion. Old man, this can't be an illusion, can it? Ji Shuejuan gazed at the radiant golden light, her eyes filled with incredulity. This was simply beyond belief. Do you think it's possible? A newly awakened student can deceive us, the 6th tier and candidate level guardians, with an illusion? Before the old principal could respond, another prominent figure interjected. I have an unimaginable possibility in mind. Morong, what do you think? At this moment, Fong Tianhai's mood was not much better than the old principal's. The unprecedented golden talent before him led him to contemplate that unknown possibility. I thought of it too, but I dared not to believe it, for we have never seen anything like it. Morong Hongchen had slowly returned to his senses, glancing at Fong Tianhai, answering enigmatically, while the surrounding dignitaries refrained from asking further questions, as they too entertained a possibility they scarcely believed. Could this be the legendary SSS grade talent? At this instant, Lin Yu's awakening was nearing completion, and the Wood Release sphere above his head gradually retracted into his body. Boom! A series of explosive sounds emanated from within Lin Yu, as his original peak 2nd tier power rapidly surged, soon surpassing the bottleneck into the 3rd tier. Once he entered the 3rd tier, Lin Yu's power did not cease there. It continued to ascend rapidly. With closed eyes, he carefully sensed the changes in his strength, the sensation of rapid elevation intoxicating him. 9527. Did you inadvertently plunder some energy from the Senju as well? Though framed as a question, Lin Yu was internally certain this was undoubtedly a bonus brought by 9527. After all, there was a precedent when they plundered the Rinnegan. Indeed, father, what do you think of this marvelous 9527? Impressive. Lin Yu wholeheartedly gave 9527 a mental thumbs up. Such a considerate system. He was smitten. However, now that the system had not yet upgraded, he could not conduct targeted plundering. Upgrade, targeted plundering. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? His system was capable of upgrading. Father, my apologies. I just discovered this. The apologetic tone of 9527 echoed in Lin Yu's mind. And upon hearing this, Lin Yu's head buzzed. Damn it, it was indeed time to offload this unreliable system sprite. Even now, it couldn't even manage its own affairs properly. Father, don't be upset. It's my first time being a system sprite. Some oversights are inevitable. Enough chatter. Quickly clarify everything for me. Lin Yu took a deep breath, regretting ever placing trust in this unreliable entity. The system was currently in its initial stage. The next phase would occur once it absorbed 100 billion units of energy, at which point new functions like targeted plundering would be available. Seeing Lin Yu's mood escalate, 9527 hastily recounted everything in detail. It seems I need to work hard to earn energy points. This is only 1/10 collected. Ahem, if only I could absorb the energy of the awakening stones. That would be splendid. Lin Yu, not ready to give up on the awakening stones, longed for them. Each stone was worth 100 billion. And 10 would suffice. It was simply too tempting. After a while, Lin Yu's power finally ceased its ascent, settling at the peak of the 3rd tier. With closed eyes, he silently savored the immense energy within him. This feeling of power was exhilarating, delightful. Lin Yu sighed contentedly, opening his tightly shut eyes, only to be met with an aged face, wrinkled and radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum, mere inches away. Shinra Tensei, with sheer terror. Lin Yu instinctively unleashed Shinra Tensei, a tremendous repulsive force radiating outward from him. Boom. The old principal, who had just dashed up from below, barely had time to speak before he was engulfed by a powerful force emanating from Lin Yu. Morong Hongshan's pupils dilated as his internal spiritual energy surged. Wait. As he uttered a single word, Morong Hongshan was met with a colossal force crashing into his face. Boom. A shockwave followed, expanding outward. Morong Hongshan felt as if he had been struck head-on by an out-of-control heavy truck, an unparalleled power propelling him swiftly backward. Oh no. I might have overreacted. Lin Yu, observing the principal being sent flying, quickly realized and ceased the Shinra Tensei, though it was slightly too late. A crater approximately 5 meters in diameter had formed around Lin Yu. Suspended in the air, Morong Hongshan seemed to have entirely forgotten that he was a 6th-tier guardian. His gaze was fixed, almost vacantly, upon Lin Yu, who stood within the depths of a pit. 3rd tier. Morong Hongshan was utterly taken aback. While awakening does confer a boost in strength, it typically progresses from level 0 to level 1. And with a prodigious talent, perhaps to level 2 or 3 yet, he had never encountered anyone whose awakening resulted in a leap exceeding level 5. Even the renowned heavenly beauty, Ji Xuejuan, had only ascended to level 5 upon her awakening, an event that had astonished countless observers at the time. Conversely, Lin Yu had surged a full 10 levels post-awakening, and this elevation did not commence from level 0, but rather rocketed from level 19 to 29. Gazing at Lin Yu, who emanated the aura of a peak 3rd tier, Morong Hongshan's mind had completely short-circuited, leaving him incapable of commanding his own body, allowing himself to drift backward. Suddenly, the old principal felt a force tugging at his being while suspended in midair. It was Lin Yu, who, noticing the principal's lack of response as he continued to float backward due to inertia, had no choice but to intervene once more. Fine. It's my own mess to deal with. With a swift motion, Lin Yu employed the universal attraction technique, anchoring the principal and drawing him back, a 6th-tier powerhouse. The instant Morong Hongshan felt the gravitational force acting upon him, he regained lucidity, instinctively attempting to resist the pull. However, he soon discerned that it was Lin Yu utilizing some unknown ability to draw him in. Thus, he gritted his teeth and allowed Lin Yu to guide him forward. The moment Lin Yu set the principal down, the latter darted forward with remarkable speed, a testament to his 6th-tier prowess. Meanwhile, several other influential figures below had begun to rouse from their astonishment. Whoosh, 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 the throng of eminent individuals surrounded Lin Yu, their eyes shimmering with an almost predatory intensity, as though they were about to devour him. Lin Yu felt a shiver run through him, nearly retreating in a panic. Goodness, have I perhaps drawn too much attention? This is unnerving. The expressions of those surrounding him were indeed terrifying. Observing Lin Yu's discomfort, the old principal swiftly positioned himself between Lin Yu and the crowd, glaring fiercely as he exclaimed, "What are you all doing, surrounding our student like this? Back off." Morong Hongchen's exasperation was palpable. "Lin Yu is indeed a student of your esteemed academy, but this academy is still under my jurisdiction. By extension, Lin Yu is also my student. I care for my students. Do you have an issue with that?" Fang Tianhai cast a sidelong glance at Morong Hongchen, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority as he declared, "Indeed, Lin Yu is not only a student of your institution, but also a child of Rongqing as the head of the Rongqing Guardian Bureau. I have every right to be concerned for my own." The speaker was a dignified middle-aged man, Qiao Yiming, the highest authority in Rongqing, whose influence was unrivaled. Following a significant event, the Free Federation had established new law enforcement agencies in each city, known as the Guardian Bureau, tasked with maintaining public order and overseeing municipal affairs. In this moment, the two towering figures of Rongqing, the head of the Education Bureau and the nominal leader of the city, found their interests aligned in the presence of Lin Yu, suspected to possess an extraordinary SSS-level talent. Their mutual thought was clear: we cannot allow that old scoundrel to monopolize the benefits. Morong Hongchen was utterly flabbergasted by the shamelessness of the two prominent figures, who were among the most esteemed in Rongqing. "Are you truly so brazen? We haven't done anything. Why are you so agitated? Do you think we would harm Lin Yu?" Ji Shuejuan shot an indignant look at Morong Hongchen before her gaze softened as she addressed Lin Yu. "Don't be alarmed, dear Lin Yu. We bear no malice, merely curiosity." Lin Yu, fully aware that these individuals meant him no harm, had no intention of fleeing. "What level is your awakened talent?" Qiao Yiming asked, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he awaited Lin Yu's response. Lin Yu deliberated for a moment, deciding there was little to conceal, especially given that the distinct golden light surrounding him left little to the imagination regarding the nature of his awakening. "Indeed, it is SSS. Would release." Just as I suspected, the excitement among the group was palpable as they exchanged glances. "Lin Yu, it would be best to discuss this in a more suitable environment, if you could. Please accompany us to a quieter location. Rest assured, we merely wish to understand a few matters better. We will not put you in a difficult position." Qiao Yiming spoke with a gentle tone, concerned that a raised voice might frighten Lin Yu. If Qiao Yiming's subordinates were to witness this scene, they would be left questioning their own perceptions. When had the notoriously stern Minister Qiao shown such amiable demeanor? In response, Lin Yu considered briefly before acquiescing. He sensed no ill intentions from the prominent figures before him, and given the circumstances, what harm could come from accompanying them? Most importantly, he felt confident in his ability to escape should the need arise. For he was not easily outpaced, even by sixth-tier guardians. Qiao Yiming, seeing Lin Yu's consent, beamed with joy. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Morong Hongchen. "Principal Morong, the awakening ceremony cannot proceed any further. Perhaps you could handle the subsequent matters here?" After a moment's hesitation, Morong Hongchen recognized the truth in this. With the awakening stone no longer present, procuring another would take at least until the following day. It was unreasonable to keep the students waiting idly in such a place. However, his gaze flickered between Lin Yu and the others. "No, I cannot allow them to be alone together. Lin Yu is my prized student, and as he is a student of Rongqing No. 1 High School, my bond with him naturally supersedes that of these individuals. Should they attempt to poach him, I would have no recourse to lament my loss." "Very well, Director Qiao. Please grant me a few minutes to brief the teachers, and then I shall meet you in my office, which is spacious and relatively quiet. You need not worry. I have no intention of stealing your prized possession." Qiao Yiming, understanding the determination in the old principal's eyes, nodded, aware that he could not isolate Lin Yu, given his status as a student of the academy. "Haha." Morong Hongchen chuckled dryly. "I trust you as far as I can throw you. Chun Laosher, please oversee the student's dismissal and arrange for a request for a new awakening stone from the Guardian Bureau. We shall conduct the awakening ceremony tomorrow." "Of course," Qiao Yiming readily agreed. Normally, procuring such strategic resources as an awakening stone would necessitate a labyrinth of bureaucratic procedures, even for an academy. However, having witnessed Lin Yu's extraordinary capabilities firsthand, Qiao Yiming decided to waive the usual formalities, knowing it was merely a matter of a few words. "All right, Principal." The supervising teacher nodded in acknowledgement. After the old principal laid out the subsequent arrangements, he beckoned Lin Yizhong, who had been eagerly waiting below. "Lin Laosher, Please join us. We require your assistance. Certainly, Principal. Lin Yu was far more exhilarated than the principal, as he was aware that Lin Yu had awakened an S-level talent, and he could hardly contain his joy. Amidst the gazes of many students, Lin Yu was escorted away from the Yuetian pavilion by the principal and several others. Once they reached the principal's office, as soon as the door closed, Morong Hanshin eagerly turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, is it truly SSS level? Indeed, the information transmitted to me during my awakening confirms this. Lin Yu affirmed, gazing into the eager eyes fixated upon him. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Morong Hanshin was so ecstatic that he stumbled over his words. Since the discovery of awakening, it had only been suggested in whispers that such levels existed, particularly from the lips of the mighty Beast King, leading humanity to question their very existence. However, at this very moment, a living SSS-grade individual stood before them, leaving Morong Hanshin and the others without any doubts. Little brother, could you perhaps demonstrate your abilities for us? Qiao Yiming was the first to regain his composure, although the recent phenomena had already indicated that Lin Yu's awakened talent was extraordinary. The fact remained that they were witnessing an SSS grade for the first time. Qiao Yiming had to proceed with utmost caution. After all, if news of this spread, it would create a sensation throughout the Free Federation. And ultimately, it would be the entire Longhua Special District that would face embarrassment if anything went awry. What about this? Lin Yu glanced around, feeling somewhat troubled. How could one demonstrate abilities in such a setting? Performing wood release in the principal's office. What would these esteemed individuals think? The wood release of the Naruto world was unlike any other wood-based energy. While it could imbue the user's body with boundless vitality, its external application was predominantly lethal. Lin Yu certainly couldn't go about demolishing the principal's office only to then perform wood release to replace it with a new structure. Qiao Yiming paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's response, before a look of realization crossed his face. No worries. You have just awakened, although you are currently at the 3rd tier, with so many high-ranking guardians present. There will be no issues. Please, feel free to demonstrate. As a 7th-tier candidate guardian, Qiao Yiming had every confidence in this assertion. Moreover, there was not a single individual below the 6th tier in the office. With such a luxurious assembly, they could withstand even a king-level magical beast, let alone suppress a 3rd-tier guardian's skill. Shall we find a larger and more open space? Lin Yu suggested, feeling helpless. While the principal's office was indeed quite spacious, approximately 100 square meters, one could not truly expect to witness an SSS-level demonstration within such confines. After all, any random wood-release jutsu he had acquired during his heists was akin to a nuclear technique, though lacking the immense power of Senju Hashirama due to insufficient spiritual energy. It certainly could not be treated as a mere 3rd-tier ability. Do not fret, young brother. I am a barrier master, and arranging such a barrier is a trivial task. Feng Tianhai interjected, raising his hand to cast a circular barrier that enveloped the center of the office. Barrier masters are individuals who have awakened a talent for barriers, belonging to a rather unique and mysterious category. Without tier classifications, their primary method revolves around establishing various barriers. This barrier can withstand 5th-tier attacks, so unleash your abilities without hesitation. Feng Tianhai's expression was slightly smug. Being able to casually establish such a formidable barrier indicated his considerable prowess in this field. Very well, Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a determined fool. In any case, he had already issued a warning. If something were to go awry, it would not be his concern. Ding. Host has triggered a mission as a transmigrator. How can one be underestimated? Please unleash wood release to successfully break the barrier. Reward. High-level robbery, Order 1. Dad, teach him a lesson. How dare he underestimate us? The indignant voice of 9527 suddenly echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then donned a playful expression behind his sunglasses, realizing that this group of lofty individuals had truly provoked 9527. With a smirk, Lin Yu stepped into the center of the barrier. Shall I begin? Please do. The old principal felt no sense of unease, fully anticipating the demonstration of Lin Yu's abilities with excitement, urging him to commence. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders, inhaled deeply, and clapped his hands together, causing his internal spiritual energy to surge. Wood release. Tree world descends. With Lin Yu at the center, spiritual energy rapidly condensed, and soon, the floor began to tremble ominously. This force was catastrophic. The overwhelming spiritual energy reaction caused Chao Yiming's pupils to constrict. Old Fong, reinforce the barrier. Chao Yiming shouted in alarm, regretting not having heeded Lin Yu's earlier suggestion to find a training ground instead of rushing things in this moment. Fong Tianhai also sensed the impending danger. The spiritual energy reaction was nearing the 5th tier, an unimaginable feat for a mere 3rd-tier individual to unleash. Without wasting a moment, he waved his hand to layer another barrier over the existing one. Once completed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly embarrassed himself. Just as Fong Tianhai was feeling reassured, countless trees erupted from the ground around Lin Yu, tearing through the floor as if uprooted, and charged violently toward the barrier. Crack! The barrier, said to withstand 5th-tier attacks, faltered within mere seconds, appearing to develop numerous fissures. This is bad. Chao Yiming's complexion had completely changed as he shouted, activating his abilities. His body began to swell dramatically, transforming into a colossal creature resembling a dragon with the body of a tortoise. Chao Yiming's innate ability, the S-grade Earth Dragon Tortoise from the Illusion God system. The Earth Dragon Tortoise, now in its transformed state, let out a fearsome roar, raising its massive body and forcefully smashing its hooves against the floor, a yellowish light flashing beneath its feet. Earth Shield. A protective barrier formed from Earth energy directly enveloped the original barrier. Though hastily conjured, the shield released by Chao Yiming could withstand even the most casual of 6th-tier attacks, just as Chao Yiming began to relax. Crack! The barrier shattered. Fong Tianhai's face paled, astonished by the sheer power of the skill unleashed by a 3rd-tier individual, which had somehow reached 6th-tier potency. This was a monumental embarrassment. Chao Yiming's heart sank once again. Boom, boom. The sounds of trees crashing against the walls echoed as the light shield formed by the Earth Shield flickered, but ultimately stabilized. Thank goodness, before Chao Yiming could fully relish his relief. A cacophony of impacts resounded. Crack! The much-anticipated shield shattered, fracturing the very heart of Chao Yiming. Damn it, it's unstoppable. Withdraw. Chao Yiming swiftly retracted his transformation and retreated rapidly, while the others followed suit. Boom! Endless trees burst through the shield, rapidly expanding outward, transforming the principal's office building into mere scraps as the trees summoned by Tree World descends tore it to pieces. Chao Yiming and the others retreated further and further, finally stopping 100 meters away, at which point the relentless trees ceased their expansion, having drained Lin Yu's internal spiritual energy. The once proud office was no longer in existence, replaced instead by an ocean of trees. Their enormous trunks intertwining like wild dragons, twisting skyward as the gentle breeze rustled through the flourishing branches. It resembled a pristine, untouched forest. Chao Yiming and the others stood agape, staring at the scene before them. Could this truly be the work of a mere 3rd-tier individual? Was it conceivable that someone just awakening could produce a technique capable of altering the terrain itself? A sharp clap broke the silence as the crowd turned to see the old principal slap himself hard across the face. A clear imprint left behind. Goodness, this is real. I am not dreaming, the old principal murmured, feeling the sting on his face, while those around him observed his bizarre antics with a mixture of admiration. This old man truly was formidable. This is bad. Morong Hongchen suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting urgently as he dashed toward the woods. Had the old man lost his mind? The others looked on in confusion as the old principal alternated between slapping himself and rushing forward. Suddenly, Morong Hongchen halted in his tracks as Lin Yu leisurely emerged from the forest. The old principal's eyes lit up, and he rushed toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu, are you all right? Wow, the principal's series of actions left everyone astounded. They couldn't help but marvel at the old man's cunning. Soon, everyone gathered around. It was clear to even the most naive observer that these esteemed figures were well aware. Lin Yu, once developed, would undoubtedly become an individual of imperial caliber. It would be wise to foster a good relationship now, while he was still in his infancy, rather than wait until he had taken flight, when he might not even entertain their advances. Despite their high status in Rongqing, aside from Jishu Ejuan, the others were relatively ordinary. Cultivating goodwill with a future powerhouse was far more advantageous than waiting for Lin Yu to grow and then trying to curry favor. It's nothing. I'm fine, just exerted myself too much, and now my internal spiritual energy is depleted. I apologize, Principal. I had no idea the power would be this immense, and that I would collapse your office. To speak candidly, Lin Yu was astonished by the effects brought forth by the advent of the tree realm, which resembled an ancient forest. The sheer magnitude of this transformation left even him taken aback. Truly, it is no wonder that the release of the post-apocalyptic ninja world could manifest such an expansive forest under the full exertion of my third-tier spiritual power. Lin Yu mused quietly to himself. The office building is inconsequential. As long as the people are unharmed, that is what truly matters. Murong Hanshin let out a long sigh. In his eyes, Lin Yu had become a treasure, and he could not allow even the slightest harm to befall him. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that Lin Yu wielded this SSS grade would release filled him with hope for humanity. What on earth is happening, Principal? The voice belonged to Lu Ming, the chief of the Academy's security, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. He gazed at the site where the principal's office had once stood, now replaced by an expanse of primordial forest, utterly bewildered, were it not for the presence of numerous dignitaries. He might have suspected that a beast or a cult had invaded. It's all right now. Young Lu, we were merely conducting an experiment. Please deactivate the alarm. The old principal waved his hand reassuringly. Understood, Principal. Though Lu Ming was dying of curiosity inside, he recognized his place in the presence of such esteemed individuals. This was not a matter in which he could involve himself, since the principal assured him that everything was fine. He promptly led his whispering team away from the scene. Boss, what kind of ability is this? The scale is astonishing, creating an entire primordial forest. What a grand spectacle. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Ming's subordinate eagerly inquired. With so many dignitaries present earlier, they had been too intimidated to ask questions. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern us. We must focus solely on ensuring the Academy's safety. If you have the time, go patrol a few more rounds. Lu Ming shot a glare at his subordinate. Such a powerful skill could only belong to a 6th-tier guardian, and for a mere security officer to discuss, it was utterly reckless. Did he no longer value his job? Yes, Captain, the subordinate quickly agreed, sensing that Lu Ming was not inclined to continue the conversation before leading the team off to patrol. Director Chow, we cannot remain here any longer. Let us proceed to the conference room. On the other side, the old principal, seeing that Lin Yu was unharmed, turned to Chow Yiming and said, "Very well." Thus, the group left the place that had been obliterated within mere minutes of their arrival. Once they reached the Academy's conference room, the attendees had yet to fully recover from the shock. The notion of a terrain-altering technique unleashed by a third-tier individual felt utterly surreal. Xiaojun, did you possess such might when you were at the 3rd tier? Old man, are you jesting? When have you ever seen a 3rd-tier individual capable of unleashing an attack that breaches the defenses of a 6th tier? Ji Xuejuan stared at Lin Yu, as if he were a monster. For she, hailed as a prodigy, naturally harbored her own pride. Yet, in light of Lin Yu's display, all she could utter was a stunned remark. Surely this cannot be the work of a mere mortal. It is terrifying. Indeed, I am still in disbelief that the shields released by me and old Fong were shattered as if they were made of paper. Chow Yiming wore a similar expression of astonishment. Although his hastily conjured shield did not meet the 7th-tier standard, it should have been sufficient to block a 6th-tier attack, not to mention the existence of a dual barrier. Cough. This old man's face is stinging from the slaps of reality. There is no justification for this. Fong Tianhai also wore a look of lament. Today had been a total loss of face for him, having confidently assured others that there would be no issues. Just recalling his earlier words made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. It is not as exaggerated as you all say. After unleashing the tree realm, I was completely drained of energy. My entire spiritual power was exhausted. Despite the praise lifting his spirits somewhat, Lin Yu found himself overwhelmed by the accolades. Lin Yu, my young brother, do not belittle yourself. This is an assault that surpasses the 3rd tier, to be hailed as a prodigy. A true dragon among men is not an exaggeration, Chow Yiming remarked with admiration. Observing the esteemed figures continue to shower him with praise, Lin Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable and chose to refrain from responding. Otherwise, should someone utter the phrase, "The heavens do not give birth to Lin Yu. The awakening stretches like an eternal night," he would truly feel mortified. Lin Yu, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. At that moment, Ji Xuejuan, standing to the side, addressed Lin Yu with a serious demeanor. Lin Yu looked at Ji Xuejuan, perplexed by her earnest expression. One must admit that when Ji Xuejuan assumed a serious tone, her captivating appearance held a certain allure that was quite impactful for Lin Yu, a man who had lived 2 lives without romantic experience. You were the one who intervened in the arena a few days ago. Were you not? Ji Xuejuan spoke with certainty. Though her teacher had confidently claimed that Lin Yu had never undergone the awakening ceremony, the power Lin Yu had displayed in the arena, along with his ability to absorb the fireballs released by the flame wolf, was undeniably a manifestation of innate talent. Ji Shuejuan was convinced she had not misjudged. I am truly grateful for your timely intervention, which saved many lives. Had it not been for you, I cannot imagine what the outcome might have been. However, I am rather curious. You only awakened today, so how were you able to utilize your abilities back then? Ji Shuejuan fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, as if attempting to peer through the sunglasses he wore. Her tone laced with intrigue. Oh, it does seem that I remarked how you had yet to awaken and were already at the second tier. The old principal suddenly recalled the events that had transpired at the Welong Pavilion. A hint of curiosity gracing his features. He was 100% certain that it was no mere illusion. Lin Yu's prowess was genuine. In the 3 centuries since the establishment of the Free Federation, I have never heard of such a peculiar occurrence. Young brother, how did you achieve this? A trace of confusion and gravity appeared on Chao Yiming's face, as the head of the Rongqing Guardian House. He held a significant position in the Longhua Special Zone. He had some understanding of the secrets of the Federation, yet he was certain that no one had ever been able to utilize their powers prior to the awakening ceremony, let alone achieve the status of a second-tier guardian without awakening. This completely upended his understanding. Young brother, please do not take offense. I understand that everyone has their own secrets if you are willing to share. It could alleviate our confusion. Lastly, sensing that his question might have been inappropriate, Chao Yiming added, young brother, please do not feel uncomfortable. The implications of your awakening may exceed your imagination. We cannot foresee your future. However, with an SSS-grade talent, it is more than sufficient for the Federation to invest all its resources in your training. The prerequisite for this, however, is that we must confirm your identity, which will also dictate the Federation's stance. Chao Yiming's words were not mere alarmism. The Blue Planet was not solely dominated by the Free Federation. There were beasts, cults, and these forces possessed myriad strange methods, some of which even the Free Federation could not detect. It is worth noting that in the 300 years since the Free Federation's founding, no one had ever been reported to possess abilities prior to awakening, without exception. However, some powerful beasts could take on human forms. And unlike humans, they did not require the awakening process. They were born with various abilities. Several decades prior, a similar incident had occurred in the Longhua Special Zone, which had not only humiliated the formidable Longhua Special Zone within the Free Federation but had also severely weakened it in the aftermath of that event. Lin Yu pondered briefly and was about to speak when a voice interjected. Allow me to clarify the situation for you, esteemed leaders. I possess some understanding of the matter at that moment. Lin Yizhong, who had been waiting for an opportunity to explain, finally seized the moment. Lin Yu, noticing that Lin Yizhong intended to speak on his behalf, chose to remain silent, confident that Lin Yizhong would provide a thorough explanation. Teacher Lin is Lin Yu's homeroom teacher, and he shares a close relationship with Lin Yu's family. He should be well informed about Lin Yu's circumstances. The old principal offered a brief explanation to the attendees. Teacher Lin, please elucidate the matter for our esteemed leaders. Share what you can. The old principal remained cautious, as Chao Yiming's comments had left him somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, he understood that given Chao Yiming's position, he needed to exercise caution. However, Lin Yu was a prize gem from their academy, and the old principal wished to protect Lin Yu's background from being fully divulged. This old man, Chao Yiming chuckled wryly. Shaking his head, he knew that Murong Hongqin felt similarly disgruntled. Yet, some matters required clarification. Once was enough for events of this nature. Esteemed leaders, I served alongside his father in the same squad. I have known Lin Yu since he was a child. Therefore, I can assure you that there is absolutely no question regarding Lin Yu's identity. At this moment, Lin Yizhong's tone was resolute and unwavering. As Lin Yu's sole elder present, he decisively stood behind Lin Yu, vouching for him. Just a few days prior, Lin Yu was merely an ordinary senior student, distinguished by his physical prowess and academic excellence. Teacher Lin, are you certain you are not jesting? Ji Shuejuan's face bore an expression of increasing bewilderment. According to Lin Yizhong, Lin Yu had transformed from an ordinary individual into a second-tier guardian within mere days. Was this not the stuff of fantasy? Minister Ji, do not rush to conclusions. Just days ago, Lin Yu was indeed an ordinary person. There was no need for me to deceive you. Furthermore, I believe this matter should not be difficult to verify. Lin Yizhong paused, surveying the assembly, noticing everyone sitting upright, their expressions serious and their ears perked up in earnest attention. He proudly dropped a bombshell. 2 days ago, Lin Yu awakened naturally. without undergoing the awakening ceremony, solely through a spirit awakening pill. Moreover, he awakened with an SSS-level talent. Upon finishing his statement, the room fell into a profound silence, with everyone fixated on Lin Yu as if seeking to confirm the veracity of Lin Yizhong's claims. Lin Yu shrugged and cooperatively removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes imbued with a mysterious, rippling aura. SSS level. Reincarnation eye. The assembly stared, entranced, at Lin Yu's eyes, their minds devoid of any other thoughts, blanketed in astonishment. Ahem. Lin Yizhong's cough roused the entranced crowd. Their dazed pupils gradually returning to normal. Smack. A sound echoed as Fong Tianhai leaped from his seat, clutching his thigh and rubbing it vigorously. What the hell, old Morong? What are you doing? 2 SSS-level talents. Is this real? Am I dreaming? The old principal regarded his reddened palm and the sting within, his face flushing as if blood were surging through it, breathing growing increasingly rapid, observing the old principal's condition. Lin Yu feared he might faint from the shock. Thankfully, as a 6th-tier guardian, despite his advanced age and frailty, the old principal still retained enough vitality, alleviating Lin Yu's concerns. Director Chow, do you truly believe there exists a method to awaken without the awakening steel? Ji Xuejuan gazed obsessively into Lin Yu's eyes, the mysterious ripples seemingly drawing in her very soul. That I cannot say for certain. Even if the Sword Emperor were here, I doubt he could provide a definitive answer. Chao Yiming murmured in response. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that a mere spirit awakening pill could trigger such an awakening, shattering his previous understanding. For over 3 centuries. Aside from the awakening steel, no human had successfully awakened through any other means, and now, a living example stood before him, leaving Chao Yiming utterly bewildered. Esteemed leaders, I trust you can surmise Lin Yu's strength. Just moments ago, when Lin Yu awakened his wood release, he also ascended a tier. His previous peak at the 2nd tier was achieved this way. What a monster, Ji Xuejuan muttered to herself, when she awakened. She had elevated by 5 levels, nearly the pinnacle of human awakening on Blue Star. Yet, compared to Lin Yu, she felt an overwhelming urge to cast aside her accomplishments. That's so, the ability you used to repel me earlier. And the one that brought me back is a manifestation of your reincarnation eye. The old principal had regained his composure, the excitement in his eyes unmistakable, allowing for a normal exchange. Indeed, that is but a fraction of my ocular abilities. As is the power I utilized in the arena. Lin Yu refrained from elaborating on his capabilities. Aside from Lin Yizhong, the others were not particularly close acquaintances, rendering it unnecessary to divulge all his powers. Upon hearing the conversation between the old principal and Lin Yu, the assembly suddenly recalled the scene from the arena, the 5-meter-wide pit still vivid in their minds, although it lacked the visual shock of the Tree Realm's descent. The sheer ferocity and irresistible force far surpassed an ordinary 3rd-tier attack. Furthermore, judging by Lin Yu's seemingly effortless execution of the skill, it appeared to be merely a standard technique, albeit an astonishingly formidable one. One could only imagine the terrifying nature of the reincarnation eye's capabilities. Truly a prodigy. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could believe that such powerful talents could coexist within a single individual? Another leader in attendance expressed his shock. Indeed, today has truly broadened my horizons. It feels as though I have wasted decades. Another leader shook his head with a bitter smile. The thought of those 2 terrifying abilities invoked an involuntary envy within him. He sensed that it would not be long before Lin Yu surpassed all present. Excellent. Wonderful. The old principal, unlike the others, had personally experienced the might of the divine realm's ascension, though caught off guard. The fact that it could injure a 6th-tier guardian spoke volumes about the reincarnation eye's prowess, truly deserving of its SSS status. The old principal felt overwhelmed, as if the stimuli he had received today were greater than all prior experiences combined, with one revelation after another dismantling his worldview. Old Morong. Let Lin Yu return now. Having just utilized such a powerful skill, he is currently drained of spiritual energy and needs rest. After expressing his sentiments, Chao Yiming turned to Morong Hanchen. Yes, Teacher Lin, please escort Lin Yu home. Also, after that, please go to the logistics department and procure a mid-level spirit recovery pill for him. It is imperative to take good care of Lin Yu. Understood, Morong Hanchen said solemnly to Lin Yizhong. Understood, Principal. Lin Yizhong nodded and subtly gestured to Lin Yu. Realizing the unspoken communication, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, eager to depart that he felt increasingly uncomfortable, and who knew what further revelations might emerge from this assembly of esteemed leaders. Lin Yu offered a slight bow to the crowd before following Lin Yizhong out of the conference room. Little Yu, you are remarkable. Today, you have shattered multiple records that have stood for 3 centuries in the Free Federation. You are the first to possess an SSS-level talent, the first to awaken naturally, and the first to wield dual talents. You have truly brought me honor today. Just look at the reactions of those leaders. Someone ought to have recorded this moment for posterity, Lin Yizhong exclaimed joyfully as they walked away. Uncle Lin, please spare me your teasing. I was already feeling out of sorts back there, and now you continue. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Lin Yizhong, feeling weary. Ha! You will grow accustomed to it. With your talents, a life of mediocrity is not in your destiny. Oh, come now. Ha! Let us go. We must procure a pill for you. The principal truly cherishes you, dispensing a mid-level spirit recovery pill so readily. Do remember, unless during wartime, we usually must apply for such items, and they are in limited supply. Uncle Lin, what exactly is a spirit recovery pill? It is specifically designed to restore spiritual energy. The mid-level variant can replenish the energy of tiers 4 to 6, yet you, at tier 3, are receiving such generosity. How extravagant, Lin Yizhong remarked. Lin Yu mused inwardly. Isn't this akin to acquiring military provisions through a heist? Though the E-level provisions only restore tiers below 4, let us proceed. We still need to return to class to register the awakening details for the other students. Xiao Jun, are you satisfied now? Old man, what are you on about? You're practically half in the grave, and yet you remain so petty. I meant no offense. Ji Shuejuan gazed at Murong Hanshan in exasperation. It was merely a slightly harsh tone. Must you persist in this? Enough, Principal Murong. Xiaojun means no harm. Please extend your understanding. Xiao Yiming interjected with a sigh, then turned to Feng Tianhai. Old Feng, set up a barrier. Feng Tianhai nodded. Recently, he had been thoroughly humbled by Lin Yu, and this time he took out his prize technique that he extended his hands, and a circular disc inscribed with a pentagram floated above them. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the disc emanated a glow, and soon a barrier enveloped the entire conference room. The formation plate is the exclusive artifact of a barrier master. They require it to unleash barriers of the same level as themselves. While only advanced barrier masters can cast lower-level barriers without the aid of a formation plate, Old Feng, I trust this barrier won't collapse at the slightest touch like the last one? Murong Hanshan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Tianhai. How infuriating. Feng Tianhai was nearly choked to death by a single remark from Murong Hanshan. Why must he bring up such a sensitive topic? That had been an unexpected occurrence. Who could have anticipated that a third-tier individual could breach a sixth-tier barrier? Feng Tianhai felt utterly wronged. Not only had he lost face in front of the younger generation, but he was now subjected to ridicule by this old man. All right, enough already. You all should tone it down. Xiao Yiming pinched his throbbing temples. Ever since Lin Yu left the conference room, Murong Hanshan had inexplicably taken it upon himself to berate everyone present. Acting completely erratic, what are your thoughts on Lin Yu's situation? The first of its kind in history, Xiao Yiming seemed to sense a storm brewing around Lin Yu. What else is there to say? A pure lineage, unparalleled talent. Where else could we find such a promising candidate? We must do everything in our power to nurture Lin Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, Murong Hanshan blurted out his intentions. Ever since he witnessed Lin Yu's extraordinary talent, he had resolved to take a significant gamble, binding Rongqing No. 1 High School to Lin Yu's future. Once, when Murong Hanshan was ambushed by magical beasts, he had taken a gamble and emerged victorious. Although his path forward had been obstructed, he had survived, yet he could never again bear the feeling of being powerless, subject to fate. Nonetheless, he was willing to gamble once more, staking everything on Lin Yu. Should Lin Yu rise to prominence, Rongqing No. 1 High School would soar alongside him. But as for whether Lin Yu would suffer a decline akin to Zhui Yong, the old principal did not even entertain the thought. Unless Lin Yu were to perish prematurely, such a scenario was nearly impossible. Thus, Murong Hanshan felt confident in this bold wager. After all, if they had already provoked a dragon, how could they possibly lose? Indeed, I concur with the sentiments of the venerable Murong. Feng Tianhai interjected. Chao Fu Zhang, Lin Yu's talent is truly unparalleled, if not unprecedented. While I cannot claim it shall never be matched in the future, he is undoubtedly one of a kind at present. I propose that Lin Yu be directly inducted into the S-Class Genius tier, and that we apply for the Starfire Cultivation Program immediately. Just moments ago, Fang Tianhai had been exchanging barbs with Murong Hanshin, yet now he firmly aligned himself with the latter. Both belonged to the education system, and given Lin Yu's evident talent, it was prudent to show goodwill now, lest they miss their opportunity in the future S-class tier Starfire program. Chao Yiming's expression turned serious, deep in thought. Indeed, it is the Starfire program. Since the Federation introduced this initiative, no individual has yet qualified for such a prestigious genius cultivation plan. However, I believe Lin Yu's talent absolutely warrants it. Fang Tianhai's tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Since the Federation's inception, the presence of magical beasts had loomed over humanity like a sword of Damocles. Unlike humans, nearly all magical beasts possessed formidable strength from birth. Particularly, the offspring of higher-tier magical beasts often entered the world with second- or even third-tier capabilities that, in contrast, humans required a growth period of around 20 years. From birth to awakening, before they could attain combat abilities capable of contending with magical beasts. However, while magical beasts enjoyed inherent advantages at birth, their ultimate strength was closely tied to their species' potential. The greater the species' potential, the higher the ceiling for their strength. Moreover, it was significantly more challenging for magical beasts to transcend their species' limitations than it was for humans. Even if a human awakened a low-tier talent, they could enhance their abilities through cultivation, ultimately surpassing their limits, much like the Blade Emperor Huang Fulong, who stood atop humanity with nothing but a B-tier Shuain blade, vanquishing countless magical beasts. The Free Federation, eager to cultivate awakeners more effectively and rapidly, especially the gifted, had developed a series of talent cultivation plans. Different tiers of geniuses received varying degrees of resource allocation, with the S-class genius tier representing the Federation's highest distinction. Once one entered the S-class tier, future cultivation resources would be guaranteed, with weapons and elixirs readily available. The Starfire program represented the pinnacle of talent cultivation plans, offering boundless resources and dedicated guidance. Furthermore, even before an individual had fully matured, they would be protected by high-ranking guardians. It was a program that considered all conceivable needs, ensuring a comfortable growth trajectory without unnecessary detours. However, since its introduction, no one had yet proven worthy of the Federation's highest-tier program. Old Fang, well done. Finally showing some insight, Murong Hanshin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement upon hearing Fang Tianhai's proposal. Fang Tianhai gazed at Murong Hanshin, utterly speechless. What do you mean finally showing some insight? When have I ever lacked insight? He decided against stooping to the old man's level, not wanting to lose face. Chao Fuzhong, I too believe that old Fang's proposal is feasible. Once the news of Lin Yu's awakening spreads, I suspect even the most insignificant of individuals will come seeking attention. Just days ago, that wretched group from the Eternal Night Church attacked my arena. If they catch wind of this, who knows what kind of trouble they may stir up. Ji Shuejuan chimed in, her agreement unwavering. Although the arena had recently cooperated with the local authorities to root out some cult members from Rongqing, these were merely minor players. No one could guarantee that higher-tier cultists weren't lurking within the city. Should Lin Yu's abilities become known to those deranged cultists, whether they sought to coerce him into joining or to eliminate him before he could gain strength, it would spell trouble. Chao Yiming pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall contact Commander Huang to explain the situation. Meanwhile, you should remain vigilant and discreetly assign some personnel to protect Lin Yu. Ensure someone is watching over his home as well. We cannot allow those cultists to exploit any vulnerabilities. Commander Huang, as Chao Yiming referred to him, was the leader directly overseeing Rongqing, akin to the former frontier officials responsible for multiple cities in the vicinity. Rest assured, Chao Fuzhong, Lin Yu's safety is in my hands. If those wretched rats dare approach, I shall skewer them with a single strike. Ji Shuejuan volunteered, her determination evident. Ji Shuejuan still harbored resentment over the events at the arena. Convinced that high-ranking members of the Eternal Night Church were indeed hiding in Rongqing, albeit too deeply concealed for her to pinpoint their location, the previous operation had yielded no significant captures. Leaving her with a pent-up frustration in need of release, Ji Shuejuan was certain that upon hearing news of Lin Yu, those vile rats would come crawling, providing her with the perfect opportunity for revenge. Little June, you can protect him, but do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Lin Yu's safety outweighs the entirety of the Eternal Night Church. Do you understand? Chao Yiming observed Ji Shuejuan's fervent expression and knew exactly what she was thinking. He had no concerns about her combat prowess. She had once pierced through a Lord-tier secret realm while newly entering the 7th tier, Her strength was indisputable. However, her tendency to become overly impulsive in battle gave him considerable headaches. At times, he even wondered if she had been born into the wrong gender, given her ferocious fighting style that left even him in awe. Chao Fu Zhang. I can differentiate between priorities. Ji Shuejuan rolled her beautiful eyes in exasperation. Did she really seem that untrustworthy? Very well. I shall entrust Lin Yu's safety to you. I will return shortly to arrange for a team to guard his home. As for the school, I leave that to Principal Murong. Rest assured, with this old bone of mine around, those wretched rats won't stir up any trouble at Roncheng No. 1 High School, Murong Hongchen declared, now fully invested in Lin Yu's safety, unwilling to allow even the slightest mishap. Furthermore, the school was his stronghold. If he couldn't protect a single student there, what kind of principal would he be? I will arrange for a Lord-tier expert to oversee the situation. Otherwise, with Murong's current strength, it may be somewhat inadequate. Fang Tianhai interjected abruptly, his words laced with disdain for Murong Hongchen's abilities. You wish to spar, you old coot. Is my prowess not sufficient for you? Forget it, I won't bully you. Do you truly believe your frail body can breach my barrier? Fang Tianhai chuckled, relishing in the sight of Murong Hongchen's flustered expression. Finally feeling vindicated for earlier grievances, his mood markedly improved. Ha, I truly don't believe it. Old Fang, today, whether you want to or not, we shall duel. Come, let us proceed. Murong Hongchen's eyes widened in fury as he grabbed Fang Tianhai, intent on heading outside. Chao Yiming hastily signaled the others, and after much pulling and tugging, the two elderly men reluctantly abandoned their desire for a duel. Phew. Chao Yiming wiped the sweat from his brow. Goodness, even with one foot in the grave, they remained so restless. All right, let's settle on this for now. If there are no further matters, you may all disperse. Humph. Murong Hongchen snorted at Fang Tianhai and was the first to rise and exit the conference room, although he had already conveyed everything at the Yuetian Pavilion, and the matters here had been resolved. He still felt compelled to check for any unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Lin Yizhong brought Lin Yu to the logistics department. Teacher Qian, the principal has sent me to collect a medium-level recovery pill. Could you kindly assist me with that? Lin Yizhong smiled as he addressed the supervising teacher. Lin teacher, it has been a while. What contribution have you made to the school this time that the principal rewards you with a medium-level recovery pill? It's not for me. It's for my student, Lin Yu. The principal's recovery pill is a reward for him. Upon hearing teacher Qian's remarks, Lin Yizhong pointed at Lin Yu and replied with a smile. Teacher Qian looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. He had indeed heard of this name before. Lin Yu was a top student in the senior class of Roncheng No. 1 High School, frequently mentioned by the teachers. After all, students who excel academically are the favorites of educators. Is this Lin Yu, the outstanding student from your senior class? What is this? Did he awaken some advanced talent during the awakening ceremony today? Teacher Qian was aware that today was the day of awakening, but since he was stationed at the logistics department, he was unaware of the events that transpired at the Yuetian Pavilion. Now, hearing Lin Yizhong's words, he guessed that Lin Yu must have awakened some advanced talent. Something like that. Lin Yizhong replied, slightly pleased with himself. Congratulations, Lin teacher. Is it an S-level talent? It seems that the title of outstanding teacher will once again be yours this year. Ha ha ha. That depends on the principal. Whether I receive it or not is inconsequential. As for Lin Yu's awakened level, you will soon find out. Lin Yizhong said with a playful glint in his eyes. Could it possibly be more than S-level? Are you teasing me? Not saying anything more. Here, this is your recovery pill. Take good care of it. Thank you, Teacher Qian. We shall take our leave now. Teacher Qian watched as Lin Yizhong and Lin Yu departed. His expression filled with perplexity. Could it be that Lin Yu's awakened talent surpassed S-level? That would indeed be incredibly fortunate for Lin Yizhong. As Lin Yu and Lin Yizhong entered the classroom, the previously noisy room fell into an immediate silence, all eyes turning towards Lin Yu, their faces a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Lin Yu, please return to your seat. Lin Yizhong gestured, and Lin Yu nodded, calmly walking to his seat under the attentive gaze of his classmates. Class, there was a minor mishap during the awakening ceremony, but fortunately, our class has successfully completed the awakening process. I would like to extend my congratulations to all the students who successfully awakened. You are about to embark on a new journey. However, I urge you not to become arrogant. Successfully awakening does not mean you can become powerful immediately. You need to diligently develop and train your talents. Strength is not achieved overnight. I will distribute a form to each of you who have successfully awakened. Please fill in your talent level, specific type, and approximate abilities. After addressing the students, Lin Yu began handing out forms to those who had successfully awakened. The reason for collecting this data was twofold. It was necessary for registration at the Marshall University, and it was also for entry into the federal database, similar to a DNA registry from the past. Although it could not pinpoint an individual as accurately as DNA, it could narrow down the scope and prevent awakened individuals from committing crimes without being tracked, thereby maintaining the stability of the Federation. Lin Yu was quite pleased with the results of this awakening. Out of over 40 students in the class, nearly half had successfully awakened, including 2 A-level and 1 S-level talents. This was a significant improvement compared to previous years. Moreover, with Lin Yu, an extraordinary talent, present, Lin Yu could already envision the scenes of various Marshall universities vying for students in a few days, as well as the frenzy of students eager to enter the elite class of Rinnegan No. 1 high school next semester. To cultivate the first SSS-level awakened talent in the Federation in 3 centuries would certainly create a sensation throughout the Federation. At that time, Rinnegan No. 1 high school and he, as the homeroom teacher, would become highly sought after. The thought of this thrilled Lin Yu. This was the true meaning of one person rises, all benefit, and with his nephew achieving greatness, he too would bask in the glory. All right, students, once you have completed the forms, please hand them in. After collecting the forms, Lin Yu addressed the students, some of whom were cheerful while others looked disheartened. Students, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Now it is time to prepare for the college entrance examination. Those who have successfully awakened should take the next few days to familiarize themselves with their abilities, as the school will organize a trip to the secret realm soon. To be mentally prepared. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, whispers erupted from the students below. Are we really going to the secret realm so soon? What should we do? I heard that the magical beasts there are terrifying. And they say their strength is formidable. Isn't it a bit risky for us newly awakened students to enter the secret realm? What are you afraid of? We awaken for the purpose of defeating magical beasts. Right. I can't wait to dive in. Exactly. If I awaken successfully, I'll definitely go in without hesitation. Easy to say when you're not the one facing the danger. Do you know how perilous it is inside the secret realm? Every year, so many naive newcomers enter and never return. If you haven't awakened, don't make light of it. If you're so brave, why not enter the secret realm and see for yourself? Silence. Lin Yu interjected firmly. Since the Academy dares to arrange for you to enter the secret realm, they must have made thorough preparations. You need not worry about that. The most important thing now is to familiarize yourselves with your abilities to avoid any mishaps in the secret realm. Understood. As for those who have not successfully awakened, do not be too disheartened. Your focus now should be on preparing for the cultural examinations. Do not think that lacking in awakening means there is no path forward. Remember, 2/3 of the Federation's population are not awakened individuals. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, concentrate on your studies and aim for a good school. While bravery in battle is commendable, contributing to stability is equally valuable. Therefore, do not despair for not awakening. Ordinary individuals can also become valuable members of society. Seeing the rising agitation among the students, Lin Yu quickly tapped the podium. That it was entirely normal for students who failed to awaken to feel mentally unbalanced. Having taught for so long, Lin Yu encountered this scene almost every year and had long since become immune to it. After all, whether one awakens successfully or not is not something he can control. All he can do is provide guidance as a teacher, and the rest is up to them to navigate. Understood? All right. Now let us have some quiet study time, and remember not to speak loudly. After speaking, Lin Yu left the classroom. The moment Lin Yu stepped out, Lin Yu instantly became the center of attention. Whether they had successfully awakened or not, everyone was stealing glances at Lin Yu, who sat quietly at the back. Why you go? Your talent that you just awakened isn't still the same, is it? Zhu Fatty leaned closer to Lin Yu, seeking confirmation. What do you think? Lin Yu replied with a knowing look. The unprecedented golden talent, coupled with the teacher's reactions, made the truth quite apparent. Wow, you're amazing. Truly one of a kind. All right, calm down. It's not like you've never seen it before. Act like you've never been anywhere. I really haven't seen anything like this. One is already enough to create a stir, and now you have two. Stop the nonsense. Yours isn't bad either. Hurry up and familiarize yourself with your talent. I'll take you along to show off during the trial. Sure thing, bro. At that moment, in a luxurious 6-story building in the city center, the opulent facade gleamed under the sun, with the words Night Banquet embossed in gold shining brilliantly. Night Banquet is purportedly one of the premier entertainment venues in Rinnegan. claiming that as long as you have money, you can enjoy imperial treatment. However, behind the scenes, it serves as the largest stronghold of the Eternal Night Church in Rinnegan. At this moment, in a lavish office on the top floor, a man with his hands clasped behind his back gazed quietly at the bustling street below through the Venetian blinds. Knock, 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 come in. A soft voice emerged from the man's lips, who did not turn his head but continued to gaze outside, as if something extraordinary outside had captivated his attention, unwilling to look away even for a moment. The office door slowly opened, and a woman dressed in professional attire walked in. "Your Excellency," the woman respectfully addressed him, her lightly made-up face displaying an expression of fervor as she fixed her gaze on the man before her. The man remained silent, gazing out the window. After a considerable pause, he murmured, "What right do these foolish mortals have to continue existing in this world? I could extinguish all these fragile ants in an instant. Yet, they frolic freely beneath the sun, while we are condemned to dwell in darkness." The woman refrained from responding. She understood that this was merely the man's soliloquy, and she lacked the standing to engage him as an equal. "How are things progressing?" The man turned, revealing a sickly pallor on his skin, his eyes, tinged with malice, coldly scrutinizing the woman before him. "Reporting to the master, I have communicated the orders to our subordinates. The followers in Rinnegan are currently lying low, refraining from any rash actions." "Very well. What of those plotting an attack on the arena? They have been apprehended by my subordinates. Shall I bring them before the master?" The woman cautiously inquired, recognizing the man's delicate yet formidable stature within the church. His visit to Rinnegan bore significant implications, but she had not anticipated such a complication upon his arrival. She felt a seething hatred for that self-satisfied fool who chose to assault the domain of that madwoman. In recent days, Jishuejuan had dismantled several strongholds, causing considerable turmoil, though no significant harm had been done. The trouble it brought forth was substantial, igniting her rage. Furthermore, it had resulted in a considerable loss of face before the master. At the very least, the impression of incompetence was inescapable. No need for him. Dispose of him directly. Such waste is not worth retaining. The man exhibited an indifferent demeanor, his tone languid as he addressed her. The notion of attacking the arena was one he had never contemplated. The arena, being one of the most critical institutions of the Federation, housed countless formidable individuals, not to mention, in the Longhua Special District alone, renowned figures like the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor were affiliated with it. Inciting the wrath of such imperial figures would render the Evernight Church utterly powerless on Blue Star. Understood. Is there any additional information? There is a piece of news, although it remains unconfirmed. I am uncertain whether to disclose it. Oh, what is it? Master, today marks the day of awakening for the Junior Academy. We just received word from a believer at Rinnegan No. 1 High School, indicating that a student has awakened an unprecedented golden talent this year. What did you say? The man's voice rose sharply, his previously nonchalant expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment, disbelief evident in his gaze. The woman reiterated the message as she observed his agitation. Then curiously inquired, "Master, is there something special about golden talent?" Ignoring her question, the man's countenance darkened, his expression grave. Is the news reliable? Uncertain. We have only just received the information and have yet to verify it. Then why are you hesitating? Investigate immediately. Set aside all other matters. I demand confirmation of this within the day. I only require results. The man's demeanor shifted dramatically from nonchalance to one of palpable intensity, causing the woman to grasp the gravity of the situation. She quickly nodded in compliance. "Yes, I will arrange for an investigation right away." With that, she rushed out of the office. Golden talent. Golden talent. How could this be? Had not the divine conveyed that such a talent could not exist in this realm? The man's mind was in turmoil, the woman's news striking him like a thunderclap, leaving him feeling unmoored, as it contradicted the message he had received from the divine. Could something unforeseen have transpired? No, that was impossible. The divine was omniscient and omnipotent, incapable of being deceived. What could possibly have gone awry? The woman displayed remarkable efficiency, likely spurred by a desire to restore her image before the master, and within 2 hours, she returned with information regarding Lin Yu. "Master, I have uncovered the truth. The news is indeed accurate. This Lin Yu awakened a golden talent during the awakening ceremony. Moreover, he detonated the awakening stone tablet before the eyes of hundreds. Lin Yu, upon awakening, was taken away by the authorities of the Rinnegan garrison. And shortly thereafter, The principal's office at Rongqing No. 1 High School was obliterated by an unknown force, now replaced by a primeval forest. According to our intelligence, it is highly probable that Lin Yu was responsible for this. As although most present were high-ranking guardians, none possessed the capability to conjure a primeval forest in an instant. The woman conveyed the investigative findings with a tone of awe, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Honestly, she had verified the information countless times upon receiving it, but ultimately, she could not deny this shocking reality. The news was irrefutable. Under the scrutiny of many, it would soon spread throughout the Federation. Golden talent. It truly was golden talent. Clearly, some unforeseen event had transpired. The man murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening. Convey my orders. We must make contact with this Lin Yu at all costs. Whoever can bring him into the church shall be promoted 3 levels and may request a high-level divine baptism from the headquarters. Yes. The man's command sparked a glimmer of hope in the woman's eyes, her heart racing with excitement. As the de facto leader in Rongqing, a 3-level promotion would elevate her into the core of the church. At that point, her status would surpass anything she currently possessed. However, this paled in comparison to the prospect of the divine baptism. The divine baptism, the Evernight Church's secret weapon, was rumored to possess the mystical power to transform decay into the miraculous. It not only enhanced physical strength, but also shattered personal limitations, allowing those once deemed hopeless to ascend further. Upon awakening, the quality of an awakened individual's physique would improve with each level gained. Once one broke through to the 7th tier, their body would undergo a sublime transformation, evident in an extended lifespan. Typically, a 6th-tier guardian could expect to live at least 120 years, while a 7th-tier guardian might enjoy an additional 20 years. Upon reaching the imperial level, guardians could live to be at least 200 years old, with the oldest imperial figures on Blue Star having surpassed 250 years, existing like true immortals. Thus, breaking through limitations and surpassing one's limits became of utmost importance, especially for those nearing the end of their lifespan, as who would not desire to extend their years. However, the lower the talent potential, the more difficult it became to break through such bottlenecks. A universally acknowledged truth on Blue Star. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary capability of Huang Fulong, who transcended his talent, or the monstrous aptitude to rise to imperial strength with a B-level gift. Most individuals would spend their lives ensnared beneath their limitations, unable to break through. Consequently, the existence of the divine baptism became a last lifeline for many who faced insurmountable barriers, enticing numerous guardians to join the Evernight Church, thereby enabling its growth into one of the most formidable cults. The woman felt an overwhelming urge to capture this Lin Yu student immediately. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that with the master placing such importance on Lin Yu, she dared not act recklessly. Depart now, and do not fail again. Otherwise, I will have no qualms about replacing you, you understand? Understood. Though the man's tone appeared calm, the very neutrality of his voice left the woman drenched in cold sweat. Her head bowed in fear as she slowly retreated. Level talent. The man murmured softly, his gaze wandering, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Have you heard? That student named Lin Yu from the advanced class detonated the awakening stone tablet during the ceremony. Is that true? I've never heard of anyone damaging the awakening stone before. Are you joking? Why would I lie? The entire senior class was present. It exploded right before their eyes. How could that be fabricated? Wow, that's incredible. What talent did he awaken? Unknown, but it's a golden talent we've never encountered before. My friend, are you certain you are not just pulling my leg? Though I am merely a sophomore. The 9 years of compulsory education have not been in vain. Those speaking to me bore expressions that implied they considered me a fool. How can you assume that I have not studied as well? That would be a golden talent, with hundreds of eyes watching. Are you the only one who doubts it? I have witnessed it with my own eyes, and even I find it hard to believe. Moreover, that Zhu Fugue, who often accompanies him, is also an S-class ability user. His luck is simply astounding. The news of Lin Yu and his awakening has spread throughout Rongqing No. 1 High School. Yet due to the lack of an official announcement from the school, the students remain in a state of half-belief. In the evening, after a full day of self-study, Lin Yu and his companion walked home, chatting and laughing, while fellow students gazed at them with envy. He is Lin Yu. How could such a remarkable figure exist in our school? So handsome. Senior Lin Yu exudes such charm. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Wake up. What daydream are you indulging in? That is beyond your reach. Zhu Fugue is somewhat acceptable, though. Why can't I have a crush? You still consider me your best friend. Besides, What's wrong with Zhu Fuguei? He is merely a tad overweight. As the saying goes, fat people are potential stocks. Who knows, he might become a handsome fellow after losing weight. Furthermore, he possesses S-class talent and comes from a wealthy family. When put this way, he seems rather appealing. If only I could awaken to an A-class talent, I would be overjoyed. The girl beside her looked at her friend, who was lost in a daze. However, upon glancing at the tall and handsome Lin Yu ahead, she thought, Senior Lin Yu is indeed handsome. Hey, you go. How do you feel? What do you mean, how do I feel? Lin Yu looked at Zhu Fuguei, puzzled. Had this chubby fellow lost his mind? You go. Stop pretending to be a saint. Did you not hear those two junior girls praising you? Seeing Zhu Fuguei's lewd expression, combined with his round face, Lin Yu felt an urge to smack him. Did they not just compliment you? I think what that girl said was quite accurate. Why not try losing a few pounds? You might just transform into a handsome man. Impossible. Absolutely not. I would rather die fat and ugly than lose weight. Zhu Fuguei resolutely shook his head. It was impossible to make this chubby fellow lose weight in this lifetime. Look at your future. Lin Yu shook his head. This chubby guy was probably beyond saving. A head may be severed and blood may flow, but meals cannot be skipped. Zhu Fuguei declared with righteous indignation. But you good. Can losing weight really make one handsome? How would I know? I was once a fat person. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and ignored Zhu Fuguei. As they approached the school gate, Lin Yu suddenly stopped, and Zhu Fuguei looked at him in confusion. Why you go? What's the matter? Someone is looking for you. Lin Yu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fuguei scanned the area in confusion, only to see a beautiful woman walking towards them. His eyes lit up. Wow, you go. A stunning beauty. That figure, that appearance. Wow. How did you land such a catch? Chubby, if you don't want to get beaten up, you better say less. I cannot stand against her, duh. Zhu Fuguei's expression changed as he looked closely. Then he gasped. Goodness. Is that not the beautiful leader we just saw? Zhu Fuguei was instantly terrified into silence. Someone who could sit alongside the principal was not someone he could provoke. He could only pray that what he just said had not been overheard. Or he would have no place to complain if he got beaten up. Lin Yu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ji Xuejuan approached, her graceful face adorned with a gentle smile. Her beautiful eyes swept over Zhu Fuguei, causing him to shudder and awkwardly smile at her, inching closer to Lin Yu. Minister Ji, is there something you need? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Just call me Sister Xuejuan. There's no need for such formality. Hand me your phone. I'll leave you my contact information. Ji Xuejuan extended her delicate hand towards Lin Yu, speaking to him calmly. Why you go is impressive. Zhu Fuguei's eyes sparkled as he watched Lin Yu. What unfolded before him only amplified his admiration. The beautiful leader was Ji Xuejuan, a paragon in Rongqing. Not only was she stunning, but she was also powerful and well-connected. And most importantly, she was unmarried, consistently topping the list of the most sought-after women in Rongqing. She was the dream girl of countless young men, yet he had never heard of her getting close to any man. Who would have thought she would take the initiative to ask for a man's contact information? Gee, Lin Yu pulled out his phone but halted as Ji Xuejuan shot him a sharp glance. Understanding her intent, he quickly corrected himself. Sister Xuejuan, here. Satisfied, Ji Xuejuan nodded, took the phone, dialed a number, and then set up a speed dial for Lin Yu, returning the phone to him afterward. But I've set up a speed dial for you. For the time being, I will ensure your safety. If you need anything, just call me. Is there something going on? Is it really necessary? Better safe than sorry. Did you not encounter trouble a few days ago? Once your talent is exposed, many unsavory characters will come to approach you. For your safety, this is essential. Lin Yu accepted the phone, looking speechless at the beautiful leader before him. However, to be honest, he felt quite touched. Sister Xuejuan, thank you. Lin Yu said earnestly. He had only interacted briefly with the big shots in Rongqing that morning, but he noticed their concern for him. Lin Yu was not one to be ungrateful. He silently remembered their kindness, and no need to be so polite. Ji Xuejuan waved her hand nonchalantly, but she added, however, I believe if those unsavory characters really come looking for you, they won't take ordinary folks seriously. Ji Xuejuan recalled Lin Yu's extraordinary talent and the untouched wilderness within the school. Any foolish challengers, as long as they weren't high-ranking guardians, would likely be easy prey. Well, it's not as exaggerated as you say. If Sister Xuejuan has nothing else, we should take our leave. Lin Yu laughed lightly, changing the topic. He even revealed his flying thunder god technique yet, if it came down to escaping. His spatial ability was truly unrivaled. Where is your home? Hop in my car. I'll give you a ride back, and no need for such trouble, Sister Xuejuan. We live nearby. It's just a short walk. Lin Yu noticed the students around them casting strange glances, fearing that if he were to get in the car, rumors might spread wildly the next day. Well then, in that case, for your safety, it's best if you refrain from leaving the city for the time being. Ji Xuejuan did not insist, as the city was relatively safe for the recent attack at the arena. It was merely an unfortunate incident. The arena had stood strong for many years within the Federation, naturally possessing its strengths. It was only due to a prolonged lack of provocation that it had relaxed its vigilance, allowing the Eternal Night Church to exploit the opportunity. All right, Sister Xuejuan, we'll take our leave now. Goodbye. Lin Yu quickly pulled Zhu Fuguei away from the school gate, feeling uneasy under the peculiar gazes of the students. You go, you're something else. That's the goddess Ji. After walking a distance from the school gate, Zhu Fuguei gave Lin Yu a thumbs up, completely in awe of him. Stop rambling. Let us hurry. My mom just messaged me. They were all waiting for us at home. The two didn't dawdle and headed straight home to AT that moment. Lin Yu's family, Chen Shumin and Wang Yin, had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, eagerly waiting for their return. As soon as they entered the house, Lin Yu was pulled aside and bombarded with questions in fact, Zhu Fuguei had already informed his family of his awakening. But Zhu Wansan and the others found it hard to believe and insisted on confirming it in person once they returned. Only after both revealed their talents did the two families fully believe. Zhu Wansan was so overjoyed, he burst into tears. For Lin Igua and his wife, they were not as excited. After all, their son had already awakened an SSS class talent, so awakening another one was entirely acceptable to Lin Igua. Old Lin, tonight we won't return until we're drunk. They laughed heartily. Our family, the Zhu clan, has finally produced a genius, an S-class talent. I wonder who will dare to claim that the Zhu family lacks capability and can only sell sanitary napkins. At this moment, Zhu Wansan is overwhelmed with excitement, as he has harbored regrets for decades due to his own failure to awaken. His astonishment, his son has awakened an S-class talent, allowing Zhu Wansan to finally take pride in declaring his son a genius. Excellent. Let us drink until we're inebriated. Ha! Lin Igua joyfully echoed his sentiments, while Chen Shumin and Wang Yin, witnessing their husband's elation coupled with their son's successful awakening, shared in their joy. Thus, they refrained from imposing restrictions on them, allowing the two men to indulge freely in their drinking, but only for today, as this thought crossed both women's minds simultaneously. The next day, Rongqing No. 1 High School urgently summoned a new awakening monument from the garrison in preparation for the awakening ceremony of the other senior students. Although no talents above A class emerged among the remaining students, the number of those who successfully awakened was approximately 30, even without Lin Yu's exceptional prowess. It is estimated that this year's Rongqing No. 1 High School would still rank among the top 50 prestigious institutions. Murong Hongqian was quite satisfied with this outcome. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year's Rongqing No. 1 High School would undoubtedly emerge as the biggest dark horse. Following the completion of the awakening ceremony, Murong Hongqian issued a notification. 2 days later, all students who had successfully awakened would enter the primary secret realm, the Slime Forest, accompanied by their teachers for trial training. Upon hearing the announcement, the students of Class 1 suddenly realized that they were to venture into the Slime Forest. Previously, when Lin Yizhong mentioned that the school would organize a trial in a secret realm, some had worried, but upon discovering it was this particular realm, their anxieties were significantly alleviated. Secret realms are categorized by danger levels, ranging from 1 to 10, with 1 being the least perilous. The slime is widely regarded as the weakest magical beast, posing the lowest threat level. Even those who have just awakened should have a fighting chance against a first-tier slime. If they form a team, as long as they are not besieged, they can easily dominate. 2 days later, early in the morning, the teachers gathered all the awakened students on the playground. Students, please quiet down. Murong Hongqian signaled from the front, prompting the previously chattering students to fall silent. Satisfied, Murong Hongqian smiled. The school bus will arrive shortly, and I have several points to address. First, once in the secret realm, adhere to your teacher's directives. Second, do not act heroically. If danger arises, seek assistance. There is no shame in that. Even the weakest magical beasts are still beasts, and the risks are beyond your current understanding. You have just awakened, and there will be ample opportunities in the future. Third, although this is merely a trial, you must take it seriously. The school is allowing you early exposure to magical beasts to prevent you from panicking during the martial examination, potentially costing you your lives. Cherish this opportunity. Is that clear? Morong Hongchen asked solemnly. Although teachers would be present throughout the ordeal and the slime was the weakest of magical beasts, who could guarantee that no problems would arise. We understand. Good. Let us depart. Maintain order when boarding the bus. Teachers ensure your classes are orderly. With a grand gesture, Morong Hongchen was the first to board, followed by the students under their teacher's guidance. The school bus traveled for over an hour before arriving at the entrance of the secret realm. The old principal took the lead into the realm. Principal, why have you come personally? ISNT, the deputy principal usually in charge. The slime forest is a secret realm belonging to Rongqing No. One high school, guarded by its own faculty. Haha, there are several promising talents this year, and I wish to see them myself. Teacher Zhu, has there been any trouble in the secret realm recently? Rest assured. Principal.as, you know, the highest tier within is only at peak level 1, so there will be no issues. Very well. Morong Hongchen nodded in satisfaction and turned to the teachers leading the groups. Please divide your students into teams and distribute the barrier wristbands to them. Understood. At the principal's command, the teachers began organizing their students in the advanced class. There were 19 awakened students, including UCC. An A-class transformation type Moon Rabbit, Zhang Ming, an A-class mysterious type Shadow Manipulator, who had awakened in the same ceremony as Lin Yu. Zhu Fugue, an S-class transformation type Glutton, and 3 B-class awakened students. YUCC, Zhang Yi. U6 form a group, Zhang Ming, Tao Ran. U6 form a group, Zhu Fugue, Wang Mingyang. U6 form a group. Lin Yu will be in a group by himself. Rongqing No. 1 High School primarily paired 1 A-class and 1 B-class awakened student with 4 ordinary talents for team assignments. While Lin Yu was left to his own devices, with his current 3rd-tier strength, Lin Yu was akin to a tiger among sheep in this secret realm. Rongqing No. 1 High School could hardly conceive of any threats to him. Ugh, noticing the peculiar gazes from his classmates, Lin Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. How had he once again drawn attention without even trying? Although the academy had yet to make an official announcement. A premonition hung in the air among the students regarding Lin Yu's unparalleled golden talent, the unprecedented SSS class awakening, making it hard not to draw connections. Thus, their reactions were not overly intense. As if it were merely a matter of course. YUCC, please distribute the barrier wristbands. Of course, teacher. Lin Yizhong retrieved a box and handed it to the class monitor. Inside lay a series of exquisitely crafted wristbands. In case of danger, infuse your spiritual energy into the barrier wristband. A peak level 1 barrier will manifest, ensuring your safety within the secret realm. However, triggering the wristband signifies the end of this trial. This trial would be conducted in groups, with rankings determined by the magical crystals collected by each group. The top-ranking group would receive a primary recovery elixir as a reward. Lin Yu's performance would not factor into the rankings. Lin Yizhong added this final note with emphasis. Teacher, I protest. Lin Yu felt utterly exasperated. Was he merely there to play, protest, or invalid? This is the principal's decree. Lin Yizhong ignored Lin Yu's objections, with 3rd-tier strength. Lin Yu could easily dominate the entire slime forest. Calculating rankings would indeed be meaningless. As for the elixirs, the old principal had long prepared a large supply, merely awaiting distribution to Lin Yu. Teachers, the wristbands have been distributed. After a while, UCC approached Lin Yizhong and reported, however, we still lack 1 for Lin Yu. No worries, he doesn't need 1. Lin Yizhong shook his head, responding. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. However, he truly did not mind. After all, the so-called barrier wristband made little difference to him. YUCC looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, feeling as though she barely recognized her classmate of several years. It felt as if their friendship had been in vain. All right, if everyone is ready, let us wait a moment. We will soon enter the secret realm. After a while, the other classes gradually finished as well. The old principal observed that everything was ready and turned to Teacher Zhu, saying, Teacher Zhu, please deactivate the barrier. Teacher Zhu nodded and promptly activated the switch. Before long, the barrier that had concealed the entrance to the secret realm slowly opened a passage large enough for a single person, revealing the immense vortex within. Class 1 entered first, with the teacher leading the way and the students following closely behind. At the old principal's command, Lin Yizhong boldly stepped into the secret realm. Followed by the students in succession. As Lin Yu traversed the vortex, he initially anticipated some discomfort, only to find it akin to using the Flying Thunder God technique, completely free of any unease. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Wow, is the teleportation in Blue Star so advanced, it hardly feels like passing through another dimension. Dad, the mysterious rules of this world are quite formidable. They can actually create so many stable subspaces. Subspace, what is that? In simple terms, this secret realm is a different time and space from Blue Star. You might liken it to the Kamui space in the Naruto world. Upon hearing 9527's explanation, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this secret realm was indeed quite mysterious. Then Lin Yu recalled another matter. Does this mean that if I am inside the secret realm, I cannot use the Flying Thunder God to teleport out? Yes, Dad. The Flying Thunder God technique can only be executed within the same time and space, meaning it can only be used for teleportation within the same realm, since the secret realm and Blue Star are two distinct time spaces. Once one passes through the vortex, it is akin to entering an entirely different dimension, thus preventing the use of the Flying Thunder God to escape from the secret realm. It seems the Flying Thunder God is not without its limitations. If it could traverse dimensions, it would likely not be merely an SS-level ability. Lin Yu nodded in understanding and then began to carefully observe the environment of the secret realm. After all, this was his first time entering a secret realm, and he was curious about what lay within. Before his eyes unfolded a lush, verdant primordial forest, where countless jelly-like creatures meandered leisurely through the trees, unexpectedly exuding an aura of tranquility. Clap, clap. Lin Yu clapped his hands, and when everyone's attention turned to him, he announced, "Students, please proceed according to the groups we assigned earlier. There are 2 points to note. First, do not venture deep into the forest. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the slimes. There is a peak-level first-tier slime dwelling in the depths, one that you are not equipped to handle just yet. Second, should you encounter danger, activate your wristbands immediately. Do not try to be brave." "Understood, teacher," the students responded, and then, according to their assigned groups, they set off to seek out the jelly-like creatures. "Xiaoyu, feel free to explore. I won't be watching over you." Lin Yu rolled his eyes, nodded, and with his hands in his pockets, strolled into the woods. As he passed by Zhu Fugue, he waved his hand and gave him an encouraging glance. "Old Zhu, what's going on with Lin Yu? Why is the teacher so confident in him?" A student from Zhu Fugue's team could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Zhu Fugue, knowing that he had a good relationship with Lin Yu and must be privy to his situation. "We'll find out when the school announces everyone's talents." Zhu Fugue chuckled lightly, refraining from elaborating further. This was a private matter concerning his close friend, and he had no intention of broadcasting it. Meanwhile, Lin Yu ventured into the forest, curiously observing everything around him. The slimes, indeed the least threatening of magical beasts, paid him no mind even as he passed by them. 9527. Why don't you have the function to instantly identify magical beasts with a mere glance? Lin Yu gazed at the jelly-like creatures before him, suddenly recalling something and casually inquiring. Lin Yu had initially been indifferent, but upon noticing 9527's sudden silence, he paused, then recalled something. His expression darkening. 9527. Please tell me you haven't forgotten. 9527 remained silent, and Lin Yu could almost visualize the guilty figure of 9527 in his mind. At this point, Lin Yu's face had completely darkened. With a long sigh, he suppressed the urge to scold 9527. Reminding himself that this was his system spirit, it was still young, just a child, deserving of patience. "Hurry up and speak. I won't scold you." "All right, Dad. I will now activate the detection function for you. It can scan any object you designate." As soon as 9527 heard Lin Yu's promise not to scold him, it promptly appeared and eagerly said, "Dad, you just need to look at something and silently think inspect, and you'll receive the information." Lin Yu rolled his eyes, realizing that his system's spirit had completely lost its temper. He then casually glanced at a wandering slime beside him, silently thinking inspect. Immediately, a simplified attribute panel appeared above the slime. Visible only to Lin Yu. Slime, first tier level 2 magical beast, danger level, LOW.SO simplistic. You wouldn't be cutting corners, would you? Absolutely not. Right now, the system can only access basic information. More detailed data will be available once the system upgrades. 9527's voice was firm and resolute. Fine. In truth, this was already much better than what others had. The reason Lin Yu's strength was perceived earlier was simply that those individuals were of a much higher level than him. However, that form of perception could only sense those 2 tiers below himself, and it merely provided a rough estimate of their levels. In this regard, the system's detection function was far superior. Lin Yu was quite content with this. Lin Yu paid no mind to the first and second tier slimes. To be honest, he had no desire to engage with such low-level creatures. After all, defeating them would yield no energy points, so it was better to leave them for others to practice on. Thus, Lin Yu continued deeper into the forest, Hoping to discover something like a slime king. As Lin Yu ventured further, he encountered increasingly higher-level slimes, and soon the slimes around him were generally at levels 5 and 6. He estimated that if he continued for a little longer, he would reach the central area of the slime forest, where he could likely find the slime king. Roar. A slightly agitated roar unexpectedly erupted, causing Lin Yu, who had been strolling leisurely, to halt in his tracks. What is that sound? Lin Yu had heard slimes make noises before, a slightly soft and cute sound, but this roar was not only furious but also contained a note of agonized howling. Lin Yu's previously languid demeanor suddenly transformed, bursting forth with boundless energy as he sprinted toward the source of the sound at an astonishing speed. As the roar grew closer, Lin Yu realized he was nearing his target. He slowed down, leaped onto a nearby tree, and surveyed the area from a higher vantage point. Before him lay a vast clearing, teeming with level 7 and 8 slimes, with a massive slime at its center. While ordinary slimes were blue and jelly-like, this enormous slime before him was an unusual shade of pink, its crimson eyes occasionally glaring toward the sky as it emitted furious roars. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and focused on the gigantic slime. Silently thinking, inspect. Slime King, abnormal state, level 19. Originally level 9, danger level, low. Abnormal state, what does that level mean? Lin Yu pondered, bemused by the information he had gleaned. Dad, this Slime King's original level should have been 9. But it has temporarily risen to 19 due to some external force. This abnormal state is a result of that power. Moreover, it appears that this Slime King has already been backfired by this power and has fallen into a state of rage. At this moment, 9527 conveniently explained to Lin Yu, who listened intently, realizing that the secret realm had undergone some changes that even the school had not detected. Regardless, it's a perfect opportunity to practice. I haven't had a proper chance to fight since awakening. Lin Yu thought for a moment but couldn't come up with any clear reasoning, so he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Regardless, this matter does not concern him. He will simply inform the school about the situation later. He gazed with keen interest at the enormous Slime King before him, his face alight with eager anticipation. Without hesitation, he snapped off a branch, lightly brushed it with his hand, and instantly inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon it. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the marked branch hurtling towards the Slime King's position. As the branch soared above the Slime King's head, Lin Yu executed a swift teleportation using the Flying Thunder God technique, landing steadily atop the Slime King's crown. The already volatile Slime King suddenly sensed something atop its head. Momentarily taken aback, it then erupted into a furious frenzy, bouncing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Lin Yu. The ground trembled as the Slime King's unintentional rampage crushed numerous smaller slimes beneath its weight, causing the remaining slimes to screech in terror and scatter in all directions. Yet Lin Yu remained steadfast, his feet seemingly rooted to the Slime King's head, unaffected by its frantic movements, employing the would-release insertion technique. Lin Yu crouched down, placing his palm upon the Slime King's crown. From his arm sprouted wooden spikes that pierced into the Slime King's head, and one by one, the spikes erupted from within, puncturing the creature's body. With a horrifying splatter, torrents of blood gushed forth from the penetrated body. The excruciate otherwise, they are merely students. What justifies the special treatment they receive? Lin Yu responded to his classmates' enthusiasm with a smile. Their warmth deserved respect, and he saw no reason to display a sour demeanor. Respect is reciprocal. Brother Yu, do you know what happened? Why did the trial end prematurely? I was just getting into the groove, Zhu Fugue remarked, still savoring the thrill of his recent exploits. Inside, he had relished the experience, and although he was only at level 3, his S-level talent made him formidable. As long as he wasn't overwhelmed or facing opponents of too high a level, he felt invincible. The other students, intrigued by Zhu Fugue's inquiry, leaned in, curious as to why the trial had been halted. There was an unexpected incident in the secret realm. The principal likely made the decision for your safety, Lin Yu explained. All right. Zhu Fugue nodded, refraining from probing further into the nature of the incident. Since Lin Yu had not provided specifics, it was evident that this matter was beyond their purview as students, and there was no need to dig deeper. The classmates, realizing they had gleaned no new information, exchanged whispers in small clusters. At that moment, the sound of applause drew the students' attention. They turned to see Lin Yu calmly addressing the group. Students, due to an unforeseen battle situation, this trial has concluded earlier than planned. Please, each group should tally the number of magic crystals collected and report to your respective teachers. Understood, teacher. After the tallying, Lin Yu received the final report. The results of the trial are now being announced. Zhu Fugue and Wang Mingyang claimed first place among 6 students, collectively acquiring 185 level 1 magic crystals, 25 level 2 crystals, 10 level 3 crystals, and 1 level 4 crystal, with all level 3 and 4 crystals belonging to Zhu Fugue. Rewards will be distributed upon returning to the academy. A stir of excitement erupted among the students. As expected of an S-level talent, to think he could slay a level 4 beast so soon after awakening, that's impressive. Indeed, but that chubby guy is just lucky. With S-level abilities, he could easily rise to the 8th Order Guardian. No need for envy. He possesses that fortune. What can we do? By the way, why hasn't Lin Yu's performance been mentioned? That shouldn't be the case. Given the spectacle at the awakening ceremony, you should have made some impression. Exactly. Could it be that he is all show? The students began to murmur, their attention shifting towards Lin Yu. You are mistaken. Lin Yu's results were not included in the rankings for reasons you cannot comprehend. UCC, the class monitor, interjected, unable to restrain herself from defending Lin Yu against the speculations of other classes. Is it that his results were excluded from rankings? Or is it that he simply achieved nothing? Perhaps he was too frightened even to slay a slime. A voice chimed in from Class 2, prompting Lin Yu to glance over and find Luofeng, the student he had previously clashed with at the school gate. Casting him a somewhat displeased look, Luofeng had endured a rather uncomfortable few days, initially planning to confront Lin Yu and Zhu Fugue after their awakenings. However, upon discovering that Zhu Fugue had an S-level talent while Lin Yu possessed an unknown golden talent, he felt inadequate with his own B-level awakening. Thus, he had been avoiding them, fearing he might provoke them. Yet, as discussions about Lin Yu's talents circulated throughout the school, and teachers regarded him with newfound respect, Luofeng's irritation intensified. Unable to contain himself, he made a derisive comment. However, after speaking, he regretted it, especially under Lin Yu's calm gaze, which made his heart sink. He had resolved to avoid trouble, so why had he let his mouth run loose? Luofeng, do you wish to practice a little? Come, I'm ready for you. I was just getting warmed up. Zhu Fugue's eyes lit up at the sight of Luofeng speaking. He had nearly forgotten about him until now. Don't think I'm afraid of you. What SNS level talent to me? Go and bully a beast if you're so capable. At this point, Luofeng had no choice but to respond bravely. Hey, I intend to bully you. What will you do about it? Zhu Fugue scoffed. Enough, chubby. There's no need to stoop to his level. It's tedious. Lin Yu interjected, pulling Zhu Fugue back and expressing his disdain for Luofeng. TCH, consider yourself lucky I won't bother with you. Luofeng's expression darkened, but he managed to suppress his retort. One foolish act was enough. If he attracted their ire, there would be dire consequences. Teacher, may I inquire about Lin Yu's results? A voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yu looked up to see UCC playfully winking at him. He rolled his eyes in resignation. He saw nothing to boast about, just a low-level beast. Linnijong. Observing the student's eager curiosity, cleared his throat. Since you are also intrigued, I shall disclose that Lin Yu only managed to slay a single slime, specifically a peak level 2 slime king. Luofeng had perked up at UCC's query. And when he heard Lin Yu had killed merely a slime, his eyes widened in surprise. But then, upon learning it was a peak level 2 slime king, he was utterly astonished. This was impossible. A peak level 2 creature, how had he achieved such strength? Luofeng's disbelief turned to embarrassment as he recalled his earlier mockery. It dawned on him that he was the real fool here. As Lin Yu's results were not counted among the rankings due to their fundamental disparity in strength, truly a monster, Luofeng sighed, extinguishing any thoughts of competing with Lin Yu. There was simply no comparison. Linnijong's announcement sparked a wave of astonishment among the students. They had all witnessed Lin Yu's performance during the awakening ceremony, but at that time, they were merely ordinary individuals with little comprehension of such matters. Today, however, they had engaged directly with magical beasts and gained a clearer understanding of their strengths. In essence, the higher the level of the beast, the greater its power. Most recently awakened students possessed only level 1 abilities, easily dispatching level 1 beasts, while level 2 creatures posed a challenge, and level 3 ones required teamwork to defeat. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Yu had slain a peak level 2 slime king, their immediate response was disbelief. No way. That's level 2, not level 1. Why should he be so exceptional? However, the news from their teacher brooked no doubt. My goodness, I struggle against level 2 beasts, and he has already vanquished a level 2 slime king. Our group of 6 barely managed to take down a level 3 slime. Comparing ourselves to him makes us feel utterly inadequate. Bro, don't worry. You're not alone in feeling this way. Is it possible that, despite all being in the same 9-year compulsory education, his talents are simply on another level? So striking and powerful, a true paragon of masculinity. I wish to be his girlfriend. Wake up. P.S. A man beyond your reach. Who says, with my beauty, I think we make a perfect match. Nearby, several boys observed the girl, whose weight rivaled Zhu Fugui's, gazing longingly at Lin Yu, and they instinctively edged away, shivering with an inexplicable sense of sympathy for him. All right, class, the trial has concluded. Please take a moment to recuperate. Shortly, we will board the transport in an orderly fashion to return to school, Lin Yu concluded, striding swiftly toward the protective shelter beside the secret realm. Accompanied by several teachers, principal, all the students have exited. Lin Yu reported to the elderly principal seated in the shelter. Did you notice anything unusual while you were in the secret realm? The principal inquired. Nodding thoughtfully, the teachers exchanged glances, uncertain about what had transpired, and collectively shook their heads. Is there an issue with the secret realm? Some teachers could not help but inquire about the prematurely concluded trial, as well as the peculiar questions posed by the principal, all of which suggested that something unknown might have transpired within the secret realm. Teacher Lin, please share the details with the others. Indeed, it is as follows. Teacher Lin Yu briefly recounted the situation regarding the Slime King. Principal, could it be that the Slime King was merely an accident, not as dire as we fear? Better to be overly cautious than to regret later. If something truly goes awry, it would be too late. Later, Teachers Su and Wang will remain behind to coordinate with Teacher Zhu and investigate the secret realm, aiming to swiftly ascertain if there are any unusual circumstances. Understood, responded Teachers Su and Wang, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. And without further ado, they agreed. As for the other unnamed teachers, they would escort the students back first. All right, well then, let's proceed with that. Once all the teachers exited, the old principal fell into contemplation. Sensing that this matter was far from simple, he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Old Fong, I have something to discuss with you. The old principal briefed Fong Tianhai on the situation over the phone. Old Fong, I believe it is imperative to investigate the secret realms surrounding Rong City. This matter is not trivial. On the other end of the line, Fong Tianhai's expression grew serious as he trusted that Murong Hongchun would not act without reason. Yes, conduct your investigation first, and report any findings to me immediately. I will inform Director Chao. Understood. After hanging up, Fong Tianhai promptly dialed Chao Yiming. Director Chao, I need to discuss some matters with you. He then elaborated on the situation, prompting Chao Yiming to decisively declare that he would dispatch personnel to investigate each secret realm. By the way, weren't you supposed to speak with Commander Huang regarding Lin Yu? What is the status? Commander Huang will personally come over in a couple of days. We will know then. Commander Huang is coming in person. It seems the awakening of Brother Lin Yu will soon cause quite a stir at higher levels. Indeed, you should also send people to thoroughly investigate the secret realms under the Ministry of Education. If any issues arise, we must be prepared to respond promptly. Fong Tianhai nodded and subsequently ended the call. What a troublesome time. After exiting the defense office, Lin Yu led the students to their vehicle, preparing to return to Rong City, where many faces still bore expressions of lingering excitement. Upon arriving in Rong City, Lin Yu immediately announced an early dismissal, instructing the students to return home and rest well. After all, they were a group of newly awakened students who had fought for an extended period and were mentally and physically exhausted. He had noticed many had already fallen asleep on the bus. The students, covered in grime and bloodstains from battling monsters throughout the day, resembled refugees. They had longed for a hot shower and a good night's sleep. Upon hearing of the early dismissal, they erupted in cheers and left the academy in small groups. Lin Yu and Zhu Fugui, having no pressing matters, naturally returned home as well. As they reached the base of Lin Yu's building, he suddenly furrowed his brow, halting his steps to survey the surroundings. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Zhu Fugui asked, puzzled by Lin Yu's sudden stop. That it's nothing. I just feel something is amiss. What could possibly be amiss? Everything seems perfectly normal, Zhu Fugui remarked, looking around in confusion. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Let us go. Lin Yu gazed intently at the surroundings, said nothing further, and ascended the building with Zhu Fugui. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Yu's home, several staff members at a newly opened milk tea shop were whispering amongst themselves. Boss, do you think that student named Lin Yu has spotted us? Surely not. We are all fifth-tier guardians, and we are quite far away. How could a newly awakened student detect us? But I can't shake the feeling that when he glanced over here, his gaze seemed peculiar. Stop talking nonsense. If you were in his position, could you see us here? Of course not. I'm only fifth tier. Without revealing our strength, how could I possibly notice? If you can't, how could he? Enough chatter. Our mission is to protect that student's family. If anything goes wrong, we'll all be in trouble. All right, but what do you think this student's identity is? Why are we specifically assigned to guard him, while being told to ignore everything else? Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. What, do you not want this leisurely life? Should I request Director Cha to reassign you back to guarding the secret realm? No, boss. I was just asking casually. Hee hee, I'll go attend to the customers now. Get lost. Speak out of turn again, and I will apply for a replacement. All right, I promise to keep quiet. The man gestured to seal his lips and hurried off to serve the customers. This kid. The boss muttered, shaking his head. Could it be that student Lin Yu truly detected us? Is he that extraordinary? His name is Su Zhou, and he was dispatched by Chao Yiming to lead the team protecting Lin Yu's family. Before coming, Chao Yiming had shared some information about Lin Yu, indicating that he was an exceptional genius. However, the specifics remained unclear. His orders were to ensure the safety of those close to Lin Yu at all costs. Never mind, I must be overthinking it. Su Zhou quickly dismissed his previous thoughts and sat in the shop, occasionally scanning the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. However, unbeknownst to Su Zhou, they had already been exposed. Lin Yu had detected them through the system's probing function. Upon returning home, Lin Yu immediately drew back the curtains, peering through the gap at the newly opened milk tea shop. How could an ordinary milk tea shop possibly harbor a 6th-tier elite and 2 5th-tier guardians as waitstaff? Who are they, and why are they here? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as he recalled the mention of the sinister cult, the Eternal Night Society, by Jishu Ejuan and others. Could they be members of the Eternal Night Society? No way. Have they already investigated me? Despite considering this possibility, Lin Yu felt unafraid. In truth, he could simply escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, his parents and Zhu Fugue's family were present, and he needed to ensure their safety. With this thought, Lin Yu promptly took out his phone and dialed Jishu Ejuan's number. Hello, Lin Yu. What is the matter? Jishu Ejuan answered almost instantly upon receiving his call. Sister Xu Ejuan, I need to ask you something. What is it? Go ahead. Lin Yu relayed the information he had uncovered. Sister Xu Ejuan, could they be members of the Eternal Night Society you mentioned earlier? Initially, Jishu Ejuan appeared grave. But as she listened further, she began to sense something was amiss. The methods employed did not seem characteristic of the Eternal Night Society. Instead, it resembled a protective measure under a concealed identity. Remembering Chao Yiming's mention of sending people to protect Lin Yu's close ones a few days prior, she replied, Lin Yu, the situation may not be as you think. This could be a misunderstanding. Let me inquire further, and I will call you back shortly. All right. I will wait for your call. After hanging up, Lin Yu felt a bit relieved. Jishu Ejuan's reaction suggested that there might be something he was unaware of. Possibly a misunderstanding. However, without concrete information, he remained vigilant. He quietly sat in his chair, awaiting Jishu Ejuan's return call. After a while, the phone rang, and Lin Yu promptly answered. Hello, Sister Xu Ejuan. Lin Yu, I just confirmed with Director Chao. That is a team he dispatched specifically to protect your family. You need not worry. They will not disturb you. Just treat them as if they do not exist. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, his anxious heart finally at ease. The rarity of complete familial bonds in this life made him unwilling to see any threats to the safety of Lin Igua and others. Thank you, Sister Xu Ejuan. Lin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. In truth, Lin Yu was acutely aware that once his talents were revealed, his life would no longer be tranquil. Beasts, cults, and all manner of sinister entities would inevitably pursue him. Yet, he was unwilling to live in hiding. Having been granted a second chance at life, and armed with a system, he felt it would be meaningless to tread cautiously and not seek revenge when faced with grievances, while living covertly might afford safety. It would also hinder him from acting openly, just like when he absorbed the Awakening Monument, acquiring an SSS-level talent ability in broad daylight, which also garnered attention from the Free Federation. Surely, this was preferable to clandestine development? The most powerful organization among humanity was undoubtedly the Free Federation, and as long as Lin Yu aspired to live within human society, aligning himself with the Federation was undoubtedly the wisest choice. With the Federation's support, Lin Yu was confident that, with the help of the system, he could grow at an accelerated pace. His only concern lay in the safety of his loved ones, yet he believed that the more extraordinary his talents appeared, the more the Federation would value him. Until he fully matured, leveraging the Federation's power to protect his family was undoubtedly the best course of action. As for whether the Federation would control his family to threaten him, Lin Yu was not overly worried. On the surface, the Federation represented justice. Even if such thoughts crossed their minds, they would not take extreme measures in order to maintain their positive image. Once Lin Yu had grown strong enough, he would be unafraid of any threats. Why be so polite? Brother Yu, from now on, you can simply call me Yudi. It feels awkward to keep saying Lin Yu. Jishu Ejuan's boisterous voice came through the phone. Lin Yu helplessly replied, as long as you are happy, that is what matters. After all, you have the upper hand. Yudi, if you ever need anything, feel free to have them handle it for you. No need to be courteous. They are all assigned to protect you, so don't hesitate to put them to work. I'll inform Director Chow about it. All right. Although Lin Yu agreed verbally, he had no intention of making frivolous demands. Ensuring his family's safety was the greatest assistance he could ask for. By the way, Sister Xuejuan, how do I authenticate as a guardian? That's simple. Come find me tomorrow when you're free, and I'll take you to get it done. Isn't that too much trouble? Not at all. I need to see Director Chow tomorrow anyway, so we can go together. Great. I'll meet you at the arena tomorrow then. Sister Xuejuan, I won't disturb you any longer. Okay. The reason Lin Yu sought to authenticate as a guardian was to gain access to the secret realms. Unfortunately, to enter these realms, one must either be part of a unified arrangement by the Academy or possess the title of guardian. However, the authentication required one to be at least 18 years old. Even though Lin Yu had reached the 3rd tier in strength, he had yet to turn 18, and obtaining the guardian title would necessitate some extraordinary means. Fortunately, with Ji Xuejuan's assistance, this matter became much simpler. The next day, Lin Yu called Lin Yizhong to request a day off. He explained the situation, and without hesitation, Lin Yizhong approved it. Given Lin Yu's outstanding academic performance, the Academy's classes have become somewhat irrelevant to him. He also informed Zhu Fuguwei, who was filled with envy. Previously, he had never anticipated awakening an S-level talent, and thus had not taken his study seriously. Now, with his grades starkly contrasting Lin Yu's, he could only cram for the exams to avoid embarrassment. Lin Yu felt powerless to assist him. With Zhu Fuguwei's talent, the Academy's teachers would be more than willing to offer him extra help. Thus, Lin Yu resolutely ignored Zhu Fuguwei's envious gaze and headed straight for the arena. Upon arriving at the arena, Lin Yu called Ji Xuejuan. Sister Xuejuan, I've arrived at the arena. Should I come in to find you? No need. Just wait for me at the entrance. I'll be right out. Okay. Lin Yu hung up and idly lingered at the entrance of the arena. Shortly thereafter, a formidable off-road vehicle emerged, briefly stopping at the entrance before making its way toward Lin Yu. The vehicle gradually came to a halt beside him, and Ji Xuejuan rolled down the window, revealing her exquisite features. Yudi, hop in. Sure thing. Without hesitation, Lin Yu opened the passenger door and climbed in. Sister Xuejuan, your car is quite impressive. What's wrong? Do you like it? Would you like me to gift you one? No need for that, sister. Besides, I don't even have a driver's license. Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. He wasn't that superficial. Having only known her for a few days, he dared not accept such a gift. All right, it's not that expensive. After your college entrance exams, I'll reward you with a vehicle in the name of the arena. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? If you score the highest, you'll have rewards that leave your hands sore. That's how I did it back in the day. Lin Yu never imagined he would one day have the opportunity to enjoy such privileges as a top student. In his previous life, he had heard tales of various top scorers receiving houses and monetary rewards. Now, he found himself anticipating the experience. As they chatted, their relationship grew more familiar. Soon, they arrived at a grand building. Ji Xuejuan rolled down the window and presented a document to the guard at the entrance. The guard accepted the document, verified the identity, then returned it to Ji Xuejuan with a salute. Minister Ji, how may I assist you today? I have matters to discuss with Director Chow. Upon hearing that Ji Xuejuan was here to see Chow Yiming, the guard promptly opened the gate. Minister Ji, please proceed. Ji Xuejuan calmly closed the window and drove inside. Once parked, she led Lin Yu toward Chow Yiming's office. As they walked, Lin Yu curiously observed this hub of power in Rong City. Noticing it resembled government offices from his past life, albeit with significantly heightened security, exuding an air of foreboding, the Guardian's office could be deemed the most fortified location in Rong City. Many individuals here held crucial positions, so the security was formidable. Seeing Lin Yu's curiosity, Ji Xuejuan casually provided him with insights. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. No wonder security was so tight. If compromised, the entire system of Rong City would be paralyzed. Here we are, the building that houses Director Chow's office. Let us go. Ji Xuejuan guided Lin Yu into an office building and took the elevator straight to the top floor. Knock. Knock. Ji Xuejuan gently tapped on the office door. Come in. Chow Yiming's booming voice resonated from within. Ji Xuejuan pushed the door open, ushering Lin Yu inside. Xiaojun, why have you brought your little brother Lin Yu along? Director Chow, they both greeted him respectfully. Yudi wishes to authenticate as a guardian. I happened to be passing by, so I brought him along. That's straightforward. Lin Yu, being at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, indeed merits authentication. Moreover, holding the title of guardian facilitates many matters. Allow me to make a phone call. Xiao Yiming, momentarily taken aback by Jishu Ejuan's familiarity with Lin Yu, quickly dismissed the thought and, after conversing with Jishu Ejuan, picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. "Hello, Xiao Li, please come to my office." After hanging up, Xiao Yiming gestured toward the sofa with a smile. "Please, take a seat." "Xiao Jun, what brings you here? With your penchant for avoiding idle visits, it's unusual for you to come by. Actually, I do have something to discuss with you." "I knew it. Please, go ahead." Xiao Yiming responded with an expression that suggested he had already seen through everything. "Director Xiao, yesterday one of my subordinates reported a peculiar incident to me, and I deemed it necessary to inform you." That phrase sounded somewhat familiar. Xiao Yiming inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that there's an issue with the secret realm directly overseen by the arena? "How did you know? Have you discovered something on your end?" Jishu Ejuan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't even spoken yet, and Xiao Yiming was already aware? "I am still conducting my investigation. Yesterday, Elder Fong mentioned this matter to me, and it is something that Lin Yu, the young brother, should be quite familiar with." As he was the first to notice the problems within the secret realm, Jishu Ejuan turned to glance at Lin Yu, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that indeed, this was the case. "Brother Yu, what is the situation?" Therefore, Lin Yu recounted the events that transpired in the secret realm yesterday. After listening, Jishu Ejuan's expression became notably grave. "Director Xiao, I have encountered a similar issue on my end that a team from the arena ventured into the third-tier Blazing Flame secret realm yesterday, intending to capture some magical beasts. According to their report, they encountered a peak 4th-tier Blazing Flame wolf leader. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a passing 4th-tier guardian, they would likely have perished within." A peak 4th-tier Blazing Flame wolf leader, indeed, and it was just as brother you described, extremely ferocious, as if it had lost all semblance of reason. When they encountered it, not only was the wolf leader present, but there were also several deceased Blazing Flame wolves nearby. The evidence strongly suggests they were slain by the rampaging wolf leader at this moment. Jishu Ejuan had shed her previously carefree demeanor, her small face now serious. Although this troubling occurrence has only been observed in lower-tier secret realms for the time being, no one dares to assert that higher-tier secret realms are free from issues, especially with numerous high-tier realms surrounding Rong City. Should they all fall into disarray, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Yiming's face was devoid of any humor. He felt a vague sense of the situation's gravity. When Fong Tianhai reported earlier, he must admit that although he dispatched personnel for investigation, he did not regard it with particular seriousness. After all, the slime forest is merely the weakest of the elementary secret realms. Even the most significant problems there would hardly cause substantial waves. Moreover, in Xiao Yiming's view, it was not necessarily the secret realm that was at fault. It could merely be an accident, such as inadvertently consuming a rare treasure that led to the Slime King exhibiting unusual behavior. The slime's frailty is universally acknowledged. It is not impossible for it to suffer from indigestion after consuming something extraordinary. However, now that Jishu Ejuan has come forward to report a similar situation, Xiao Yiming began to feel he might have misjudged the matter. This could be a pattern, not an isolated incident. He must investigate this thoroughly. Without hesitation, Xiao Yiming declared, "Xu Ejuan, first seal off the secret realm. Then dispatch elite teams to investigate all secret realms meticulously. We must not overlook any trace that I will also send people to investigate. We cannot allow the situation to worsen." "Understood." Lin Yu, listening intently, felt his eyes brighten. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of 9527 echoed in his mind. "Ding, mission triggered. The Hidden Hand, investigate the cause of the magical beast riot in the secret realm. Reward: high-level robbery order 1 to 3, depending on mission completion. 9527, you truly understand me. Heh. Lin Yu silently praised 9527, appreciating its thoughtfulness when it was not being troublesome. Of course. 9527 responded with a hint of pride. "Director Xiao, Sister Xu Ejuan, may I participate in this investigation?" Lin Yu inquired directly after accepting the mission. Your strength is sufficient for investigating lower-tier secret realms, but this matter may be a bit premature for you." Although Xiao Yiming's tone was gentle, his determination was resolute, and Jishu Ejuan nodded in agreement. While Lin Yu's apparent spiritual energy strength was classified as 3rd tier, they were aware of his true capabilities. Given his strength, he could certainly handle a typical lower-tier secret realm. However, he was still just a high school student who had yet to graduate. Lin Yu's stage was still ahead of him, not at this moment. Moreover, should anything happen to Lin Yu in the secret realm, they would deeply regret it, knowing he was a unique SSS talent awakened in Blue Star. My eyes possess various abilities, one of which is to probe. I can sense hidden elements. which should be beneficial for this mission, right? Sensing Chao Yiming and Ji Shuejuan's reluctance, Lin Yu revealed a fragment of his system's probing function, attributing it to the power of his reincarnation eye. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Chao Yiming's eyes lit up. Before he could respond, Ji Shuejuan produced a magic crystal. Can this be probed? Certainly. Lin Yu promptly employed the system's probing function on the magic crystal in Ji Shuejuan's hand. This is an 8th-tier Titan Giant Ape's magic crystal, Lin Yu asserted confidently. Observing Ji Shuejuan's radiant eyes, Chao Yiming realized that Lin Yu had spoken the truth. To be honest, he had not discerned what kind of magic crystal it was. With his 7th-tier strength, he could only vaguely sense the tremendous energy contained within, likely exceeding 7th tier. He did not expect Lin Yu to identify it without hesitation, even specifying the exact magical beast. Once again, Lin Yu astonished Chao Yiming. You truly are a prodigy. Such a level of probing might as well be identification. Ji Shuejuan marveled, not to mention anything else. Just this ability to glean information at a glance makes Lin Yu a highly sought-after individual. It isn't that exaggerated. I can only see a general overview. I can't get more specific. How much more specific do you want? Asked Director Chao what he discerned just now. Ji Shuejuan rolled her eyes at Lin Yu's modesty. Well, you overestimate me. I can't even tell the exact tier. Chao Yiming quickly shook his head, remaining self-aware enough not to inflate his own importance. Director Chao, I believe Lin Yu should be allowed to participate. I feel his abilities will greatly aid our investigation of the secret realms. Let him accompany me, and I will ensure his safety. Ji Shuejuan finally stated, feeling it would be a shame not to utilize such formidable probing capabilities. Very well, but you must guarantee Lin Yu's safety. If anything arises, inform me immediately. After considering, Chao Yiming agreed that Lin Yu could participate, as his probing ability should indeed enhance their efficiency. However, I still feel a bit uneasy. Wait a moment. Chao Yiming then opened a drawer and handed Lin Yu a box. This is a 7th-tier protective talisman. I have sealed a 7th-tier earth shield within. Just infuse your spiritual power to activate it. This is not the hastily released earth shield from school. This is a genuine high-tier shield, capable of withstanding attacks from peak 7th-tier foes, Chao Yiming said, a hint of pride evident in his tone. He had spent considerable time crafting this talisman, and even ordinary 7th-tier attacks would struggle to breach it. Ji Shuejuan contemplated taking out her great halberd to test its claims, but thinking of Lin Yu's presence, she decided to spare Chao Yiming a little face. Meanwhile, Chao Yiming remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly avoided a calamity, proudly showcasing his prized creation to Lin Yu. This is far too valuable. And I possess my own means of self-protection. Although Lin Yu verbally protested its value, he nevertheless accepted it with sincerity, recognizing it as a potential lifesaver. Although Lin Yu's self-preservation methods were top-notch. Who would ever complain about having more? Chao Yiming chuckled at Lin Yu's reaction, having intended it as a life-saving gift. Regardless of Lin Yu's response, he would not retract his offer. As the leader of Rong City, he possessed the necessary magnanimity. Moreover, he found Lin Yu's straightforwardness quite admirable. Haha, it's not valuable. Just a little trinket I made. Feel free to use it, but it can only be activated once, and once used, it needs to be replenished with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can be restored using magic crystals or by having a 7th-tier guardian infuse energy into it. Alright, then thank you, Director Chao. Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically, pleasantly surprised to learn that the talisman could be reused, a splendid item indeed. Even if he didn't require it for himself, it could still be of use to his parents. Don't mention it. I should be about the same age as your father. Just call me Uncle Chao. Then it would be remiss not to comply. Uncle Chao. Splendid. Chao Yiming understood well. Despite his current high position, once Lin Yu matured, he would become an unreachable figure. Thus, ingratiating himself with Lin Yu while he was still developing was the wisest course of action. Director Chao, this isn't fair. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ji Shuejuan shot a disapproving glare at Chao Yiming, exuding an impulse akin to drawing a weapon at the slightest provocation. Chao Yiming's expression stiffened momentarily. How could he have forgotten about this formidable lady? He could not afford to provoke such a deity. Although, in name, he was also Ji Shuejuan's superior, he genuinely felt reluctant to issue commands to this eminent figure before him. Ji Shuejuan had already attained the rank of a 7th-tier guardian at such a young age. Who could predict how far she might ascend? It was well known that she was among the youth most likely to ascend to imperial heights, and her connections were even more intimidating. She hailed from the Ji family of the capital, a lineage not to be trifled with. Each had their own agenda. Each had their own priorities. Chao Yiming hastily interjected, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door salvaged Chow Yiming from his predicament. His eyes brightening in relief. What timely assistance! He silently mused. Come in. He quickly straightened his posture, his expression turning serious, an aura befitting one of long-standing authority emanating from him. Observing this scene, Ji Shuejuan rolled her eyes. Deciding against further commentary, she was well aware of the decorum required in the presence of outsiders. In that moment, a young man gently pushed open the office door and entered. Director Chow, you called for me? Yes, Xiaoli, please escort Lin Yu to verify his identity as a guardian and inform Old Li that I sent you. Chow Yiming gestured towards Lin Yu as he spoke. Understood. Director Chow, Xiaoli nodded. Saying nothing further, though curiosity gleamed in his eyes, he turned to Lin Yu and said, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Thank you. Then, Director Chow, I shall take my leave. Lin Yu stood to bid farewell, mindful of the presence of others and opting not to address Chow Yiming as Uncle Chow. I shall accompany you. It has been ages since I last saw Old Li, so I must pay him a visit. Ji Shuejuan also rose, turning to Chow Yiming. Very well, Old Li mentioned you just recently. It would be good to check in on him. Chow Yiming nodded, watching as the three departed the office. Along the way, Xiaoli treated Ji Shuejuan and Lin Yu with utmost respect, being Chow Yiming's assistant. His discernment was undoubtedly above par. Ji Shuejuan was one of the most renowned figures in Rongqing and a member of the same system. Her reputation was formidable within this territory, and Xiaoli was certainly acquainted with her. As for Lin Yu, the fact that Chow Yiming referred to him as a little brother indicated to Xiaoli that Lin Yu was no ordinary individual. Thus, both were placed on his mental list of people not to offend. Prompting Xiaoli to speak cautiously, wary of saying anything amiss. After a while, Xiaoli led Lin Yu and Ji Shuejuan into a spacious room, reminiscent of a martial arts training ground from a past life. With an array of weapons lining the walls, an elderly man of robust stature, glowing with health, was leisurely brewing tea, wearing headphones and seemingly entranced by the melodies emanating from an old-fashioned radio. Old Li, Director Chow sent me to bring this young brother for verification of his guardian status. Xiaoli respectfully addressed the elder. The old man remained silent, lost in the music, swaying his head to the rhythm. Old man, what captivating performance are you so engrossed in? Ji Shuejuan, unperturbed, approached Old Li and shook his arm. The gentle shake prompted Old Li to slowly open his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Instinctively, Lin Yu activated his probing ability. Peak of the 7th tier, 8th tier, Lin Yu was taken aback. What was going on? Why had he been encountering such peculiar rankings lately? Before he could ponder further, a resounding voice boomed from the elder. Ha ha ha, Xiao Shuejuan, what brings you to this old man's abode? Old man, it has been quite a while since we last met. I missed you. Ji Shuejuan unusually displayed a girlish demeanor, a smile gracing her face as she shook the elder's arm. Ha ha ha, Xiao Shuejuan, your words remain as sweet as ever. The elder laughed heartily, clearly delighted by the visit of Ji Shuejuan. Lin Yu observed the scene with astonishment. The contrast between Ji Shuejuan's previous intimidating demeanor and her current childlike joy was striking. He sensed their relationship was undoubtedly special. Otherwise, such a transformation would be inexplicable. Old Li, Director Chow sent me to have this young brother certified as a guardian. Xiaoli interjected, conveying Chow Yiming's message. Old Li turned towards Lin Yu, his expression one of surprise. Although he nominally oversaw the certification process, he hadn't engaged with it for some time. Moreover, if certification was required, one could simply visit the level certification center. Why come here? Old Li pondered. Old man, Xiao Yu is still too young for certification. Visiting the center would be overly cumbersome. Still not of age, just awakened? Indeed, just awakened. However, old man, please sense a bit more carefully. Ji Shuejuan stifled a laugh. Old Li, puzzled, focused on Lin Yu once more, and suddenly his eyes widened, spewing out a mouthful of tea. What the peak of the 3rd tier? A powerful gust of wind rushed towards Lin Yu, causing his pupils to contract as he stifled the urge to retaliate. The once seated Old Li vanished before Lin Yu with blinding speed. Old Li scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, his astonishment growing more profound. What is your name? Greetings, Old Li. I am Lin Yu, a senior at Rongqing No. 1 High School. Senior. So you have indeed just awakened. Old Li recalled that it had been only a few days since the awakening ceremony, but as he was now retired, he had not kept track. Xiaoli, you may return. I shall handle the rest. Understood. Old Li, I shall take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoli gestured to the others before exiting, clearly aware that some matters were not meant for him. Once Xiaoli departed, Old Li could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire. Girl, what is happening? The awakening ceremony was just 2 days ago. How did he reach the peak of the 3rd tier? Even taking medicine wouldn't yield such rapid results. Ji Shuejuan gestured to Lin Yu, who understood her cue, then shrugged, signaling her to proceed as she wished. After all, those present already knew. One more person wouldn't make a difference. Oldly, the situation is as follows. Triple SSS level talent, naturally awakened. Upon hearing Ji Shuejuan's explanation, Oldly looked as though he had been struck by lightning. He had only been out of the loop for a few days, not decades. How could such an incredible phenomenon occur? Indeed, with Lin Yu's confirmation, Oldly's expression grew complex. He had initially thought Ji Shuejuan was the most gifted young individual he had encountered, only to discover that an even more extraordinary talent had emerged. The youth of today were truly remarkable. Oldly silently lamented, "Young man, would you be interested in learning a few techniques from this old man?" Huh? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Hadn't he merely come to verify his status as a guardian? Oldly was a renowned martial artist in the Longhua Special District, well-versed in various martial arts, and Lin Yu's spear technique had also received guidance from him. Ji Shuejuan, noticing Lin Yu's confusion, interjected, "Oldly, you are being overly modest. You have instructed both the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor. If you claim to know just a little, then there would be no martial arts experts in our Longhua Special District." Ha ha ha, Xiaojun, your words. Oldly chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Then I shall respectfully accept your guidance. However, I have my college entrance examinations coming up. Is there enough time? That is true. Let us do this. I'll speak with Murong. You attend class in the morning and come to me in the afternoon." Oldly proposed after some contemplation. "Very well. I shall abide by your suggestion." Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Oldly laughed heartily, pleasantly surprised to have found such a promising protege. "Oldly, what else would they Oldly? Call me teacher." Ji Shuejuan reminded from the side. "Teacher." Lin Yu promptly realized that he should learn from others and thus address the elder as teacher. This exclamation caused Li Lao's heart to blossom with joy. "Teacher, regarding my certification, please wait a moment. I will take care of it for you right away." After Li Lao finished speaking, he turned and approached his desk, retrieving a stack of cards made from an unknown material. He drew one from the pile and handed it to Lin Yu. "Here, place a drop of your blood on this card. From now on, this will serve as your identity card as a guardian." Lin Yu obediently accepted the card and made a small incision on his finger with a knife, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the card, which instantly absorbed it. "This identity card is now bound to you. Simply infuse it with spiritual energy and give it a try." Following Li Lao's instructions, Lin Yu infused the card with his spiritual energy, and a line of information appeared. Lin Yu, 3rd rank guardian. This identity card can only be used by you. When you advance in rank, simply visit the certification center to update it. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Yu felt a sense of fulfillment as he tucked the identity card away, achieving his goal, allowing him to enter the secret realm and hunt magical beasts without reservations. "Teacher, I may not be able to come here in the next few days. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Is there anything I can assist you with? I still have a bit of clout at my age." Li Lao paused, gazing at Lin Yu with curiosity. "Old man, let me explain this to you." Ji Shuejuan, having anticipated Lin Yu's words, briefly outlined the situation regarding the secret realm to Li Lao, indicating that Lin Yu would accompany her to investigate. "Well, this matter is indeed quite important. If you need any assistance, feel free to let me know. This old body of mine is getting rusty from idleness. It's about time I got some exercise. All right, if the situation becomes dire, we might truly need your help." "Old man. I am always ready to heed your summons." "Ha ha. Old man, please don't joke with me. I wouldn't dare to command you." "Ha ha. Very well. I won't trouble you further. You must attend to your important matters. Lin Yu, come back to see me once you've resolved your issues, but remember to act within your means. Should you find yourself in over your head, leave it to Sister Shuejuan. She has never feared a fight." "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Shuejuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted. "Haha, I'm not wrong, am I? All right, I won't tease you any longer. Off you go. I'll continue to enjoy my music." "All right, old man, we shall take our leave now. I'll visit you again when I have time." Li Lao waved at the two with a smile, then donned his headphones, immersing himself back into his music. After Ji Shuejuan and Lin Yu departed, Lin Yu finally felt the urge to inquire about Li Lao's true identity. Truth be told, he didn't even know the elder's name, having unwittingly become his student. Li Lao's name was Li Er. Not only was he a master of martial arts, but he was also the former head of the Guardian's office in Rong City, now retired yet unable to remain idle. Thus he held a nominal position at the certification office. Moreover, one should not underestimate Li Lao's status as a martial arts master. Countless individuals in the Longhua Special District aspired to be his disciples but were turned away. The fact that Li Lao took the initiative to accept you as a student indicates that your extraordinary talent has genuinely moved him. I doubt you fully grasp the significance of what I'm saying. Just know that Li Lao is a person of considerable influence throughout the Federation. As you gain more experience, you will come to understand the extent of his power. After hearing Ji Shuejuan's introduction, Lin Yu pondered thoughtfully. It seemed that this unexpected teacher held a notable status. Otherwise, Ji Shuejuan wouldn't hold him in such high regard. Sister Shuejuan, your relationship with Li Lao seems quite special. Are you also one of his students? Yes, I was originally the last student he accepted, but now with you, I've become your senior. Come, call me sister. Ji Shuejuan beamed at Lin Yu, her delicate face blushing like the finest jade, charming and alluring. What a beauty! No wonder she is the dream girl of countless young men in Rong City. Lin Yu silently marveled. Sister, so obedient. Ji Shuejuan instantly displayed a childlike smile. Lin Yu gazed at Ji Shuejuan, perplexed. Hey, you are the formidable Ji Shuejuan. Why do you suddenly appear so childlike? It seems rather unfitting. Is it necessary to react this way just for calling you sister? Noticing Lin Yu's strange gaze, Ji Shuejuan quickly composed herself. If not for her slightly flushed cheeks, Lin Yu would have doubted whether he was hallucinating. Lin Yu, the situation is urgent. We must depart for the secret realm now. All right. After exiting the Guardian's office, Ji Shuejuan immediately changed direction towards the outskirts of the city. We will first investigate the Blazing Flame secret realm. Stick close to me and do not wander off. Although a third-rank secret realm isn't particularly dangerous, the current situation is quite special, and we cannot predict what might occur inside. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. He wasn't foolish. With a powerful ally present, it would be far more advantageous for him to observe from behind rather than act recklessly. 2 hours later, Ji Shuejuan led Lin Yu to the entrance of a secret realm, where several individuals were already waiting. Boss. Upon their arrival, the group at the secret realm approached them, one of whom called out. Have you all prepared? Ji Shuejuan inquired, her demeanor now radiating authority rather than the previous childlike charm. Boss. We are ready. These are the brothers who encountered the Blazing Flame Wolf King before. They will lead us to the location. Very well, let us set off. After Ji Shuejuan finished speaking, she took the lead towards the secret realm, and Lin Yu and the others quickly followed. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Yu felt the temperature around him rise significantly. The Blazing Flame secret realm. Its name alone suggested the nature of its environment. He beheld a vast expanse of scorched earth, littered with cracks, from which flames occasionally erupted, creating a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. This way, boss. One of the middle-aged men called out, leading the way in a particular direction, with the rest following suit. Boss, this is where we encountered that fourth-rank Blazing Flame Wolf King. The middle-aged man pointed to a small basin filled with jagged rocks. Everyone, proceed with caution. Search for any unusual locations or items, and return here in an hour. Understood. The group responded, then dispersed. Lin Yu, come with me. Ji Shuejuan said, preparing to head in a specific direction. Sister Shuejuan, wait. What is the matter? Ji Shuejuan looked at Lin Yu in confusion, halting her steps. This is too slow. Wait for me. Without further ado, Lin Yu clapped his hands and performed a technique. Would clone technique. In an instant, several wooden figures resembling Lin Yu appeared behind him, quickly landing and transforming into identical clones. You all, disperse and search in different directions. Report any findings to me immediately. Lin Yu instructed his clones, who nodded and swiftly darted off in all directions, vanishing from sight. Let us go, Sister Shuejuan. Once the clones had completely disappeared, Lin Yu said to a stunned Ji Shuejuan, what was that just now? Ji Shuejuan, having witnessed the entire spectacle, was utterly bewildered. How did a mere clap result in so many Lin Yes appearing? Was it magic? It's a clone technique I created using wood release. Didn't you see? I did see, but why can they act independently and have their own consciousness? Isn't that normal? Otherwise, how could they be called clones? Having a bit of strength and awareness is expected. Right? If they didn't possess those traits, what would be the point of calling them clones? Ji Shuejuan listened to Lin Yu's explanation, left utterly speechless. Not only did they possess consciousness, but they also had strength. Could they even fight? Strength, perhaps about half of my peak power. It's not particularly impressive, but I should be able to hold my own against a third-tier beast for a while, Lin Yu remarked, noticing Ji Shuejuan's hesitation. He surmised her unspoken thoughts and decided to forego any further teasing. After all, this was hardly a secret. The skill of creating wooden clones was too useful for Lin Yu not to employ frequently. And with enough usage, it would inevitably be deciphered by others. You just mentioned that those clones you created possess third-tier strength. Jishu Ejuan's expression twisted in disbelief. She had already considered the sentience of those clones to be quite extraordinary. And now to learn of their formidable strength was unfathomable. What sort of monstrous talent is this? Such a broken skill should not even exist. The thought of facing Lin Yu in battle, where he could unleash several clones that were only slightly weaker than his true self, filled Jishu Ejuan with dread. It was utterly despairing. It's a pity they don't inherit my full strength, Lin Yu said, somewhat regretfully. However, he was not overly concerned, for he possessed an even more formidable clone that had yet to be revealed, the reincarnation Eyes Wheel of Graveyard. The shadows summoned by the Wheel of Graveyard not only matched his true form and strength but were also shadowy and intangible. Truly a skill of both offense and defense. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be that after a period of use, the shadows summoned by the Wheel of Graveyard must return to the original body, effectively entering a cooldown phase. Jishu Ejuan responded with a mocking laugh at Lin Yu's grandiose claims. 100% of your strength. Why not soar to the heavens while you're at it? If you find it lacking, just give it to me. I would gladly accept. Jishu Ejuan chose not to dwell on the matter further and began searching the vicinity with Lin Yu. After a while, her subordinates returned one after another, having scoured the area without uncovering anything unusual. Jishu Ejuan pondered for a moment, and after a meticulous search with Lin Yu, they too found nothing of note. It seemed that the Wolf King had only fled here after experiencing some anomaly. Let us head to the lair of the Flame Wolves, Jishu Ejuan ultimately decided, since they had not discovered anything here. They could only delve deeper in search of further clues. Wait, something's happening. Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out, causing Jishu Ejuan to pause. She soon realized that Lin Yu's clone must have utilized some unknown means to relay a message. Lin Yu closed his eyes momentarily to sense the information conveyed by the wooden clone, then opened them and pointed in a direction. Over there, approximately 5 kilometers from here, there's a beast resembling the Slime King I encountered earlier. Are you joking, little brother? How could you possibly know what's happening 5 kilometers away? One of Jishu Ejuan's subordinates questioned, their curiosity piqued by the presence of such a young person accompanying Jishu Ejuan into the secret realm. Were it not for their familiarity with Jishu Ejuan, they might have doubted her intentions. Lin Yu, with his somewhat handsome appearance and those mysterious eyes, certainly exuded an inexplicable allure. Lin Yu began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by another voice. Ah, you're that young man from the arena, Lin Yu, right? I almost didn't recognize you without your glasses, another person chimed in, revealing himself as Wang Defa, the referee from the earlier competition. Haha, boss. So you've already found little brother Lin Yu. I was worried I wouldn't be able to locate him. Little brother, you never contacted me as promised. I've been eager to reward you. Wang Defa exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Had it not been for Lin Yu's timely intervention, he might have faced dire consequences at Jishu Ejuan's hands. Therefore, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Lin Yu, though he had lamented Lin Yu's silence for quite some time. It's no big deal. It was just a fortunate coincidence. There's no need to dwell on it. Lin Yu replied modestly. That's not acceptable. A promise of a reward cannot be taken lightly. I've already put in the request for your reward. Just go to the boss to collect it when the time comes. All right, no need to discuss it further. That reward won't suit you anymore. I'll prepare a new one. But for now, Lin Yu. Can you confirm? Jishu Ejuan interjected to steer the conversation back on track. Yes. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. My clone is still keeping watch over there. Very well, let us move, Jishu Ejuan declared, swiftly heading towards the direction Lin Yu indicated. The others, seeing their leader set off, temporarily set aside their doubts and followed closely behind. 0.5 kilometers was a trivial distance for them, and soon they arrived at the location Lin Yu's clone had indicated. Where is it? Jishu Ejuan inquired directly, cutting through any unnecessary chatter. Lin Yu's wooden clone gestured forward, revealing a massive blood-red tiger, its 10-meter-long body lying quietly on the ground. As the breeze rustled through, its crimson fur appeared to flicker like flames. The giant tiger lay with its eyes shut, its enormous head resting on its robust forepaws, the emblem of a king prominently displayed on its forehead. Had it not been for the fierce aura radiating from it, Jishu Ejuan would have felt no sense of danger. Are you sure? Wasn't it said that beasts in an anomalous state are typically quite violent? She queried. I am certain, Lin Yu replied, his gaze fixed intently. The details of the juvenile flame fury tiger, anomalous state, at the peak of the 4th tier, flashed vividly in his mind. Although he was unsure why this particular flame fury tiger had not succumbed to a state of rage. The system's findings were irrefutable. The unmistakable signs of an anomaly indicated that this beast, too, had been influenced by something. Very well, I will capture this flame tiger alive. Today I shall uncover the truth. Jishuejuan declared, summoning a 3-meter-long halberd adorned with a vivid azure dragon coiling around its shaft. The dragon's maw gaped wide at the spearhead, as if roaring towards the heavens. The sharp tip of the spear emerged from the dragon's mouth, connected by 2 crescent-shaped blades, unmistakably a formidable weapon. Jishuejuan's gifted weapon, the azure dragon breaking the heavens halberd. Flame Tiger King. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This is not the Flame Tiger King. It is a juvenile Flame Fury Tiger. Wait, Jishuejuan, hold on. Lin Yu grasped her arm, prompting a puzzled look from her. What is it? Jishuejuan, this is not the Flame Tiger King. It is a peak 4th-tier Flame Fury Tiger. What? You say this is a Flame Fury Tiger? How can that be possible? This is a 3rd-tier secret realm. Do you know what tier of beast a Flame Fury Tiger is? Jishuejuan blurted out, her astonishment evident. Boss, it seems this really isn't the Flame Tiger King. Look at its pattern. The Flame Tiger King's is gray, while this one's is pure black. Moreover, most importantly, this appears to be a saber-toothed tiger. Look at its teeth. The Flame Tiger King is not a saber-toothed tiger. Wang Defa chimed in at the right moment. Jishuejuan paused, realizing her previous assumptions had clouded her judgment, that it was illogical for a high-tier beast like the Flame Fury Tiger to exist in such a low-tier realm like the Flame Secret Realm. The Flame Fury Tiger was a genuine Imperial tier beast, a ruler of the 9th-tier realm known as the Heavenly Flame Secret Realm, one that even Jishuejuan was not qualified to approach. Jishuejuan quickly focused her gaze, and indeed, as Wang Defa had pointed out, the dark, lustrous stripes and the formidable fangs that were partially obscured by its forelegs were intimidating. It truly was not the Flame Tiger King. But why does it seem so weak? Little Yu, are you certain this is a Flame Fury Tiger and not some other beast? Jishuejuan, I assure you, this is a juvenile Flame Fury Tiger. A juvenile? No wonder it appears so weak. But that doesn't make sense. Why would the offspring of such a high-tier beast be here? They should be well protected. Jishuejuan expressed her confusion. It was well known that higher-tier beasts had a far more challenging time reproducing. For a beast of the 9th-tier Imperial bloodline, there might only be a maximum of 10 such individuals within a clan. Thus, their offspring would be of utmost importance, and it was perplexing that one would be left behind. Lin Yu shrugged, indicating he had no answers. The system's scanning function merely provided information. It was not omniscient. Never mind. Let us capture it first and sort things out later, Jishuejuan decided, opting not to waste any more mental effort on the issue. Even if you possess a royal bloodline, what of it? Regardless, your parents are absent, and it is you who will bear the brunt of the bullying. Sister Shuejuan, why not let me have a go? Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the blazing Flame Fury Tiger before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since awakening, he had yet to engage in a true battle against a peer, and the Flame Fury Tiger was the perfect opponent. This creature is a peak 4th-tier magical beast. Are you certain you can handle it? Jishuejuan tilted her head, scrutinizing Lin Yu with a hint of skepticism. It should pose no significant issue. Besides, you will be right there to oversee things, and I'm sure this little tiger will be no match for you. If the situation turns dire, you can always intervene. Very well. Just remember to retreat to my side at the first sign of trouble. Jishuejuan, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat amenable to the idea. While a peak 4th-tier beast might be formidable for Lin Yu, it posed little threat to her, as she could easily subdue it, since there was no real danger. She decided to let Lin Yu have his fun and witness the prowess of an SSS-level talent. All right then. After affirming his approach, Lin Yu advanced toward the Flame Fury Tiger. Boss, is Lin Yu really that strong? I doubt he can even match this Flame Fury Tiger. Wang Defa questioned Jishuejuan, incredulity evident in his voice. Lin Yu appeared to be no more than a fresh entrant to the martial academy. How could he possibly contend against a peak 7th-tier beast? It's hard to say whether he can triumph, as I have yet to see him fight. Jishuejuan replied without turning her gaze away from Lin Yu and the Flame Fury Tiger. Her body poised with anticipation. Wang Defa was left speechless. You're uncertain yet still allow him to challenge it. That's quite bold. However, he understood Jishuejuan's strength, so he didn't worry too much, trusting she would handle the situation well. On the other hand, as Lin Yu drew closer, the Flame Fury Tiger, initially lying in wait, perked up its ears, sensing Lin Yu's approach. It opened its eyes and lifted its massive head to regard him. The Flame Fury Tiger rose slowly, its 10-meter-long, 5-meter-high frame exuding an imposing presence akin to a small mountain. It let out a fierce roar directed at Lin Yu. Roar! A gust of powerful wind surged forth, causing Lin Yu to squint slightly, his longer hair billowing backward in the wind. He halted in his tracks, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he extended his right hand and beckoned lightly at the Flame Fury Tiger. Goodness.is this lad attempting to provoke it. Wang Defa gaped at Lin Yu's audacity. Shouldn't he be more cautious? This was not what he had anticipated. Boss, I think you should prepare to intervene. Look at the Flame Fury Tiger's eyes. Enough chatter. Just watch. I will step in when the time calls for it. Jishu Ejuan replied, still focused on Lin Yu and the Flame Fury Tiger's every move. Her body coiled like a spring, ready to act. Wang Defa had predicted. The Flame Fury Tiger's eyes blazed with fury. It crouched slightly, its powerful hind legs tensed, and its massive form poised to pounce. Lin Yu regarded the aggressive stance of the Flame Fury Tiger with a calm smile, his eyes narrowing. Come here, little one. As a high-tier magical beast. The Flame Fury Tiger possessed considerable intelligence. It observed the tiny figure before it, seemingly unperturbed, and continued its provocation. With a thunderous roar, the tiger sprang forward, its robust limbs propelling its mountainous body toward Lin Yu with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the 10-meter distance closed, and the beast's paw came crashing down upon Lin Yu. Boom! Dust erupted violently as the giant paw struck, obscuring Lin Yu's position. The Flame Fury Tiger's eyes gleamed with a hint of contempt. Was this it? Unable to withstand a single blow, yet daring to challenge it, the tiger thought. Was the little one starving? Its strength seems rather lacking. A mocking voice emerged from the dust, causing the Flame Fury Tiger to blink in astonishment. What was happening? Was this creature supposed to be crushed? How could it sound as if it was unscathed? In that case, it's my turn. Little one, brace yourself for the divine starstrike. With Lin Yu's invocation, an overwhelming force emanated from the tiger's paw. Bang! Both the swirling dust and the massive Flame Fury Tiger were propelled away by an immense repulsive force, revealing Lin Yu unharmed and standing confidently. The Flame Fury Tiger, sent sprawling by the force, skidded across the ground, its massive body carving deep grooves into the earth. This human is quite extraordinary, it thought, as a look of shock crossed its feline face. Its once proud physique seemed utterly ineffective. It felt injured internally from the recent powerful repulsion. No longer dismissive, the Flame Fury Tiger recognized Lin Yu as a formidable adversary. Roar! A torrent of flames erupted from the tiger's mouth, shooting toward Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu extended a hand, summoning a protective barrier before him that absorbed the flames without a ripple, leaving him entirely unscathed. Observing the situation, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the Flame Fury Tiger posed little pressure on him. With that, it was time for Lin Yu to unleash his true counterattack. Wood release. Technique of the wooden man. With a clap of his hands, a colossal wooden figure emerged from the ground, towering above Lin Yu. Lin Yu, perched upon the wooden giant, looked down at the astonished Flame Fury Tiger. What in the world? Wang Defa stared in disbelief at the 30-meter-tall wooden figure, stammering, is this truly an attack from a third-tier guardian? It seems utterly absurd. I have no idea either. Jishu Ejuan stood agape at the towering wooden figure beneath Lin Yu, questioning if she truly needed to intervene. The pressure radiating from this creation appeared far more formidable than that of the Flame Fury Tiger. Little one, don't perish on me. Lin Yu smiled as he stood atop the wooden figure. Although his wooden creation was not as powerful as the legendary thousand-handed Buddha, it was more than capable of dealing with a fourth-tier magical beast. The Flame Fury Tiger gaped in disbelief at the giant before it, feeling utterly cheated. Was this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Why was the human deploying a mech to fight it? Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, as he spoke, the wooden figure clenched its fist and swung it decisively at the Flame Fury Tiger. Boom. Boom boom. With the earth trembling beneath the onslaught, the giant fist pounded relentlessly upon the Flame Fury Tiger, which let out cries of anguish. Daiti attempted to resist, but against the overwhelming might of the wooden figure, its struggles appeared feeble and futile. Before long, the tiger's cries diminished under the relentless barrage. Would release. Technique of the suppressing hand. Witnessing the Flame Fury Tiger nearing its last breath, Lin Yu decided to play it safe. The wooden figure's palm bore a massive character, which it then pressed down upon the tiger. In the world of Naruto, this technique is utilized to suppress tailed beasts, with the practitioner's palm glowing with chakra, creating a wooden rectangular prism to seal the beast's chakra. Here, in Blue Star, it serves to suppress the magical beast's internal energy, effectively sealing its power. With the Flame Fury Tiger now under the control of the wooden figure, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. This tiger could no longer pose any threat. He leaped down from the wooden giant, using a minor divine star strike as he descended, landing gracefully. He then approached Jishu Ejuan and the others. Sister Shu Ejuan, mission accomplished flawlessly. This beast can no longer resist. Lin Yu beamed at Jishu Ejuan, who stared at the defeated Flame Fury Tiger, appearing like a lifeless dog. and then at Lin Yu, who seemed as pristine as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Monster. Ji Shuejuan could only think of this term to describe Lin Yu. Although she could have effortlessly subdued the flame fury tiger herself, that was only under the premise that she was a 7th-tier guardian. After all, Lin Yu had only just reached 3rd tier. Ji Shuejuan gazed at Lin Yu with a complex expression, wanting to articulate something but unsure where to begin. Never mind. Let us proceed to examine the blazing fury tiger and see if we can uncover anything. Ultimately, Ji Shuejuan chose to remain silent, leading the group to investigate the unconscious blazing fury tiger. As they approached, everyone looked up in awe at the immobile wooden figure, towering over 30 meters high. Its mere presence exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Brother Yu, your abilities are truly formidable, Ji Shuejuan remarked with admiration. Fortunately, indeed, Lin Yu chuckled lightly, unsure of what else to say. After all, if the sight of a wooden figure had already intimidated them, how would they react to summoning a colossal Buddha from its prime, standing at least a kilometer high? Well then, let us first examine the blazing fury tiger. Ji Shuejuan quickly issued the order, urging everyone to set aside their astonishment and conduct a thorough inspection. Brother Yu, have you discovered anything? After some time without success, Ji Shuejuan, feeling somewhat frustrated, inquired of Lin Yu. Not at the moment. I can only analyze information based on what my eyes perceive. As of now, I can only ascertain that this blazing fury tiger is in an abnormal state, but the reason eludes me. Lin Yu shrugged, shaking his head with resignation. His system's probing function relied on what he could see. And without any findings, he was at a loss. Well, it seems we must continue searching. Ji Shuejuan sighed, the feeling of being at a dead end nearly driving her to madness. Perhaps there is another method. Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he focused on the unconscious blazing fury tiger. He suddenly recalled the summoning technique of the Rinnegan, renowned throughout the Naruto series for its formidable prowess, compared to other summoning techniques. The Rinnegan's ability was even more powerful, capable of summoning living ninja beasts and even resurrecting deceased ones, albeit devoid of intelligence and reduced to mere instinct. Moreover, the beasts summoned through the Rinnegan could share visual perspectives. Lin Yu's thoughts turned to this technique as he had previously encountered a theory online suggesting that summoning beasts could communicate telepathically with their master. Although he had not tested this, he felt there was a high probability it held merit, especially given the Rinnegan's superior capabilities. What method do you have in mind? Ji Shuejuan's ears perked up at Lin Yu's mention of a solution. Her eyes brimming with excitement. My eyes possess a unique ability to tame magical beasts. However, I am unsure of the outcome post-taming. I shall give it a try, as we currently lack better options. All right, do it quickly. It is certainly better than remaining directionless. Very well. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Under Ji Shuejuan's watchful gaze, he approached the slumbering, blazing fury tiger, placing his hand upon its massive head. He observed countless black runes forming a peculiar magical array that spread from his palm, enveloping the blazing fury tiger's immense form. Soon, Lin Yu sensed the presence of the blazing fury tiger within his consciousness. Establishing a connection through the powers of the Rinnegan. As he maintained this connection, Lin Yu's hands moved in unison, slowly pulling them apart. A black rod approximately 50 centimeters long materialized between his palms. This was a manifestation of the Rinnegan's yin-yang shield, akin to the rods wielded by Pain, albeit a diminished version of the truth-seeking balls, given that even Nagato lacked the strength to create genuine truth-seeking balls. It was improbable for Lin Yu to achieve such a feat at his current level. He estimated he would need to reach at least the 7th tier to attempt genuine truth-seeking balls. For now, he could only replicate this weakened iron rod. With one hand gripping the black rod, Lin Yu aimed it at the blazing fury tiger's head, raising it high before forcefully driving it into the creature's skull. The unconscious blazing fury tiger, jolted by the intense pain, thrashed wildly, yet the wooden figure's might was insurmountable. Under the colossal hand of the wooden figure, the tiger's struggles appeared futile, and soon it ceased its writhing. After a brief interval, Lin Yu noticed the blazing fury tiger's eyelids fluttering. He took a cautious step back, anticipating that the creature was on the verge of awakening. True to his expectation, the blazing fury tiger gradually opened its eyes, revealing that its original gaze had transformed into a pair of colossal, ripple-patterned orbs, identical to Lin Yu's own Rinnegan. It seemed he had succeeded, though he was curious about the results. Boss, what is happening? Wang Defa and the others, having retreated during the blazing fury tiger's violent struggles, now gathered beside Ji Shuejuan, silently observing Lin Yu's incomprehensible actions. The moment the blazing fury tiger opened its eyes, mirroring Lin Yu's, even the least discerning among them could surmise the truth. Could it be that he has gained control over the blazing fury tiger? Wang Defa exclaimed, his mouth agape. If all goes as anticipated, Then yes. Otherwise, how could its eyes match so perfectly? What kind of talent is this? A third-tier guardian can control a peak fourth-tier magical beast. Even those summoners cannot accomplish such a feat. This is utterly astounding. At that moment, Ji Xuejuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially skeptical of Lin Yu's claim to control the blazing fury tiger, she was now astonished to witness his success. Controlling repulsion, absorbing attacks, probing, and now commanding magical beasts. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? It's simply terrifying. Ji Xuejuan mused inwardly, her envy evident. Unaware that he had once again shocked Ji Xuejuan, Lin Yu focused on his newfound summoning beast. This was the essence of shared vision, and he could deactivate it at will, eliminating concerns of visual disarray. Excellent. Lin Yu thought as he experienced the novelty of using the Rinnegan's shared vision for the first time. It felt peculiar, akin to a split-screen function, allowing him to view multiple directions simultaneously. Overall, he was quite pleased with this functionality due to its practicality. It seemed prudent to seek out a flying magical beast next, for the aerial perspective would be expansive, facilitating the pursuit of enemies and the investigation of various matters. Now, he needed to ascertain whether he could communicate with the blazing fury tiger. After satisfying his curiosity, Lin Yu closed his eyes, relaying his thoughts through the connection he had established with the blazing fury tiger. Can you sense my presence? After a moment of silence, just as Lin Yu was about to try again, a fragmented voice echoed in his mind. Yes, master. Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement, as he had surmised. Controlling a living magical beast with the Rinnegan did not obliterate its intelligence, but rather compelled it to acknowledge its master. However, he had one more aspect to verify, so he eagerly posed another question in his mind. Do you feel any difference from before, master? I feel splendid now, aside from the injuries inflicted by you. I have never felt better. The blazing fury tiger's response momentarily puzzled Lin Yu. What did it mean by not knowing how to articulate it? Thus, he employed the probing ability once more. Blazing fury tiger, Rinnegan summoning beast, potential enhancing, peak 4th tier. The information revealed by the probe was markedly different from before. Not only had its abnormal state vanished, but its power had stabilized at the peak 4th tier. It appeared that the Rinnegan had forcibly eliminated the blazing fury tiger's abnormal condition, and astonishingly, the magical beast controlled by the Rinnegan could even enhance its potential. The blazing fury tiger, originally possessing royal-level potential, might now be upgrading to emperor-level talent. However, he would have to wait until the potential enhancement was complete to ascertain the outcome. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, but could not arrive at a comprehensive understanding. However, it was undeniable that the magical beasts controlled by the Rinnegan could indeed enhance their potential. Thus, he chose not to delve deeper into that matter as he was now beset by another query. He wondered whether the magical beasts resurrected by the Rinnegan could also elevate their potential. It seemed he would have to wait for the next opportunity to test that hypothesis. After summoning the blazing flame tiger, Lin Yu felt that with his current strength, he could summon at most one more 4th-tier magical beast. He could likely summon several lower-tier beasts, but anything of a higher tier was out of reach. Although he had yet to experiment, he had a strong intuition that the number of summoned beasts from the Rinnegan was limited and could not exceed his own capabilities by too great a margin. Nonetheless, this was already quite extraordinary, and Lin Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Brother Yu, how is it? Is there a problem? It was Ji Xuejuan who approached Lin Yu, her concern evident as she noticed him standing still with his eyes closed. The sound of her voice roused Lin Yu from his contemplation, reminding him that he still had matters to attend to. Sister Xuejuan, there's nothing to worry about. I was merely unfamiliar with this ability and was just getting accustomed to it. Please wait a moment while I inquire with the blazing flame tiger about certain matters. All right. Ji Xuejuan nodded, reassured by Lin Yu's demeanor, and quietly stood aside. Awaiting his findings. As Lin Yu turned back to address the blazing flame tiger, he suddenly realized that the wooden puppet was still restraining it with the Quan Routine technique. He hastily dispelled the puppet, and once released, the previously immobilized blazing flame tiger swiftly flipped over and rose to its feet, lowering its massive head before Lin Yu. Thank you, master. The voice of the blazing flame tiger echoed in Lin Yu's mind. He reached out to stroke the enormous head before him, and an unexpected sensation washed over him, reminiscent of his past life, except now he was petting a tiger that was over 10 meters long. The tactile experience was quite pleasant, just as this thought flitted through Lin Yu's mind. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing such chaotic notions, and proceeded to inquire, Blazing Flame, do you have a name? Yes, master. My name is Sandiage Teli Nida Babulo. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Luo. Upon hearing the convoluted name, Lin Yu's brow furrowed, and without further ado, he assigned a nickname to the blazing flame tiger. Understood. Master. The blazing flame tiger, now under the control of the Rinnegan, readily complied with Lin Yu's wishes. It would not even flinch at the command to sacrifice itself. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and continued his questioning. Xiao Luo, do you recall how you arrived here, and how did you transform into the state you were in earlier? Master, I was drawn here by a spatial rift. I was living with my kin when one day, a human intruded upon our territory. I do not know what transpired between that human and our leader, but it incited the leader's wrath. A battle ensued, and the resulting chaos damaged our homeland, destabilizing the secret realm. In my attempt to escape, I accidentally stumbled into a spatial rift. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself here. As for my transformation, it occurred after I inadvertently consumed a black stone, which elevated my strength from the peak of the 3rd tier to the peak of the 4th tier. However, after consuming that stone, I became exceedingly irritable, and it took considerable effort to suppress that rage. Yet after receiving these eyes from you, Master, I feel no need to suppress anything, and my strength no longer feels hollow. Thank you for your bestowal. The blazing flame tiger, or Xiao Luo, expressed profound reverence toward Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. The summoning technique of the Rinnegan was indeed remarkable. Not only did it control the beast, but it also instilled a sense of gratitude in it, akin to a psychological manipulation of the utmost degree. However, Lin Yu could only express his approval of this effect with 3 simple words. I like it. Do you remember where you found that stone? Is there still any left? I do. I found it in a canyon not far from here. As for whether any remains, I cannot say, after consuming it. My senses were somewhat clouded, and I do not recall how I exited that canyon. I had intended to return once I had digested its effects, but before I could fully do so, I encountered you, and you were aware of the events that followed. Lin Yu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. It appeared that the origin of the matter lay with that mysterious black stone. To fully unravel the situation, discovering that enigmatic stone was paramount. With that thought in mind, Lin Yu turned to Ji Xuejuan, who had been patiently waiting nearby. Sister Xuejuan, the blazing flame tiger has informed me of the anomalies. It stated that it transformed after consuming a mysterious black stone. A black stone? What kind of black stone? Ji Xuejuan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. The blazing flame tiger mentioned it was found in a canyon not far from here. We may need to investigate to see if any other black stones remain. Finding that stone should lead us to some clues, Lin Yu asserted confidently to Ji Xuejuan. He had faith that the system would uncover any information regarding what his eyes perceived. Very well. Let us set forth to that canyon at once, Ji Xuejuan decisively declared, apprehensive that delaying the matter would only compound its complexity. Agreed. I will have Xiao Luo lead the way. We shall proceed directly. Xiao Luo? Oh, that is the nickname I have given to the blazing flame tiger. Let us ride on Xiao Luo's back and allow it to guide us. Understood. Without hesitation, Ji Xuejuan and her subordinates swiftly leaped onto the back of the blazing flame tiger. And Lin Yu followed suit, taking his place atop the tiger's head. Xiao Luo, lead us forth. Very well, Master. Please hold on tight, the blazing flame tiger proclaimed, and with that, its massive form surged forward at astonishing speed. As Lin Yu sat atop its head, the fierce wind rushed against him, evoking a thrilling sense of exhilaration. This was the true essence of a man's thrill ride, rendering all luxury cars pale in comparison to Xiao Luo. Before long, Xiao Luo brought the group to the mouth of a canyon. Master, this is the place. I found the black stone inside this canyon. The blazing flame tiger halted before the canyon and communicated telepathically with Lin Yu. Is this the spot? Lin Yu gazed at the meandering canyon before him, its steep and deep layers intricately stacked upon one another. Sister Xuejuan, we have arrived. This is the location Xiao Luo mentioned. Is this truly the site? Ji Xuejuan exclaimed as she dismounted the tiger's back, promptly issuing orders to her companions. Wang Defa, you two form pairs and investigate separately. Signal us if you discover anything. Understood, Wang Defa and the others responded, preparing to set off when Lin Yu called out. Wait, what is it? I will send my clones to accompany you. This way, we can receive updates immediately should you find anything. After speaking, Lin Yu created several wooden clones, who nodded in acknowledgement before following Wang Defa and the others. Lin Yu, I have long been curious about your abilities. How do you possess so many? What is your true talent? Wang Defa asked, observing the clones with intrigue. Normally, such inquiries would be deemed intrusive, as they pertain to Lin Yu's personal privacy. However, after witnessing Lin Yu's remarkable feats along their journey, his curiosity could no longer be contained. This is merely one of the techniques stemming from my talent. It is nothing extraordinary, one of Lin Yu's clones explained. Wang Defa, initially looking at Lin Yu, was startled by the voice emanating from the clone. What? You can talk? Wang Defa's expression perfectly encapsulated shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape, although he had previously encountered Lin Yu's clone when summoning the blazing flame tiger. That instance had been silent, leading to uncertainty about the capabilities of Lin Yu's wooden clones. Though filled with curiosity, they assumed that the information they observed would merely be transmitted to the main entity. In their eyes, such an ability was already extraordinarily bizarre. They never anticipated that a clone could engage in communication, which clearly indicated an independent consciousness. Lin Yu's wooden clone fell silent for a moment, regarding Wang Defa with a peculiar gaze. After causing Wang Defa to feel a prickling sensation on his scalp, he finally spoke. My wooden clone possesses an independent consciousness and all the abilities of the main body, except that its strength is slightly inferior to mine. Otherwise, it is identical to me. Very well, let us prioritize the matter at hand and refrain from asking questions for now. You will learn in due course. Upon hearing Ji Shuejuan's words, Wang Defa and the others dared not utter another word. Fearing the wrath of their leader would be quite unpleasant, they proceeded into the canyon, scattering in different directions. Younger brother Yu, have the flame tiger lead the way. Let us first investigate the location where it discovered the black stone. All right, Xiao Luo, do you remember the exact location? Master, I do. It should be in the middle section of the canyon. I shall lead you there right away. Excellent. Let us go, Sister Shuejuan. Under the guidance of the flame tiger, Xiao Luo, the two swiftly arrived at the canyon's midpoint. Master, this is the spot. When I first arrived in this secret realm, I inadvertently stumbled upon it due to my unfamiliarity with the surroundings, and it was here that I discovered that black stone. What characteristics does the black stone you found possess? Aren't all the stones here black? Lin Yu remarked, his forehead creased in annoyance as he surveyed the countless black stones scattered about. He had already conducted an examination and found them to be nothing more than ordinary stones. Merely charred black. It is not as you think, Master. That blackness is pure, gleaming black, the kind that strikes one as extraordinary at first glance. I initially believed it to be a treasure, which is why I consumed it. Once you see it, you will undoubtedly be able to distinguish it. Xiao Luo's emphatic voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind. After hearing this, Lin Yu relayed the information to Ji Shuejuan with a hint of skepticism. Sister Shuejuan, it seems we have no choice but to resort to a rather foolish method. As they gazed at the sea of black stones before them, the thought of searching for that unique black stone made both of them feel overwhelmed, especially since there was no guarantee they would even find it. After all, even the flame tiger was uncertain whether such a black stone still existed in this location. However, with no other leads available, they could only rely on luck. With a deep sigh, Lin Yu clapped his hands. Would release. Multiple wooden clones technique. Ji Shuejuan stood agape, watching as Lin Yu conjured dozens of clones, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Why, younger brother, you can create so many clones, Ji Shuejuan stammered, her perception of Lin Yu once again being challenged by the astonishing scene before her. Well, it's not particularly useful, it's merely a matter of quantity. The more I create, the weaker they become. They are best suited for reconnaissance. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, noting that with his current strength, these clones were only at the first tier and could merely intimidate those who were unaware. Ji Shuejuan rolled her eyes at his words. Was he even speaking human language? True, the clones you create at a lower level are weak, but what if your level were higher? With just these wooden clones, you would be equivalent to a small army. All right, everyone, let us get moving. Report any discoveries immediately. Understood, Master. Just watch, we shall turn this place upside down. After the wooden clones expressed their determination, they scattered, enthusiastically flipping over the stones scattered on the ground, creating a lively scene. Observing this spectacle, an unexpected phrase surfaced in Ji Shuejuan's mind. The laboring people are the most glorious. With Lin Yu's wooden clones hard at work, Lin Yu and Ji Shuejuan simply perched on Xiao Luo's back, engaging in casual conversation. Good grief, how shameless of our true self. While we toil away, he is off flirting. Ugh, are you foolish? We are his clones. Criticizing him is like criticizing ourselves. True, but why do I feel so unsatisfied? That darn capitalist. Enough with the nonsense. Besides, isn't it the same as you flirting when he is? Just accept it and help find what he needs. Hey, hurry up. Stop chatting. If we don't find it soon, it will be dark, and then we won't be able to see anything. Lin Yu, who had been idly chatting on the tiger's back, glanced at the time and shouted to the clones. The secret realm, like the outside world, also experienced the cycle of night and day. The thought of searching for a black object in the dark made Lin Yu's head spin. Moreover, He had forgotten to inform his parents about his outing today. If he didn't return, they would surely be worried sick. Damn it. Even knowing that it was himself, he couldn't help but want to give him a good smack. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win, he would have made sure the true self understood the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. The true self was right. Do you wish to search at night? Because I certainly do not. Of course, if you don't want to, I do. Our consciousness is the same. After all, I refuse to believe we cannot find it. Once I locate it, I will immediately dispel the clones. As time wore on, Lin Yu's patience began to wane. Jishu Ejuan, unable to sit still any longer, joined the clones in searching. However, as she threw stones with a loud thud, it was clear to Lin Yu that her motivation was not to find any stone, but rather to vent her frustration. For someone like Jishu Ejuan, who thrived on action, this aimless search was most infuriating. Had it not been for Lin Yu's clones assisting, she would have likely ravaged the area with her spear by now. I found it. A thrilling voice rang in Lin Yu and Jishu Ejuan's ears, and Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he jumped off the tiger's back, rushing toward the location of the clones. Where? Lin Yu exclaimed, eager to see the stone. Here. A wooden clone presented a stone radiating with a black glow. Upon seeing it, Lin Yu finally understood what Xiao Luo meant when he said that once he found it, he would comprehend its significance. Lin Yu took the stone from the clone and scrutinized it closely. Unlike the other charred stones, this one was the size of a pebble, its surface remarkably smooth. With only one side exhibiting a cut surface, Lin Yu surmised that this stone must have fallen from a higher rock. Magic stone, a stone long eroded by dark energy, can be absorbed. Sister Xu Ejuan. Have you ever heard of a magic stone? Magic stone. Is this a magic stone? Jishu Ejuan's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Lin Yu's words. She snatched the stone from his hand, examining it closely before sensing its energy. Finally, she gazed gravely at the black stone, muttering, "It truly is a magic stone. How can this be? Weren't magic stones completely destroyed? How can there still be one? Sister Xu Ejuan, what is the purpose of this magic stone? Do you know?" Lin Yu's inquiry jolted Jishu Ejuan from her thoughts. She retrieved a small pouch, carefully placing the magic stone inside, and then turned to Lin Yu. "Oh, you know what the highest tier of magical beasts is. Isn't it the Emperor tier?" Lin Yu replied, slightly exasperated. After all, he had performed decently in his studies. Such a question was common knowledge. Exactly, it is indeed the Emperor tier. But even within the Emperor tier, there are distinctions, whether it be magical beasts or us humans. Once we reach the Emperor tier, even a single level difference in strength becomes quite evident. You will understand this better once you enter the martial university. Take humans as an example. Reaching level 90 qualifies one as an emperor, and thereafter, each level up represents a qualitative transformation. It can be said that after reaching the Emperor tier, engaging in battles beyond one's level becomes exceedingly difficult. However, prior to level 95, there still exists a chance to challenge those above. Yet, once one surpasses level 95, everything changes. Our talents undergo evolution, leaning towards a particular rule. Individuals above level 95 can influence their surroundings with their innate talents. Thus, those of us above level 95 seldom unleash our abilities recklessly on Blue Star, fearing that excessive use may impact the realm. However, magical beasts do not share such concerns. Their very existence is born from destruction. A century ago, a deranged Imperial-level beast known as the Dark Dragon emerged within the realm of Warcraft. It eluded the watchful eyes of the Imperial dignitaries and concealed itself in a remote low-tier secret domain, recklessly wielding its innate powers. Ultimately, the entire secret domain was transformed into a dark abyss by the Dark Dragon's formidable abilities, and the magic stones that emerged from this shadowy realm were imbued with the dragon's dark energy, capable of augmenting the strength of other beasts. However, such enhancement came at a dire cost. Those beasts fortified by the magic stones would lose their sanity due to the insidious corruption of the dark energy. The Dark Dragon harnessed these stones to empower all beasts within that region's secret domains into mindless monstrosities. By the time we became aware of the situation, it was too late. These frenzied beasts swarmed forth, leading to the most catastrophic loss humanity had suffered since the great events of the past. In the end, the Free Federation paid a hefty price, sacrificing 3 Imperial-level figures, including a prominent figure above level 95. To vanquish the dragon, the Dark Realm was subsequently sealed by the Federation, and all stray magic stones were destroyed. To our astonishment, the magic stones have resurfaced. If we do not uncover their source and allow matters to unfold unchecked, it would spell disaster for Rong City. Jishu Ejuan's grave explanation made Lin Yu acutely aware of the severity of the situation. After all, Rome City was his home, though he had only just arrived in this world mere days ago. He had inherited the memories of Lin Yu and naturally felt a connection to Rome City, where he had lived for over a decade. Moreover, all of Lin Yu's friends and family resided in Rome City. And for both personal and public reasons, he wished to prevent it from falling into such peril. Sister Xuejuan, what should we do now? For the moment, the only course of action was to report the situation to Lord Chao and then have him relay it to the Federation. This matter transcended Rome City alone. If mishandled, it could lead to calamity. Should we continue the investigation? No need. This is sufficient. Our immediate priority is to disseminate the information, Ji Xuejuan declared, shaking the pouch in her hand. After speaking, Ji Xuejuan stowed the pouch away and produced a flare gun, firing a shot into the sky. Communication devices were ineffective in the secret domain due to interference, only functioning within a range of about 10 meters. This distance was hardly better than shouting. Thus, transmitting messages within the secret domain was quite troublesome. The reason Lin Yu's doppelganger was effective within the domain was that it did not have to worry about distance, allowing for timely feedback. Although communication was one-sided, with the doppelganger unable to relay messages back, this did not detract from the doppelganger's advantageous attributes. After a while, the group that had ventured out for reconnaissance returned, each one looking disheveled and covered in dirt. Upon seeing Ji Xuejuan, Wang Defa immediately began to vent his frustrations. Boss, this job is downright inhumane. You have no idea. There are black stones everywhere. Searching for a different black stone amidst a pile of black stones is driving me to the brink of insanity. Indeed, boss, if we keep digging, I might as well become a groundhog. Just the sight of these stones is making me nauseous. Boss, let's return and bring more brothers. This is untenable. Watching Wang Defa and the others ranting with dirt-smeared faces, Ji Xuejuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, Lin Yu was present. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just found the magic stones, she would likely resemble them as well. The mere thought of being in such a state made Ji Xuejuan shudder. She quickly shook her head, stifling a laugh before addressing Wang Defa and the others. The items have already been located. You all have worked hard. Huh. Wang Defa and the others exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Did it mean that they, a large group, were outperformed by just 2 people? Boss, you're not just saying that for the sake of face, are you? There is no need for that. If we can't find it, we can always bring back more people. That I refuse to believe we can't uncover anything after turning everything upside down. That I'm not deceiving you. It was Lin Yu's doppelganger that found it. And I have the items right here. Ji Xuejuan kicked Wang Defa, exclaiming, what nonsense are you talking about? Do I not care about my reputation? Wang Defa, though kicked, bore no resentment and instead turned to Lin Yu with curiosity, asking, brother, just how many doppelgangers can you create? Not many, perhaps a few dozen. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. At this moment, the quantity of doppelgangers held little significance. Without a vast reserve of spiritual energy, they were merely paper tigers, appearing formidable but lacking substance. He wondered when he would be able to seize the body of an immortal or a tailed beast. Though he had gained a physique and spiritual energy surpassing that of ordinary individuals under the stimulation of would release, he still fell short compared to the overpowering figures in Naruto. He needed to acquire more robbery orders. Has anyone ever told you that the way you speak is infuriating? I genuinely want to punch you. Wang Defa gazed at Lin Yu's apathetic demeanor, nearly overwhelmed by irritation. That it was truly a case of being unaware of one's fortune. Others would crave the abilities he took for granted. Brother Wang, don't you think it's possible that you can't take on Lin Yu? A nearby individual pointed to the blazing inferno tiger beside Lin Yu, then back to Lin Yu himself. Wang Defa fell silent. Although he wished to maintain his bravado, the fearsome inferno tiger was no mere iron-armored rhino or flame wolf that he had previously dispatched with ease. He wasn't so sure he could win against it, let alone the fact that Lin Yu could treat this massive tiger like a mere house cat. Forget it. I didn't say anything. Boss, what shall we do now? Should we head back? Wang Defa abruptly shifted the topic, feeling as though he would retreat into himself if he continued. Yes, let us head back. We must first relay the intelligence gathered here. Ji Xuejuan nodded, leading the way toward the exit, with the others following suit. As for the inferno tiger, Xiao Luo, it departed on Lin Yu's command. As Lin Yu had no effective means to take the tiger with him, he could only leave it in the secret domain for now and summon it later as needed. Along the way, Ji Xuejuan and the others remained silent until they reached the entrance of the secret domain. Just as they were about to step through the vortex to exit, a soft voice suddenly echoed. Miss Ji, I advise you not to leave the secret domain carelessly. I have set up a barrier at the entrance. The stability of this entrance is compromised, while you might manage to escape. Your companions may not be so fortunate. Ji Shuejuan's pupils constricted as she was about to take a step forward, her imposing azure dragon breaking heaven's spear appearing in her grasp. She swiftly turned to shield Lin Yu and the others behind her. Instantly, Lin Yu and the others heightened their vigilance, their muscles taut with tension. They turned to see a pale-skinned man with a delicate demeanor standing just a few meters away. Ji Shuejuan regarded this seemingly unthreatening man, though she preferred to resolve matters through force rather than intellect. She was not foolish. The mere fact that he had approached so stealthily, without her detecting his presence, indicated either a concealed aura or an overwhelming power far surpassing her own. Thus, Ji Shuejuan concluded that this man belonged to the latter category. There was no other explanation, merely an instinctive feeling. Do not be alarmed. I am Sikong Luaha, the current right protector of the Eternal Night Church. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Ji. Upon the mention of the Eternal Night Church, Ji Shuejuan's expression turned serious, while Wang Defa and the others' faces paled. Only Lin Yu, who remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to scrutinize the man who claimed to be the right protector of the Eternal Night Church, an 8th-tier guardian. However, the information gleaned from the system caused Lin Yu's expression to shift dramatically. How could a mere investigation of a secret domain lead to the emergence of a formidable figure like this? Moreover, the name Eternal Night Church hinted at a deep connection with the Eternal Night Society Ji Shuejuan had previously mentioned, possibly indicating they were the same organization. This was a grave development. Lin Yu's mind raced with this realization. The followers of the Eternal Night Society, what a nefarious cult, masquerading as a church to glorify themselves. Ji Shuejuan scoffed at Sikong Luaha's words. Although she was aware that the man before her was formidable, it was nearly impossible for Ji Shuejuan, given her temperament, to concede defeat, especially considering that the opposing party was her most despised cult. Miss Ji, such words cannot be uttered. We are followers of the goddess of eternal night, her most loyal subjects. Surely, calling ourselves a divine cult is not excessive. Enough of this nonsense. What do you, the followers of the Eternal Night Church, intend to do? What is your true objective? Ji Shuejuan had no time to engage in theological discussions with this group of excessively brainwashed zealots. She was far from foolish. It appears that Miss Ji harbors quite a strong opinion about us, Sikong Luo remarked, observing the growing impatience on Ji Shuejuan's face, a shadow of a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Miss Ji, if I were to say that I am here to invite you to join our Eternal Night Church, how would you respond? Have you lost your mind? Ji Shuejuan gazed at Sikong Luo with a look of profound concern, as if regarding a simpleton. After all, Ji Shuejuan was from the esteemed Ji family in the capital, a gifted prodigy with a bright future in the Federation. Why would she abandon her promising path to associate with a band of clandestine miscreants? You. Sikong Luo's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. What do you mean by you? I have no time for idle chatter. What have you done to my subordinates outside? Ji Shuejuan raised her 3-meter-long halberd, pointing it at Sikong Luo and demanding answers in a loud voice. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Ji Shuejuan's reckless act. Dear lady, he is an 8th-tier powerhouse. How dare you act so boldly? Shouldn't your priority be to find a safe way to escape? Miss Ji, are you referring to those guarding outside? If so, you need not worry, I have not harmed them. They didn't even notice my entry into the secret realm, so I couldn't be bothered to take action. Sikong Luo dismissed Ji Shuejuan's halberd with indifference. Although he was aligned with the Federation's opposition, he still exuded the aura of a powerful being. As long as they did not obstruct him, he deemed it beneath him to slaughter a swarm of ants. Ji Shuejuan sighed in relief. Having initially feared for her subordinate's safety, only to discover that this cultist possessed a modicum of dignity. What do you truly desire? If you wish to recruit me, spare me the rhetoric. Such tricks may fool children. But I am not so easily swayed. Well, it seems that Miss Ji has a deep-seated misunderstanding of our church. In that case, I shall have no choice but to forcibly bring you back with me. I hope you understand. After all, you discovered something you should not have. Ji Shuejuan was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted as a realization dawned upon her. The magic stones in her pocket. The existence of the magic stones was at your doing. Miss Ji, you truly are a remarkable prodigy. Indeed, the magic stones were placed in the secret realm by our church. Now that you are aware, I must temporarily impose upon you. This also presents an opportunity for you to learn more about our church. Perhaps you may change your mind. Nonsense. You must be dreaming. Although Ji Shuejuan's words were defiant, Her inner anxiety intensified. It seemed today would not end well, and she might very well perish here. Sister Xuejuan, he is an 8th tier guardian. Are you confident? Lin Yu, unable to remain silent any longer, whispered from behind Ji Xuejuan. 8th tier. Despair surged within Ji Xuejuan. It was true that she was talented, but she had only just entered the 7th tier. How could she possibly contend with someone several levels above her? You, just hold on. I will buy time for you. You must find an opportunity to escape. Do not leave through the entrance. Hide within the secret realm. If we do not return for an extended period, someone will come to our aid. And what about you? Lin Yu's face shifted through various emotions. He could tell from Ji Xuejuan's demeanor that she likely could not defeat the member of the Eternal Night Church. Ji Xuejuan's intention to hold off the enemy alone was a sacrifice for their escape. Do not worry about me. I will be fine. I should still hold some value for them. If I am captured and you manage to escape, remember to send someone from the Chow family to the Ji family. They will come to my rescue. Boss, how could we allow you to face this alone? We will fight him together. If worst comes to worst, we will die fighting. 18 years later, I will be reborn. Yes, boss, we will fight him. We are not afraid of death. Let us fight. Upon hearing Ji Xuejuan's intention to hold off the enemy alone, Wang Defa and the others immediately became agitated. Although Ji Xuejuan was their superior, her youth often led them to overlook her status. Allowing a girl in her 20s to take the rear guard was a humiliation they could not bear. Furthermore, everyone in the Ronqing arena respected Ji Xuejuan. They would never agree to abandon their leader to escape alone. Ji Xuejuan felt a wave of emotion upon seeing the determined expressions on Wang Defa and the others' faces. Yet, she understood that the man in the distance was not someone they could shake with mere passion. To Sikong Luo, they were nothing more than ants, easily crushed. Ji Xuejuan shook off her sentimentality, her expression turning serious. No more idle chatter. I can only fight at full strength if you're safe. Your presence here will only distract me. Your hiding is the greatest assistance you can provide. But there are no buts. I am at the 7th tier. It will not be so easy for him to capture me. Once you have escaped, I will find a way to extricate myself. Ji Xuejuan interrupted Wang Defa decisively. Upon hearing her words, Wang Defa and the others exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately resigned to Ji Xuejuan's decision. Boss, you must be careful. If you cannot win, flee. Our lives are expendable. Do not risk so much for us. I understand. Enough of this. Remember to find an opportunity to hide, and do not stay together. I am sorry. I intended to protect you, but it seems I can hardly safeguard myself now. Ugh. Lin Yu despaired at the increasing number of flags Ji Xuejuan was planting. Sister Xuejuan, do not worry. I know what to do. That is good. Sikong Luo quietly observed Ji Xuejuan and the others whispering among themselves. With his strength, their conversation could hardly escape his notice. When Lin Yu revealed Sikong Luo's true strength, Sikong Luo had already taken note of him. However, upon sensing Lin Yu's power, which was merely at the 3rd tier, he lost interest, likely assuming Lin Yu possessed some special investigative talent. When Ji Xuejuan turned back, Sikong Luo spoke with a hint of condescension. Miss Ji, are you certain you can withstand me? Whether I can withstand you remains to be seen. I have yet to spar with a king-tier opponent. I hope you do not disappoint me. Ji Xuejuan raised her Qinlong Poxiang halberd, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Sikong Luo. With no path for retreat, she was ready to engage in a fierce battle. Heh, Sikong Luo chuckled softly, caught off guard by the audacity of a 7th-tier individual. Miss Ji, how about this? If you come with me willingly, I shall spare your subordinates, rather than trust your words. I would prefer to fight. Enough with the idle talk. Come at me. Ji Xuejuan twirled her halberd with disdain. If she were to believe in a cult, she would surely have lost her mind. Cough. It seems our misunderstandings run quite deep. But fear not. I will make you understand. Only by becoming a child of the divine is the correct choice. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura erupted from Sikong Luo, overwhelming all present like a tidal wave. Wang Defa and the others finally grasped how absurd their earlier bravado had been, their hearts sinking into despair. How could they possibly fight back against such an oppressive force? Good heavens! Is this the aura of an 8th-tier powerhouse? It is terrifying. At that moment, Lin Yu, too, felt suffocated by Sikong Luo's imposing presence, a bead of cold sweat silently trickling down his temple. The momentary arrogance from having 2 SSS-grade talents evaporated. He realized that talent alone was insufficient. Without growth, it was merely fodder for a true powerhouse. Roar. Just then, a domineering aura surged from Ji Xuejuan, countering Sikong Luo's overwhelming presence. Lin Yu felt as though he beheld a magnificent azure dragon roaring fiercely from Ji Xuejuan's form. As the breath of Ji Xuejuan obstructed that of Sikong Lu, the crowd finally found a moment's respite. Run! Ji Xuejuan bellowed, her azure dragon breaking heaven halberd slicing through the air with a dazzling azure light aimed at Sikong Lu. Wang Defa and the others bore expressions of utter despair, yet they had come to realize that with their current strength, they were not even qualified to contend. Thus, upon hearing Ji Xuejuan's furious shout, even though they were reluctant, they could only disperse as swiftly as possible. Lin Yu also made a decisive exit. Remaining there had become utterly meaningless, though the reincarnation eye and would release were formidable. His third-tier strength rendered him incapable of unleashing their full potential. His only course of action was to leave this place and devise a plan to rescue Ji Xuejuan. Sikong Lu completely disregarded Lin Yu and the others' flight. No matter how they fled, they could not escape the secret realm. They were merely low-tier insects, insignificant in his eyes. At present, capturing Ji Xuejuan, the big fish, was paramount. Boom, boom. Having distanced himself considerably, Lin Yu glanced back to see endless darkness enveloping the recently vacated location. Flashes of azure light flickering within the abyss, and the thunderous roars heralding the fierce battle raging in the shadows. Sister Xuejuan, you must hold on. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Then his gaze hardened. He did not wish to be the benevolent hero, but he was not a heartless beast either. The Eternal Night Church would await him. Lin Yu cast one last lingering glance behind him before leaving without a backward glance. Once the sounds of battle faded from his ears, he stopped in the midst of the unfamiliar surroundings. 9527, come out. Here comes Daddy. 9527, has my mission been completed? Mission, the Hidden Hand, investigate the cause of the beast rampage within the secret realm. Completed. Mission completion rate, 100, discovered magic stones, uncovered the mastermind. Reward, advanced robbery orders 3. Would you like to claim them? Claim. It seems I must express my gratitude to the Eternal Night Church. Had they not taken the initiative, my mission might not have reached 100 completion. Lin Yu's previously gloomy mood lightened a bit. Although Ji Xuejuan was in peril due to Sikong Lu's emergence, it had also granted Lin Yu 2 additional advanced robbery orders. Coupled with the one he received from completing his previous task, he now possessed a total of 4 advanced robbery orders. Not to mention, he still had over 100 million energy points, enough for another use. He hoped to procure something beneficial for his current predicament. Damn it, that cursed Eternal Night Church. 9527. Let's get to work. Use an advanced robbery order for Daddy. All right. Congratulations, host. You have successfully robbed Naruto Uzumaki, acquiring a rank ninjutsu, Rinnegan 1. To have successfully robbed the prince himself, the Rinnegan was a decent prize, though regrettably of little aid in the current situation. 9527. Continue. Use all remaining 3 advanced robbery orders, Lin Yu said nonchalantly, initially intending to save them for the next day to assess the new world before deciding on his next step. However, plans often falter against the tides of change, leaving him with no choice but to gamble. Congratulations, host. You have successfully robbed Sarutobi Hiruzen, acquiring S-rank summoning beast. Monkey King 1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully robbed Hashirama Senju, acquiring SS rank perfect sage mode 1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully robbed Obito Uchiha, acquiring SS rank Mangeki Sharingan 1. Splendid. Lin Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he gazed at the 4 items quietly resting in his backpack. The use of these 4 robbery orders had proven invaluable. First was the Monkey King, reputed as the strongest summoning beast, possessing an indestructible body, capable of transforming into the adamantine staff, and adept at adapting its form in combat based on the user's needs, as well as performing ninjutsu through hand seals. Though rarely summoned, its strength was indisputable. Next was the perfect Sage mode, which allowed Hashirama Senju to enter Sage mode instantaneously, unlike others who required lengthy preparation. This mode was uniquely developed by him, harmonizing seamlessly with his would release. As for Obito Uchiha Sharingan, its Kamui could be deemed the most potent ability of the Mangeki, capable of transporting anything or anyone it touched to another space, while also enabling long-distance attacks on foes, a true embodiment of a bug-like existence. 9527. The other items are fine, but I already possess the reincarnation eye. Can I still utilize the Mangeki Sharingan? Daddy. Would the system dare claim to be the strongest without such capabilities? It's merely 2 eyes. Quite simple. The system will extract the abilities of the Mangeki Sharingan and integrate them into the reincarnation eye. This way, when Daddy uses the reincarnation eye, He can also access all the abilities of the Mangeki. 9527 said with a hint of pride. Lin Yu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the system would resolve this issue so perfectly. He had assumed he would have to juggle them like Sasuke, which would greatly diminish the efficacy of his single-eye Kamui, given that his reincarnation was not the same as Sasuke's evolved version. Who knew if a single eye could retain all abilities simultaneously? Just as Obito Uchiha lost access to the abilities of his Sharingan after acquiring the reincarnation eye, having a method that allowed for both would be ideal. In that case, 9527, let us merge the Mangeki Sharingan first. Okay, Daddy. As soon as 9527 finished speaking, the Mangeki Sharingan within the backpack transformed into a golden light and fused into Lin Yu's body. The moment the golden light entered him, Lin Yu felt a warm current surge into his eyes. After a while, as the warmth dissipated, he suddenly sensed a connection to an unseen force. Following this sensation, Lin Yu instinctively wielded a certain ability, Kamui. In an instant, his body twisted, and he vanished from his location. Lin Yu felt darkness envelop him, only to find himself in an unfamiliar space, an endless expanse filled with colossal stone pillars arranged in a chaotic manner. At that moment, Lin Yu stood atop one of the massive pillars, curiously surveying his surroundings. This is the Kamui space. It seems rather desolate. Daddy, this space is your private realm, accessible solely through your eyes. Moreover, you can automatically memorize coordinates from the real world through your eyes. By utilizing these coordinates, you can emerge from the Kamui space to any location. Can I traverse the secret realm? Yes, but it requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy. With your current reserves, it's insufficient. You may first wish to sense your spiritual energy. Upon hearing 9527's words, Lin Yu meticulously attuned himself to the spiritual energy within him, discovering that he had just over half of it remaining. Ever since he unlocked would release, his total spiritual energy and recovery speed had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He had not anticipated that merely using Kamui would deplete half of his energy. Thus, it seemed that with his current strength, he could only utilize Kamui twice in one go. So I should have about half of my total spiritual energy left. Lin Yu mused aloud. Yes, Daddy. But what does half of total energy mean? 9527, adhering to the principle of asking questions when in doubt, inquired. How should I explain this? Just know that a card is a unit of measure. Lin Yu waved his hand, opting not to elaborate further, since he was already within the Kamui space. He decided to utilize all the items he had just acquired right there. 9527. Use all the items obtained through robbery. Understood, Daddy. As soon as 9527's voice fell, Lin Yu felt an influx of countless memories flooding into his mind. In an instant, he comprehended both the Rinnegan and perfect sage mode entirely. Following the newly acquired methods from his memories, Lin Yu slightly curved his fingers, and a light blue sphere of spiritual energy, about 10 centimeters in size, materialized in his palm, its interior swirling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yu examined the Rinnegan resting in his palm and pressed it forcefully against the stone pillar. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, a pit approximately 1 meter deep manifested at the base of the stone pillar. Lin Yu, observing the effects of the spiraling sphere, nodded in satisfaction. Although the spiraling sphere lacked the formidable power of Lin Yu's other abilities, its rapid condensation and lack of cooldown time were features that greatly pleased him. Furthermore, the spiraling sphere possessed remarkable versatility, allowing for the fusion of various chaotic attributes, to the extent that the young prince was almost able to craft a masterpiece from the sphere. After experimenting with the spiraling sphere, Lin Yu once again activated his spiritual energy in accordance with the operational method of Sage Mode. He recalled. In an instant, his spiritual energy surged through his body, racing along specific meridians. Soon, distinctive eye markings characteristic of Sage Mode appeared beside his eyes. What is this? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that natural energy was necessary? He was merely testing the waters. How had he activated it so effortlessly? 9527. What is going on, Dad? After inheriting the wood release, your physical constitution has fundamentally changed, although it may not be as robust as that of a sage. You can still absorb natural energy. This means that the spiritual energy within you now contains natural energy. If that's the case, then the sage body is not of much use to me. That cannot be said, Dad. The sage body not only enhances your physical capabilities, but also significantly accelerates your recovery speed by dozens of times compared to now. Moreover, the amplification from using Sage Mode will also increase accordingly. Otherwise, how could it be classified as an SSS-level talent? After 9527's explanation, Lin Yu's understanding deepened. He had previously thought the Sage Body was merely a redundant ability, but he hadn't realized the extent of the difference. Assessing his current strength, he immediately condensed a spiraling sphere, a spiritual energy orb nearly 30 centimeters in diameter materializing in his hand. Observing the size of the spiraling sphere, which was 3 times larger than before, while using a similar amount of spiritual energy, Lin Yu forcefully slammed it onto the floor, creating a pit approximately 3 meters in diameter before his eyes. This power had at least tripled. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he retracted Sage Mode. In less than a minute, a fifth of his spiritual energy had already been consumed. This implied that even at his peak, Lin Yu could only maintain Sage Mode for under 5 minutes. Not accounting for the energy expended when using other abilities, considering this, Lin Yu could only sustain Sage Mode for a maximum of 1 to 2 minutes during full combat. I'm still too weak. Lin Yu sighed, fortunate that he was alone in the Divine Might space, with only 9527 to hear his lamentations. Otherwise, he would likely have been struck down by envious individuals. A classic case of reaping benefits while feigning innocence. By the way, 9527, what happened to my Monkey King? This was the first time he had successfully summoned a living being. Dad, you can simply use the summoning technique of the Rinnegan. The system has already modified it to become a Rinnegan summon. Good son, how considerate. Just a small matter. Trust in the 9527 brand system. Dad, you deserve it. Even without seeing, Lin Yu could envision 9527's current expression, undoubtedly with its tail held high in delight. Then I can just use the summoning technique. Right. Yes, Dad. Lin Yu didn't waste any more words. Although he had acquired Divine Might, it was still insufficient for rescuing Jishu Ejuan, as using Divine Might to transport someone had a delay, despite the rapid release of his Divine Might. That slight delay could prove fatal against a powerhouse like Sikong Lua, a Tier 8 Guardian.as for Lin Yu's other divine skill, the Flying Thunder God technique. While useful, it required marking, and he couldn't even approach the battlefield now, effectively limiting its use. Thus, he needed a method to restrain Sikong Luaha, and at present, he could only hope for the Monkey King's assistance. Summoning technique. Lin Yu suddenly sensed his spiritual energy flowing into the runes formed by the summoning technique at an astonishing speed. His expression shifted as he mentally cursed 9527. Why didn't you warn me about such a significant consumption? At least let me eat a military ration pill first, just as Lin Yu felt he might be drained dry. The flow of spiritual energy ceased, and a cloud of white smoke appeared before him. Upon confirming the success of the summoning, Lin Yu quickly retrieved a military ration pill and consumed it, finally allowing himself to relax. 9527. Do you want to replace me? You didn't even give me a heads up. I almost met my demise thanks to you. I'm sorry. Dad, I forgot, 9527 replied, sounding quite pitiful. Lin Yu was left speechless by 9527's excuse. He was now at a loss for words and could only let out a resigned sigh. Well, who could blame his own system? He refrained from further banter with 9527, focusing instead on the dissipating white smoke. Master, a robust voice emerged, and as the smoke cleared, a monkey clad in a tiger skin coat and with white fur appeared in the Divine Might space. This was the renowned Monkey King. Known as the strongest summoning beast, Lin Yu examined the Monkey King before quickly scanning its attributes. Monkey King, potential increasing, Tier 9, strength sealed, currently Tier 4, Tier 9. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. But upon seeing the suffix indicating its strength was sealed, an unsettling premonition washed over him. 9527. What is happening? Why is the Monkey King's strength sealed? Dad, there's no other option. Your current strength is too weak to summon a beast of the Monkey King's caliber. Therefore, the system had to temporarily seal its strength. Lin Yu paused, recalling his earlier summoning of the Blazing Flame Fierce Tiger. He had indeed sensed that with his current power, he could only summon another Tier 4 beast at most. It turned out that was due to the system's limitations, allowing him to summon the Monkey King, but requiring a seal on its strength. Now he was at a loss. Would he have to take a risk with the Flying Thunder God and Divine Might? Looking at the Tier 4 Monkey King, Lin Yu felt a wave of helplessness. How could he possibly resist Sikong Luaha? One slap, and he would probably be sent flying. Dad, it's not entirely hopeless. I can secretly create a backdoor to temporarily restore the Monkey King's strength to Tier 8, but the restored power will only last for 2 minutes, after which the Monkey King will enter a month-long hibernation. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a glimmer of hope. He anticipated such a turn of events. Good job. 95-27. By the way, will this affect the Monkey King's potential increase? It won't. Dad, it's merely a temporary overextension of the Monkey King's strength and will not affect its potential growth. Then that's fine. A month of hibernation is manageable. We'll deal with the immediate challenge first. The Monkey King was currently at Tier 9, and if its potential increased further, it could possibly reach the Imperial Tier. If this temporary measure led to a failure in enhancing its potential. It would be rather regrettable, but fortunately, it hadn't come to that point. Monkey King, there's an enemy of Tier 8 outside. I will temporarily unseal your strength shortly. However, afterward, you may have to endure a month of hibernation. Rest assured, Master, your enemy is my enemy as well. A month of hibernation is but a brief slumber. Moreover, I sense a transformation occurring within my body. I have a premonition that when I awaken from hibernation, my strength will further increase. Oh, I must thank you for this gift, Master. Lin Yu was taken aback by the Monkey King's sensitivity. It could actually perceive changes in its body, unlike the blazing flame fierce tiger, which had been oblivious. Truly, a formidable summoning beast of Tier 9. Yes, that has to enhance your potential. Once it's complete, you will understand the benefits. Now, I must leave for a while. Wait here, and I will release you shortly. Understood, Master. Lin Yu instructed the Monkey King and then promptly exited the Divine Might space using his powers. In the outside world, within the Blazing Flame secret realm, Lin Yu stumbled slightly as he emerged from the Divine Might space. The spiritual energy he had just restored with the military ration pill was once again depleted. The consumption of Divine Might was indeed terrifying, had his body not been transformed by the wood release. Endowing him with extraordinary spiritual energy, he would have found it impossible to use. Sensing the emptiness of his spiritual energy, Lin Yu sighed inwardly before hastily pulling out several military ration pills and swallowing them all at once. After a while, thanks to the powerful recovery effects of the wood release combined with the military ration pills, Lin Yu finally restored his spiritual energy to its peak state. It was time to confront the right protector of the Eternal Night Church. Uncertain of the current whereabouts of Sister Xuejuan, Lin Yu sensed the Flying Thunder God mark he had inscribed on the battlefield just before his departure. Without delay, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself to the scene. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sounds of combat not far away. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Lin Yu's anxious heart momentarily eased, yet before he could take any action, a familiar roar echoed through the sky, dragon shadow shattering the void. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he turned towards the sound. A brilliant azure light coalesced into a dragon that tore through the endless darkness. Ascending into the heavens, with a formidable momentum, the azure dragon descended heavily, rending the shroud of darkness that enveloped the battlefield, revealing two figures within. There stood Ji Xuejuan, her hands firmly gripping the azure dragon, breaking the heavens halberd, delivering a fierce strike towards Sikong Luohai. Sikong Luohai, however, remained calm, standing his ground as an immense pair of hands formed from the pervasive darkness above him, absorbing Ji Xuejuan's overwhelming attack with ease. Witnessing her most powerful strike effortlessly caught by Sikong Luohai, filled Ji Xuejuan with despair. To this point, none of her assaults had inflicted even the slightest harm on him. Instead, she found herself utterly exhausted by the peculiar darkness wielded by Sikong Luohai. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, leaving her acutely aware that she would be unable to withstand any forthcoming attacks from him. Miss Ji, we've played long enough, haven't we? Is it time for you to come with me now? Sikong Luohai remarked, looking at the fatigued Ji Xuejuan with an appreciative gaze. The young woman before him was indeed a prodigy of the Federation, capable of forcing out half of his power at such a tender age. Despite his unscathed appearance, it was merely a testament to the vast difference in their strengths. Should they have been of equal rank, he would not have stood a chance against her. Sikong Luohai increasingly sought to recruit Ji Xuejuan into the Eternal Night Church. Not only was her background formidable, but her extraordinary talent made her an ideal ally for establishing the kingdom of the divine. Do you think I would accompany you? Unless you make me your goddess. Ji Xuejuan, though currently in a dire situation, was resolute in her defiance. Gripping her azure dragon, breaking the heavens halberd tightly, she desperately summoned the last remnants of her waning spiritual energy. It seems there's no other choice. Miss Ji. I regret to inform you. With that, Sikong Luohai ceased holding back. Under his command, the dark energy manifested into a colossal hand, ruthlessly striking towards Ji Xuejuan's diminutive yet defiant form. Looks like this is where it all ends. I wonder if they have escaped far enough. Ji Shuejuan thought bitterly as she beheld the immense hand approaching with an overwhelming force. Raising her weapon, she resolutely prepared to confront in that critical moment. She suddenly felt an immense gravitational force pulling her backward with extraordinary speed. Universal attraction. Hearing that familiar voice, Ji Shuejuan froze momentarily before her expression shifted drastically. She then felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. "You, why did you come back? I told you to hide," Ji Shuejuan exclaimed anxiously as she gazed at Lin Yu, who was now so close. She had never anticipated that he would return, and now the situation had become dire. "Shuejuan, had I not come back, you would have been done for." Lin Yu gestured towards the spot where the dark hand had struck, revealing the devastation it had wrought. Ji Shuejuan could see the ground shattered and a colossal handprint deeply embedded in the earth. The sheer power of that attack was palpable. Had she been caught beneath it, she wouldn't have survived unscathed. "But what good will your presence do? We cannot escape now." Ji Shuejuan glanced at the distant Sikong Luohai. Realizing the predicament they were in, a classic case of buy one, get one free. "Fear not, Sister Shuejuan. The next move is mine. I will take him down." "Ah?" Ji Shuejuan doubted her ears. Even she, a 7th-tier guardian, was powerless against Sikong Luohai. How could a 3rd-tier individual muster the courage to utter such words? "Oh, this little one certainly has guts to not flee. Miss Ji, it seems your charm is truly remarkable." Sikong Luohai's voice rang out from afar. Lin Yu gently set Ji Shuejuan down. It was not that he wished to avoid entering the divine might space. When he had just pulled Ji Shuejuan to him, he sensed a faint yet undeniable aura locking onto him. With Sikong Luohai's 8th-tier power, he could have easily interrupted Lin Yu before he entered, considering that one was defenseless while bringing someone into the divine might space. Moreover, when Lin Yu attempted to employ the Flying Thunder God, he found his spiritual energy diminishing rapidly, prompting him to halt the technique immediately and swallow a military rations pill he had prepared. Lin Yu was astonished by the immense consumption of energy required to teleport someone with the Flying Thunder God technique. He had sensed that if he forced it, he might truly be drained dry. The energy expenditure was even greater than entering the divine might space. Farther, the stronger the individual being transported by the Flying Thunder God technique, the greater the consumption. You are still too inexperienced to transport a 7th-tier being. Listening to 9527's explanation, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not placed all his hopes on the Flying Thunder God technique, which could have failed him at such a critical moment. Fortunately, he had a superior alternative. "Uncle, is it really appropriate for an 8th-tier powerhouse like you to bully a young girl? Are all the members of the Eternal Night Church this shameless? With your demeanor, you think you can recruit my sister Shuejuan? You should reconsider in your next life." Ji Shuejuan stared in disbelief at Lin Yu's audacious actions. "Little brat, not bad if your intention was to provoke me. Then you have succeeded. I initially only wished to take Miss Ji. Now, you shall both come with me." Sikong Luohai's expression darkened considerably. He tolerated Ji Shuejuan's provocations because he sought to recruit her. A 7th-tier powerhouse, but for a mere 3rd-tier to challenge him, that was intolerable. "Are you that fragile, uncle? Seeking death?" Sikong Luohai, uninterested in further conversation with this 3rd-tier insect, pointed a finger at Lin Yu, unleashing a bolt of black light that shot towards him. "Quick, dodge." Ji Shuejuan's urgent voice rang in Lin Yu's ears, yet he remained unmoved, not even using the sealing technique to absorb the attack, knowing it would be ineffective against a strike from 5 tiers above. Moreover, he had a better option at hand, a perfect opportunity to test his newfound ability. Phasing. In an instant, as the black light approached, Lin Yu activated his phasing ability. The black light effortlessly pierced through his body before erupting in the distance. "I thought your strength would match your boastful words. It appears I need not take you along, Miss Ji. This is not my fault. Your subordinate simply lacks sense," Sikong Luohai remarked, observing Lin Yu standing unyieldingly. In his view, a 3rd-tier guardian who foolishly attempted to withstand his attack was already doomed. Ji Shuejuan's expression shifted to one of horror as she rushed forward to check on Lin Yu. "Uncle, is your ability really that lacking? Let us not mince words." A familiar voice halted Ji Shuejuan in her tracks. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "You, are you all right? Fear not, Sister Shuejuan. Such an attack cannot harm me. Besides, I haven't even dealt with him yet. How could I fall here? Please, step back. I wouldn't want to accidentally injure you." Lin Yu's words left Ji Shuejuan utterly speechless, though she didn't know how he had evaded Sikong Luohai's attack. His confidence in wanting to confront him left her astonished. "Are you certain you can do this?" "Rest assured," Just watch closely. As Ji Shuejuan beheld Lin Yu's confident demeanor, she approached with a mix of skepticism and determination, quietly restoring her spiritual energy to this moment. Whether she believed or not was inconsequential. What mattered was to regain her strength and haste, so that she might still possess the ability to fight. Meanwhile, Sikong Lu had already succumbed to a state of stupor at Lin Yu's utterance. What was happening? He had clearly witnessed his attack pierce Lin Yu, yet how could it be that he emerged unscathed? Kid, it seems I have underestimated you. What is your name? What for? I have no desire to make your acquaintance. Are we still fighting? If not, I'll take my leave. Without exchanging further words, Sikong Lu's expression grew stern as countless black orbs of spiritual energy descended upon Lin Yu's position like a torrential downpour. The cacophony of explosions was deafening, and a cloud of dust enveloped the area. Ji Shuejuan, who was diligently regaining her strength from afar, cast a worried glance towards Lin Yu's location. The onslaught continued relentlessly for a full minute before Sikong Lu finally ceased, gazing at the dust-covered spot and murmuring, "Let us see how you evade this." He was convinced that Lin Yu had been obliterated. Turning to Ji Shuejuan, he opened his mouth to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. Bang! Suddenly, something struck Sikong Lu with tremendous force, causing his head to jerk sideways as he was sent sprawling. Sikong Lu's body was propelled into the air by the swift strikes of the ape demon, ascending higher and higher. Subsequently, the ape demon executed a somersault before landing and transformed its weapon into the Rui staff. The staff rapidly elongated and enlarged, crashing violently towards the airborne Sikong Luowa. Crack, crack, crack. The seemingly indestructible dark barrier shattered under the assault of the Rui staff, splintering like fragile glass. As Sikong Luowa gazed in horror at his defense, his expression changing dramatically. This is bad. I can't hold it. Sikong Luowa never anticipated that the ape demon would inflict such tremendous damage, effortlessly breaching the shield he had always prided himself on, accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering. Bang! The dark barrier was utterly destroyed. And Sikong Luowa's face turned pale. That last strike had already cost him half his life, and should he endure another blow, it would likely be the end for him today. With a fierce determination, Sikong Luowa resolutely activated his life-saving skill, Shadow Step. In the moment the Rui staff was about to strike him, Sikong Luowa transformed into a shadow of black light, dashing through the air at an astonishing speed, causing the Rui staff to miss its target and soar into the heavens. The ape demon swiftly retracted its transformation and dashed towards Lin Yu's direction, its eyes vigilant and scanning the surroundings. Kid, remember this. We shall meet again. A somewhat disheveled voice echoed from above, prompting Lin Yu to look up quickly, where he witnessed Sikong Luowa, now a shadow of black light, crashing headlong into the swirling entrance of the secret realm. What the hell? He ran away. Lin Yu had been thoroughly engrossed in watching Sikong Luowa being mercilessly beaten by the ape demon, and he had not expected the 8th-tier ape demon to be so formidable. Sikong Luowa could barely withstand 2 minutes, having only endured a few blows before fleeing. Lin Yu had originally intended to escape using his divine power, but he ended up not using it at all. There's a bit of inflation in this 8th-tier strength. I should have just let the ape demon trample over him directly. However, the ape demon is indeed powerful, truly deserving of the title of the strongest summoned beast. If the ape demon were at its peak, it could probably have eliminated Sikong Luowa in an instant. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Master, I apologize for not being able to detain him. He escaped. The ape demon, having teleported beside Lin Yu, spoke with a hint of regret. It's fine. After all, he is also an 8th-tier powerhouse. It is not easy to eliminate him. The fact that you managed to injure him that severely is commendable. You've worked hard. Lin Yu consoled the robust ape demon. Master, I feel the time is nearing. I may have to enter hibernation, and I won't be able to assist you further. It's all right. You've done well. You may return. I will summon you once your hibernation ends. Understood. Master. I shall take my leave now. Take care. After the ape demon finished speaking, a puff of white smoke enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Lin Yu gazed at the spot where the ape demon had disappeared, suddenly recalling something, and he inquired of 9,527 in his mind. 9527. Where did the ape demon go after finishing the summoning? Unlike the Blaze Fury Tiger, which Lin Yu had directly seized from the sun-slicing ape, the ape demon couldn't possibly return to the world of Hokage after finishing the summoning. That would be utterly absurd. Dad, the ape demon is currently in your divine space. The system has designated a specific area within the divine space for your summoned beasts to reside, where all your future summoned beasts can live. What? Divine space? What kind of place is that for living? Lin Yu recollected the scene he had just witnessed in the divine space, although he was still unsure of the exact size of the divine space. From what he had seen, it seemed vast enough to rival a secret realm. However, the divine space was filled with desolate stone pillars, lacking any provisions for sustenance. How could one survive there? Rest assured, Dad, the system has isolated a section of the divine space, specifically redesigned to replicate the ape demon's secret realm, where everything is modeled after the ape demon's realm. What? Where did the items in there come from? Of course, they were looted from the ape demon's secret realm. 9527 responded with unabashed confidence. Lin Yu nearly choked. Truly, this was the strongest looting system, mercilessly plundering the very home of another. What if I absorb my enemies into the divine space later? Lin Yu asked another question, feeling it would be a shame not to utilize such a convenient space for battle. But don't worry, Dad. Once isolated, the ape demon's secret realm has become independent of the divine space. Now, only you or those you permit can enter it. Others will be unable to access the ape demon's secret realm even if they enter the divine space. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Recognizing the logic in this, the divine space was now his private sanctuary, and it would be a significant loss if the system-modified secret realm were to be damaged by the aftermath of battle. By the way, 9527, since the system can isolate the divine space, can we create another area specifically for combat? That is possible, Dad, but it requires some energy points. How much? 100 million. What the heck? That's so expensive. That's the price of a high-level looting order. Lin Yu grimaced at his remaining energy points. Now down to 20 million, using a portion would leave him with only 2 million, but he deemed it necessary to spend on creating a combat arena-like space, ensuring that even if he absorbed enemies, it wouldn't disturb other areas. Spend it, deduct it from my account. Looking at his meager 2 million energy points, Lin Yu resolved to farm for energy points after this incident. You, brother, did you drive Sikong Luohua away? At that moment, a stammering voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Turning to look, he saw Ji Xuejuan standing beside him, her expression one of confusion and disbelief, appearing adorably dazed. If all goes as expected, then yes. Lin Yu smiled slightly at Ji Xuejuan's charming expression. Ji Xuejuan stared at Lin Yu in silence, scrutinizing him up and down repeatedly. It wasn't until she had gazed at him to the point of discomfort that she finally spoke. Monster. Sister Xuejuan, how could I possibly be a monster? Have you ever seen such a handsome monster? Lin Yu could not help but retort. He could no longer tolerate being labeled a monster. He remembered hearing her call him a monster numerous times. It was an insult to his excellence that you're still not a monster. That was an 8th-tier guardian, not level 8. You, a 3rd-tier guardian, reduced him to a mere pup. What else could that be but a monster? That was my summoned beast doing the fighting. I didn't do it myself. Lin Yu protested defiantly, acknowledging that it was indeed the ape demon who had made it possible to drive Sikong Luohua away. Oh right, that monkey is your summoned beast? Did you capture it like the Blaze Fury Tiger? It's an 8th-tier magical beast. Upon mentioning the ape demon, Ji Xuejuan recalled the striking white-haired monkey that had just bested Sikong Luohua, an 8th-tier guardian, and realized that it must be at least a peak 8th-tier beast. The notion that a 3rd-tier individual could tame such a creature seemed utterly preposterous. Who would believe it if it weren't witnessed firsthand? Well, the ape demon wasn't tamed by me. It automatically formed a contract when I awakened. It had merely been sleeping in my spatial realm until recently. Lin Yu explained. Normally, when summoned, the ape demon is in a sealed state. I forcibly unsealed it to regain some strength, but due to that, the ape demon has fallen back into slumber. Your talent seems a bit too extraordinary. Who else awakens their talent and gets gifted such a powerful magical beast? At that moment, Ji Xuejuan was filled with envy. What a divine talent this was. After all, she had an SS-level talent, yet now she felt overshadowed. The overall capability and offensive power of her talent seemed to be completely eclipsed. Ji Xuejuan had previously been quite satisfied with her talent, but now, comparing it to Lin Yu's, she felt increasingly disappointed. It's all right. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. While the Rinnegan was formidable, the true powerhouse lay within the system. Every ability he possessed, be it the Rinnegan, would release, Kim Yui, or the abilities of the Sage of the Six Paths, was a gift from the system. Without it, he might be no different from others. At times, Lin Yu even pondered that if a deity truly existed in this world, then his system would undoubtedly be that very god. Sister Xuejuan, that Sikong Luo has already fled. Should we venture out? Let me recover a bit first. I'm unsure whether the entrance's barrier has dissipated. If it hasn't, rushing out could be perilous. All right. By the way, Sister Xuejuan, here, take this. Lin Yu produced the intermediate recovery pill previously awarded by the old principal and handed it to Ji Xuejuan. As for the military rations pill, he refrained from presenting it. The basic version was only suitable for individuals below the 4th rank to replenish their spiritual and physical energy, while Ji Xuejuan was currently at the 7th rank, rendering it less effective. Moreover, Lin Yu was uncertain how to explain its existence. Thus, it was better to keep it for himself. This is a recovery pill. How did you acquire such a thing? You should keep it for emergencies. I can recover on my own. It was a reward from the principal. Take it that I have little use for it, as I possess would release and can recover swiftly. This is unnecessary for me. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. The item felt rather superfluous to him, and he preferred to give it away as a favor since he had received it for free. Seeing Lin Yu's insistence, Ji Xuejuan ceased her reluctance, accepting the recovery pill and promptly swallowing it whole. Once you finish your college entrance examination, I will reward you with something even better in the name of the arena. You will not suffer any loss. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Should I refrain from rewarding the top scorer? If anyone surpasses you, I will reward them with an identical set, though I doubt that will happen. Ji Xuejuan remarked nonchalantly, for she was the head of the Ronqing arena, and how rewards were distributed was entirely at her discretion. Both were blissfully unaware that they had already assumed the top scorer's position even before the examination had cast its shadow. Given Lin Yu's current prowess, participating in the so-called college entrance examination would be akin to a dimensional strike against other candidates. Failing to secure the top spot would be a waste of his formidable abilities. After a while, with the aid of the recovery pill, Ji Xuejuan successfully restored her spiritual energy. Now, aside from feeling somewhat fatigued, she had regained her 7th rank strength. All right, I'll check the situation. Stay here and wait for me. Don't venture too close. I fear there may be complications. Understood. I'll wait here. By the way, Sister Xuejuan, should we not check on Brother Wang and the others? No need. We cannot contact them now. My signal flare was destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Besides, there is no immediate danger here. We can seek them out later. All right. Then you should hurry and investigate the entrance to the secret realm. Indeed. After Ji Xuejuan finished speaking, she swiftly appeared at the swirling entrance of the secret realm. She then closed her eyes, sensing the vortex's condition that a moment later, Ji Xuejuan opened her eyes and beckoned Lin Yu over. Come here. Seeing Ji Xuejuan signaling him, Lin Yu hurried over. Sister Xuejuan, how is it? It should be fine now. I just carefully sensed it and found no trace of the barrier. It may have been destroyed by the fleeing Sikong Lo. However, to be safe, I'll enter first. You should wait a minute before following. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and stood quietly aside. Awaiting her return, Ji Xuejuan summoned her QNGL in PTI New Jersey and stepped into the vortex. The next moment, she emerged outside the secret realm. Before she could survey her surroundings, a voice called out to her. Boss, you're out. What's the situation inside? Ji Xuejuan looked up and momentarily froze, staring at the throng of people around her in confusion. What are you all doing? Why is everyone gathered here? Boss, it's like this. A sudden black light surged out from the secret realm, injuring the nearby brothers on guard that we feared something was amiss inside. So we gathered everyone to assist you. And then you emerged, explained Song Jishu, the head of security who had previously saved numerous spectators at the Ronqing arena's No. 3 venue by exploding fireballs. Everyone all right? What happened to the injured brothers? They're fine, just minor injuries. They merely brushed against the edge of that black light. Nothing serious, as long as they're okay. By the way, have the brothers send a message to Wang Defa and the others. We got separated inside. Understood, boss. As soon as Song Jishu finished speaking, he noticed ripples forming in the vortex, and Lin Yu stepped out. Ah, Lin Yu is also out. This is? Lin Yu asked, looking curiously at Song Jishu. I am Song Jishu, the head of security at the Ronqing arena. You remember me from the number 3 venue, right? Venue number 3? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before realization dawned on him. You re the one known as the timely rain with the bow? Timely rain? Song Jishu looked at Lin Yu with a blank expression. Lin Yu quickly realized his blunder and awkwardly apologized. My apologies, Brother Song. It was just that Brother Wang was shouting so loudly at the arena that I got a bit mixed up. Lin Yu promptly shifted the blame onto Wang Defa, as it was indeed Wang Defa who had shouted first. Damn that old Wang. Seeing Song Jishu's fierce glare, Lin Yu shrugged, thinking that Brother Wang should count his blessings. All right, you, let us be off, old Song. You guard the secret realm well. The issues inside Haven T been fully resolved yet. For the next few days, it will remain closed to the public, but I'll inform you when it can be reopened. Got it, boss. Rest assured, not even a fly will get through with me here. Song Jishu thumped his chest, assuring Jishu Ejuan. Lin Yu looked at Song Jishu with a bemused expression. He couldn't bring himself to tell him that someone had brazenly entered the secret realm right under his nose and sealed its entrance. After Jishu Ejuan had given her instructions, she drove Lin Yu back to Rongqing. Upon their arrival, night had fully descended at this point. Jishu Ejuan turned to Lin Yu from the driver's seat. Do you want to accompany me to find Director Chow? No need. I'll head home directly. I forgot to inform my family when I left today, and if I don't return soon, they might start to worry. Lin Yu shrugged. He cherished this hard-won familial bond in this life that, if possible, he wished to spare his parents from unnecessary concern. Moreover, Jishu Ejuan had witnessed everything that transpired in the secret realm, making his presence or absence inconsequential. All right then, I'll drop you off, and I'll go find Director Chow afterward. No need, Sister Shu Ejuan. It's important business. You should prioritize finding Director Chow. I can return on my own. However, I'm concerned that the members of the Eternal Night Church might cause you trouble. Don't worry, Sister Shu Ejuan. We're in the city, and besides, they don't even know who I am. Do you think Sikong Luo would come looking for me? After sustaining such grave injuries, he is likely hiding away to recuperate. Moreover, have you forgotten the ability I just used? Lin Yu said nonchalantly. To be honest, with his current means of self-preservation, he was genuinely unafraid of anyone seeking him out for trouble. Even the 8th-rank guardian Sikong Luo had found himself powerless against the phantasm that was Lin Yu. What chance did others have? Furthermore, in all of Rongqing, aside from Sikong Luo, who was nursing his wounds in a corner, and his newly recognized master, it was unlikely that there was another 8th-rank guardian to be found. Jishu Ejuan initially gazed at Lin Yu with a look of bewilderment, but soon her expression shifted as she recalled the earlier incident in the secret realm when Sikong Luoha unleashed a torrent of attacks on Lin Yu, who emerged unscathed. Although Jishu Ejuan was unaware of the nature of that ability, it was evident that it must have been an extraordinarily powerful defensive skill. Otherwise, it would be implausible to withstand the onslaught of an 8th-tier master. Very well, I shall find a bus stop to drop you off shortly. While Jishu Ejuan was indeed curious about Lin Yu's mysterious defensive skill, she understood that such life-saving abilities were personal secrets unique to each individual. And thus, she prudently refrained from further questioning. After a short while, Jishu Ejuan located a bus stop and let Lin Yu alight. Yudi, I sincerely thank you for today, were it not for your assistance. I doubt I would have made it back. Jishu Ejuan lowered the car window and spoke earnestly to Lin Yu. Today could be considered the most significant crisis Jishu Ejuan had encountered in her life. Without Lin Yu, the consequences would have been dire. There's no need for such formality. Shu Ejuan, but if you truly wish to express your gratitude, just treat me to a meal sometime. That would be far more genuine. Lin Yu replied with a cheerful smile. You little rascal. Even before reaching adulthood, you're already thinking about drinking. Fine. Once you complete your college entrance exams, I shall host a celebratory feast for you. Jishu Ejuan retorted, rolling her beautiful eyes in jest. Shu Ejuan, how can you possibly perceive me as a mere child? Which child possesses my level of charm? Lin Yu suddenly leaned against the car window, mere centimeters away from Jishu Ejuan. As she looked into Lin Yu's eyes, Jishu Ejuan's face flushed slightly. She instinctively distanced herself a bit and playfully chided, given that you haven't even graduated from high school, what else could you be but a child? Now hurry and leave. I must return to the garrison. Haha, I shall take my leave then. Be cautious on the road tonight. It will be dark, Lin Yu said as he stood up, waved goodbye, and walked toward the bus stop. As Jishu Ejuan watched Lin Yu's departing figure, she reminisced about how he had saved her in the secret realm, as well as the scene of him playfully confronting an 8th-tier master. Indeed, he exhibited a certain charm. Shu Ejuan murmured to herself before rolling up the car window and heading toward the garrison. When Lin Yu returned home, it was nearly 8 o'clock, as anticipated, upon his arrival. Chen Shumin immediately confronted him with a barrage of questions. Son, where have you been today? You didn't attend class and didn't inform us. I forgot to mention. Minister Ji took me to certify my position as a garrison commander. And we also visited the secret realm together. With the college entrance exams approaching, I thought it prudent to gain some experience in the secret realm. A garrison commander. You've been certified as such. Why didn't you inform us? We could have accompanied you, saving you the trouble of involving Minister Ji, Chen Shumin remarked, well aware of the esteem in which the prominent figures of Rongqing held her son. Lin Yizhong had long since recounted the details of Lin Yu's awakening to Lin Igua and his wife. Mom, have you forgotten that I am not yet 18? Oh, right. Chen Shumin suddenly realized. Her son's exceptional performance had caused her to overlook his age. Son, are we not causing undue trouble for her? And you even had her take you to the secret realm. It's quite all right, Mom. I've already expressed my gratitude to her. After all, she saved Xuejuan's life. Lin Yu assured her. That's good to hear. By the way, have you eaten dinner yet? Not yet. I returned directly after leaving the secret realm, and I haven't had the chance to eat. Then go watch some television with your father while I heat up your meal, Chen Shumin said hurriedly as she dashed into the kitchen. Watching his mother's bustling figure, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. It felt wonderful to be cared for. Meanwhile, Ji Xuejuan made her way straight to the garrison, arriving at Chao Yiming's office, knowing he would likely still be working. Sure enough, as she knocked on the office door, Chao Yiming's voice called out, "Enter." Director Chao, as Chao Yiming, engrossed in reviewing reports, heard Ji Xuejuan's voice. He looked up in surprise. "Xuejuan, what brings you here so late? Has something been discovered in the secret realm?" "Yes, you guessed correctly. We have identified the source of the issue." Chao Yiming's eyes brightened, fixated on Ji Xuejuan. She produced a silk pouch from her pocket and handed it to him. Chao Yiming examined the pouch with curiosity. "What is this?" "Open it and see for yourself," Ji Xuejuan replied. Chao Yiming complied, opening the pouch and pouring its contents into his palm, revealing a shiny, dark stone that rolled into his hand. He scrutinized the black stone closely, sensing it contained remarkable energy. However, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not recall anything from his memory that matched the stone before him. "Xuejuan, what is this?" Chao Yiming inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "It's a demon stone." Ji Xuejuan's words struck like a thunderclap, causing Chao Yiming to break out in a cold sweat. "What did you say?" Chao Yiming's voice trembled, akin to being choked. As he spoke, "You heard correctly. This is a demon stone from the dark secret realm." Ji Xuejuan elaborated with utmost seriousness, enunciating each word clearly. "How could this be? Are you sure you aren't mistaken?" The look of shock on Chao Yiming's face was palpable as he stared incredulously at the black stone in his hand, which felt as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on him. "There is no mistake. This stone was discovered by Lin Yu using his abilities, and most importantly, we encountered the mastermind behind the scenes in the secret realm." "The mastermind? Who is it?" Chao Yiming's eyes flickered with intensity, and the aura of a seventh-tier master surged forth from him, causing a palpable weight to settle over everyone within 1,000 meters, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. "This is Xiao Chao's aura. Has something happened?" At that moment, Li Lao, who had been leisurely enjoying music within the garrison, felt a flicker of concern. Chao Yiming had been chosen as his successor, known for his steadiness. If there were no significant events affecting his state of mind, he would not have exhibited such a lack of restraint, especially in the heavily guarded garrison. "That I must investigate," Li Lao thought, his gaze sharpening as he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the guards within the garrison sensed Chao Yiming's formidable aura, and their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried towards his office. "Director Chao, do not unleash your aura carelessly," Ji Xuejuan said with exasperation. Rubbing her forehead, this was bound to attract attention. Chao Yiming quickly regained his composure, retracting his aura and wearing an apologetic expression as he opened his mouth to speak. Bang! The door to Chao Yiming's office was abruptly flung open, and Li Lao's figure appeared instantaneously. Upon entering, Li Lao surveyed the scene, bemused by the sight of Chao Yiming and Ji Xuejuan. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Chao Yiming, who had been seated at his desk, quickly rose to greet Li Lao. Chao, what has gotten into you, releasing your aura indiscriminately? It doesn't appear that anything serious has occurred here," Li Lao questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion as he assessed the situation. My apologies. Teacher Ji Xuejuan just shared some information with me, and I lost control of my emotions, disturbing your rest," Chao Yiming explained apologetically. Indeed, Li Lao was not only the former head of the Rongqing garrison, but also Chao Yiming's mentor. The reason Qiao Yiming had attained the position of garrison commander was not solely due to his own strength and innate qualities, but also significantly thanks to Li Lao's guidance. Otherwise, many individuals with greater strength and experience would have been more deserving of the position. Thus, Qiao Yiming held a deep respect for his mentor. What significant matter could possibly cause such a disturbance in your composure? Teacher, are you all right? Just as Qiao Yiming was about to clarify the situation to Li Lao, his assistant, Xiao Li, burst in, visibly anxious, interrupting him. Director, are you unharmed? I felt your aura earlier and feared something might have happened. After Xiao Li finished explaining to Qiao Yiming, he noticed the other two individuals in the office and promptly bowed to greet Li Lao and Ji Xuejuan. Qiao Yiming, taken aback by how his blunder had caused a stir throughout the entire guard office, glanced at Xiao Li with a hint of regret. Xiao Li, there is nothing of concern here. You may go and inform them to lift the alert. Yes, Xiao Li saluted the people in the office before exiting, making sure to close the door gently behind him. Such was the demeanor of a respectful student. Once Xiao Li left, Qiao Yiming conveyed to Li Lao the matter that Ji Xuejuan had just discussed with him, while also handing over the magic stone to Li Lao, having personally experienced the calamity of the magic dragon. Would certainly recognize such an object. After carefully sensing the magic stone for a moment, Li Lao's expression grew grave as he murmured, Indeed, this is a magic stone, but that shouldn't be possible. Haven't all the magic stones from the outside world been destroyed? Could it be that someone clandestinely extracted it from the dark abyss? Seeing that even Li Lao was certain that this black stone was indeed a magic stone. Qiao Yiming felt no further doubt and turned to Ji Xuejuan. Xiao Jun, didn't you mention knowing the mastermind behind this? Now that our teacher is present, please divulge the specifics to him. Ji Xuejuan nodded and proceeded to recount her encounter with Sikong Luohua within the secret realm. The right guardian of the Eternal Night Church, Sikong Luohua, an 8th-tier guardian, possessing dark abilities, Li Lao pondered, then suddenly raised his head, ITSM, realizing from Li Lao's reaction that he had recognized Sikong Luohua's identity. Ji Xuejuan inquired, Teacher, do you know this person? Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, the Sikong Luohua you refer to is likely the genius from Snatching 30 years ago. Xiao Jun, you are too young to know. But Xiao Chao, you must have heard of him. 30 years ago, Snatching. As Li Lao spoke, Qiao Yiming began to sift through his memories, and after a moment, his eyes lit up. You're not referring to the #1 genius from Snatching 30 years ago. The owner of the SS-level natural dark talent, Ji Luohua. Are you? Isn't he already dead? Ji Luohua. Ji Xuejuan looked at Li Lao and Qiao Yiming in confusion. Wasn't he at Sikong Luohua? How did it change to Ji Luohua? It's quite normal for you not to know. The Longhua Special Zone has erased all information related to Ji Luohua, and only those who were contemporaries of his may remember a few details. However, given how many years have passed, it's likely they've long forgotten his existence, Li Lao stated calmly. Indeed, Ji Luohua once swept through the awakened individuals of his time with his extraordinarily rare natural talent, enjoying unparalleled fame. Even the geniuses from the capital and the Magic City were overshadowed by him. It's a pity. After certain events unfolded, this promising super genius ultimately fell, and to think he is still alive and has joined a cult organization. Qiao Yiming remarked, his face reflecting deep regret. Li Lao, was that incident truly as the Ji family claimed back then? Finally, unable to suppress his curiosity, Qiao Yiming posed the question. The Ji family referred to the foremost family in Shenzhen, with Patriarch Ji Hao being a well-established emperor-level powerhouse, one of the most formidable families in the entire Free Federation. Whether it is true or not has become irrelevant. We only need to know he is now the right guardian of the Eternal Night Church. Our adversary. Clearly, Li Lao was privy to some information, yet he refrained from elaborating, as certain matters involved an emperor-level powerhouse and his family, which he preferred to keep discreet. Ji Luohua, or rather, Sikong Luohua, was no concern of his. Even if there were grievances, it was not his place to champion for Sikong Luohua. Moreover, the current situation indicated that Sikong Luohua was evidently scheming for something. Although unaware of his intentions, the priority was to locate him and thwart his plans. Qiao Yiming shared this sentiment. Indulging in gossip about an enemy seemed futile. The immediate focus should be to ascertain the objectives of the Eternal Night Church, the source of the magic stones, and to uncover the magic stones within the Roaching secret realm. With this in mind, Qiao Yiming turned to Li Lao and inquired, Teacher, do you have any methods to locate the magic stones? There have already been several secret realms exhibiting anomalies, likely due to the magic stones that we need to eliminate all secret realms in Rinnegan. However, searching based solely on appearance would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Do you possess any effective strategies? Chao Yiming's expression was one of helplessness. Just this single stone, distinguished solely by its black color, made it nearly impossible to locate. Thus, they could only hope for their well-versed teacher to offer a solution. After all, Li Lao had experienced the calamity of the magic dragon and might have valuable insights. Actually, locating this object isn't as challenging as you might think. The essence of a magic stone is influenced by the dark power of the black magic dragon. Containing a substantial amount of dark energy within, you simply need to find a barrier master to set up a basic sensing formation that I recall that Feng Xiaozai is a barrier master. You can console them on this matter. Upon hearing Li Lao's advice, Chao Yiming's eyes brightened with realization. It was surprisingly simple to resolve this issue, bringing him immense relief. Thank goodness for Li Lao's presence. Otherwise, this would indeed be a colossal headache. By the way, Xiao Jun, according to your account, isn't Sikong Luowa an 8th tier guardian. How did you manage to escape? At this moment, Li Lao suddenly recalled that although Ji Xuejuan was also an SS-level genius, she was only at the 7th tier. How could she possibly escape from the hands of an 8th tier guardian with an equivalent SS-level talent? Teacher, you may find it hard to believe, but honestly, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would think it was a tall tale. You absolutely wouldn't guess who it was that left Sikong Luowa battered and retreating. Ji Xuejuan recalled Lin Yu's commanding performance in the secret realm, feeling a bit surreal. Li Lao regarded Ji Xuejuan with intrigue. Defeating an SS-level 8th tier guardian would typically require someone of equal standing. However, according to Ji Xuejuan's narrative, it seemed Sikong Luowa had barely survived the encounter. Li Lao speculated it might have been a passing 8th tier pinnacle guardian or a 9th tier emperor-level guardian who had intervened. Yet why would Ji Xuejuan express disbelief? Was it possible that it was one of his own students? Li Lao found himself momentarily baffled. Which senior intervened to assist? It seems the only one in Rinnegan capable of contending with an 8th tier guardian is you. Teacher, Chao Yiming chimed in, equally curious. With the magic stone issue seemingly resolved, they merely needed to arrange for Feng Tianhai to set up some sensing formations, allowing him to ease his previously anxious mind. Someone you would never expect. Ji Xuejuan's statement only intensified their curiosity. They were increasingly eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic individual she referenced. Please, no more suspense. You're giving your teacher a runaround. Li Lao gently patted Ji Xuejuan's head, chuckling as he shook his head. Ji Xuejuan giggled, no longer withholding the information, and directly stated, "It was Lin Yu." Huh? What did you say? Chao Yiming stared blankly at Ji Xuejuan, questioning whether she had misspoken. Even if she mentioned an emperor-level powerhouse, it wouldn't be quite as shocking. But to claim that a newly awakened 3rd-tier guardian had bested an 8th-tier powerhouse? Chao Yiming felt like exclaiming, "Do I look like someone who has never seen the world?" To be precise, Sikong Luowa was driven away by Lin Yu. More accurately, it was his summoned beast that forced Sikong Luowa to flee. Ji Xuejuan clarified, the summoned beast was Lin Yu's terminology, referring to the magical beast controlled by his peculiar talent. Thus, Ji Xuejuan recounted from the moment Lin Yu entered the secret realm, detailing his remarkable duplication skill. The formidable wooden figure, the control over a 4th-tier pinnacle blazing tiger, and later, the mysterious ability he employed to resist 8th-tier attacks while rescuing her. She also described the invisible attacks he used to toy with Sikong Luowa, culminating with the domineering king-level magical beast, the ape demon. Li Lao and Chao Yiming's jaws dropped in disbelief, as they were enraptured by Ji Xuejuan's exuberant narration of Lin Yu's astonishing feats. Had they not known Ji Xuejuan's nature, they might have felt compelled to check her forehead, wondering if her mind had become muddled. Is it truly possible for a mere 3rd-tier individual to accomplish such feats? Are you jesting? Xiao Jun, are you saying that the student I received today summoned a king-level magical beast, which then swiftly subdued the 8th-tier Sikong Luowa? Are you certain there is no mistake? Teacher, do you still not believe me? When have I ever boasted? Ji Xuejuan rolled her eyes, already knowing that they would doubt her. After all, even she, the person involved, was beginning to question whether she was merely dreaming. It was clearly contrary to common sense that moment. Observing Ji Xuejuan's expression, the two elders, Li Lao and his companion, realized that everything she had said was true and entirely devoid of exaggeration. They found themselves momentarily at a loss, struggling to digest this astonishing revelation. After a considerable time, Li Lao was the first to regain his composure, and the joy on his face was unmistakable. Well, I had already overestimated him, but I never imagined this young man to be such a prodigy that I had underestimated him too much. Lin Yu's talent is undoubtedly unprecedented, Li Lao exclaimed, his anticipation for Lin Yu's arrival to study with them growing ever stronger. By the way, Xiao Chao, please inform the gatekeeper that next time Lin Yu comes, there's no need to stop him. Just bring him straight to me, Li Lao instructed the still doubtful Chao Yiming. Chao Yiming appeared as if he had just awakened from his stupor, gazing blankly at Li Lao. Reluctantly, Li Lao had to give Chao Yiming's shoulder a firm pat to fully rouse him before reiterating his earlier statement. Chao Yiming quickly complied, reflecting on the twists of fate. Just that morning, he had been called uncle by Lin Yu, and now, by evening, he had transformed into the young man's junior. The shift in status was astonishingly swift. Oh, and teacher, Commander Huang will also be coming in the next couple of days regarding matters related to Lin Yu. Chao Yiming proceeded to inform Li Lao about the application for Lin Yu to receive the S-rank sequence in the Starfire project. Upon hearing this, Li Lao nodded thoughtfully and replied, "All right, I understand. Leave it to me. You need not worry." His tone was casual, as if these matters were trivial for him. However, both of them, aware of Li Lao's influence, understood that this issue was virtually resolved. Enough of this. I must return to prepare. Your junior is likely to arrive tomorrow, Li Lao declared, and with that, he departed from Chao Yiming's office as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving behind a lingering instruction. Remember to inform me once you locate the hideout of the Eternal Night Church and Sikong Luohua. Yes, teacher, Chao Yiming responded respectfully, even after Li Lao had left. Xiao Jun, I know you might be quite exhausted today, but time is of the essence. You may still need to return and organize some matters that I will hasten to find Elder Fong to create a sensing barrier. The sooner we resolve the secret realm issues, the better. As for the Eternal Night Church, I will send someone to investigate their whereabouts. They are currently lurking in the shadows, while we remain in the light, making us too passive. Once we have addressed the secret realm issues, we can settle the score with them. Chao Yiming spoke with a tone heavy with determination, as the actions of the Eternal Night Church had thoroughly incensed him. Had it not been for Lin Yu's prior discovery and his ability to locate the magic stone, Chao Yiming shuddered to think of the calamity that would have befallen Rong City, potentially repeating the horrors of the Demon Dragon incident. Understood. I shall return now. Ji Xuejuan nodded, choosing not to say more, as she clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. Any further delay could lead to more issues arising in the secret realms. After her departure, Chao Yiming promptly made his way to the Education Bureau to find Fong Tianhai. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing his meal, Lin Yu indulged in a refreshing bath and then flopped heavily onto his bed. Ah, how delightful. He sighed in contentment. Today had been quite exhilarating for Lin Yu, filled with encounters with magical beasts and 8th-tier powerhouses. Although he had not sustained any significant injuries, emotional fatigue was inevitable. Lying on his bed, Lin Yu summoned his system sprite, 9527, "Come out quickly." "All right, Daddy, what can I do for you?" "Help me open the attribute table." "Right away, Daddy. I will retrieve the attribute table for you." As 9527 completed the request, Lin Yu's attribute table materialized in his mind. Host: Lin Yu, age 17, level 29, 3rd-tier guardian, talent, reincarnation I spirit beasts, blaze fury tiger, peak 4th tier, ape demon king, peak 4th tier, 9th tier advanced temporarily sealed, items, Kanai, F2. Akimichi Dingji's secret military rations, E1 bag quest, path to ascendancy. Please successfully touch the awakening stone to absorb awakening energy during the awakening ceremony, and enter Longhua, 1st Martial University, as the top scorer. Rewards: Legendary Level Robbery Order 1, Advanced Robbery Order 10, First Stage completed, Energy Value, 20 million Robbery Orders, Basic Robbery Order 28, Intermediate Robbery Order 3. Hey, 9527. Why can the Susanu's level surpass that of the Mangeki? Lin Yu queried, recalling that the Mangeki Sharingan he had acquired earlier was SS level. Wasn't he it? Daddy, Susanu can evolve, and you should know this. While the Mangeki State S Susanoo is indeed capped at SS level. After the enhancement from the reincarnation eye, Susanoo essentially evolves to its highest level, achieving its complete form, which is classified as SSS level capability. However, The most powerful form of Susanoo consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy. You currently cannot activate it unlock the complete form of Susanoo. You'll likely need to reach the 7th tier first. After 9527's explanation, Lin Yu nodded in understanding. In essence, his innate abilities were formidable. But due to his current limitations, he could not fully unleash their potential. Abilities like the SSS-level powers of the Reincarnation Eye, while accessible, were not as potent as they could be. For instance, if he had the strength of an 8th tier. Using the Wheel Tomb's edge would allow him to dominate Sikong Luowa effortlessly, rather than merely irritating him. It seemed he had to expedite his strength enhancement. Possessing a treasure mountain yet being unable to utilize it was indeed frustrating. By the way, 9527, don't you think my task is somewhat unreasonable? 9527 paused for a moment, scrutinizing the task but finding no apparent errors, feeling puzzled. Think about it. Since I've completed the first stage of the task, shouldn't I receive part of the reward now? When people play games, don't they typically receive rewards in phases? Lin Yu's tone was reminiscent of a mischievous uncle coaxing a little girl. With no other option, Lin Yu was eager for the rewards of 1 legendary level robbery order and 10 advanced robbery orders, especially since he had already exhausted his advanced robbery orders. However, he knew he had to wait until the college entrance examination concluded to claim the top scorer reward. Though confident about his chances, the weeks leading up to the exam felt precarious without any resources. Today's events had demonstrated that had it not been for the advanced robbery orders yielding the Divine Might Sharingan and the Ape Demon King, he might have had to retreat in disgrace. But for a moment, 9527 was left flustered by Lin Yu's reasoning, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it, his not-so-bright mind buzzing. Stop with the buts. Just consider it. If you divide the task into 2 stages, shouldn't the rewards be similarly divided? That should be the case, right? 9527 replied, dazed. The legendary robbery order is singular, so you can only give that once the task is fully completed. However, you should allocate half of the 10 advanced robbery orders as a reward for the first stage. Doesn't that make sense? Lin Yu methodically guided 9527's thought processes, leading him step by step into his reasoning. Right? But it was clear that 9527 was wavering, and Lin Yu sensed that a final nudge would secure him those 5 advanced robbery orders. What's more, do you really want to let this mistake persist? It seems I misjudged you, cough. Feigning disappointment, Lin Yu let out a sigh, knowing that his system sprite would find it hard to resist such emotional manipulation as he anticipated. 9527 quickly spoke up, and Lin Yu recognized that his plan had succeeded. Who said that? 9527 is a good child. Daddy, wait a moment. As the voice of 9527 faded from Lin Yu's mind, a sly grin appeared on his lips, revealing a sense of triumph. He had succeeded. After a brief moment, Lin Yu heard 9527's cheerful voice echoing in his mind. All set. Father, may I inquire if you wish to claim the task reward? Claim. This was precisely Lin Yu's objective, without hesitation. He consented. Congratulations, Father, on claiming the first phase task reward of the Path to Ascend. Advanced Robbery Order 5. Task status has been updated. Would you like to review it? Review. Path to Ascend. Second phase is the valedictorian of the college entrance examination. Please enroll in Longhua First Martial University. Reward. Legendary Robbery Order 1. Advanced Robbery Order 5. At this point, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, that's more like it. 9527. That's the way a good son should act. Indeed, 9527 is the most obedient. 9527 chimed proudly in Lin Yu's mind. Unable to contain his amusement at 9527's reaction, Lin Yu chuckled. By the way, 9527, how long until the new world can be refreshed? Well, just 1 hour to go. 9527, I have a question. What if I don't wish to accept the newly refreshed world? Can I retain the Naruto world? To be honest, Lin Yu was reluctant to let go of the Naruto world, as it held many treasures, particularly the SSS ability of the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Golem, which remained unavailable to him. If Lin Yu guessed correctly, he would also need to rob the Outer Path Golem before he could utilize it. Given that it was sealed on the moon in the Naruto world, even if the refreshed world is unsatisfactory, you may choose to preserve the Naruto world. However, this can only be done once. Subsequent refreshes will not allow for preservation. Nevertheless, you needn't worry, Father. As long as a world has been locked, the system will have a coordinate location. You need only expend a minuscule amount of energy to reappear in the next refreshed world. Isn't that just fixing a position with energy? Are you sure you didn't learn this from those cash grab games on Earth? Just a reference, just a reference. Father, please don't mind. 9527 replied somewhat sheepishly. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. No wonder it felt so familiar. Indeed, it was a reference from others. Just tell me how much energy it costs. 10 billion. What the heck? Lin Yu widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that a minuscule amount equated to an astronomical sum. 9527. You are the strongest robbery system, not a money-grubbing one. Swapping 10 advanced robbery orders for 14 days of locked worlds is utterly outrageous. So this is the kind of system sprite you are. Lin Yu lamented in despair over 9527's mercenary behavior. Father, this time it truly isn't my fault. These are the system's rules. I have no control over it. 9527's voice sounded aggrieved, as if it had suffered an immense injustice. Why are you so useless? Lin Yu said disdainfully, completely forgetting who had just opened doors for him. Fine, fine. 9527. Remind me when the world is about to refresh, now, with 5 advanced robbery orders in hand. Lin Yu began to anticipate the new world, unlike when he had been devoid of resources earlier. All right, Father. After a while, as Lin Yu languished in boredom, he heard 9527's reminder in his mind, instantly invigorating him. Quickly, let's go. Coming right up, Father. Ding. World randomization in progress. Ding. World randomization complete. The newly randomized worlds are Bears Out, Anti-Japanese Hero, and The Deer and the Cauldron. Please choose a world to rob. Lin Yu gazed in bewilderment at the 3 newly appeared worlds. What on earth are these? Is there anything of S rank or higher to be robbed here? 9527. Are you intentionally seeking revenge on me? What the hell is this? His excitement was abruptly doused like cold water. What a waste of anticipation. Father, I have no control over this either. The system randomly selects worlds at this stage, and it's purely a matter of luck. Lin Yu looked at the 3 worlds in disbelief. Just say it outright. I'm just unlucky. Cough. Forget it. I'll preserve the Naruto world. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Yu decided to retain the Naruto world, feeling that the new worlds were simply lacking, that he could only hope that the next refresh would yield something better. All right. Preserving the Naruto world for 7 days. The current locked world remains unchanged. As Lin Yu observed the gradually fading images of the 3 worlds in his mind, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness the first world that appeared was the Naruto world. If they had all been like this, it would have been truly disappointing. By the way, 9527, what can I rob using the legendary robbery order in these worlds? Are there SSS-level entities in those worlds? Suddenly recalling a question about the robbery orders, Lin Yu inquired of 9527, perplexed. Father, every world contains items recognized as SSS level by the system. This includes not only combat talents like your Rinnegan or wood release, but also rare treasures or weapons. Of course, the SSS level items differ across worlds of varying ranks. Thus, it is advisable to use the legendary robbery order in higher level worlds. SSS level items recognized in lower tier worlds may not even qualify as S level in higher tier realms. Therefore, Father must exercise caution when using the legendary robbery order. After listening to 9527's explanation, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully that it seemed that in the future, he needed to reserve the higher level robbery orders for worlds of greater rank to maximize their effectiveness. Enough of this. Time for bed. I'm exhausted after a long day. Just as Lin Yu prepared to lie down, 9527's voice echoed again. Father, aren't you going to check in? Today, you can participate in the weekly check-in. With a probability doubled compared to usual. Weekly check-in. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. He had thought check-ins were just a mundane affair, never realizing there was a weekly option. Yes, Father, the system check-in follows a cycle. A small cycle for every 7 days. A medium cycle for every 30 days, and a large cycle for every 365 days. The probability of obtaining intermediate or higher robbery orders during the weekly check-in is twice that of the regular check-in. 10 times during the monthly check-in, and 100 times during the yearly check-in. Really? Then let's do this. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining intermediate robbery order 10 and advanced robbery order 1. Today's check-in is complete, with a current streak of 7 consecutive days. Is this the so-called doubled probability? This feels like a cruel joke. Indeed. 9527 affirmed. First, tell me the specific probabilities for obtaining robbery orders during check-ins. Certainly. The probability of acquiring an intermediate robbery order through a daily check-in is 85. While the chance of obtaining an advanced order is 14, and for a legendary order, it's merely 0.1. The number of intermediate robbery orders received daily ranges from 1 to 10, for intermediate orders from 1 to 3, and only 1 for both advanced and legendary orders. Lin Yu was left speechless. Are you serious? Can anyone actually obtain these? Even for a yearly check-in, the probability of acquiring a legendary order is only 1 in 10, meaning that if one is lucky, it would take 10 years to get a single legendary robbery order. If one is unlucky, what's the difference between a 10 chance and a 0.1 chance? This isn't a gacha game where you can do 10 pulls at once. Lin Yu finally understood the grim reality. Aspiring to obtain high-level robbery orders through check-ins was a pipe dream unless one were extraordinarily lucky. His enthusiasm waned instantly. He had hoped to take advantage of the system, only to realize that the true fool was himself for believing that check-ins could yield valuable rewards. After 9527, aside from the monthly and yearly check-ins, kindly take care of the daily and weekly check-ins for me. Should you acquire a robbery order of advanced rank or higher, do inform me. Lin Yu, adhering to the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest, unceremoniously delegated the check-in responsibilities to 9527, thus becoming a hands-off manager. All right, Dad, you can rest easy. Upon hearing 9527's enthusiastic response, Lin Yu was suddenly struck by a twinge of guilt, and a thought flickered through his mind. Am I exploiting child labor? The following day, just after finishing breakfast, Zhu Fugui arrived punctually to knock on the door. Brother Yu, hurry up and leave. Mother, I'm off to the academy. All right, be careful on the way. Got it, Lin Yu replied, then opened the door and stepped outside. Zhu Fugui was grinning widely as he watched Lin Yu emerge, eagerly inquiring, Brother Yu, where's your guardian's identity card? Hurry and show me. Lin Yu casually handed his identity card to Zhu Fugui, who flipped it back and forth, speaking with envy. So this is the guardian's identity card. Truly remarkable. Lin Yu gazed at Zhu Fugui in silence, thinking to himself, what can you possibly discern from this mere card? You think it's extraordinary? Nonsense. If you want one, I can help you apply for it. Can I really? Zhu Fugui's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. Normally, it's not possible, but considering who your brother is, obtaining an identity card shouldn't pose a problem. The head of the Rongqing Level Certification Center is Old Li, who is now Lin Yu's mentor. Discussing such a trivial matter with him should be a breeze. Will there be any trouble? If it causes you issues, then forget it that I can get certified once I enroll at Wudai anyway. Zhu Fugui, although eager to obtain the guardian's identity, preferred to wait rather than risk causing Lin Yu any inconvenience. After all, it would happen sooner or later, and a few months' wait was inconsequential. It should be fine. I'll check first, and if all goes well, I'll take you there. Having the guardian's identity will indeed be more convenient. All right, as long as it doesn't affect you, Zhu Fugui replied, handing Lin Yu back his identity card, and the two strolled leisurely towards Rongqing No. 1 High School. Upon entering Rongqing No. 1 High School, students began to murmur excitedly, especially the younger ones. Is that Lin Yu and Zhu Fugui, the upperclassmen? It must be a handsome and a chubby duo from the senior year. It has to be them. Have you heard the recent rumors circulating in the school? Did Lin Yu really awaken an unprecedented advanced talent? Where there's smoke, there's fire. It's likely true, but no solid evidence has surfaced yet. Exactly. I posted about someone awakening a golden talent in our forum, and I got flamed for it. Isn't that obvious? If someone else claimed the same, would you believe it? You'd be labeled a fool. That makes sense. Why hasn't the academy released a list of awakened students yet? They've never been this slow before. I can't wait to see Lin Yu's talent level. I need to rub those haters' faces in the dirt. It should be soon. Typically, announcements are made within about a week, so it should be just a day or two away. Brother Yu, look, you've stolen all my thunder the moment you arrived. Zhu Fugui rolled his eyes in resignation, knowing this would happen, while Lin Yu was absent the previous day. Everyone was still discussing Zhu Fugui. After all, he possesses an S-grade talent. In previous years, having an S-grade talent made one the center of attention at Rongqing No. 1 High School. However, this year, he could only play a supporting role. But Zhu Fugui himself didn't mind. After all, it was his brother who was stealing the limelight. Lin Yu shrugged. He had no control over this situation. As they entered the classroom, the class monitor, UCC, approached them. Lin Yu, Teacher Lin asked you to go to the principal's office. Huh? Lin Yu looked at UCC, perplexed. as if awaiting an explanation for this unexpected summons. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Teacher Lin just instructed me to bring you when you arrived, but didn't mention why. All right, thanks, Lin Yu said, then proceeded towards the principal's office. After a short while, he found himself standing before an expansive forest. He stared blankly at the greenery, suddenly recalling, oh no, the principal's office was blown up during my previous visit to the tree realm. Now, where was he to find the principal's office? Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why didn't anyone mention where the new office is? This is rather awkward. After a while, Lin Yu finally managed to stop a passing teacher to inquire about the principal's new office. He hurriedly made his way there. After some effort, he located the principal's new office and gently knocked on the door. Come in, the principal's warm voice echoed from within. Lin Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside, noticing his uncle Lin seated there. Sharing tea with the principal, he greeted them softly. Principal, Teacher Lin. Ah, Lin Yu, you've arrived. The principal's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yu, and he gestured to the sofa beside him with a radiant smile. Come, take a seat. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu replied confidently as he walked over and sat down. There's something you wanted to discuss with me, Principal? After a moment of silence, Lin Yu noticed that neither the principal nor Uncle Lin spoke. Both merely gazing at him intently. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, he decided to break the silence. Director Chow has already informed me. The principal's immediate response left Lin Yu bewildered. He blinked in surprise, but quickly realized that they were likely discussing the matter of the magic stone and the Eternal Night Church. As expected, the principal's next words confirmed Lin Yu's guess. I never expected that such a tricky issue would be uncovered by you, that if it weren't for you, we would still be in the dark. If this crisis can be resolved smoothly, you'll be the one to lead the charge, the principal marveled. Ever since witnessing Lin Yu awaken and discovering his extraordinary double SSS level talents, he had high hopes for him. Little did he know, just a few days later, Lin Yu would quietly initiate such a sensational event. It was merely a coincidence. My abilities happened to find their place, Lin Yu thought to himself. As for the principal's admiration, he felt little in response. To be honest, if it weren't for the allure of the system's tasks, Lin Yu wouldn't have waded into such murky waters. Currently, he was still too weak. An unproven genius is just that, a genius, not a powerhouse. The principal, observing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, laughed heartily. He was increasingly fond of Lin Yu, who remained unruffled by praise or criticism, humble yet composed. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, Lin Yu was neither arrogant nor boastful, displaying a level of maturity uncommon for someone of his age. If any other young person with such gifts had accomplished similar feats, they would likely be insufferable by now. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will certainly commend you. You will receive your due recognition, the principal said with a smile directed at Lin Yu. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu responded. No need for thanks. You are a student of Ronqing No. 1 High School. Your affairs are the Academy's affairs. Treat the Academy as your home. We will always stand by you. By the way, the Academy has prepared some elixirs for you. You can collect them from the logistics department later. I've already spoken to them. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the principal's words. Recalling that during the trials, Lin Yizhong had mentioned something similar, he was surprised to learn that the principal had indeed made such arrangements. Principal, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I haven't contributed anything significant to the school. Who says you haven't? Just based on your discovery of the magic stone and the conspiracy of the Eternal Night Church, you will undoubtedly be recognized by the higher-ups when the time comes. The name of the Academy will also be associated with it. Isn't that a way of bringing honor to the school? So, a few elixirs are nothing to fret over. The old principal spoke with an air of confidence. And upon hearing his words, Lin Yu felt compelled to acquiesce. He was quite curious about the elixirs the principal had prepared for him, knowing only about the Qi Ling Dan and the Hui Ling Dan at this point. It was thanks to the Qi Ling Dan that the system could be activated, which piqued his interest in such concoctions. Furthermore, Old Li had already called me, discussing your situation. I just conferred with your homeroom teacher, who assured me that your academic performance is more than adequate for the college entrance examination. Hence, I have granted you special permission to refrain from attending the academy before your exams. Studying with Old Li will yield far greater benefits than what you could gain here. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at this prospect. He had long harbored the desire to venture into the secret realms to accumulate energy points. Had it not been for his current status as a student, he would have embarked on that journey long ago. To his surprise, the principal broached the subject without him needing to bring it up, making Lin Yu find the old man somewhat endearing. Thank you, Principal. Rest assured, I will certainly make my appearance at the examination without delay. By the way, there is another matter I wish to consult you about, your awakened abilities. It is likely that the existence of your dual talents will not remain concealed from those with ulterior motives. Would you prefer to make it public? Disclosing this information has its merits and drawbacks. The advantage being that the Federation would take a greater interest in you. The disadvantage being that you would attract more adversaries. It is up to you to decide. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yu nodded and replied, please announce it directly. However, I would like only my would escape talent. Classified as SSS level, to be revealed. The level of my reincarnation I shall remain undisclosed. For Lin Yu, the most confidential aspect was not the abilities he currently possessed, but rather the system itself, which served as his foundation. As long as the system was in his grasp, his hidden capabilities would only proliferate. Therefore, he held no fear regarding the so-called exposure of his powers, for in the end, he might not even be fully aware of the extent of his own abilities. Lin Yu was eager to see the expressions of those enemies when they believed they had unraveled his secrets, only for him to unveil a new trump card. Surely, that would be a moment of despair for them. Thus, as long as the existence of the system remained concealed, everything else was inconsequential. If they sought to target him based on what was revealed, Lin Yu could only think that they were overestimating their understanding of him. Should they dare to expose their intentions, he would not fear their scrutiny. He was a multifaceted warrior. After all, our thoughts align, and you need not worry. In truth, revealing the dual talents would be more beneficial than detrimental. Once the Starfire project commences, there will be royal or even imperial-level guardians to protect you, allowing you to focus on enhancing your abilities. The old principal nodded in agreement, recognizing Lin Yu as the first human to possess an SSS-level talent and the first to awaken dual talents. When such accolades converge upon a single individual, the Federation would be wise to safeguard Lin Yu diligently. After all, the most powerful organizations in humanity are not mere rhetoric. Let us finalize this decision. The Academy will soon release an announcement regarding the awakening of the students. The principal concluded decisively, already envisioning the shockwaves that would ensue upon the announcement, as well as the ensuing chaos among various prestigious martial arts universities vying for Lin Yu's allegiance. The thought made him smirk mischievously. Principal, is there anything else? No, that will be all. Focus on learning under Old Li. He is the steadfast pillar of our Rinnegan, and your studies with him will be immensely beneficial for your future. Very well, understood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Indeed. Off you go, and do remember the date of the college entrance examination, 2 weeks from now. Also, do not forget to collect your elixirs. Thank you, Principal. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yu bid farewell to the principal and Lin Yizhong before stepping outside. Teacher Lin, how have you considered the matter we discussed earlier? Watching Lin Yu's departing figure, the old principal turned back to continue his conversation with Lin Yizhong. Principal, are you certain I am suitable for this? If I were to take on the role of the Dean of Students, would my qualifications suffice? Lin Yizhong felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Indeed, the old principal had summoned Lin Yizhong early in the morning not for any trivial matter, but to discuss his potential promotion to Dean of Students. Morong Hongshun was preparing for retirement, which would leave the principal's position vacant. However, he had already recommended the former vice principal for promotion, while the current Dean of Students would ascend to the vice principal role, thereby leaving the position of Dean of Students open. Logically speaking, even if the position were vacant, it would not automatically fall to Lin Yizhong, as he lacked the necessary qualifications and experience. Haha, if I say you can, then you certainly can. As long as you do not oppose, you shall become the next Dean of Students, the old principal declared with confidence. Indeed, Rinnegan No. 1 High School boasts many seasoned educators. However, Lin Yizhong possesses an unparalleled advantage, his close relationship with Lin Yu. In the eyes of the old principal, since he had resolved to tie the fortunes of Rinnegan No. 1 High School to Lin Yu, it was only fitting to facilitate Lin Yizhong's promotion to strengthen that connection. Excellent. I will gladly accept the role of Dean of Students. Thank you for the Academy's support. Now that's the spirit. You are an exceptional teacher, and I believe you will also excel as a leader. I can now rest easy in my retirement. Yes, I will not let you down. Lin Yizhong's joy was palpable. He had never anticipated being promoted to Dean of Students so swiftly. He understood that the principal had largely considered Lin Yu's reputation in this decision. I never imagined that one day as a teacher, I would bask in the glory of my student. Lin Yizhong mused to himself. Very well, you may return for now. The official announcement will take some time to be finalized. We shall disclose it once it is ready. Understood. Principal, I shall take my leave now. Lin Yu nodded, leaving the principal's office with an elated heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having been granted special permission to skip classes, chose not to head to the classroom. Instead, he texted Zhu Fugue, who expressed his envy, claiming that the academy was treating students differently. Following this, Lin Yu made his way to the logistics office he had visited previously, where he found Teacher Qian still present. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, Teacher Qian's eyes brightened as he approached. He had not been present during the awakening ceremony a few days prior, so he was initially unaware of the situation. However, after hearing the discussions among students and faculty, he had developed a vague yet astonishing hypothesis. That student Lin Yu had awakened an SSS-level talent. Today, when informed by the principal to prepare elixirs for Lin Yu, Teacher Qian's suspicions were only reinforced. After all, which academy would allocate nearly half of its elixir inventory to a single student? It is worth noting that elixirs are considered rare strategic resources across the entire Blue Star, and those produced by the Federation are primarily reserved for frontline troops, with very few making their way to the rear. Lin Yu, is it? Are you here to collect your elixirs? Before Lin Yu could respond, Teacher Qian interjected, to which Lin Yu nodded and replied, yes. Thank you for your assistance, teacher. Not at all. The principal has already briefed me. Please wait a moment. Without waiting for Lin Yu's reply, Teacher Qian turned and walked inside. Moments later, he emerged with a package, handing it to Lin Yu while saying, Lin Yu, here are the elixirs, each labeled for your convenience. Please ensure to read the labels carefully before use. Lin Yu accepted the package, which felt surprisingly heavy. He estimated there must be quite a few elixirs within. He had not anticipated such generosity from the old principal. Without opening the package, Lin Yu simply held it in his hands, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate it, and I won't take up any more of your time. Not a problem, just be cautious when carrying it. These elixirs hold considerable value. Teacher Qian kindly reminded Lin Yu, who nodded appreciatively before departing from the logistics office. Once in a secluded corner, Lin Yu stored the package within his Shenwei space. It must be said, the Shenwei space is remarkably convenient, akin to carrying a small world with him. Moreover, the energy expenditure for opening a small portal is minimal. Given Lin Yu's current strength, he could do so several times without issue, fully satisfying his needs. Having secured the elixirs, Lin Yu leisurely made his way toward the academy's exit. He planned to examine the elixirs in detail later that evening, as he was now en route to the guardhouse to seek out his benefactor. Teacher Li. Just shortly after Lin Yu left the academy, an announcement from the institution set off a chain reaction, igniting excitement throughout Rongqing No. 1 High School. The official website of Rongqing No. 1 High School has released the awakening announcement. I have finally uncovered the source of Senior Lin Yu's enigmatic talent, and I can only exclaim in astonishment. In a certain class at Rongqing No. 1 High School, the homeroom teacher, who was teaching at the podium, noticed his phone vibrating beside him. He casually glanced at the screen and was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, the message was from the class group chat. His gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened as he silently picked up the phone, eager to discover which bold student dared to slack off during his lesson. Meanwhile, a student who was slacking off sensed something amiss and attempted to retract their message, but the teacher's voice rang out. The person who sent that message had better not think of retracting it. Even if you do, there will be a record. Oh no, I sent it to the wrong group. This is disastrous. A certain student, feeling utterly despondent, looked at their phone, hesitated to retract the message, and ultimately resigned themselves to fate, turning off their device and patiently awaiting the teacher's judgment. The homeroom teacher quietly unlocked his phone, and upon seeing the message from that student, he was visibly stunned. The name Lin Yu had become almost ubiquitous in conversations among teachers and students alike, and he was curious about the mysterious abilities of this senior. Unfortunately, aside from the well-known golden talent, no further information about him had emerged. Little did he expect that the academy had released an awakening announcement today, and judging by the message from his student, it seemed that Lin Yu's awakening talent was surely remarkable. The teacher raised his head to look at the students below and noticed some sneaking glances at their desks, likely pulling out their phones to check the news. Thus, he decided to pause his lecture and said, "It seems you are all quite interested in the academy's announcement, so how about this? I will project the announcement on the screen, and you need not sneakily check on your own. As for you, I will deal with you later." A student who thought they had narrowly escaped disaster now felt the weight of dread return, cursing their impulsiveness. After the teacher finished speaking, he logged on to the Rinnegan No. 1 high school website and projected the announcement. Regarding this year's awakening situation, the statistics are as follows, ranked by talent level number of participants. For 23, number of successful awakenings, 250. Lin Yu from Class 1. Senior year, dual talent holder, mysterious system reincarnation I and nature system would release, SSS. Zhu Fugue from Class 1, Senior year, transformation system, illusionary god system Taotai, S. UCC from Class 1. Senior year, transformation system, moon rabbit, A. Zhongming from Class 1, Senior year, mysterious system, shadow control, A. A simple statistical chart appeared before everyone. However, upon viewing the announcement, every person in the classroom, including the homeroom teacher, widened their eyes and gaped in silence. I knew it. You all must have the same reaction. A small voice broke the silence in the classroom, and everyone snapped back to reality. Can someone tell me what Lin Yu's talent is? I can't quite understand it. A slightly stuttering voice ignited a frenzy in the classroom. Dual talents? SSS level would release? I am flabbergasted. How is this possible? ISNT the highest talent only SS level? Did the academy make a mistake? My goodness, am I dreaming? The golden talent is actually SSS level? Is Senior Lin Yu about to defy the heavens? No wonder the academy offers various privileges to Senior Lin Yu. It turns out his talent is truly unparalleled. Forgive my lack of education. I can only express my current feelings with an exclamation of astonishment. The rising tide of discussion quickly drew the attention of the neighboring class. The teacher from the adjacent class frowned as he lectured, but eventually could no longer contain himself and stormed over. What is going on? You are disrupting our class. Sorry, Teacher Huang. I will get them to quiet down right away. The homeroom teacher wore a face full of embarrassment. Really? What on earth is your class doing? Teacher Huang, they just saw the awakening announcement from the academy, and the students got a bit too excited. I truly apologize. Teacher Chen looked sheepish, as he too had been in a state of shock and had not stopped the students immediately. All right, Teacher Chen, please get your students to calm down. This is quite disruptive. Yes, I will educate them properly. Teacher Chen's humility was palpable, as there was no arguing when the fault lay with his own class. Teacher Huang, seeing Teacher Chen's demeanor, let go of his displeasure, shook his head, and returned to his classroom. What announcement did the academy release? Why are they so agitated? Curiosity flickered in Teacher Huang's mind as he stepped into the classroom. You unruly students, quiet down immediately. If you embarrass me again, I will assign you a mountain of homework. As soon as Teacher Huang left, Teacher Chen's expression changed, and he glared at the students below. The previously animated students now sat up straight, trembling in fear. Seeing that the students had finally regained their composure, Teacher Chen resumed his lesson, though he was too preoccupied to care if they were truly paying attention. After all, he himself had little interest in teaching at that moment. On the other side, Teacher Huang thought he could finally teach normally. However, as he continued his lecture, he increasingly sensed something was off. The students below were behaving unusually inattentively, with some sneaking glances downwards. Immediately, Teacher Huang's expression darkened as he pointed to a student with their head down. Stand up? What are you doing? The student, caught off guard, hastily stuffed their phone into the drawer. However, it was too late. As the teacher approached and extended his hand, the student had no choice but to sheepishly produce their phone. Teacher Huang took the phone with a stern expression, giving the student a fierce glare before examining the device. What is this? The academy's official website. Could it be? Teacher Huang recalled Teacher Chen's earlier words. Could it be that these students were also checking the academy's new announcement? What kind of announcement could be so captivating that students would lose focus on their lessons? When he finally saw the pinned awakening announcement, everything clicked. He had heard about the recent uproar regarding awakenings, and it dawned on him what was happening. He glanced around the classroom, and the students' evasive gazes made it clear that the lesson could not continue. Therefore, he resignedly said, "Put away your phones. I will project the announcement. You have 10 minutes to read it, and then we will resume class. Remember not to disturb others." After Teacher Huang finished speaking, he shook his head and returned to the podium, quietly projecting the announcement. A subdued cheer erupted from the students as they eagerly began to read. Not long after the announcement was released, similar scenes unfolded throughout Rinnegan No. 1 high school. Teachers were unable to regain control, and even the most studious students were distracted from their lessons. Forcing them to focus proved futile, so the teachers had no choice but to present the academy's announcement. Since they could not stop it, they might as well indulge their own curiosity. This was the first time an academy announcement garnered such enthusiasm from both teachers and students. Surely, even the old principal could not have anticipated that he would create history once more just before his retirement. The storm stirred by Lin Yu's awakening had begun to ripple through the school, and it was bound to escalate into a larger commotion soon. After all, this was the era of awakenings, where anything related to awakenings was the most hotly discussed topic. Meanwhile, Lin Yu arrived at the guardhouse, just as he recalled that he had not contacted Elderly, and he seemed to have forgotten to leave his contact information last time. He wondered if he would even be allowed to enter. After all, when he had come with Ji Shuejuan last time, they had been checked for identification. Today, he was alone and had no credentials to present. Just as he was about to call Ji Shuejuan, a guard stationed at the entrance spotted Lin Yu from a distance. His eyes brightened, and he strode over with purpose. Lin Yu noticed the guard approaching and momentarily set his phone aside. Waiting with a hint of confusion, the guard reached Lin Yu and saluted him directly. "Hello, are you Comrade Lin Yu?" Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment. What was happening? Had he become so famous? He soon responded, "Yes, I am Lin Yu." "Hello, Comrade Lin Yu. Director Chow has instructed that you simply need to register upon your arrival. Please display your identification card." "All right." Lin Yu produced his identification card and presented it to the guard. After the guard confirmed the authenticity of the card, he returned it to Lin Yu and spoke. "The identification has been verified. Comrade Lin Yu, please follow me." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude and followed the guard into the garrison office. "Comrade Lin Yu, would you like me to arrange for someone to guide you?" No need. I'm looking for Old Li. I can find my way there myself." "All right," the guard replied with a salute before returning to his post. Lin Yu then proceeded to the office area where Old Li was located, relying on his memory from his previous visit. Upon arriving at the location, Lin Yu gently knocked on the door. But after waiting for a moment without any response, he recalled that the last time he visited, his somewhat negligent teacher had been listening to music, and even after calling out several times, he had received no reply. Lin Yu instinctively felt that his teacher was likely indulging in music again. Thus, he cautiously turned the doorknob, and to his surprise, the door swung open. He gently pushed the door aside and peered inside. And as expected, Old Li was reclining in a chair, leisurely enjoying some tunes, swaying back and forth in a state of bliss. Lin Yu chuckled softly and approached, waving his hand in front of Old Li, softly calling out, "Teacher." Old Li, who had been blissfully listening with his eyes closed, sensed a shadow pass before him and slowly opened his eyes to find Lin Yu smiling at him. But a smile spread across Old Li's face as he removed his headphones and stood up. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here at this hour? Did you not say you would be at school in the morning?" "The principal has graciously allowed me to skip classes until the college entrance examination. I only need to be present on the day of the exam," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Old Li immediately beamed with delight. "That moron kid is quite perceptive, isn't he?" "Huh. Indeed, the principal is rather accommodating." Lin Yu thought of the precious elixir quietly resting in his space, affirming that there was certainly nothing amiss. "Come, Xiao Yu, let us sit for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Old Li gestured toward the sofa with a smile. "Of course, teacher." Once seated, Old Li eagerly began. "Since you've come today, I won't beat around the bush. I trust that Xiao Jun or Xiao Chao have already informed you of my name and identity?" Lin Yu nodded in affirmation, and Old Li continued. "Do you know why they refer to me as a master of martial arts?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before tentatively responding. "Is it because you excel in various martial arts?" "That would not be entirely incorrect. Let me put it this way. Do you know how we awakened individuals enhance the spiritual energy within us after awakening?" Lin Yu shook his head, admitting that he was quite oblivious to this aspect. His current strength had, to be honest, been inexplicably elevated to the third tier by the system. He had not yet contemplated the specifics of cultivation and enhancement. While his attribute list did include a martial art attribute, it had remained in a state of nullity, likely awaiting Lin Yu to cultivate or acquire a martial art before revealing its true nature. Our awakened talents are akin to weapons. The potency of this weapon, however, is contingent upon the amount of spiritual energy you possess. For instance, with your SSS level talent, if your current tier is at level 7 or 8, I believe your talents could indeed be earth-shattering. Lin Yu wholeheartedly concurred with Old Li's assertion. While both possessed the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara could summon meteorites from dozens of kilometers away, whereas he could barely manage to summon a mere stone, expending all his spiritual energy in the process. Similarly, while both wielded would-release techniques, Hashirama Senju's wood golem could conservatively reach 200 meters, while his could only stretch to 30 meters, and even then, his spiritual energy would be nearly depleted. Thus, Lin Yu promptly affirmed old Li's statement. After we awaken, our physique undergoes a transformation, enabling us to absorb the spiritual energy present in the air. However, this absorption is passive. Individuals with higher talent potential absorb energy more swiftly, and the conversion into spiritual energy is also more efficient. Yet, relying solely on this passive absorption will lead to slow enhancements and recovery of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, though uncertain of the definition of fast, was acutely aware that his body had grown increasingly robust under the influence of wood release, whether through passive absorption or physical vitality. He was indeed among the elite of the entire Blue Star. Therefore, we must actively absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power. Once the spiritual energy within us reaches the saturation point of our current physique, we can use that energy to break through our bottlenecks, thus entering the next tier. This, in turn, raises the upper limit of our spiritual energy capacity, allowing us to accommodate even more. The methods of actively absorbing spiritual energy are something you have yet to encounter, as they will only be taught to you after you enroll in Martial University. This is primarily to prevent any reckless cultivation that may lead to complications without proper guidance. Such careless absorption can easily inflict internal injuries upon our bodies. While these injuries will gradually heal, the lingering damage will accumulate over time, ultimately complicating the process of breaking through bottlenecks. The reason I am referred to as a master of martial arts is not solely due to my proficiency in various styles. More importantly, it is because of my unique spiritual energy absorption technique, known as Against Heaven Break. Against Heaven Break, Lin Yu inquired, looking at old Li with curiosity, awaiting an explanation. Indeed, there are many who wish to become my disciples. Not because of my martial prowess, but due to this technique of mine. Against Heaven Break enhances the original absorption technique by approximately 30% in strength. Both the speed of absorption and the conversion rate are significantly superior to ordinary methods. It can be regarded as the pinnacle of absorption techniques on Blue Star. Old Li spoke with pride, fully aware of the merit behind his confidence. Although various modified absorption techniques circulated throughout the Federation, very few could boast a 30% increase in efficiency. Moreover, and most importantly, Against Heaven Break can transcend the potential limits imposed by one's innate talent. This means that by practicing Against Heaven Break, it is possible to advance even when one's talent potential is exhausted. Are you familiar with Huang Fu Long? Yes, the Blade Emperor, Lin Yu replied, for this legendary figure was widely known throughout the Federation, a B-grade talent, the epitome of excellence, idolized by all low-tier talent awakeners. However, there is another aspect of his identity that you may not be aware of. Old Li squinted his eyes, a smile dancing upon his lips as he gazed at Lin Yu, seemingly waiting for him to inquire further. Seeing Old Li's expression, Lin Yu, displaying a commendable sense of courtesy, shook his head and posed the question, I am not aware. He is your senior brother, the very first student of your teacher in the truest sense, and the first disciple under my tutelage. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What a mysterious identity. He recalled that Jishu Ejuan had mentioned before that the Blade Emperor had once been guided by Old Li, which was information he had already known. Lin Yu, allow me to ask you once more, would you be willing to take me as your master? Old Li enunciated each word with gravity, his demeanor shifting from joviality to solemnity as he fixated his gaze upon Lin Yu. Awaiting his decision, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had they not already come to an understanding? No, wait. As Lin Yu contemplated Old Li's earlier statement regarding the Blade Emperor being his teacher's first true student, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the previous relationship had merely been one of a conventional teacher and student, and now this was a formal acceptance of discipleship? Lin Yu gazed intently at Old Li, whose serious expression belied a glimmer of expectation in his eyes that Lin Yu could unmistakably sense. After a brief pause, a smile broke across Lin Yu's face as he softly replied, Teacher, I humbly request your guidance henceforth. Ha. Excellent. Old Li exclaimed with exuberance. From this moment on, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Including you, I have only accepted 3 true students in my lifetime. Your senior brother is the Blade Emperor Huang Fu Long, and your senior sister is Jishu Ejuan. You are the third. Xiao Jun is well aware of this, and I shall introduce you to your senior brother when the time is right. Old Li chuckled heartily. Initially intending to merely guide Lin Yu, but having changed his mind after hearing Ji Shuejuan recount Lin Yu's performance in the secret realm. Lin Yu's talent and character had won Old Li's admiration, and he felt a strong premonition that if he taught Lin Yu against Heaven Break, the young man's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of his favored disciple. With that resolve, Old Li firmly decided to accept Lin Yu as his true disciple. Confident that Lin Yu would not squander the potential of Against Heaven Break, today, as Lin Yu arrived, Old Li promptly inquired about Lin Yu's thoughts. Upon Lin Yu's agreement to become his disciple, the long-dormant heart of Old Li, which had remained calm for decades, suddenly blossomed with joy, bringing him immense comfort. Excellent, my dear student. Allow me to first teach you the art of heavenly break. I must say, your innate talent is truly remarkable. You have already reached the pinnacle of the third tier merely upon awakening. In comparison to your senior brother, you are indeed two extremes. Although your senior brother's talent is commendable among ordinary individuals, without an A grade, he barely grazes the threshold of genius, having only achieved a mere level 2 at the time of his awakening. Then, Master, if what you say is true, can we attribute my senior brother's ascension to the imperial level to the influence of Heavenly Break? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. If Heavenly Break possesses such extraordinary effects, capable of elevating a B-grade talent to imperial strength, then it must be exceedingly formidable. Not entirely. Your senior brother is merely an exception, likely due to his unique constitution, coupled with an extraordinary perseverance that has forged his current prowess. While Heavenly Break can indeed enhance the probability of breakthroughs, it cannot yield such monumental increases. If everyone could achieve such feats, I would have revealed it long ago. Typically, one might expect a 10% chance of breaking through a limit, but to achieve a second breakthrough is nearly impossible. After listening to Old Li's explanation, Lin Yu felt enlightened. Frankly, for an absorption technique to possess such capabilities is already remarkable. If it could guarantee a 100% breakthrough, and Old Li were willing to share it, it would undoubtedly become a legendary technique worthy of an emperor. All right, Xiao Yu, this is Heavenly Break. Peruse it thoroughly, and I shall provide a comprehensive explanation shortly. With that, Old Li produced a small notebook, which Lin Yu respectfully accepted. The faint aroma of ink lingered, and the writing appeared fresh, clearly penned not long ago, stirring Lin Yu's emotions. As Lin Yu opened the notebook, he began to read each word with diligence. Thanks to the powers of the reincarnation eye, which amalgamated all abilities of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Lin Yu's insight and memory had significantly improved. In a short while, he had read through the entire notebook and memorized its contents. He closed the notebook and returned it to Old Li. Old Li gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. Did you memorize it all? Lin Yu nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I have committed every word to memory. Old Li, gradually accepting Lin Yu's extraordinary capabilities, reminded himself not to view him through the lens of ordinary perception. Very well, I shall now elucidate the contents for you, and later, I will demonstrate. After finishing his explanation, Old Li opened the small notebook and meticulously broke down the contents for Lin Yu. Previously, Lin Yu had merely memorized the information, which was somewhat convoluted. While he recognized each character, their combined meaning eluded him. Under Old Li's guidance, Lin Yu experienced a moment of clarity, and before long, he grasped the concepts. After what felt like an eternity, Old Li concluded his explanation of Heavenly Break and addressed Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, how do you find it? Is there anything you do not understand? That will suffice, Master. I believe I am well prepared, Lin Yu replied confidently. Had it not been for his unfamiliarity with the meridians within his body, he felt ready to experiment with the technique immediately. Then follow me, Old Li instructed, leading Lin Yu to a life-sized model adorned with red dots and lines. He turned to Lin Yu and stated, "This represents the human body's meridians and acupoints. Allow me to explain further." Old Li commenced his explanation to the model, and Lin Yu, leveraging his exceptional memory, swiftly absorbed the information. Once Old Li finished, he stood quietly by, watching as Lin Yu closed his eyes, organizing the knowledge within his mind. After a brief moment, Lin Yu opened his eyes, now capable of visualizing the entire network of acupoints and meridians in his mind, indicating his thorough comprehension of the material. Master, I believe I have retained everything. Are you certain you have memorized it all? The meridians and acupoints are crucial and delicate. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, resulting in hidden ailments. Rest assured, Master, I would never jest with such matters. Seeing Lin Yu's confidence, Old Li could only sigh inwardly. Acknowledging his disciple's extraordinary nature, it was remarkable that he could grasp such complex concepts on his first encounter. Very well, let us proceed with your training. Under Old Li's guidance, Lin Yu embarked on his inaugural training session. Lin Yu possessed a foundational strength of third-tier spiritual power within him, yet he could only mobilize it during the activation of his abilities. Typically, it remained dormant within him, beyond his control. However, after learning Heavenly Break, Lin Yu sensed he could now manipulate his internal spiritual energy. Indeed, as he attempted to channel it, Lin Yu began to gradually draw forth the spiritual energy that had previously remained untapped. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward, but as he grew more adept, the flow of energy quickened, moving with the precision of well-trained soldiers responding to his command. To Old Li's astonishment, Lin Yu's presence resembled that of a black hole, drawing an external spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Is this truly my heavenly break? Has it become this powerful? Old Li questioned his own understanding, fully aware of the extraordinary effects of his prized creation. Despite possessing a mere A-grade talent himself, he had managed to ascend to an 8th-tier king-level warrior through the might of Heavenly Break. Yet, he sensed that he had reached the limits of his potential. Henceforth, he could no longer advance further through Heavenly Break alone. Now, witnessing Lin Yu, a 3rd-tier protector, commanding such a remarkable phenomenon left Old Li bewildered. Just how extraordinary was Lin Yu's talent? The rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy surpassed even Old Li's experience at the 5th tier. However, concern soon washed over Old Li as he observed Lin Yu at such a rapid pace. Could Lin Yu's meridians withstand the strain? After all, this was his first training session. Engrossed in the operation of Heavenly Break, Lin Yu remained unaware of Old Li's worries. His sole sensation was one of relaxation and warmth as spiritual energy surged into his body, cleansing him thoroughly. Under the influence of Heavenly Break, it transformed into spiritual energy, augmenting the existing force within Lin Yu, gradually amplifying his spiritual power. After a while, Lin Yu sensed that the influx of spiritual energy had reached its threshold. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and the operation of Heavenly Break accelerated. His spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a torrent. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, Lin Yu felt as though his spiritual energy had shattered a barrier within him. His previously saturated meridians expanded, accommodating the deluge of spiritual energy pouring in from the outside world. Have I broken through? Recognizing the shift in his internal energy, Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief. To achieve a breakthrough on the first attempt at training was nothing short of miraculous, as if Heavenly Break had been tailor-made for Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, still immersed in his practice, observed the renewed saturation of spiritual energy within him. He yearned to maintain the momentum and pursue another breakthrough. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, originating from his mind. The once rapid operation of Heavenly Break gradually slowed, the rushing spiritual energy dwindling to a gentle flow through his meridians. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat wearied. He gazed questioningly at Old Li, perplexed by his astonished demeanor. Master, I was functioning smoothly. Why did Heavenly Break suddenly cease? Having regained his composure, Old Li was about to respond when Lin Yu's inquiry interrupted him. Did you not feel fatigued earlier? Was that why Heavenly Break ceased its operation? Old Li asked with certainty. Yes. Lin Yu nodded, still feeling a lingering sense of exhaustion in his mind. That is correct. When we operate absorption techniques, we utilize mental energy to control them. Each person possesses a finite amount of mental energy. Once it dips below a critical threshold, we experience fatigue and depletion. That if mental energy is excessively drained, we risk falling into a state of unconsciousness. Your current condition results from overexertion of mental energy, but a brief rest will suffice to restore you. By the way, Xiao Yu, how many times did you operate Heavenly Break just now? Old Li inquired with curiosity, well aware that a single or double application would be insufficient for a breakthrough on the first training session. Thus, Li Lao was somewhat intrigued by the magnitude of Lin Yu's mental energy. He had not meticulously counted, but it should not be fewer than 10 times. Lin Yu carefully reflected on this, yet he too had not kept track of the exact number, though he was certain it was at least 10. What? Li Lao looked at Lin Yu with a dazed expression, as if demanding Lin Yu to confirm once more. Definitely not less than 10 times. I am uncertain of the specifics, Lin Yu repeated with a hint of confusion. Pondering whether 10 times was indeed a significant number, judging by Li Lao's current demeanor. 10 times. Li Lao's expression was a curious blend of laughter and tears, muttering incessantly. Lin Yu could now be 100% certain that he could execute the extraordinary technique more than 10 times, which seemed somewhat beyond the ordinary. Xiao Yu, do you know how many times I can currently operate? Li Lao asked excitedly. Before Lin Yu could respond, Li Lao continued, I can only manage 11 times. Your senior sister can do it 13 times, and your senior brother can exceed 30 times. However, our strength is significantly greater than yours. When you reach our level, it will be truly terrifying. The more times one could operate, the faster their cultivation progressed compared to others. Yet, due to the limitations of mental energy, one could not cultivate indefinitely. Individuals like Lin Yu, with extraordinary talent, undoubtedly cultivated at a pace far superior to the average person. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt as though he might indeed be somewhat abnormal. It should be noted that even with his recent breakthrough to level 4, he was still just at the 4th tier. In contrast, the individuals Li Lao mentioned were all at least 7th tier guardians. By comparison, it seemed he indeed had some remarkable prowess. I estimate your current mental strength is at least at the level of a 5th tier guardian, with the possibility of reaching 6th tier. Quite remarkable, Li Lao exclaimed, regarding Lin Yu with the gaze one might reserve for a rare treasure. Lin Yu smiled but remained silent, beginning to understand why he was different from others. Not to mention the Rinnegan. Even the Sharingan required mental stimulation to awaken. The kaleidoscope he had acquired through his prior exploits needed exceptionally intense mental stimulation to successfully manifest, by merging the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It was only natural that Lin Yu's mental strength would far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, although the anime did not explicitly state whether the Rinnegan required immense mental strength, Lin Yu surmised it was likely that it would enhance mental capacity as well. Therefore, it was not difficult to comprehend that Lin Yu, possessing both of these eyes, had mental power that greatly surpassed the norm. Additionally, Lin Yu's transmigration and the potential amalgamation of 2 souls might have contributed to a significant enhancement of his mental strength. All these factors combined forged Lin Yu's current superhuman capacity for mental energy. Xiao Yu, when your mental energy is nearly depleted, you must remember not to forcefully overdraw your mental strength, even if you wish to break through. Take your time. Excessively straining your mental energy can harm the soul, and no matter how gifted you are, if your soul is damaged, future attempts to reach the imperial level will become exceedingly arduous. Li Lao regarded Lin Yu with grave seriousness, fearing that Lin Yu might pursue rapid progress at the cost of his fundamental essence, which would be counterproductive, given Lin Yu's talent, as long as he remained patient and methodical. He was certain to attain the imperial tier. Thus, Li Lao would not allow such a situation to arise. As the saying goes, heed the counsel of others to fill your belly. Naturally, Lin Yu would take Li Lao's earnest words to heart. I understand, Master, Lin Yu replied solemnly, though he was curious if the Rinnegan's human path could extract souls and the hell path could resurrect. Both abilities related to the soul, he wondered if they could potentially mend soul injuries. Yet, Lin Yu merely thought about it. Only a fool would risk injuring their own soul for the sake of experimentation. Noticing Lin Yu's serious expression, Li Lao knew that Lin Yu had absorbed his advice. He nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Xiao Yu, let us conclude for today. You should return and rest well. With your current mental state, further study would be inefficient. All right, Master. I shall take my leave. Lin Yu did not refuse Li Lao's suggestion, for he indeed felt rather unwell. Though his internal energy was more abundant than ever, he was besieged by waves of throbbing pain and fatigue in his mind, leaving him mentally drained. Perhaps I should escort you home. I am somewhat concerned about your condition, Li Lao said, eyeing Lin Yu's listless state with worry. No need. Master, I am fine. I just need to adjust to this sudden change. I can return by myself. Lin Yu quickly declined, feeling that he was merely experiencing a mental lapse and did not wish to trouble his teacher. Besides, if necessary, he could always find a secluded place and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return home directly. Seeing Lin Yu's refusal, Li Lao decided not to press further. After all, Lin Yu was only slightly fatigued mentally, still possessed 4th tier strength, and was in the city, so he should be fine. After bidding farewell to Li Lao, Lin Yu walked towards the Guardian's residence. It seemed that he could not continue cultivating in such a manner. He needed to conserve some mental energy. Once outside the Guardian's residence, Lin Yu rubbed his throbbing head and sighed softly. This feeling is truly dreadful. He found a secluded corner, confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras around, and then locked onto the technique he had inscribed at home, executing the Flying Thunder God technique to return home directly. Upon arriving home, Lin Yu immediately climbed into bed, and the moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yu was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. Groggily, he picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Zhu Fugui. He quickly answered, as soon as the call connected. Zhu Fugui's booming voice came through. Hey, Yu, what are you up to? I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Sleeping. What's up? Sleeping so early? I was hoping to invite you out for a late-night snack. Hearing Zhu Fugui mention late-night snacks, Lin Yu's stomach growled. He suddenly realized that he had not eaten all day. He had gone to Li Lao's place in the morning, practiced for so long without any thought of meals, and upon returning, had been so exhausted that he fell asleep immediately. Now, with Zhu Fugui's words, he truly felt hungry. Lin Yu quickly sprang up. Wait for me outside. I'll wash my face and come down. All right. After hanging up, Lin Yu dashed into the bathroom, splashed some water on his face, and instantly felt invigorated. He sensed that the throbbing in his head had dissipated. Aside from feeling a bit hungry, he felt completely refreshed. Lin Yu opened his room door and stepped outside. Oh, Mom, you're still awake. Son, you're up? What have you been doing? You look so tired. I went to check on you during dinner, intending to call you for a meal, but you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to disturb you. Are you hungry? I can heat up some food for you. No need, Mom. I'm going out for a late-night snack with Fugui. He's waiting for me. I was just studying and practicing with my teacher today, so I'm a bit tired. I'll tell you about it next time. I'm off now. All right, come back early. Got it. Mom, you should go rest. With that, Lin Yu opened the door and walked out. Zhu Fugui, waiting outside, immediately grabbed Lin Yu and said, You go, let's head to the food stall. The two of them went downstairs and walked to their usual food stall, where they ordered a lavish spread and began to feast heartily. Hello, a sultry, mature voice interrupted the two as they were engrossed in their meal. Lin Yu and Zhu Fugui looked up to see a woman, elegantly dressed in a long skirt with cascading hair, exuding an aura of mature charm, standing not far from them. They exchanged glances, both realizing they did not recognize her. Assuming she was not addressing them, they prepared to return to their meal. You are Lin Yu, right? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, lifting his head, scrutinizing the woman before him. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not recall when he had met her. Who are you? Lin Yu asked. Perplexed that my name is Xiaohe. It's a pleasure to meet you. The woman, introducing herself as Xiaohe, stepped closer and extended her fair hand. Lin Yu, still confused, reached out and lightly touched her hand, then said, Hello, Miss Xia. Is there something you need from me? I don't seem to know you. Lin Xiaogu, you may not be aware, but after tonight, you will be quite the celebrity in Rong City, and soon you might even become an idol across the entire federation. Xiaohe covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her eyes slightly squinting as she smiled at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback. What is going on? I'm not aware of becoming a celebrity. You don't know yet? Beside him, Zhu Fugui wore an expression of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yu. He had initially believed that Lin Yu was already aware of the situation. Admiring his composure and poise, little did he expect that he had overthought it. What should I know? I just returned and fell asleep. Has anything occurred? Brother Yu, the school issued an announcement today. The news of your dual talents and SSS level status has spread. I estimate that by tomorrow, the entire Rong City will be aware of it. Lin Yu suddenly comprehended. The old principal had indeed discussed something with him that morning, but he did not anticipate such a swift disclosure. Brother Lin, here is my business card that I was a bit too excited when I first saw you. Never thought I would encounter you here. Xiaohe retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to Lin Yu. Upon inspection, the card was quite simple, adorned with two gilded characters. Night Banquet, with the words General Manager Xia, he inscribed in the lower right corner, along with a string of phone numbers. Night Banquet, Lin Yu murmured. Being a native of Rong City, he was naturally familiar with Night Banquet, the city's most renowned den of revelry. Father, this woman bears the aura of that individual you encountered in the secret realm who wielded dark powers. The voice of 9527 echoed in Lin Yu's mind, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Lin Yu refrained from questioning how 9527 could discern the woman's aura. Outwardly, he maintained his composure while mentally inquiring further. Are you certain? Absolutely. Father, the system can record the essence of people or magical beasts encountered. This woman's aura is heavily infused with dark energy, identical to that of the individual from the secret realm. Night Banquet, the Eternal Night Church. I have found you, Sikong Lua. Lin Yu no longer had time to ponder why 9527 had not mentioned this useful feature earlier. His mind raced with the information provided. If his conjecture was correct, Night Banquet might be the largest stronghold of the Eternal Night Church in Rome City. Truthfully, Lin Yu had never considered that Night Banquet could be operated by members of the Eternal Night Church. After all, Night Banquet had established itself as a prominent establishment in Rome City for decades, making it inconceivable that it was a base for the Eternal Night Church. The Eternal Night Church had effectively concealed itself in plain sight. No wonder they had been so elusive. Brother Lin, I am your fan. Whenever you have time, you are welcome to visit me. It's on the house. The slightly alluring voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. He smiled faintly, concealing a myriad of thoughts within. Thank you, Sister Xia, for your generous offer that I shall certainly visit when I have the opportunity. All right, I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. After speaking, Xia exchanged a charming smile with the two before turning to leave. Zhu Fuguo's eyes widened as he fixated on Xia's swaying figure, his expression resembling that of a lovesick fool. Once she was completely out of sight, Zhu Fuguo turned to Lin Yu and said, Brother Yu, she is an exquisite beauty, even more enticing than those from Sakura country. Don't even think about it. She is not the kind of woman you can entertain thoughts of. You wouldn't want to find out how it might end for you. What's wrong, Brother Yu? Is there something off about her? Zhu Fuguo immediately adopted a wary demeanor after hearing Lin Yu's words. If I am not mistaken, she might be affiliated with the Eternal Night Church. What the hell? Zhu Fuguo's exclamation was cut short as Lin Yu swiftly shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. Fatty, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? Do you think the general manager of Night Banquet would come here? And at the exact moment we are having a late-night snack? Lin Yu sighed in exasperation. After finally managing to extract the chicken leg from his mouth, Zhu Fuguo rubbed his cheeks and cautiously scanned the surroundings before whispering. Brother Yu, are you suggesting that we have been targeted? Not us, just me. They are likely after me, Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhu Fuguo immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. What should we do, Brother Yu? Aren't you in great danger now? The members of the Eternal Night Church are ruthless fanatics. Should we report this to the guard? Seeing Zhu Fuguo's anxious demeanor warmed Lin Yu's heart. Don't worry, Fatty, that I have this under control. Just stay put for now. For the time being, avoid running around. Once you leave the academy, stay at home. Our neighborhood is still relatively safe. Lin Yu recalled the team dispatched by the guard to protect his family, assuring himself that as long as it wasn't a figure like Sikong Luaha, his home would remain safe. I understand, Brother Yu. But are you really going to be all right? Don't fret over me. With my abilities, those from the Eternal Night Church cannot harm me. Now, let us head back. This matter is not to be mentioned to our families. We don't want to worry them. Understood? Lin Yu's confidence reassured Zhu Fuguo, easing his concerns as he believed Lin Yu would not act recklessly. Understood, Brother Yu. With their appetites diminished, the two settled their bill and made their way home. Upon returning home, Lin Yu immediately dialed Ji Xuejuan's number. But the call remained unanswered, indicating she was likely in the secret realm. Left with no choice, Lin Yu decided to wait until tomorrow to discuss matters with them. He also recalled that he had forgotten to obtain Uncle Chao and Master S contact details. He must remember to ask for them during their next meeting. The following morning, Lin Yu headed straight to the guard. However, when he attempted to locate Chao Yiming, he was informed that Chao Yiming had gone out to pick someone up. Who could possibly require Uncle Chao's personal attention? Lin Yu pondered, and with no other options, he decided to seek out Old Li directly. Teacher. Lin Yu pushed open the door, finding Old Li reclining in his rocking chair. Listening to music, he approached and greeted him in the same manner. Come here, Xiao Yu. Seeing Lin Yu approach, Old Li joyfully removed his headphones and stood up. It seems your mental strength has fully recovered. Yes, teacher. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Do you need your teacher's assistance? Old Li inquired with a smile, his fondness for Lin Yu evident. Teacher, I believe I have discovered the location of the Eternal Night Church's stronghold in Rome City. Old Li paused momentarily, then his eyes sparkled with intensity as his expression turned serious. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Yu proceeded to recount the events of the previous night, though he framed it as a discovery made through his abilities. He then produced the business card and handed it to Old Li. Teacher, this is the card given to me by that woman named Xia. The aura she possesses is unmistakable. She must have recently interacted with Sikong Lua. And for a considerable duration, given the potent essence of Sikong Lua that lingers. Old Li's expression grew grave as he accepted the card, if what Lin Yu stated was indeed true. Then the Eternal Night Church's concealment was exceedingly profound. It was worth noting that Night Banquet had already existed when he served as the head of the guard, yet he had received no whispers of its presence nor detected any anomalies surrounding it. Old Li's face darkened as he scrutinized the card in his hand. He was familiar with Xiaohe. The social circle in Rong City was not vast, and there were only a handful of notable names. Even fewer among women. Previously, he had praised Xiaohe for her competence in managing Night Banquet, the leading entertainment venue in Rong City. But he now realized he had severely misjudged her. It felt as if he had been slapped across the face. With a firm grip, Old Li crushed the card into dust, letting it scatter in the wind. He looked at Lin Yu with a somber expression. Xiao Yu, you've done well, but from here on out, you should not involve yourself any further. Leave it to us. Although Old Li felt a surge of anger, he did not wish to place Lin Yu in danger, while the Eternal Night Church was merely a nuisance to the Federation. It loomed as a colossal threat to Lin Yu. Furthermore, their methods were unscrupulous. If they were to discover that Lin Yu had made this revelation, Old Li feared they would take extreme measures against him. Thus, it was far safer for Lin Yu to remain an outsider. As Lin Yu was about to respond, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Task triggered. Destroy the conspiracy. The stronghold of the Eternal Night Church has been discovered. As a transmigrator, how can one cower in fear? Teach the Eternal Night Church a lesson. Reward. Advanced. Legendary robbery order. Observing this somewhat familiar scene, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of understanding. He began to grasp the mechanism behind the task initiation. It seemed as though the system had been subtly guiding him towards combat. The previous exploration of the secret realm and this current mission to thwart a conspiracy both sought his involvement. 9527, come forth, Lin Yu bellowed in his mind. Here I am, Daddy. 9527, why do I feel as though the system's tasks always aim to place me in peril? No, Daddy, please don't overthink it. That is absolutely not the case. Lin Yu could distinctly sense a hint of panic in 9527's voice, further solidifying his suspicions. Well, the system certainly wouldn't endanger Daddy. It merely desires for Daddy to grow swiftly. A greenhouse cannot nurture a towering tree. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting 9527, this little scatterbrain, to articulate such wisdom. Nevertheless, 9527's words rang true. All right, I won't hold it against you as long as the rewards are satisfactory. Everything else is inconsequential. Rest assured, Daddy, the rewards will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Teacher, may I also partake in the encirclement of the Eternal Night Church this time? Immediately after receiving the task, Lin Yu approached Old Li to request participation. Yet, the Eternal Night Church is not an ordinary organization. Even if we dismantle their stronghold in Rong City, it would only inflict minor losses. It wouldn't cause any fundamental damage. I fear they may retaliate against you. Teacher, I am capable of safeguarding myself. A greenhouse will never yield a towering tree. Old Li stared blankly at Lin Yu, whose expression was resolute. He opened his mouth several times, unsure of what to say. Finally letting out a sigh. I understand. Since you are insistent, I shall not hinder you. However, you must prioritize your safety and retreat at the first sign of danger. I understand, teacher. Upon hearing Old Li's consent for him to join the assault against the Eternal Night Church, Lin Yu's face brightened. He now had a solid task to pursue. I intended to teach you some martial arts today, but it seems that will have to be postponed, Old Li said with a hint of regret. The previous day, Lin Yu's practice of the unparalleled technique had profoundly shocked and delighted him. He had hoped to witness Lin Yu's martial arts talent today, but it seemed that would have to wait. However, upon hearing Old Li's words, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Teacher, are the martial arts you speak of akin to Wing Chun or Bajikwan? Lin Yu exclaimed, demonstrating a few stances in his past life. As a native flower cultivator, he had always yearned for martial arts but had never had the opportunity to engage with them. Now that a chance had presented itself, how could Lin Yu not feel exhilarated? Oh, you have studied these. Old Li looked at Lin Yu in astonishment, not expecting him to have any knowledge in this area. It is worth noting that we live in an era of awakening, where martial arts have long since declined. Many young individuals are entirely unaware of their existence. Ha, splendid. It seems I need not enlighten you further. Old Li laughed heartily. Although he modestly claimed otherwise, his martial arts prowess was renowned throughout the Longhua Special District. Do not be misled into thinking that martial arts have become obsolete following the awakening in close combat. One who knows martial arts will undoubtedly outperform one who relies solely on brute strength. Just like Old Li, Lin Yu had previously discovered that Old Li was at the peak of the 7th tier, 8th tier, indicating that his true combat ability was 8th tier. A terrifying effect stemming from the enhancement of the unparalleled technique in martial arts. Nonetheless, mastering martial arts requires an immense investment of time and effort, as exemplified by Old Li, who immersed himself in martial arts for decades to attain such expertise. Old Li had taught many students before, yet few had the perseverance to continue. However, those truly formidable individuals in the Longhua Special District all possess some knowledge of martial arts, which speaks volumes about its strength. Yet, it appears that it will take a few days before I can teach you. We must first inflict substantial pain upon this group of foul rodents from the Eternal Night Church for daring to meddle in Rong City. Unaware of their own mortality, a flash of hostility crossed Old Li's gaze as he spoke with palpable fury. Lin Yu shrugged at the sight of his teacher's fierce demeanor, realizing that the Eternal Night Church had thoroughly provoked this retired elder. The old man's pride was clearly at stake. Come, I shall take you to find Xiao Chao, Old Li declared, eager to seek out Xiao Yiming. Lin Yu quickly grasped Old Li's arm, interjecting, Teacher, Uncle Chao is not here. They mentioned something about picking someone up and left early this morning. Oh. Old Li paused, puzzled, before realization dawned upon him. Xiao Chao must be fetching Commander Huang. Commander Huang. Is he the leader of our Fujian province? Indeed, he has come specifically for you, my boy. You truly possess considerable influence. Huh. Lin Yu was perplexed, wondering if it was due to his talent that I shall inquire about when they will return. Commander Huang's arrival is timely. We can seize this opportunity to eradicate the Eternal Night Church in Rong City. And if fortune smiles upon us, we might even unravel the entire network of the Eternal Night Church throughout Fujian province. Having said that, Old Li retrieved his phone to call Xiao Yiming. Hello, Xiao Chao. Have you met up with Commander Huang? All right, I shall await your arrival at the gate. After hanging up, Old Li turned to Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, follow me. They are nearly here, and we should go greet them. Understood, teacher. With that, Lin Yu followed Old Li downstairs. He felt a surge of curiosity about Commander Huang. Before uncovering his teacher's hidden identity, the name Commander Huang had been resounding. The youngest 8th-tier commander, the man reputed to be capable of freezing all. Known as the Star of Fujian Province, among a plethora of other titles, he was a man adorned with countless accolades. For such a legendary figure to come specifically for him was undeniably thrilling for Lin Yu. The commander was akin to a significant figure from his past life, a true regional authority he had only ever seen on television. Old Li. Upon reaching the entrance of the garrison, they found a throng awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Old Li, they respectfully greeted him. All belonged to the garrison, many of whom Old Li had personally promoted. They held genuine respect for the elder before them. Old Li smiled in response, leading Lin Yu confidently to the forefront. The onlookers, upon seeing Lin Yu's youthful visage beside Old Li, were filled with intrigue. None of them considered themselves worthy to stand alongside Old Li, yet here was a young man who walked in step with him. And Old Li's warm demeanor towards him indicated just how much he valued the boy. After a short while, a convoy slowly approached, excluding Old Li and Lin Yu. The others at the gate straightened. Fully aware that the esteemed guest had arrived, the vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of the garrison, and the guards promptly advanced to open the door, standing aside respectfully. Xiao Yiming was the first to exit the vehicle, followed closely by a sharp-eyed, cold-faced middle-aged man. Upon seeing the middle-aged man alight, Old Li greeted him with a smile. Commander Huang, it's been a while. The middle-aged man, upon noticing Old Li's approach, exhibited a slight shift in his icy demeanor, a flicker of a smile gracing his features. However, to Lin Yu, the change was hardly significant. The man still bore an imposing, frigid countenance. He approached rapidly, stating, Old Li, did we not agree to forego such formalities? I have studied under you, so I am also your student. Just call me Xiao Han. Haha. Indeed, Xiao Han, you remain unchanged, still bearing that frosty demeanor. One might think you are difficult to approach. Old Li, please refrain from jesting. You are well aware of my circumstances. It is truly a challenge to articulate. Commander Huang Han, the middle-aged man radiating an aura of chill, stated with a face full of exasperation. Huang Han possesses an SS-level natural ice ability. A remarkable talent indeed, though it comes with rather irksome side effects. Ever since his awakening, he has worn a perpetually icy expression, leading others to believe he is difficult to approach. In truth, before his awakening, Huang Han was quite the jovial character. However, as time passed, aside from a select few friends, many were intimidated by his frosty demeanor and hesitant to engage with him. After Huang Han ascended to the position of commander, his already chilling visage only served to further alienate him, rendering him an enigmatic figure that even the bravest would hesitate to approach. What is the matter with your ability? Many would yearn for what you possess. You ought to appreciate it more, chuckled Old Li. With a sigh, Huang Han responded, his frozen expression eliciting amusement from Lin Yu. Yet Lin Yu was acutely aware of the formidable strength this man possessed. His capabilities far exceeded the ordinary. As the system scan had already revealed, a peak at the 8th tier, a man stronger than Sikong La. Enough of this self-pity. Come inside. You're just in time, as I have some matters to discuss with you. Xiao Chao. Ask the others to return for now. Understood, Chao Yiming replied, promptly dispersing the crowd gathered outside the garrison before leading a few individuals into the office. As they all settled in, Huang Han spoke up. Old Li, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. Chao Yiming, intrigued, perked up his ears, eager to hear Old Li's words. Here's the situation. Old Li recounted the conversation he had with Lin Yu to the two. Upon hearing this, Huang Han turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. He had been curious about Lin Yu's identity ever since he arrived, especially since the others had been sent away by Chao Yiming. While this young man, not yet in his 20s, had the privilege to be here, initially, Huang Han assumed Lin Yu was a relative of Old Li's, only to discover that this young man was the very purpose of his visit. Fixating on Lin Yu's peculiar eyes, he inquired, You are Lin Yu, the possessor of dual SS-level talents? Indeed, Commander Huang, Lin Yu replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Huang Han was not surprised by his awareness of Lin Yu's talents. Chao Yiming and others were already informed, and it was clear that Chao Yiming had shared this information with Huang Han. May I see it? Huang Han asked, curiosity tinging his voice. He had only heard about the so-called golden talents from Chao Yiming, but had yet to witness them firsthand, making this visit essential for him to validate Chao Yiming's claims. Certainly, Lin Yu responded without hesitation, as he had no intention of concealing his reincarnation eye or would release. Especially since Rongqing No. 1 High School had already made the information public, likely causing quite a stir. Suddenly, two golden orbs appeared above Lin Yu's head, one vibrant green representing would release, the other rippling in patterns signifying the reincarnation eye. Both radiated a dazzling golden light, illuminating Lin Yu's presence. Goodness, Huang Han exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the existence of someone with dual talents, both being of the highest caliber residing within a single individual. Old Li, witnessing Lin Yu manifest his talents for the first time, could easily recognize the extraordinary nature of the golden light before him, prompting another reflection on how truly exceptional his youngest student was. All right, conceal it now. I never expected that our Fujian province has produced a true dragon. This time, Rongqing will certainly gain significant recognition. Huang Han's typically icy visage displayed a hint of admiration. Realizing that Rongqing was poised to soar with Lin Yu as its true dragon. Indeed, once Xiao Yu matures, it will not only be a blessing for Rongqing, but for our entire federation. Chao Yiming said with a smile, gazing at Lin Yu with appreciation. Lin Yu merely shrugged, retracting his displayed talents with a non-committal smile. Director Chao, I will personally relay your earlier words to the higher-ups. Lin Yu definitely deserves to be included in the Federation's Starfire project, Huang Han asserted gravely to Chao Yiming, emphasizing that with Lin Yu's talents, failing to initiate the Starfire project would render its establishment meaningless. Excellent. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I believe my influence still holds some weight. Old Li interjected, keen to advocate for Lin Yu both personally and professionally. Starfire project? Lin Yu murmured, perplexed, as this was the first he had heard of it. The Starfire project, as Chao Yiming began to elucidate, seeing Lin Yu's confusion. In simple terms, the Federation will spare no effort in nurturing you until you can stand on your own. Lin Yu paused, taken aback by Chao Yiming's earnestness. He had not anticipated such dedication from them. The Starfire project was clearly no trivial matter, representing the Federation's full support. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Realizing that the kindness shown by Chao Yiming and the others was not mere words, but manifested in tangible actions. Uncle Chao, thank you for everything you've done for me, Lin Yu expressed sincerely. Haha, no need for such formalities. To put it plainly, your talents warrant our efforts, Chao Yiming replied, acknowledging the truth that had prompted their commitment. Had Lin Yu been an ordinary individual, it is likely they would not have shown him this level of attention. This was one of the reasons Lin Yu chose to reveal his talents. He sought not only to avoid living in fear, but also to secure the Federation as a formidable backing. It was evident that events were unfolding precisely as Lin Yu had envisioned, that as long as the Starfire project was initiated, the Federation would serve as his robust support until he could stand independently. Now, let us set aside Lin Yu's matters for the moment. Our primary focus should be on the situation regarding the Eternal Night Church, that we must seize this opportunity to strike a significant blow. Old Li interjected, fully invested in the plight of the Eternal Night Church, which had long hidden beneath his watchful eyes. He felt a profound sense of embarrassment at the prospect of failing to confront this challenge. Rest assured, Old Li, with you and Commander Huang involved, Sikong La will be unable to create any upheaval. Sikong La? Huang Han asked, slightly puzzled. Who is that? It was stated that he was the right guardian of the Eternal Night Church. And based on Old Li's deductions, he was likely the first genius from Deep City 30 years ago. Jila. Huang Han's pupils contracted as memories surged forth. He had once been contemporaries with Jila. However, they had never crossed paths, and Huang Han had once wished to engage him in combat to see whose abilities, his ice or GS darkness, would prevail. Unfortunately, before he could act, news of Jila's demise reached him. Leaving Huang Han with lingering regret, to his surprise, Jila had survived. It seemed he would finally get the chance he had long awaited. An insatiable fighting spirit ignited within Huang Han, for after Jila's supposed death, he had risen to prominence, his unparalleled ice abilities reigning supreme. Yet, he had always been compared to Ji Luaha, which only deepened his regret at never having the chance to face him. Now, as he arrived in Ronqing, he found himself unexpectedly thrilled at the prospect. I recall you incessantly nagging me about this matter back then. Now we shall see who truly deserves the title of the first genius. Indeed, but Old Li, when will you guide me again? No, you are now far superior to me. I am no longer in a position to instruct you. Besides, you have even mastered my signature techniques. I have little left to teach you. Huang Han lamented, recalling the days when he had once sought guidance from Old Li. However, having succumbed to the hardships of life and, after awakening his ice abilities, he had become somewhat arrogant, seeing Huang Han as potential. Old Li had imparted his skills without formally accepting him as a student. Ha. You were not so humble back then. You even argued with me, claiming martial arts were of no use. Alas, spare me the jest. I can only attribute it to youthful ignorance. Huang Han sighed, watching Old Li laugh heartily, reminiscing about the past with a mixture of regret and nostalgia. Now, back to the matter at hand. Xiao Chao. How is the investigation into the secret realms progressing? Old Li, we have nearly completed the survey of the secret realms near Ronqing, that a few significant ones are still being checked, but I believe we will wrap it up shortly. I never imagined the Eternal Night Church could be so ruthless. Without Xiao Yu's intervention, who knows what calamity would have befallen Ronqing? What is going on? How does this involve the secret realms again? Huang Hanwei grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, wondering how the discussion had unexpectedly shifted to the secret realm. Had the Eternal Night Church meddled with it? If they possessed such capabilities, they would not be hiding so discreetly. Had Xiao Chao not informed you? Li Lao was taken aback, assuming that Xiao Yiming had already shared the news with Huang Hanyue, only to realize that Huang Hanyue was still in the dark. He had yet to convey it. The commander is like this. Magic stones. Huang Hanyue's expression shifted dramatically. How had the magic stones resurfaced? Hadn't the dark secret realm been thoroughly sealed? Why were there still magic stones? Could it be that something had gone awry with the dark secret realm? The origin of these stones would likely need to be interrogated from the people of the Eternal Night Church, as they were the ones who had deployed them. They should be well aware of their provenance. Qiao Yiming remarked that the situation concerning the secret realm was largely resolved. Now, if they could capture Sikong Le, tracing the source of the magic stones would surely not prove difficult. Let us do this. Once the investigation of the secret realm is complete, we shall commence our actions. Allow them a few more days of freedom. Xiaoan, is everything all right on your end? I am fine. It just so happens that I can learn a few more skills from Li Lao. Excellent. Then it is settled. Xiao Chao, expedite the investigation of the secret realm, while keeping a close watch on the night banquet. Be cautious not to alert the enemy. Rest assured, Li Lao, I understand. Qiao Yiming nodded. In this room, aside from Lin Yu, the other two held more weight than he did. And he was merely here to follow their arrangements. Li Lao, I must excuse myself. I need to organize personnel to investigate the secret realm in Min Province, for my own peace of mind. Very well. It is wise to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Qiao, please arrange an office for Xiao An. I shall take my leave for now. Contact me when action is needed. Understood. Xiao Yiming summoned his assistant, Xiao Li, with a phone call, instructing him to escort Huang Hanyue to an office. Meanwhile, Lin Yu accompanied Li Lao back to Li Lao's training ground. Xiao Yu, today, you shall practice the heavenly breaking technique here. But do not exhaust your mental energy like last time. I understand. Teacher. On the other side, within the resplendent night banquet, the woman named Xia He, whom Lin Yu had encountered earlier, stood respectfully in a dark chamber. A deep exhale escaped the lips of the man seated cross-legged in the center, who slowly opened his eyes and rose. Master, you are well. A hint of surprise colored Xia He's voice as the man stepped into the light. Revealing a delicate visage, it was Si Kong Lu, the man who had been injured by the ape demon. Clearly, his wounds had nearly healed. Yes, I am recovering. I did not expect that monkey to be so formidable. Fortunately, I had the elixirs bestowed by His Holiness the Pope. Otherwise, my injuries would not have healed so swiftly. Si Kong Lu spoke darkly, acknowledging the severity of his earlier misstep. The existence of the magic stones had been exposed, and he had nearly lost his life, all thanks to that peculiar-eyed youth. What about the matter I tasked you with investigating? The first thing Si Kong Lu did upon fleeing was to instruct Xia He to look into a boy with rippling water-patterned eyes. And only afterward did he begin to tend to his wounds. Master, we have discovered the truth. The boy you mentioned is indeed the one from Rongqing No. 1 High School, possessing the wood release technique and a talent referred to as the reincarnation eye. He is a dual talent holder, Xia He exclaimed. When she saw the announcement from Rongqing No. 1 High School yesterday, she nearly thought they had lost their minds in a bid for attention. Yet recalling Si Kong Lu's instructions, she could not dismiss it as nonsense, for the photographs circulating clearly depicted those unique water-patterned eyes, precisely the individual Si Kong Lu wanted investigated. Dual talents. Si Kong Lu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the boy who had wounded him was the very SSS-grade talent he had aimed to recruit, and now he was a dual talent holder. Yes, Master, the entire Rongqing is abuzz with this news. Soon, the entire Federation will be aware. Who is this boy? And what of that accursed monkey? How can he command such a powerful creature? Si Kong Lu mused, perplexed. Even with an SSS-grade talent, how could he possess such extraordinary abilities? Have you had any contact with him? Si Kong Lu pondered, unable to reach a conclusion, and thus turned to Xia He. Master, I did have contact with him last night, but we did not speak much. Please do not take offense. You did not reveal your identity, did you? Si Kong Lu's tone remained calm, yet a menacing aura suddenly enveloped Xia He, making her feel exceedingly small. She understood that if her answers failed to satisfy Si Kong Lu, she might not leave this chamber alive. No, he only knows I am the general manager of the night banquet. My subordinates approached him as his fans. I absolutely did not divulge any information regarding the church. Xia He hastily replied, trembling as she sought to assuage Si Kong Lu's inquiries, fearing a delay. Well done. Maintain frequent contact, and see if you can draw him to our side. However, do not reveal any information about the church until you are certain of success. If you inadvertently let something slip, even if he survives, you will not, Si Kong Lu said coolly to Xia He. Although Lin Yu had disrupted his plans, the young man's talents made him a worthy target for recruitment. If he could bring someone of Lin Yu's caliber into the fold, it would deal a significant blow to the Federation. Moreover, the church's growth required such fresh blood. Surely the deity would be pleased to have such a talent among his followers. Yes, Master, Xia He promptly acquiesced, feeling a measure of confidence in the task assigned by Si Kong Lu. After all, how difficult could it be to manipulate a high school student, should her attempts to recruit him fail? She knew not to act recklessly, for he was protected by a king-level magical beast. Beyond their reach, she would manage the situation at the appropriate time. Understood. The matter of the magic stones can be set aside for now. There is no need to place them within the secret realm again. We shall wait for personnel from the headquarters to arrive before discussing it further. The revelation of the magic stones had already surfaced, and further deployment would be futile. Contemplating this, Si Kong Lu's expression darkened. He could scarcely believe that such a meticulously crafted plan could be thwarted by someone newly awakened, though he yearned to dismantle Lin Yu piece by piece. He could not act impulsively. For the sake of a singular ambition, Si Kong Lu willingly became a follower of the eternal night god, climbing to the position of right protector. However, to fulfill his desires. He must ensure the complete awakening of the eternal night god. Thus, he was compelled to assist in the church's growth by any means necessary. Only with a greater number of believers could the eternal night god awaken more swiftly and descend upon Blue Star. If Lin Yu, the sole SS-grade awakened individual, joined the church, the ensuing ripple effect would be monumental. Consider the implications if even the Federation's top genius were to join the church. Would it not suggest that the church holds greater promise than the Federation? Therefore, Sikon Lo was determined to see if he could win Lin Yu over. If not, he would have to eliminate him. It was either friendship or enmity. Very well, you may leave. Personnel from the headquarters have arrived. Report back to me afterward. Understood. I shall take my leave. After Xia finished speaking, she retreated from the chamber, closing the door behind her and leaning against the wall, gasping for breath as if she had narrowly escaped death. After a while, she regained her composure, glancing back at the door of the chamber with a shiver, hastening her departure. After a day of training with Li Lao, Lin Yu bid farewell and made his way home alone. Today, Lin Yu had exercised restraint in his practice, avoiding the near exhaustion of his mental energy he had experienced previously. Thus, he did not teleport home but instead took a leisurely stroll to unwind. As he walked, Lin Yu noticed a peculiar phenomenon. For some reason, passers-by were glancing at him with a curious intensity. Could they be staring at my reincarnation eye? But that doesn't seem right. There weren't this many people paying attention before. Puzzled, Lin Yu scanned himself. With the enhanced vision granted by his reincarnation eye, he could confidently assert that there was nothing unusual about him. So what were these onlookers truly observing? Just then, a few young women approached him, whispering to one another as they walked. Although their voices were low, Lin Yu could hear them clearly, and the gist of their conversation revolved around who would be the one to speak with him. This left Lin Yu even more bewildered. What in the world was going on? At that moment, a short-haired, seemingly extroverted young girl approached Lin Yu. Excuse me, are you Lin Yu, the senior from Rinnegan No. 1 High School? She boldly inquired as she stepped right in front of him. Yes, I am. And you are? Lin Yu replied. Wow. It really is Senior Lin Yu. To Lin Yu's surprise, upon his mere acknowledgement, the young girl immediately dashed back to her friends, excitedly exclaiming, while the other girls, upon hearing her words, fixated their gaze on Lin Yu and simultaneously surged toward him. What on earth is happening? Lin Yu thought, just as he was encircled by a throng of young girls. Senior Lin Yu, is the announcement from Rinnegan No. 1 High School true? Have you really awakened dual talents? Senior Lin Yu, is the appearance of your eyes the reincarnation eye? Why does your level show a question mark? Senior Lin Yu, could we see your SSS level talent? We've never seen it before. Senior Lin Yu, which martial arts university do you plan to attend? I want to go with you. The cacophony of the girls' chatter left Lin Yu's head buzzing. However, he soon comprehended why he had been attracting such attention. It was all due to the announcement from Rinnegan No. 1 High School. Yesterday, Zhu Fuguei had mentioned this to him, but he had forgotten about it by today. Within just 1 day's time, it appeared that the entire Rinnegan had been informed. He surmised that even his appearance had been described. Gazing at the group of underage girls surrounding him, Lin Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Are you all students of Rinnegan No. 1 High School? No, we are from No. 2 High School. It's a pity that our senior isn't from No. 2. It's all the same. By the way, how did you know I am Lin Yu? Senior, you don't know. Your photo has long circulated. Lin Yu internally exclaimed, oh my goodness, this is indeed the case. Just like that, he had truly become a celebrity, just as he was about to speak. He noticed that onlookers were slowly gathering, their faces alight with excitement. Lin Yu's expression shifted, and he quickly said, you all keep up the good work. I believe you will awaken excellent talents in the future as well. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. Without waiting for their response, Lin Yu activated his flying thunder god technique and swiftly departed, leaving the girls dumbfounded. Sisters, did Senior Lin Yu just vanish in a flash? The short-haired girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Right? Wow. Senior Lin Yu is so handsome. Even his departure is so stylish. I wish I had a boyfriend like Senior Lin Yu. How infuriating. I forgot to take a photo with Senior Lin Yu. The girls, after watching Lin Yu leave, felt a moment of disappointment, but soon resumed their animated discussion. Was that just now the dual talent awakener from Rinnegan No. 1 High School? A curious passerby inquired excitedly. Yes, the passerby's eyes lit up, followed by a wave of regret. If only they had arrived sooner, they could have interacted with the legendary Lin Yu up close. Alas, the passerby sighed in disappointment and turned away. while others, seeing that Lin Yu had already departed, dispersed as well, leaving only a few excited young girls still fervently discussing among themselves. Once back home using the flying thunder god, Lin Yu let out a long sigh. The news had spread far too quickly. Shaking his head, he silently lamented, then opened his phone to scroll through the news. Given that people could now recognize him, it was certain that information about him had already spread online. He was curious to see how the news was being promoted. Trending first, announcement of talent awakening at Ronqing No. 1 High School. Trending second, the first dual talent awakened in history, Lin Yu from Ronqing No. 1 High School. Trending third, the legendary SSS level talent appears at Ronqing No. 1 High School. Trending fourth, the true appearance of Lin Yu. Lin Yu opened his social media app, staring in astonishment at the trending topics, nearly all of which revolved around him. What the heck? Is this for real? Is it really this exaggerated? Gazing at the series of trending topics, Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions. If this were Earth, this level of attention was something many would dream of. Disregarding any negative news, he then proceeded to check various major websites, discovering that almost all the lists were dominated by his name. To put it simply, Lin Yu had become a star, an immensely popular one at that. Does this mean I've truly become a major celebrity? Observing the multitude of information related to him, Lin Yu felt a whirlwind of feelings. It would not be an exaggeration to say that riding this wave of popularity, he could easily debut as an entertainer. It seemed that from now on, he would have to wear sunglasses when going out. Looking at the photos of himself circulating online, Lin Yu let out a quiet sigh, then turned off his phone to dismiss such concerns. I haven't checked the elixirs the principal gave me. Lin Yu recalled that the elixirs given by the principal were still stored in his divine space. Therefore, he directly activated his divine technique and entered the divine space. After reaching the 4th tier, the consumption of the divine technique was manageable. At least he wouldn't exhaust his spiritual energy with just a brief entrance and exit anymore. Feeling that he still had about 3/4 of his spiritual energy remaining, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now he wouldn't need to be so frugal. He then picked up the package containing the elixirs and gently opened it, revealing several boxes inside. He casually picked one up and read the label. Intermediate Spirit Recovery Pill, suitable for Tier 6 and below guardians to restore spiritual energy. This box contained the intermediate spirit recovery pills the old principal had previously given him, and upon opening it, he found 10 pills inside. The old principal was indeed generous, handing over so many at once. After expressing his appreciation, Lin Yu set aside the box of spirit recovery pills and examined the other boxes. Speed Pill, increases speed by 10 for 5 minutes. Non-stackable, effective for Tier 6 guardians and below. There is a half-hour period of weakness after use. Stamina Pill, increases stamina by 10 for 5 minutes. Non-stackable, effective for Tier 6 guardians and below. There is a half-hour period of weakness after use. Strength Pill, increases strength by 10 for 5 minutes. Non-stackable, effective for Tier 6 guardians and below. There is a half-hour period of weakness after use. Spirit Pill, increases spiritual energy by 10 for 5 minutes. Non-stackable, effective for Tier 6 guardians and below. There is a half-hour period of weakness after use. 4 types of enhancement pills, each containing 10. Lin Yu set them aside for the moment, then picked up the last box. Essence Cultivation Pill, can be used for Tier 6 guardians and below to enhance cultivation speed, increasing spiritual energy absorption by 10. Lasting for 4 hours. Upon reading the information on the last type of pill, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The box contained approximately 30 pills. What a treasure! However, it was a bit disappointing that each one only lasted 4 hours. For an ordinary Tier 6 guardian, 4 hours would be about the limit of their mental fortitude. Yet for Lin Yu, 4 hours was hardly sufficient. With his current mental strength, he could sustain cultivation for around 5 hours. Not to mention when he reached Tier 6. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. If needed, he could simply consume 2 pills. Wasting a bit was acceptable as long as it improved his cultivation speed. In truth, Lin Yu was unaware that all the elixirs granted by the old principal were intended for mid-tier guardians. It was likely that the old principal himself never anticipated that Lin Yu would be so extraordinary, possessing a mental strength surpassing even that of Tier 6 guardians. One could only say that Lin Yu's mental strength had been significantly enhanced by the reincarnation eye and the Sharingan. The old principal had truly invested a considerable amount in these elixirs. Lin Yu mused. These elixirs were clearly of great value, and he felt quite moved that the old principal could give him so many at once. With the essence cultivation pill in hand, combined with the extraordinary technique his teacher had taught him, He estimated that by the time of the college entrance examination, he would be able to level up several times. Due to the awakening of his wood release, Lin Yu's meridians were considerably more spacious than those of ordinary awakeners, which meant he needed more spiritual energy to reach perfection in his cultivation. However, the benefit was that Lin Yu's spiritual energy content was far greater than that of a typical Tier 4 guardian. Fortunately, Lin Yu's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, coupled with the extraordinary technique. Otherwise, his leveling speed would not be described as particularly fast. Today, his mental energy was largely depleted. He would test the effects of the essence cultivation pill tomorrow, after Lin Yu made his decision. He carefully stored away the elixir and promptly departed from the divine power space. Meanwhile, his emergence had already captured the attention of various martial universities, in the office of the principal of Longhua's first martial university. An elderly man with graying hair sat behind his desk, exuding an aura of authority. "Howren, in a couple of days, I will be heading to Rongqing. You will handle matters here at the university." The principal, known as Jun Tianyu, was a formidable figure, an 89th level royal tier superpowerhouse, just a step away from reaching the imperial tier. "Principal, is it for that genius in Rongqing?" Lu Howren, the vice principal, inquired with a tone of curiosity, yet an expression of certainty. "Indeed, I must personally verify this. If it is true, this student will undoubtedly join Longhua's first martial university," Jun Tianyu declared with conviction. "Understood, Principal," Lu Howren responded respectfully. Go on." After Lu Howren exited, Jun Tianyu gazed at the photograph of Lin Yu on his computer screen, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement. Dual talents. SSS level. Does such a prodigy truly exist? In the martial universities of Shangjing, Modu, and Shuncheng, numerous renowned institutions began to take action. Some, like Jun Tianyu, sent their principals directly, while others dispatched influential figures from their schools. Even martial universities from other special districts were sending representatives. In short, every effort was being made to recruit Lin Yu to their respective institutions. In a blink, the small city of Rongqing became the focal point of all the martial universities in the Federation. Yet, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware. After exiting the divine power space, he savored a meal before engaging in a sweet duo queue with Zhu Fuguei, wreaking havoc in the Summoner's Canyon. The following morning, Lin Yu donned sunglasses and, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly transported himself near the garrison. It must be said, the Flying Thunder God is remarkably efficient for travel, allowing him to arrive at his destination in an instant. Upon reaching Elder Li's location, Lin Yu called out to the elder, who was listening to music, following their usual routine. "Xiao Yu, no training today. We may need to take action against the Eternal Night Church later, so don't expend your mental energy." Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and a look of joy graced his face. "Teacher, has the secret realm been thoroughly investigated?" "Yes, we are now preparing to confront the Eternal Night Church to prevent any prolonged complications." "Understood, teacher." Moments later, Assistant Xiao Li of Chao Yiming entered the room. "Elderly, the lord of the Chao family requests your presence in the conference room." "All right, Xiao Yu, let's go." "Certainly." Elderly led Lin Yu to the conference room, where a gathering of individuals awaited. Huang Han, Chao Yiming, Ji Shuejuan, Fang Tianhai, and Murong Hongchen. Elderly. Upon seeing Elderly enter, the attendees greeted him promptly. Elderly smiled in return and took his seat alongside Lin Yu at the front. "Everyone, the reason for gathering you today is to announce a significant matter." Chao Yiming began as he confirmed that everyone was present. "I trust you are all informed about the recent events in the secret realm. Though the magic stones have been thoroughly investigated and the anomalous beasts eliminated, the mastermind, the Eternal Night Church, remains hidden within Rongqing. Currently, we have identified the Eternal Night Church's stronghold in Rongqing, and it is time for our counterattack. The stronghold of the Eternal Night Church. Where is it?" Ji Shuejuan's expression was one of intense excitement. Previously, the incident involving the human bomb in the arena had already enraged her, and she had been frustrated by not locating the true stronghold of the Eternal Night Church, coupled with the near abduction by Sikong Luaha. Her hatred for the church had reached its peak. Upon hearing Chao Yiming announce the discovery of the true stronghold, a fierce killing intent surged within her. "Xiao Jun, rein it in a bit." Elderly gently tapped the table, addressing Ji Shuejuan. She quickly suppressed her rage and offered an apologetic glance to the others. "I apologize. I was a bit unable to control myself just now." "All right, Xiao, please continue." Elderly nodded, signaling Chao Yiming to proceed. The stronghold of the Eternal Night Church hidden in Rongqing is the Night Banquet. Without any further ado, Chao Yiming dropped this bombshell, except for Huang Han and Elderly, who were already aware. Everyone else's expression shifted drastically. Lord Chao, are you certain? The Night Banquet has existed in Rongqing for decades, and we have seen no signs of anomaly during that time. The Eternal Night Church has concealed itself quite deeply. Absolutely. However, there is a serious issue. The Night Banquet is situated in the city center of Rongqing. If we choose to engage in battle there, it will inevitably result in significant losses, and that location has heavy foot traffic. If we attempt to evacuate the crowds in advance, it will surely alert them that if the Eternal Night Church becomes desperate, it could lead to grave complications, especially with an 8th-tier Sikong La present. I'm sure you all understand that if an 8th-tier powerhouse unleashes their full might, it will spell disaster. Chao Yiming expressed his concerns, feeling a headache coming on. If Sikong Luaha were not involved, the situation would be manageable. Fong Tianhai could easily minimize losses with a barrier. However, with an 8th-tier powerhouse in the mix, a royal battle would inevitably lead to citywide destruction. If Sikong Luaha were to unleash his abilities recklessly, the devastation would extend far beyond just the city center. Chao Yiming had been troubled all day, fearing that seeking assistance would take too long, potentially allowing the Eternal Night Church to sense something amiss and retreat. The loss incurred from not seeking help would be unacceptable for Rongqing, leaving him in a dilemma without a viable solution. This is indeed a conundrum. Without an 8th-tier barrier master, waging a royal battle in the city would cause excessive destruction. Xiao Han, do you have any suggestions? Elderly furrowed his brow, as he too lacked a good plan. He was merely an 8th-tier weapon system awakener and truly had no solutions for the current predicament. Reluctantly, he turned to Huang Han. Huang Han shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, a cold expression barely managing a semblance of a bitter smile as he spoke. Elderly, you know my abilities. I'm adept at combat, but this situation is somewhat challenging for me. Moreover, arranging for an 8th-tier barrier master at short notice is unlikely. As you know, 8th-tier barrier masters are exceedingly rare, nearly all stationed at royal-tier secret realms. To request one, we would have to submit an application to the higher-ups. Hence, I find myself without a feasible solution. After listening to Huang Han, Elderly shook his head helplessly. Although Huang Han was indeed a commanding officer, 8th-tier barrier masters were predominantly strategic-level figures. Even if Huang Han wished to apply, it would not be a swift process, just as Chao Yiming was losing hope, thinking they would have to postpone their actions. Fong Tianhai, who had been somewhat silent, suddenly spoke up. If it concerns an 8th-tier barrier, I may have a solution. Upon hearing this, Chao Yiming stood up excitedly, nearly toppling his chair in his haste. Old Fong, are you serious? Do you truly have a plan? Never before had Chao Yiming found the elderly figure before him so endearing. He had initially thought they could only wait for an 8th-tier barrier master. But this twist was a ray of hope, like finding light at the end of a dark tunnel. My teacher left behind a formation plate that I had intended to keep as a memento. However, in the battle against the Eternal Night Church, I believe my teacher would be pleased to see it used. Fong Tianhai's teacher was an 8th-tier barrier master who had been slain by the church's pope during a previous assault. Your teacher's relic? Elder Li's eyes narrowed, conjuring the image of a kind old man in his mind. In Elder Li's memory, Fong Tianhai's teacher had been a powerful barrier master with a profound understanding of martial arts. In his early days, Elder Li had sought guidance from Fong Tianhai's teacher, but tragically, he had fallen to the Eternal Night Church. Indeed, Elder Li, my teacher left too suddenly. This is one of the few remaining items he left behind. Sighing, Elder Li straightened his expression and spoke with conviction. Tianhai, rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Once this is over, I will ensure you are duly recognized. While it may not fully compensate for your loss, it will at least make amends in some way. Elder Li, whether I receive recognition or not matters little. As long as it is directed against the Eternal Night Church, I will wholeheartedly contribute. Fong Tianhai declared resolutely, his eyes blazing with vengeance. The mere thought of his teacher's memory ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. If it were not for the Eternal Night Church, his teacher would not have been taken from him. All of this was the fault of the Eternal Night Church. Alas, Elder Fong, let us adopt a more optimistic outlook. Consider this as an opportunity to deliver a resounding lesson to the Eternal Night Church. Rest assured, there will come a day when we shall uproot this nest of filthy rats from the sewers. Chao Yiming's face was resolute. The unscrupulous tactics employed by the Eternal Night Church had long since incited discontent among numerous high-ranking officials within the Federation. Were it not for the formidable threat posed by the beasts, compounded by the church's meticulous concealment, the Federation would have eradicated this pestilential presence long ago. Elder Fong, do we need to do anything for the barrier arrangement? Is there anything I should be mindful of? At this moment, Huang Han interjected, aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, a royal battle was bound to erupt. As one of the two royal guardians present, Huang Han undoubtedly assumed a pivotal role in this operation. He needed comprehensive knowledge to act effectively. There is no need for your assistance with the barrier arrangement, and to be frank, you would not be of help in this matter. Thus, I shall handle it on my own. When the time comes, all you need to do is clear away any irrelevant personnel. Once activated, this barrier would not allow anyone to exit unless it was forcibly dismantled. Understood. I shall take charge of the personnel evacuation. I will ensure to remind you when the time comes. Qiao Yiming responded, confident that with the barrier in place, the majority of their concerns had been alleviated. Arranging the evacuation of personnel was now his responsibility. However, one final question remained. How to allow Elder Li and Commander Huang to infiltrate the night banquet without arousing the suspicions of the Eternal Night Church as the commander of Fujin Province. Huang Han, alongside Elder Li, who had served as the governor of the defense office in Rongqing for decades, was well aware that the Eternal Night Church's operatives would certainly recognize them. Hence, the challenge lay in how to discreetly usher Huang Han and Elder Li inside without drawing attention. At that moment, Lin Yu, who had been quietly listening, felt a spark of inspiration. His opportunity had arrived. The system had issued a task to dismantle the Eternal Night Church's conspiracy, with rewards ranging from high to legendary grade plunder orders. If things continued at this pace, Lin Yu certainly would not qualify for the highest reward, especially with two royal guardians stationed in Rongqing, although Elder Li appeared to be merely a 7th-tier guardian. The system's notation of 8th tier could not be dismissed. It was a designation recognized by the system. Thus, Elder Li's true power had undoubtedly surpassed the 8th tier. In Rongqing, the only known royal guardian of the Eternal Night Church was Sikong Luaha, making the disparity in strength rather significant. If Lin Yu did not take action, he would be fortunate to receive even a high-grade plunder order. He surmised that in order to enhance his task completion rate, he would need to either kill or capture Sikong Luaha. Uncle Qiao, I can lead them inside. I guarantee that even Sikong Luaha won't detect a thing, Lin Yu declared confidently, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Who is this young man? What audacity he possesses, and he seems somewhat familiar. A person unfamiliar with Lin Yu whispered to a companion that I have no idea, but he does seem familiar. Anyone who can stand beside Elder Li must not be a mere nobody. Perhaps he is the scion of some prominent family. Qiao Yiming disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, eagerly turning to Lin Yu for confirmation. Little Yu, are you serious? This is no jest. One false move could raise alarms. Uncle Qiao, Commander Huang, teacher, could we perhaps change venues? I would like to demonstrate something, and then you will see that I am not merely boasting. Lin Yu glanced at the gathered individuals, many of whom he did not know, preferring not to reveal certain matters too hastily. Very well. Let us proceed to the adjacent conference room. You all remain here for the moment, Qiao Yiming decisively announced, suspecting that Lin Yu's method was related to his abilities. He could surmise Lin Yu's intentions, hence he readily agreed. The four then temporarily exited the conference room and moved next door to as soon as Lin Yu and the others departed. The absence of several high-ranking individuals caused the remaining attendees to engage in animated discussion. Morong, do you know something about what young brother Lin mentioned? Fong Tianhai, having recovered from his earlier animosity, quietly inquired of the old headmaster nearby. That I know nothing. This young man's abilities are extraordinary and enigmatic. I only have the slightest inkling. The old headmaster could not help but roll his eyes. What a question. You think I would know just because you do not. Fair enough. I hope young brother Lin truly possesses a solution. Fong Tianhai, observing the headmaster's reaction, refrained from further gossip and simply awaited Lin Yu's return with curiosity. Meanwhile, Qiao Yiming led Lin Yu into an unoccupied conference room. As soon as the door closed, he eagerly asked, Little Yu, how should we cooperate? Uncle Qiao, please remember to control your spiritual energy and refrain from resisting. Your powers are too formidable. Any casual resistance on your part would render my ability ineffective. Lin Yu, preparing to utilize his divine might, expressed his concerns. There was no denying that the three individuals before him were all of higher rank. Had Lin Yu not achieved the 4th tier and significantly increased his spiritual energy, he would have hesitated to proceed. Understood. You may act freely. We will manage our spiritual energy. Elderly nodded, signaling Lin Yu to proceed without worry. Noticing that the three were ready, Lin Yu wasted no time and activated the divine might of his right eye. A colossal vortex materialized before him, and a powerful suction force began to draw Elderly and the others toward it. What is this? The three felt the force simultaneously, yet recalling Lin Yu's admonition. They controlled their restless spiritual energy and allowed themselves to be drawn in. Once they were all enveloped in the divine space, Lin Yu followed suit and entered. Upon entering, Lin Yu observed the three curiously surveying their surroundings. Yet they made no impulsive moves since they could not see him. Little Yu, where is this place? Upon seeing Lin Yu arrive, Elderly, as Lin Yu's teacher, could hardly contain his impatience to inquire. Teacher, this is the power of my eyes. We are currently in a space that belongs solely to me, accessible only through my vision. You mean to say this entire space is yours? Gazing at the vast expanse of several thousand square meters, Qiao Yiming was once again taken aback. Since meeting Lin Yu, he had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. The truth, unbeknownst to Qiao Yiming, was that the space he deemed to be several thousand square meters was merely a designated combat area created by Lin Yu using 100 million energy points. The actual divine space was far more expansive. One could only imagine Qiao Yiming's shock if he were to learn the truth. Little brother, you are indeed carrying a space with you. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Huang Han, witnessing Lin Yu's prowess for the first time, was equally awed that it is not as exaggerated as you all claim. You should have felt it earlier, had you truly unleashed your spiritual energy. You could have easily escaped. If that were not the case, I would have simply absorbed Sikong Loha without needing to seek out an 8th-tier barrier master. Lin Yu shrugged, indicating that the reality was not as dramatic as they imagined. You are only at the 4th tier. If you were at the 7th or 8th tier, would you not be able to absorb them at will? Elderly gazed incredulously at Lin Yu, marveling at the extraordinary talent of this student he had taken under his wing. Now, he had even conjured an independent space. What else could this prodigy not achieve? I am uncertain. I have never used this ability before due to its high energy cost. So today marks my first time bringing others in. Uncle Qiao, how does this resolve your issue? Prior to the operation, Commander Huang and teacher can remain hidden within here. When the time comes, I will release them. And that will perfectly resolve the matter. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yiming instantly grasped Lin Yu's plan. His eyes brightened with excitement. Yet Elderly's subsequent words caused him to regain his composure. But in that case, won't you be in danger? It's not worth risking your safety for a mere branch of the Eternal Night Church, Elderly asserted firmly. The fervor with which he once desired to obliterate the Eternal Night Church now paled in comparison to his reluctance to see Lin Yu take such risks. There was no denying that Lin Yu's revealed talents far surpassed anything a mere branch of the Eternal Night Church could compare to. Huang Han, standing nearby, remained silent, but also believed Lin Yu should not take such a risk. As long as Lin Yu continued his training diligently, it would not be long before he could genuinely become a force to be reckoned with. Taking such a risk now was entirely unnecessary. If any misfortune befell him, it would render the destruction of numerous branches of the Eternal Night Church meaningless. Lin Yu had not anticipated that, having reached this juncture, Elderly would begin to oppose him again. What left him both amused and exasperated was the fact that Elderly's reason for opposition was his own excellence, which made it difficult for him to accept the risks. Teacher, please do not worry. If you do not believe me, you may ask Sister Xuejuan about how I dealt with Sikong Le back then. My self-preservation skills are indeed formidable. Moreover, I can always retreat into this space at will. They would be powerless against me. As Lin Yu observed his task slipping further away from him, he hastily explained his predicament. It was nearly impossible for him to accomplish the mission alone. Especially now that the Yuan demon had succumbed to slumber, the formidable 8th-tier Sikong Luowa was certainly beyond his capabilities. Fearing the worst, Lin Yu lamented, if anything goes awry, I would be utterly culpable. Li Lao's tone remained steadfast. He was resolutely opposed to Lin Yu taking such risks. Lin Yu looked at Li Lao with evident distress. Could he possibly sneak in? Surely the 8th-tier barrier wouldn't completely sever space. Would it? With no other choice, Lin Yu had begun to contemplate his next course of action. There was no way he would abandon the task that was so close at hand. Li Lao, I believe we should allow Xiao Yu to give it a try. Didn't Xiao Jun mention that Sikong Luohua had no means to deal with Xiao Yu? If we let Xiao Yu conceal himself among the guards, he can retreat at the first sign of danger. It should work flawlessly. Moreover, hiding here would prevent us from alerting the enemy, making it easier to catch them off guard. Qiao Yi pondered for a moment. Finding merit in Lin Yu's suggestion that he trusted Ji Shuejuan's judgment, Lin Yu's survival skills were exceptional. According to Ji Shuejuan's description, Lin Yu's ability to evade danger was undoubtedly superior to his own, even at the 7th tier. But, teacher, I assure you nothing will go wrong. Besides, there will be all of you there, right? If things turn dire, I can just hide behind you. How could Xikong Luohua possibly contend against both you and Commander Huang together? With a reluctant sigh, Li Lao acquiesced, albeit with a stern warning to retreat at the first sign of danger. With us present, there is no need for you to charge into battle, you young one. Ultimately, Li Lao found himself unable to resist Lin Yu's determination and begrudgingly consented to his request. He silently resolved to keep a close watch once the battle commenced. Li Lao mused internally, perplexed by his young disciple's penchant for gravitating towards perilous situations. After all, this was the King's war. While others would prefer to keep their distance, Lin Yu was determined to plunge headfirst into the fray. Was this the thought process of a genius? A peculiar notion flickered through Li Lao's mind. Excellent, Lin Yu exclaimed, his face lighting up at Li Lao's agreement, and no longer would he have to sneak in. Having two esteemed figures watching over him was certainly advantageous. After all, this was the King's war, which posed its own risks for Lin Yu, particularly given the time constraints of his divine powers manifestation. How could he accomplish his mission while hiding within the divine space? Moreover, Lin Yu yearned to witness a battle of royal caliber. The last encounter between the Yuan demon and Xikong Luohua was less a battle and more a one-sided thrashing, devoid of any semblance of royal grandeur. Thus, it was decided, during the operation, Li Lao and Commander Huang would conceal themselves within Xiaoyu's space, emerging unexpectedly once the barrier was established. This time, they would eradicate the Eternal Night Church from Rong City entirely. Qiao Yi clapped his hands, relieved that all concerns had been resolved, and they awaited the night to unfold their plan. Li Lao and Huang Han exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Qiao Yi's strategy. All right, Xiaoyu, release us now. The others outside must be anxiously awaiting our return. Understood, Lin Yu replied, activating his divine power to transport them out of the divine space. In an instant, Li Lao and the others found themselves back in the meeting room. Remarkable, Brother Lin Yu, your abilities are truly impressive. May I inquire about the size of this space? No offense intended. If it's inconvenient, feel free to refrain from answering. Huang Han gazed in wonder at the transformed surroundings, curiosity evident in his expression. That it's just about the size I estimated, but I'm not sure if it will change as my level increases. Lin Yu chose to withhold the true dimensions of his expansive private space, which spanned tens of thousands of square meters, an unprecedented revelation. There was no need to divulge everything. Were it not for the utility of the divine space, Lin Yu suspected he would utilize it frequently. Thus, he opted to reveal only a fraction of its capabilities, for continuous secrecy would not be sustainable. Your reincarnation eye's power is astonishingly versatile, encompassing even such a rare spatial ability, truly deserving of an SSS-level talent. Huang Han remarked, a hint of envy creeping into his typically stoic expression. Lin Yu offered no response, merely smiling modestly. Li Lao, Commander, let us proceed. Let us go. The group exited the room, returning to the original meeting space. As they entered, the murmurs of the gathered crowd ceased, their curious gazes fixated on Lin Yu. It was then that the attendees recognized him as the renowned dual talent awakener who had been the subject of much discussion in recent days. Now, everyone, let us outline our plan. Tonight, we shall eradicate the malignant presence of the Eternal Night Church. Qiao Yi stepped forward, addressing the assembly. The room fell silent as the attendees exchanged glances, recognizing the implicit endorsement of Lin Yu's strategy. Otherwise, Qiao Yi would not have taken the lead in organizing their plan. Curiosity piqued, they momentarily set aside their intrigue, focusing intently on Qiao Yi's directives. The city center, bustling with daytime crowds, was not conducive to dispersing the populace. Thus, the operation was scheduled for midnight. Although the night banquet would be more crowded at that hour, most of the working individuals would have already returned home, alleviating the pressure to evacuate the citizens. As for the patrons within the night banquet, the guarding office would conduct an investigation under the pretext of responding to public reports of illicit activities. Once our personnel had sufficiently cleared the customers, Feng Lao would initiate the barrier, while all departments would evacuate nearby residents at the first opportunity. The King's war was of paramount importance. We could not rely solely on the barrier for protection and must strive to minimize any unforeseen incidents. Do you understand? Qiao Yi's gaze swept across the room, his tone brooking no argument. Understood. Minister Ji would lead the operation tonight. given her previous experience in similar undertakings. The likelihood of raising suspicions with the Eternal Night Church was low. Remember to evacuate the patrons promptly and withdraw at the first opportunity. Li Lao and the commander would conceal themselves within the ranks, leaving the battle to them, while the others maintained the barrier and apprehended any remaining members of the Eternal Night Church. Leave it to me. Ji Xuejuan's eyes sparkled with determination, though it remained uncertain if she had fully grasped the importance of the retreat. All right. Does anyone have any questions? If not, prepare for tonight's operation. Understood. The attendees responded in unison, gradually departing the meeting room. That a few individuals associated with Lin Yu lingered, evidently with matters to discuss. Director Chow, may I inquire about Lin Yu's role in this operation? As the door closed, the old principal eagerly addressed Chow Yi, having noticed that Lin Yu's task had not been mentioned upon their return. However, he was astute enough to sense that their recent departure had been shrouded in secrecy. Lin Yu will be embedded within the guarding office's team, responsible for guiding Li Lao and Commander Huang into the night banquet. Chow Yi observed the old principal, fully aware of his concerns. Lin Yu represented the principal's hopes for revitalizing Rong City No. 1 High School. Naturally, he would be averse to seeing him embroiled in perilous situations. As expected, the principal's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing this. His tone filled with urgency. What, Director Chow? Lin Yu is only at the 3rd tier. How can you assign him such a dangerous task? He is a student of my academy, and I cannot agree to this. Principal, I am now at the 4th tier. You need not worry. I am confident in my abilities. If I were uncertain, my teacher would not have allowed me to take this risk. Seeing the principal's agitation, Lin Yu quickly interjected. Even if you are at the 4th tier, you should not be involved in a royal-level battle. The principal's voice was frantic, clearly unwilling to see Lin Yu entangled in such a conflict. The disparity in strength was stark. Any misstep could yield disastrous consequences. What is going on? Why is everyone trying to thwart me from completing my mission? Lin Yu felt a mixture of gratitude and frustration. Why was it so challenging to undertake a task he was eager to accomplish? Principal Morong, please remain calm and trust me. I will ensure that no harm befalls my students. Li Lao regarded the agitated principal with a sense of empathy. Having experienced similar emotions just moments ago, indeed, I assure you, as a commander, I pledge that Lin Yu will be safe. But Principal Morong found himself torn, caught between the reassurances of Li Lao and Huang Han. Rest assured, the right protector of the Eternal Night Church has already clashed with Xiao Yu in the secret realm, and ultimately, Xiao Yu sustained no injuries. You must place your trust in UD when it comes to Lin Yu's enigmatic abilities. Ji Xuejuan holds the most authoritative perspective, having witnessed firsthand the relentless assault by Si Kong Luo upon Lin Yu, who emerged unscathed. Consequently, Ji Xuejuan is the most steadfast believer in Lin Yu. Alas, Lin Yu. Do remember to safeguard yourself. The old principal, observing that Li Lao and others acknowledged Lin Yu's capabilities, reluctantly acquiesced, yet still felt the need to issue a cautionary reminder. No worries, just relax. Lin Yu was on the verge of thumping his chest in assurance. This was indeed exhausting, one after another, all concerned for his well-being, and Lin Yu could only placate them one by one, which proved more arduous than engaging in a brawl with Si Kong Luo. Given the circumstances, it was time for everyone to prepare. The guardianship outside the barrier would rely on you all. At midnight, Lin Yu donned the attire of the guardian's office and, amidst the ranks led by Ji Xuejuan, made his way to the opulent night banquet at the city center. As for Li Lao and Huang Han, they had long been concealed within the divine space. The night banquet was ablaze with lights, its sign glowing golden under the illumination, exuding an air of opulence. No sooner had Ji Xuejuan and her entourage stepped through the grand entrance than she commanded the guardian's personnel to disperse. The supervisor on duty, upon witnessing Ji Xuejuan's imposing entrance, was taken aback. He promptly dispatched an underling to report, then hastened to Ji Xuejuan's side. Minister Ji, what brings you here with such fanfare? Is there an issue you wish to address? The supervisor spoke with utmost deference. What on earth is this man thinking? It has scarcely been long since her last visit. The supervisor mused in resignation. Just days prior, Ji Xuejuan had already conducted a search of the night banquet concerning the arena. After all, in a venue as mixed as the night banquet, any hint of trouble would surely invite scrutiny. Yet, to his astonishment, she had returned so soon. We have received reports of illicit activities occurring here. Ji Xuejuan waved a search warrant before the supervisor, speaking with a nonchalant air. This is a grave misunderstanding. Minister Ji, Our establishment is entirely legitimate, and we would never engage in such activities. Someone must be attempting to frame us. The supervisor glanced at the search warrant in Ji Shuejuan's grasp, lamenting his plight. Damn it, I hope I discover who is responsible for this. The supervisor thought bitterly. It would be wise to notify your patrons inside. Should they be disturbed later, I shall not be held accountable. Before the front desk supervisor could finish speaking, a sultry voice interrupted. Minister Ji, what brings you to my establishment? Let us sit down and discuss this matter at our leisure. Manager Xia. The supervisor bowed respectfully to the approaching Xiaohe. Enough with the theatrics, you seasoned woman. At your age, there's no need to flaunt your allure here. I am not one of those men easily swayed by such displays. Moreover, you pale in comparison to me. Lin Yu, mingling among the crowd, struggled to suppress a laugh at the sight of Xiaohe's gradually darkening expression. It was his first encounter with Ji Shuejuan's fierce side, and he found it quite fascinating to discover this aspect of his sister. To be fair, Xiaohe was not as lacking as Ji Shuejuan suggested. Her enchanting visage radiated a beguiling charm. Undoubtedly considered a temptress by many men. However, compared to Ji Shuejuan, she fell woefully short. Minister Ji, we are not at odds. I run a legitimate business. What do you intend to achieve by barging in here? Do you think me easy prey? Ji Shuejuan retorted. Whether it is a legitimate business is not for you to decide. Stand aside. I am here to investigate this den of vice, and I wish to see just how many illegal dealings you are harboring. Search, Ji Shuejuan. You had best refrain from causing a scene. This is the night banquet, not a place for you to run amok. Xiaohe shot back, her gaze sharp and her voice raised in anger. Clearly irked by Ji Shuejuan's blatant disrespect, she took for granted that her establishment had deep roots in the city, boasting decades of connections that rendered her unafraid of Ji Shuejuan, the arena's boss. Yes, I am aware this is the night banquet, but how does that concern me? Ji Shuejuan replied, regarding Xiaohe with an expression of bemusement, as if she were a fool. You? Xiaohe was left speechless, her ire rendering her tongue-tied. Ji Shuejuan was simply insufferable, impervious to reason. Do not address me as you. You had better hope I do not uncover any evidence. Otherwise, you will find yourself in dire straits. Ji Shuejuan remarked with a mocking glint in her eyes, her demeanor playful yet menacing. Xiaohe chose not to engage further with Ji Shuejuan, turning away. She recognized that Ji Shuejuan would not heed her words, and rather than waste her breath, she preferred to conserve her energy to confront Ji Shuejuan later. With a cacophony of sounds, the Guardian's personnel began to force open doors, bewildering the occupants within, who were hastily ushered out. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I shall file a complaint against you. What do you think you are doing? I am the CEO of the group. The uproar was met with a resounding silence as a formidable aura emanated from Ji Shuejuan, suppressing the crowd. Though there were other awakened individuals present, they paled in comparison to Ji Shuejuan, who, with her overwhelming presence, rendered them mute. In the depths of the night banquet, in a secret chamber, Sikong Luo, engaged in his training, sensed the familiar aura and momentarily faltered, hastily regaining his composure. What is happening? Why is Ji Shuejuan here? He swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed Xiaohe. Ding, ding. Xiaohe, arms crossed, coldly observed Ji Shuejuan's actions. The sudden ring-on interrupted her thoughts. She glanced at her phone, her demeanor shifting to one of respect as she answered. Your Excellency, what transpired? Why do I sense Ji Shuejuan's presence? It is nothing. Your Excellency, we have received reports of illegal activities occurring here, and now this madwoman, Ji Shuejuan, is investigating. Is it possible we have been compromised? Rest assured, Your Excellency, unless this madwoman has completely lost her wits today, I doubt we have been discovered. Her behavior is entirely within my expectations. A faint smirk of derision graced Xiaohe's lips as she looked disdainfully at Ji Shuejuan, who was exuding her aura. Understood, Sikong Luo replied flatly before terminating the call. All right, now I may have your attention. Ji Shuejuan surveyed the now subdued crowd and spoke. The Guardian's office is conducting an investigation. All irrelevant personnel are to vacate immediately, or they will be treated as accomplices should any wrongdoing be uncovered. The majority present were familiar with Ji Shuejuan, and her command sent ripples of alarm through the crowd. They hastily complied, flooding out of the night banquet, well aware that despite Ji Shuejuan's sweet appearance, her volatile temperament was notorious. Those who defied her would find themselves in trouble, and it was better to err on the side of caution. Resigning to their misfortune, observing the exodus of patrons, the supervisor beside Xia, he could not contain his thoughts. Manager, If this continues, we shall incur significant losses. Do not concern yourself with her. Let us see how far she can take this. Any damages incurred will be her responsibility. Does she truly believe I am easy to manipulate? Xiaohe seethed, her decades of uninterrupted tranquility having dulled her senses. Ji Shuejuan's unabashed demeanor only fueled her irritation. And it was only now that Xiaohe began to sense something amiss. After approximately half an hour, the once bustling crowd had been entirely cleared out by the Guardian's personnel, leaving the night banquet in disarray. Xiaohe, her expression stormy, approached Ji Shuejuan, the pent-up frustration of those 30 minutes almost overwhelming her. Had she not retained a shred of composure, she would have undoubtedly clashed with Ji Shuejuan already. Minister Ji, what is the situation? Have you uncovered any so-called illegal activities? Xiaohe inquired, each word deliberate, her typically alluring visage now overshadowed by fury, her eyes cutting like daggers aimed at Ji Shuejuan. Oh, what is the rush? We have yet to inquire. Ji Shuejuan replied breezily, disregarding Xiaohe's ire, and feigned curiosity as she asked, how goes the search? Have you discovered any violations? Report. No search results found. Alas, Manager Xia, I sincerely apologize. It appears this is a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, you all,